My name is Yenluo. I woke up in terrible pain, as if my bones had been torn apart. Rubbing my throbbing temples, I looked outside at the garden full of flowers and greenery. That's when it sank in I had been reborn. I glanced at my left wrist, where a vivid red lotus mark, like a birthmark, stood out. Good, you're still here, I muttered. Without hesitation, I slipped into a mysterious space, a divine realm I had obtained in my past life. It had a small stream, a bamboo forest, a wooden house, and an open field, along with a powerful ancient cultivation technique. This space gave me hope. I had a month before the disaster, a relentless rainstorm that would flood the world. This time, I would prepare. In my last life, the torrential rain began suddenly in late July and didn't stop for over a month. Oceans rose, islands vanished, and coastal cities were submerged. Even in inland cities like ours, the water levels reached the upper floors of skyscrapers. With no electricity or agriculture, humanity struggled to survive amidst nuclear leaks, predatory beasts, and chaos. Back then, I had sought shelter with my husband, Qingling, at his family's mountain estate. He disliked me, so I was treated no better than a servant, starving and eating bark. Later, when my rare spiritual talent was discovered, they valued me, but Qingling still betrayed me. He poisoned me for his mistress and left me to die, torn apart by beasts in the wilderness. The memory of their cruelty still burned. Now, stepping out of the space, I was met with Qingling's return. He tossed divorce papers on the table. Sign this, and I'll give your family the suburban project. Seeing his face stirred all my hatred, but I played along. I'll sign, but I want money, 30 billion. He was furious, but I held my ground. I reminded him of his affair and demanded compensation for the humiliation I endured. Just then, his mistress, Dai Qianqian, entered, pretending to apologize, but clearly flaunting her pregnancy. Their show of affection sickened me. I taunted them, refusing to sign unless my conditions were met. Dai Qianqian tried to act understanding, but her mask cracked when I mentioned the 30 billion. Qingling was livid but ultimately caved, transferring the money. I coldly signed the papers, threw them on the ground, and walked away. This time, I would not be the victim. After getting the 30 billion, I finally felt more secure about surviving the disaster. With this money, I could stock up on enough supplies to live comfortably while others were starving and scavenging for scraps. Leaving his villa, I contacted an agent to sell a small villa and an apartment I owned. Neither was safe. Villas would become underwater tombs, and the apartment's glass windows would be blown out by the storm. I also asked the agent to look for safer housing options in a specific neighborhood. Using my past life's knowledge, I found a night market. It wasn't too crowded yet, so I ordered some grilled skewers. Last time, I had eaten worse raw dog and cat meat, and later, magical beasts in the mountains, which were barely edible without spices. This time, I indulged. I decided to make a bulk order. I asked the vendor, "Can you prepare 500 portions of these for tomorrow? I'll send the address later." They were shocked but agreed once I paid a deposit. After that, I called my younger brother, Yan Bao. He had just graduated and wasn't doing well financially in the city. In my previous life, he was the only one who cared enough to retrieve my body after I died. He deserved better this time. "Feng, I need your help," I told him, explaining that I needed a large warehouse immediately. He was surprised but eventually agreed, promising to handle it quickly. After securing the warehouse, I gave the address to the food vendors and began buying out the entire night market: skewers, noodles, hot pot, desserts, teas, and more. I left satisfied, though I knew many arriving after me wouldn't find anything left. Back at the hotel, I booked a room with a computer. While sipping iced coffee, I started compiling a massive procurement list: food, hygiene items, clothing, tools, everything people would need after the disaster. I worked until 2 a.m., then sent the list to Yan Bao. The next morning, Phone woke me with a call. "Sis, this is too much. I don't have the money for all this." Groggy, I told him to send me his bank details. When I transferred 10 billion, he nearly lost it. Overwhelmed but determined, he promised to handle everything perfectly. I grabbed breakfast at a nearby cafe, dumplings, pastries, and porridge. The food was good, so I ordered 1,000 meal sets and thousands of additional items for delivery. The staff looked stunned but promised to start preparing everything immediately. This time, I was determined to survive the disaster, not just survive, but thrive. I would have resources no one else could match. Let the storm come. I was ready. After eating, I met with an agent to look at some properties. I sold my small villa and apartment for $100 million and spent just over $9 million on a top-floor duplex in Huaiyuan district. The area was elevated, near Sanyang University, and safer from flooding compared to downtown, which was submerged in the last disaster. The property was a second-hand unit and hadn't been renovated. The agent asked if I needed help finding a contractor, and I insisted on the sturdiest renovations possible. He recommended a company using advanced materials, and I contacted his cousin, Manager Chow, to discuss my needs. Manager Chow seemed skeptical as I explained my plans to reinforce the floors, walls, and ceiling with aerospace-grade materials. Safety is my priority, I told him. I also requested modifications to the windows and balconies, ensuring they were sealed and protected with bulletproof glass and solar panels. Though the costs would exceed $10 million, I paid the deposit without hesitation. Later, I visited the mall and, feeling hungry again, indulged in charcoal-grilled barbecue. I ordered a huge meal and packed 300 barbecue sets to go. Afterward, I bought more food hot pots, shrimp, seafood, desserts, and stocked up on casual clothing, thinking they'd be practical during the disaster. I filled 2 trucks with clothes and headed to the warehouse. At the warehouse, my brother Yan Bao was overseeing deliveries. He proudly handed me a key, saying, "One for you, one for me." He had already procured a truckload of laundry supplies and cooking oils and mentioned that seasonings would arrive the next day. I praised his efforts and reminded him to keep detailed records. As the food I ordered from the night market started arriving, I instructed the workers to unload it at the back of the warehouse. Yan Bao worried it might spoil in the summer heat, but I reassured him. Once alone, I transferred everything into my personal space, where it would remain fresh. Seeing Yan Feng's stomach growling, I teased him. Hungry? Embarrassed, he admitted skipping lunch because of the workload. I placed my hand on his neck, remembering how he died horribly in our past life while retrieving my body. "Don't worry," I said softly. "This time, I'll protect you." He looked confused but touched by my words. When he insisted on protecting me instead, I scolded him, warning him not to overestimate himself. "Your life comes first," I told him. "We'll focus on cultivating your strength after the disaster." That evening, I told him, "Let's go out for dinner." This time, I was determined to keep him alive and ensure we thrived together. After taking Yan Bao out for a seafood feast, I watched him eat with pure joy. He had never had so much seafood before, and seeing him happy made me feel like I was making up for the past. I even packed more seafood to take home. "Phone, I'll be leaving Sanyang City for a while. I've bought an apartment in Huaiyuan district, and it's being renovated. I wanted to check on it daily," I told him. I also made it clear that I was now divorced from Hu Qinglang and that he should treat both Hua and Yan Xiner with no respect. My plans had to remain a secret. He nodded solemnly, promising to keep my confidence. To reward him, I asked what he wanted. He shyly requested a car, saying it would help him run errands. Though I thought a boat would be more practical for the coming floods, I let him buy the car as a small gift for this life. The next day, I finalized my divorce with Hu Qinglang and flew abroad. My old connections in the Federation helped me access underground markets where I stocked up on weapons, everything from knives and swords to guns and grenades. I even managed to sneak some advanced military equipment. In the early days of the disaster, firearms would be crucial before spiritual cultivators rose to power. I bought thousands of kilograms of grains, seeds, farming equipment, and livestock, filling my space with enough supplies to last through the chaos. I also purchased boats, kayaks, motorboats, rescue boats, and even a small submarine, ensuring I was fully prepared for the floods. Medicines, fuel, and seafood followed, with live sea creatures thriving in the stream of my personal space. Returning home after 2 weeks, I found that Yan Feng had done a great job managing the warehouse. I moved all the supplies into my space, which was now packed with everything from food to furniture. My new apartment in Huayuan was ready, its reinforced structure resembling a fortress. I inspected every detail before setting up the interior, making it both secure and comfortable. The house had 2 levels. I reserved the first floor for Yan Feng, setting up his bedroom, a dining area, and plenty of food supplies. The staircase to the second floor was secured with a locked gate. Only I had the key. My own bedroom upstairs was my haven, complete with a soft princess bed, a TV, and cozy furnishings. As I finished the preparations, I took Yan Feng out for another seafood buffet, treating him for all his hard work. Watching him happily stuff himself, I couldn't help but feel bittersweet. The disaster was just a day away, and I wanted him to enjoy one last moment of normalcy. I took Yan Feng to my new home in Huayuan district after our seafood dinner. He drank too much, so as soon as we arrived, he collapsed on the sofa and fell asleep. It was a sweltering summer night, so I turned on the air conditioner and covered him with a blanket before heading upstairs. In my bedroom, I locked the door and entered my personal space. I had noticed something strange earlier. The space had expanded by several acres. I couldn't understand why, as it had never changed size in my past life. Excited, I checked the cultivation manual, Kuan Yuan, hoping for clues, but it was the same as always, offering no answers. Frustrated, I examined the space and finally realized the ginseng and lingji I had planted were gone. Could the space be absorbing them to grow? If so, I could expand it further by feeding it medicinal plants. The next morning, I woke Yan Feng early and rushed him through breakfast. We drove to a nearby county with a ginseng farm. I bought ginseng seeds, lingji cultivation materials, and other herbal seeds to plant in the space. These would be invaluable after the disaster. On our way back, the sky darkened and rain began to pour. We took a detour to avoid traffic, but the streets near the city were already flooded. While stuck in traffic, I heard strange noises outside. Grabbing an umbrella, I stepped out to investigate. Yan Feng followed me, worried. Wading through ankle-deep water, I found a small, shivering creature under a tree. It was filthy and scared, but I decided to take it with me. It might have potential as a spiritual beast. Yan Feng was puzzled but held the umbrella while I carried the creature back to the car. Just as we were about to leave, a calm, elegant voice called out, "Miss, wait." I turned to see a man under a black umbrella, dressed in a flowing gray robe with bamboo patterns. His refined appearance was striking, like a character from an ancient painting. I recognized him instantly. Li Wei, the top disciple of the Qingshan Sect and a future powerhouse in the cultivation world. He asked for the creature in my arms, but I refused, jokingly complimenting his striking looks and unique style. His calm demeanor didn't waver, but his interest in the creature intrigued me. I couldn't see his cultivation level, which meant he was far more advanced than me. Cultivators like him were truly on a different level, but I wasn't about to hand over something that might help me survive the coming chaos.
No.
After saying that, Yan Luo turned and walked towards his car. Yan Feng followed behind with an umbrella. Before leaving, he turned back to look at Li Wei and muttered, "It's weird to wear something like this on a rainy day." The two got into the car, and Yan Luo was busy drying the little animal's fur and didn't look at Li Wei again. Yan Feng looked in the rearview mirror for a while, then complained, "Sister, that guy looked at us for a while. Could it be that he has taken a fancy to you?" Yan Luo looked back and saw Li Wei also got into a car. She frowned slightly. The other party must have seen through her cultivation level. I don't know if he wanted to test her strength or if he really liked this little thing in his arms. After using up a pack of wet wipes on the little thing in my arms, I finally saw its true appearance. Yan Luo couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy. It was a giant panda. Who can resist the beauty of giant pandas? Yan Luo, an old lady who had lived a second life, couldn't help but lift up the soft and adorable giant panda cub. The panda squeaked and licked her wrist. Yan Feng was even more excited than Yan Luo. He turned around and shouted excitedly, "Wow, it's a giant panda cub. It's so cute." He reached out to touch it, but Yan Luo patted the back of his hand and said, "Drive carefully." Yan Feng shrank back. The traffic jam had improved. Although the car's speed could not be increased, after more than 10 minutes, the two arrived at the underground parking lot of Huayuan Community. This rain won't flood the underground parking lot, will it? Yan Feng hasn't had enough of the off-road vehicle he just bought, so he takes good care of it. "Take the kid up and wait for me. I'll be up in a moment." Okay. After he left, Yan Luo took advantage of the fact that there was no one in the parking lot and put the car into the space. When I arrived at the lobby on the first floor, I found Yan Feng still waiting for the elevator there. The lobby was full of people. Yan Feng was afraid of being watched, so he had already put the giant panda cub into his backpack. "Little girl, have you just come back from outside? Is there a lot of water on the road?" A few older people came over and asked questions. "Is there a traffic jam? I still have to pick up my boyfriend from get off work." "Yeah, I have to pick up the kids too. This rain is really not at the right time." Yan Luo said truthfully, "The water on the road is up to the knees." It's snowing so hard. What should I do? I have to go pick up my precious grandson quickly. What if it snows even harder?" As they spoke, several old men ran out in the rain wearing raincoats and holding umbrellas. There were still people looking out in the hall, and some said they would wait a little longer until the rain stopped. At this time, a young woman ran in from outside. She had medium short hair, was wearing shorts and short-sleeved shirts, and was holding several large shopping bags in her hands. It was obvious that she had bought a lot of things. Her behavior made the eyes of the onlookers sparkle. "Let's go buy some food. It's the most relaxing thing to stay home on a rainy day, eat snacks, and watch TV." A few more people rushed out of the hall. The second wave of elevators arrived just in time, and Yan Lianfeng squeezed in with a few others. Yan Luo lived on the top floor. As the elevator went up, only the siblings and the woman with short hair were left. They reached the 18th floor, and the three of them went down together. The short-haired woman came out of the elevator and smiled. "I've known about your home renovation for a long time. Today I finally saw you in person. Your home renovation is really nice." Yan Luo smiled and said nothing. The short-haired woman continued, "My name is Sheng Wan. We are neighbors, and we look about the same age. You are all welcome to come to my house and play." This time, Yan Luo nodded and replied perfunctorily. Seeing that she was perfunctory, Sheng Wan touched her nose awkwardly and returned to her home. This building has 4 households on each floor, except for the 18th floor, which has duplexes on both sides and an ordinary 3-bedroom apartment in the middle. At present, it seems that Sheng Wan lives in the duplex opposite. I don't know if she has any family. The house in the middle should be empty. Yan Luo opened the security iron door in the corridor. Although this door was installed before, it had never been used. Now, it was finally opened. With it, Yan Luo's house now has 4 doors. Yan Feng carefully took out the giant panda cub from his backpack, and the hungry giant panda bit his finger. He was so scared that he threw the giant panda to the ground. "You actually bit me." The giant panda rolled on the ground, ran to Yan Luo's feet with a wronged look, and rubbed her calf. Yan Luo patted its little head. "Wait, I'll go make you some milk powder." The giant panda refused to wait and followed Yan Luo to the kitchen, watching him prepare milk powder for it. Yan Luo put the big bowl of milk on the ground, and the giant panda put its head on it and started drinking it with a slurp. His head was shaking while he was drinking, and the hair on his face was covered with milk stains, which made Yan Luo feel hungry. "Xiao Feng, get ready. We're going to have hot pot." "Okay." Yan Feng's parents died when he was a child, so he is very independent in life, and cooking and doing housework are no problem for him. Yan Luo suggested hot pot, so Yan Feng opened the refrigerator to look for ingredients. Yan Luo squatted and watched the giant panda drink up all the milk in the bowl. Then he sat down on the ground, leaned against the wall behind him and burped, placing his 2 paws contentedly on his white belly. It looked at Yan Luo curiously, and Yan Luo tapped its nose. "Little guy, You definitely don't have a name, right? How about this? You follow me from now on, and I'll support you. Besides me, I'm afraid there aren't many people who can support you. Since I'm raising you, I'll give you a name. You can be called Yan Bao.
Yan Bao bờ liên kết.
Yan Luo said happily, if you don't object, that means you agree. Since there's a new member in the family, Yan Luo made a simple nest with a blanket next to the sofa as a place for Yan Bao to rest. Yan Bao trotted over politely, arched his clumsy body, and crawled into the room, sleeping with his forepaws stretched out like a turtle. Yan Foam cut the meat and set up the hot pot, only to find that Yan Bao was already fast asleep. Sister, when it stops raining tomorrow, shall we send it back to the zoo? Yan Luo glanced at him and said, okay, let's talk about it when we can't wait any longer. Yan Foam didn't know what would happen next, so there was no need for her to explain it in advance. The two sat together and ate hot pot. After the meal, Yan Luo went upstairs by himself, while Yan Foam washed the pot and dishes. Yan Foam started to exercise after washing the pots and pans. Yan Luo told him to exercise more. Yan Luo locked the door and walked to the window. It was already pitch black outside. Colorful neon lights were struggling in the darkness, and the sound of rain falling was everywhere between the sky and the earth. Yan Luo pulled the curtains and went straight into the space. She placed the ginseng seeds and Ganoderma lucidum mycelium she bought. She didn't know how to grow Chinese medicinal herbs, but fortunately her space was a wonderful place where she could grow anything. Only after settling them did Yan Luo have time to take care of the space. She first installed solar panels. Yes, electricity can be generated in space. In the future, she can even take the fully charged batteries from the space and use them outside. She used her mind to control the digging of a small pool beside the stream, laid cement tiles in it, and brought in water from the stream to create a bathing pool. A few large stones were moved next to the bathtub to form a rockery, and a black water-absorbing heat tank was installed on the rockery. A shower head was connected under the tank so that she could take a bath and shower at the same time. The one-bedroom cabin was also furnished with furniture, and Yan Luo even installed a swing and rocking chair in front of the cabin out of girlish desire. Yan Luo decorated the space to be even more comfortable than the houses in Huayuan community outside. After doing all this, she was so tired that she stepped out, fell on the bed, and wanted to sleep. She had closed her eyes, but her hearing was good now, so she managed to hear the slight breathing sound. Yan Luo sat up and walked to the door to open it. As soon as she opened the door, the furry Yan Bao suddenly fell in, sprawled out on the ground. Yan Luo was stunned for a moment. Yan Bao had already climbed up, straightened his body nimbly, and held Yan Luo's calves tightly with his claws. She tried hard to make her little eyes round. Unfortunately, the dark circles under the eyes were too big, and Yan Luo didn't notice the aggrieved look in its eyes. Why are you upstairs instead of sleeping downstairs? There was a door on the stairs, but this guy took advantage of his delicate body and squeezed in between the two railings. Yan Bao rushed into Yan Luo's room, ran under the bed, then turned around and looked at Yan Luo with sparkling eyes. Yan Luo asked, "Do you want to sleep with me?" The little guy blinked. "Okay, then be a good boy at night, and don't make noises to disturb me." Yan Luo closed the door and went to bed. Yan Bao twisted his fat ace, jumped a few times on the ground, and tossed around on the edge of the bed for a while. But after a long time, his short legs failed to climb up, and he cried out anxiously. Yan Luo sighed, moved to the end of the bed, and picked it up. As soon as Xiao Yanbao came up, he ran to the head of the bed and lay down on Yan Luo's pillow. Yan Luo had no choice but to take another pillow. The man and the cat looked at each other, and both fell asleep. The next day, Yan Luo was awakened by Yan Feng downstairs. She rubbed her hair and felt a soft touch in her arms. She quickly opened the quilt and saw Yan Bao sleeping in her arms, his back pressed against her chest and his little head squeezed under her armpits. Yan Luo suddenly felt a headache. She lifted the quilt and sat up. Little Yan Bao lost the warm quilt and opened his hazy eyes to look at Yan Luo in confusion. Yan Luo said, "It's already good enough for me to let you sleep on my bed, but you still dare to crawl into my bed. If you do that again, I will throw you out. Yan Bao sensed her anger, crawled over trembling, and rubbed against her legs. Yan Luo's emotions collapsed instantly, and she angrily said, "You really are fearless just because you are cute." She put on her clothes and went downstairs, and Yan Bao followed her down the stairs. It crawled on the stairs, moving one paw at a time. Halfway down, it clumsily stepped on empty air and rolled down like a ball. It rolled all the way to the sofa leg, hit it, and bounced back. "Yan Luo, are giant panda cubs so stupid?" Yan Bao rolled on the ground in grievance. "He is still a baby." Yan Feng couldn't help laughing after seeing Yan Bao's embarrassed look. "Haha, this little guy is so stupid. Fortunately, he is not in the wild, otherwise how can he survive?" Hearing his words, Yan Luo frowned. "He is so stupid. Can he be trained to become a great monster in the future?" Yan Feng brought a basin of milk and placed it in front of Yan Bao. Yan Bao immediately stopped rolling around and drank the milk obediently. "Sister, have you seen the situation in our neighborhood? The first floor is completely flooded." "Oh, let me see." Yan Luo had just woken up and hadn't looked at the situation outside yet. She stood at the window and looked down. The accumulated water had already flooded half of the second floor. "This is too scary. I heard it's raining all over the country. I watched the news and saw that the seawater was flooding all the sea view villas along the coast." Yan Luo took out a box of ice cream cake from the refrigerator with a calm expression and ate it while browsing his phone. "Sister, aren't you shocked?" Yan Luo didn't even raise his head. "It's going to rain and my mother is going to get married and you can't change that, so you might as well eat well." Yan Feng was speechless, holding back all the words he wanted to say. The hot searches are now flooded with news about heavy rain and floods. Everyone is complaining. Some are scolding meteorological experts, some are asking for help online, and some are just watching the fun. Yan Luo took a look and opened the community's property management group. "Stay calm. Is the property management here? Our first and second floors are flooded. Is there any vacant house in our community? Can we help with the emergency first?" "Greedy kitten. The property management has gone off work. They can't come to work in this weather. What's the point of not delivering the keys?" "Keep calm. What about us, the affected property owners? Should we live in the corridor?" No one replied to him, and the others started another topic. "Greedy kitten. Dear family members, does anyone have any food?
Can you sell me some? I'm starving."
Young people nowadays either eat at work, eat out, or order takeout. They don't have any food stored at home. If they don't go out for a day, they will go hungry. Buddha's light shines everywhere. Add me. Private chat at the beginning of a rainstorm. Some people are still willing to sell their food, but they will regret it after a few days. Yan Luo was eating cake when she heard a commotion in the corridor, so she turned on the surveillance camera. In the surveillance video, 7 or 8 people were moving luggage into the corridor. They were residents on the second floor. "Honey, the elevator is soaked in water and can't be used anymore. Do we really have to carry it so high? It's so tiring going up and down." A woman complained while moving things. Sun Xiaowei said, "It's better to move it higher. It's safer. Look at the ones on the first floor. They moved to the second floor last night, and they have to move to the third floor today. The rain doesn't show any signs of stopping, so they may have to move higher." Another middle-aged couple next to them said, "Living in the corridor is not safe, and living downstairs is not as safe as upstairs. There are fewer people upstairs, so it's better than sleeping downstairs and being watched like a monkey." They chattered on, and soon the corridor was filled with noise. Soon there was a knock on the door. Yan Feng looked at Yan Luo. "Sister, do you want to go out and take a look?" Yan Luo asked him, "Do you think we should open that door?" Yan Feng said without hesitation, "This is my sister's home, and my sister has the final say." Yan Luo asked back, "What if I ask for your opinion?" Yan Feng thought about it and said, "Since my sister installed the door, it means she wants this to be our private space, so we won't open it." Yan Luo nodded approvingly. Fortunately, her brother was not a saintly person. Otherwise, she would not want to die too early in such a chaotic world. Yan Luo did not go out or open the door. The people outside fought for a while until they got tired and left after cursing a few words. They still needed to continue moving the luggage. Seeing that they stopped filming, Yan Luo said, "Xiao Feng, kneel down."
What?
Yan Feng was completely stunned. Yan Luo looked serious. "I'm giving you a chance now. I can take you as my apprentice, teach you skills, and keep you safe. But from now on, you have to obey me and respect me. Are you willing?" Yan Feng originally felt confused and even a little bit weird. If someone else said this, he would definitely think he had met a psychopath. But Yan Luo's expression was serious, and he swallowed subconsciously. His sister was serious. "I do." After saying this, he did not hesitate and knelt on his knees, kowtowed 3 times honestly. Yan Luo took out a black ring from his pocket and handed it to him. "This is a gift for becoming a disciple." Yan Feng grinned. "Master sister, I'm a grown man. Why should I wear a ring?" Yan Luo thought about it and decided that it was true, so he found a rope and put the ring on it. "Hang it around your neck and tuck it into your clothes so no one can see it." Yan Feng's smile froze. He didn't understand why his sister was so persistent in giving him a ring. Disobedient? Be obedient, be obedient, be obedient. Yan Feng quickly tied the rope around his neck and then hid the ring inside the collar of his short-sleeved shirt. He said with a smile, "Sister, as the saying goes, an elder sister is like a mother. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Why do you have to be both a father and a mother? Stop talking. 100 push-ups." Yan Feng. "No way. Are we starting training now?" He was doing push-ups in the living room. Yan Luo took out beef and green onions from the refrigerator and made bread dumplings. Yan Feng wanted to join her in doing push-ups, but she refused and asked him to lift the barbell instead. Yan Luo simply moved the chopping board to the table in the living room, and while making dumplings, he supervised Yan Feng to exercise to prevent him from being lazy. After exercising for an hour, I started learning martial arts. At noon, I had dumplings and took a 20-minute nap. Then I got up and continued exercising for another hour and then learned martial arts. At the end of the day, Yan Feng slept soundly at night, and the noise in the corridor did not disturb his sleep. After dinner, Yan Luo went into the space and continued to work. She only cleaned up her residence in the space yesterday, and the stockpiled goods had not been sorted out yet. All supplies should be placed in categories so that they are easy to find when needed. They are all piled up on the wide ground behind the cabin, with food being placed closest to the cabin and being the most commonly used. While cleaning up, Yan Luo ate a bowl of snail noodles with fried eggs and tiger skin chicken feet and drank a can of happy water. By midnight, all the stockpiled supplies were put in place under the control of the mind. There was a fence in the corner where chickens, ducks, geese, cows, sheep, and pigs were raised. In order to raise them, Yan Luo specially opened up a small area to grow grass. The river seafood in the creek is quite lively. Yan Luo caught a bucket of crayfish and prepared to make spicy crayfish tomorrow. When he finished his work and was getting ready to go to bed, he heard snoring outside again. Yan Luo opened the door and let little Yan Bao in. "Are you going to sleep in my room from now on?" Yan Luo leaned over and stared at Yan Bao, who was leaning on the pillow with his legs up in the air, and asked. Yan Bao tilted his head, turned over, and slept on his stomach, leaving Yan Luo with only a fat ace and a small tail. Yan Luo pinched its tail with mischievous intent, and little Yan Bao immediately resisted and crawled under the pillow. The head was pushed in, but the buttocks were still exposed. Yan Luo sighed helplessly. This guy wouldn't think that it was perfectly hidden and she couldn't see it. The man and the cat fell asleep, and the quiet night became noisy because of the residents on the 3rd and 4th floors. Previously, the residents on the 1st floor lived in the corridor on the 3rd floor. Now the 3rd floor has also been flooded. They learned their lesson and moved directly to the 10th floor. Someone in the community group cursed, "It's the middle of the night. Can I sleep? Can you lower the volume? The downstairs is flooded, and we don't want to move. We are all neighbors, so please be considerate. Hurry up, just move the things, don't make any noise." It suddenly rained so heavily, and there was no sign of stopping that many people couldn't sleep. "Our cars are all in the underground parking lot. I'm afraid they will all be soaked in water now. Hee. Luckily my wife had the foresight to let me pay for water damage insurance. Otherwise, I would have lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. It turns out that men who listen to their wives can get rich. A bunch of sour emoticons followed. It's nothing that my car was flooded. I just bought a house and renovated it. I wasted more than 200,000 yuan on renovation. How can I live in a flooded house in the future? That's the house my parents used their life savings to buy, crying. Family members, here's a little gossip. 702 and 1001 haven't been sold yet. Can you guys find a way to move in temporarily? This sentence immediately attracted many people's questions, but unfortunately this person only knew that the two houses were not sold, and he didn't know anything else. They contacted the property management again, and they said they couldn't come to the community and couldn't help. They hoped that the owners could help each other, and that the higher-level owners could take in the lower-level owners. The property management's words silenced all the high-level owners instantly. Who wants to have someone else living in their home? There were also decisive families who simply pried open the doors of rooms 702 and 1001 and moved in. On the third day, Yan Feng held up his phone and said in shock, "New news, new news. The island nation has been flooded. The satellite can no longer find any exposed land. It is said that there are many ships floating on the ocean now." Yan Luo already knew this result. Shangyang City is located inland and at a relatively high altitude, so it is not affected by seawater. However, the city center was flooded to a height of 7 or 8 stories. The 5th floor of Huayuan community has been flooded. A few families have moved into empty houses, and most people live in the corridors. Someone had been knocking on the door these past few days, but Yan Luo ignored them. She wanted to take advantage of the convenient water and electricity to cook more food, make dumplings and steam rice, and store them in the space. Just at this moment, the headlights above our heads suddenly went out, and the room suddenly became dim. Yan Feng also realized the seriousness of the matter at this time. Without electricity, their mobile phones and computers would soon become unusable. If the mobile phones were unusable, it would mean that they would be cut off from the outside world. How do they wait for rescue? It is better to rely on oneself than on others. It is better to store more food. At least if there is food, they will not starve to death. Yan Luo connected the home circuit to the battery on the balcony, and the lights in the living room came on again. Yan Feng exclaimed, "Sister, you can predict the future, right? I wonder what you are going to do with all these generator panels and batteries." With electricity, even if natural gas is cut off, they can still cook using electric cookers, induction cookers, air fryers, and electric baking makers. Bang, 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 there was another knocking noise outside. Is the person from 1801 at home? They couldn't reach Yan Luo's door, so they could only knock on the railing door in the corridor. They knocked several times, but Yan Luo ignored them. This time there were several men. "We from 1801 know you are at home. Open the door quickly. We have something to talk to you about." Bang, 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 several more times. Sun Xiaowei's wife Kai Tian curled her lips. "I'll tell you, the person inside won't open the door. They live in a duplex. It's such a big house, let alone 2 fragile young people. Even if we neighbors in the corridor live there, it's still quite spacious." Her words successfully inspired the people in the corridor to make up their minds. They knew that there were 2 duplexes on the 18th floor. They had already tried 1803 yesterday, but 1803 had 2 very ferocious sheepdogs, and 1803 was also a retired soldier with good kung fu skills, so they didn't dare to provoke him. So they set their sights on Yan Luo's house. 1801, "We are all neighbors. You can't be so petty. Open the door. We want to use your toilet." Yan Luo sneered as he looked at the surveillance footage. "Borrow the toilet? I'm afraid you won't be able to return it." She didn't move. Yan Feng muttered angrily. "Why are they like this? We didn't cause the flood, but they actually set their sights on our house." Yan Luo explained, "Xiao Feng, you are a new-age college student and have never experienced the fickleness of human nature. When there are moral and legal constraints, human nature will not be exposed, but without morality and law, some people will become the most shameless things." Yan Feng pursed his lips and did not answer. In the corridor, an old lady shouted loudly, "Little girl, my stomach hurts. Please let me go to the toilet." Alas, young people nowadays don't know how to respect the elderly and love the young. They are selfish, too selfish, and have no manners. That's right, little girl. You will arouse public anger if you do this. We won't care about you when you need help in the future. Yan Luo remained unmoved inside. As he said this, he stood in front of the railing and unbuttoned his pants. Yan Feng's expression changed, and Yan Luo's face also turned cold. Just as the man unbuckled his belt, everyone heard the sound of the door opening. Succeeded? Everyone rushed forward, ready to rush in and grab a good bedroom. Just as the man's evil smile appeared on his face, there was a whoosh sound and a silver light flashed across like lightning. Everyone was stunned for a moment and turned back to look at the thing that flashed by, only to see a dagger stuck in the wall next to the door of 1803. 3/4 into the wall. Everyone. A cry of pain drew everyone's attention back. The tattooed man who was unbuckling his belt was holding his neck in pain, and a trickle of blood seeped out from between his hands. Oh, someone is killing me.
Help! Someone is killing me.
A few timid ones shouted and retreated. The tattooed man hurriedly took out toilet paper from his pocket and put it on the wound to stop the bleeding. You actually dared to hurt someone. We will call the police. Yan Luo opened the railing door and walked to the other side, smiling and saying, "Okay, report it." "I'll wait." Who hasn't called the police these days? What's the point of calling the police? The police are not human beings. They also need to survive. Don't be afraid. If we catch her, we can stay at her house. She will definitely have food at home. Kai Tian started to make a noise, and several men really rushed over. Yan Feng was anxious and immediately rushed out after picking up an iron rod from home. He hit one of the men on the back with the rod, and the man fell down the stairs in pain. It was the first time Yan Feng hit someone, and he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. While he was stunned, another man grabbed his waist from behind and pressed him into the elevator. How dare a student who hasn't even fully grown his hair hit someone? I'll teach you a lesson. Yan Feng's face turned red and he turned around and wrestled with him. Yan Luo reached out to grab the dagger on the wall. A man rushed over from the right. Yan Luo turned around and the man missed. Yan Luo took the opportunity to kick him in the knee and he rolled down the stairs. Another person rushed up, holding a broom and trying to hit Yan Luo. Yan Luo bent down, dodged the sweeping broom, and reached out to pull out the dagger. He turned around, made a beautiful knife flower with the dagger in his palm, and then held it across his chest with his backhand. "I didn't want to bother with you, but you're asking for death, so don't blame me for being rude." Kai Tian hid behind the crowd and shouted, "How dare you kill someone in broad daylight? I tell you, when the rain stops we will send you to jail." Haha, that's gotta wait until the rain stops. Some of the smarter ones found that Yan Luo was not easy to mess with, so they changed their minds. "Little girl, I don't have any other intentions. I just want to ask if you have any food. My old lady hasn't eaten for 2 days. If you have any, please sell some to us." Yan Luo refused.
Don't say I don't have it.
"Even if I do, I won't give it to you just because of the trouble you've made." Everyone looked at the shining dagger in her hand and did not dare to step forward for a moment. "I can't find a doctor now, and if I get injured, I'll get infected." Yan Luo looked at everyone coldly. "Whoever dares to attack my family again should watch out for his neck." After saying that, she walked through the crowd and pulled Yan Feng, whose face was bruised and swollen, back. Kai Tian was so angry that she gritted her teeth. What a bunch of cowards. Yan Luo closed the door. This group of people are afraid of her dagger now because there are other owners downstairs, and there is no need to hang themselves on a tree with her. But they will not be afraid anymore when they are about to starve to death later. Yan Feng touched his face awkwardly. "Sister, I embarrassed you." Yan Luo said, "Indeed." Yan Feng, whoa, he's about to cry. Yan Luo threw him a bottle of iodine and a roll of gauze. "However, you are a freshly graduated college student, so you are considered a scholar. It is a good start for a scholar to dare to take action. But your kung fu is too poor, and you can't hit people. You need to increase the intensity of your practice next time." Since the 2 residents on the 18th floor were not easy to deal with, the people living in the corridor on the 18th floor moved to the 17th floor. Yan Luo enjoyed a few days of quiet time. A few days later, the flood reached the 8th floor, and nearly half of the owners in the building lived in the corridor. At this time, the natural gas and tap water were all cut off. The owners living on high floors also began to panic. Without electricity or gas, even if they had stored food, they had no way to cook and eat. Besides, most families have no food left. Yan Feng was hit hard and has been studying very hard these days. Yan Luo was instructing him on his movements when the cell phone in his pocket rang. The caller is Mr. Yan. She frowned, slid her slender fingers across the phone screen, hesitated for a moment, and finally answered the call. Yan Bingtao's voice came. When did you divorce Hu Qingling? Who gave you the courage to make such a big decision on your own? Didn't you even discuss it with us? The Yan family is a newly wealthy family, a nouveau riche, but the Hu family is different. The Hu family is an aristocratic family that has been entrenched in Shangyang City for 100 years. They tried their best to marry her into the Hu family just to get some of the Hu family's glory. So she was not welcomed in the Hu family, and they would only ask her to reflect on herself and serve Hu Qingling well. In her previous life, the 4 members of the Yan family finally joined the Hu family. After her talent rose, she lived a pretty good life in the Hu family. But in the end, Yan Xiner, Hu Qingling, and Dai Qianqian teamed up to harm her. Facing Yan Bingtao's questioning, Yan Luo said calmly, "A marriage without love will not end well." Nonsense. You are just too narrow-minded. As a man, it's okay for him to have a few lovers outside. You just turn a blind eye to it. After all, you are still the young lady of the Hu family. How did I educate you? I educated you to be such a jealous woman. Now the Hu family completely hates us. What do you think we should do? Yan Luo rubbed his fingers on the table for a while. Yan Bingtao and his wife also doted on her for more than 20 years. How hard must a person's heart be to take back all the love he has given in an instant? Maybe I spoiled her at that time because she was obedient. In her previous life, she had almost lost all hope in Yan Bingtao and his wife. Now, facing Yan Bingtao's wrath, she was not as angry as she had imagined. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. You stupid girl. A rude female voice came from the other end of the phone. Do you know what's going on outside? Our villa has been flooded. Now, thanks to Ru Jin, we have a high-rise apartment we bought outside, but your father and I haven't eaten for a day. If you hadn't divorced Hu Qingling, we could have moved into the Hu family mansion right now. Why would we have to starve? Although the Hu family's villa was also flooded, the Hu family has a manor on Qingliang Mountain, which is where the real aristocratic families in Shangyang City are based, and the flood could not flood them. In his previous life, Yan Luo moved there with his Yan family. Speak now, you ungrateful rascal. We have raised you for more than 20 years in vain. It is true that you can never raise a child who is not our own. If it was Xiner who married him, she would definitely be obedient. You'd better get some food for us now. Otherwise I will suspend your card and spread the word that you are ungrateful. Hearing this, Yan Luo hung up the phone directly. Yan Feng said angrily, "Why are they like this? It's raining so hard right now, and they never cared about how you were doing out there alone, sister. They even wanted you to go out in the rain to bring them food. This is really too much." Yan Luo added the Yan family's numbers to the blacklist while smiling. So, next time you see them, don't be soft-hearted and ignore them. I understand, sister. Yan Luo walked to the window. The rain outside was like the sky splashing water madly. The raindrops hit the windows with a thudding sound. The sky was gray, and the accumulated water downstairs was like a boundless ocean. Waves were blown up by the wind and hit the tall buildings fiercely. Yan Luo suddenly remembered something. Buildings soaked by floods will collapse one after another after a few years, and the only safe place to live is in the mountains. The reason why she didn't find a mountain to settle down before the heavy rain was, firstly, that heavy rain would cause landslides and mudslides, making it unsafe to live there now. Secondly, the country also prohibits private mining on undeveloped mountains. After the heavy rain stops and before the buildings collapse, she must settle down in the mountains. The heavy rain will stop briefly for 5 hours tomorrow, so she has to go out to get supplies. Xiao Feng, go to bed early tonight. We have something to do tomorrow. Yan Luo only entered the space tonight and secretly ate a meal of golden soup beef rice noodles before coming out to sleep. He was not busy in the space. She hadn't had a good night's sleep since her rebirth, so she planned to go to bed early under the pretext of going out tomorrow. Some people just won't allow it. At 3 o'clock in the morning, there was a knock on the door. Yan Luo opened his eyes suddenly. This knocking sound was different from the previous ones. This time, it was her door that was knocked. Yes, the big door. The gate and the railing door are more than 1 meter apart, so it is impossible to knock on the gate. The sound didn't sound like it was caused by a stick or some other external object, but rather a normal fist hitting someone. Yan Luo sat up from the bed, and Yan Bao beside him suddenly rolled half a circle in the air, then opened his hazy little eyes. Yan Luo turned on his phone to check the surveillance footage. In the gray surveillance screen, a man was standing outside the railing door. He was wearing a large cloak, so his face could not be seen clearly. He bent his index finger, clenched his fist slightly, and tapped it lightly. The strange thing was that he didn't knock on the door, but the door made a sound. Yan Luo frowned tightly. After a while, the man raised his head and looked towards the surveillance camera in the small window. Yan Luo was caught off guard and met this gaze through the screen of his mobile phone. It's him. No wonder. Yan Luo got up from the bed and put on her clothes. Seeing that she was about to leave, Yan Bao hurriedly followed behind her. Yan Luo turned on the small light at the door and opened the door. The man in the cloak opposite took off his hat and smiled. I couldn't see his clothes clearly in the surveillance video, but when I opened the door, I saw that he was wearing a thin black cloak with white shorts underneath. The man's slender calves were faintly visible under his cloak. This outfit fell into the sleepy eyes of Yan Feng, and there was only one word to describe it: introverted and reserved. Definitely not a good person. The man took the initiative to speak. Hello, I am Li Wei, a disciple of the Shankingshan sect of Wuqing Mountain. Can I come in and talk to you?
Cannot.
None. I have something to discuss with you. This time, Li Wei looked at Yan Luo and said this. Yan Luo bit her back teeth and said expressionlessly, I'm not a Taoist nun. If you scream again, I'll kick you out. He called her a Taoist nun, proving that he saw that she had some accomplishments. In this era, male monks are called Taoist priests and female monks are called Taoist nuns. After the great era of cultivation began, everyone used to call female cultivators Taoist nuns at first. Later, this became dissatisfied among the majority of women, and they began to call them Taoist friends. Later, when women became powerful, some lackeys would flatter them and call them fairies. Until Yan Luo's death, fairy had become a respectful title for female cultivators. Yan Feng didn't know what it meant, but that didn't stop him from being angry. Are you sick? Did you forget to take your medicine? You are dressed strangely. Don't call others carelessly. My sister is a beautiful young lady. There are many men chasing after her. She is not a Taoist nun. Li Wei was stunned. His master said that women's hearts are as deep as the sea. Sure enough, she got so angry just by being called a name. He considered it for a moment and asked tentatively, I'm sorry, I offended you, miss. Can you call me miss? Yan Luo said, if you have something to say, just say it. We still need to go to sleep after that. Li Wei touched his nose, awkwardly. Girl, little brother, how about we go to my house to talk? Yan Luo raised his eyebrows. Your home? Li Wei pointed to 1802 and said with a smile, my home is right here. It's very convenient. It turns out that Li Wei lives next door. What a coincidence. Yan Luo also wanted to find out Li Wei's background, so he said yes. Yan Feng actually didn't want to go, but his sister agreed. It was late at night, and they were alone, so it would be better for him to go along. The two went to 1802. When Li Wei closed the door, a scream like a pig being slaughtered suddenly came from the gap of the door. You little thing. Yan Luo picked it up and held it in his arms. What are you doing here while the adults are talking? You're so clingy. It was also the first time for Li Wei to see a giant panda, so close. He said curiously, can I hold you for a minute? Hearing this, Yan Bao pushed his big head hard into Yan Luo's arms, as if he wanted to push his entire body into him.
Li Wei.
Is he that scary? Li Wei's house was decorated very cleanly, with a green futon in the middle of the sofa in the living room. This futon is out of tune with the overall decoration style of the room, which is clearly decorated in European style. Li Wei saw her looking around the house and said nothing, but just poured a glass of water for each of them. Yan Feng rolled his eyes. Why did you ask us to come to your house in the middle of the night? You didn't just want us to come and drink water, did you? Li smiled and said, This is spring water from Witching Mountain. It is sweet and refreshing and is perfect for making tea. Yan Feng picked up the cup with disdain and took a sip. Then his eyes lit up. This tea was indeed good. Li Wei asked Yan Luo, Miss, I see you have some cultivation skills. I wonder which mountain you are cultivating on? What kind of cultivation? What kind of practice? Yan Feng looked at the two of them in confusion. Yan Luo said, I have never gone up the mountain to practice. Li Wei asked again, Who is your teacher? Yan Luo replied, No master. I was slightly surprised. Miss, are you self-taught? Yan Luo did not deny it either. She only has the skills, and she relied on her own exploration to practice in her previous life, so she can be considered a self-taught person. That's great, girl. I wonder if you're interested in going to Witching Mountain with me to practice? Our Witching Mountain is one of the top sects in the world today. If you go there, you will definitely make faster progress than you are now. If it were in the previous life, Yan Luo would have been moved a long time ago, but now she has no idea at all. She has a lot of secrets, and having Yan Feng by her side is enough. No, I like my freedom. Li Wei insisted. Girl, I believe you have discovered that the spiritual energy is reviving now, and the future will be dominated by us cultivators. You have such a great talent. Do you really want to waste it? Yan Luo stood up. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Li Wei. I really have no intention of joining any sect. Xiao Feng, let's go. Although Yan Feng looked confused, his mouth was not idle, and he drank up the tea. Li Wei failed to convince Yan Luo and felt very sorry, but he would not make things difficult for others. Yan Luo returned home and immediately went upstairs to check the surveillance footage of the past few days. According to the footage, there was no record of when Li Wei came. There is no problem with monitoring, so the problem lies with Li Wei. He didn't go in through the main entrance. Yan Luo was surprised by this discovery. This is the 18th floor. He didn't go through the main entrance, so how did he get up there? Did he fly up? Fly up. Yan Luo took a deep breath. She had to practice faster. No wonder she had great talent and divine skills in her previous life, but still couldn't catch up with these old-school sects. Because they have the upper hand. Yan Bao, go to bed by yourself. I have decided not to sleep in anymore. She put Yan Bao on the pillow, entered the space, filled the cedar with seeds, and waited for the rotary tiller to loosen the soil before planting the crops. With food in hand, you will feel at ease. Yan Luo was busy upstairs, while Yan Feng was lying flat on the bed downstairs, staring at the ceiling. Drinking too much tea is really refreshing. The rain stopped after noon. Yan Luo and Yan Feng both changed into waterproof clothes, and each of them carried a kayak and went out. When they went out, the door of 1803 also opened. Shengwan came out, holding two fat black and brown dogs in her hands. The three of them looked at each other, and Shengwan greeted them with a smile. What a coincidence. Are you guys going out too? Yan Luo nodded. She saw that the other person also took a kayak. That's perfect. Now that the rain has stopped, let's go out and find something to eat. Who knows if this horrible weather will continue to rain? Yan Luo said, You are very thoughtful, better than my brother. Yan Feng. It's a panda. He didn't sleep well last night, and now he has to be called with two panda eyes. Shengwan smiled and said, Everyone else is waiting for rescue. You and I are the only ones who want to go out and look for supplies. The rain stopped, and people were cheering and waiting for rescue. They thought the natural disaster was over and that they could return to normal life after the flood receded. The three of them went downstairs while talking. It was extremely dirty and messy. The windows in the corridor were tightly closed to prevent water from seeping in, causing a foul, smoky, and foul smell to spread throughout the building. Yan Luo sealed the sewer with cement on the day the water was cut off to prevent sewage from flowing back. Yan Feng has been using cat litter, and she herself is applying fertilizer in the space. Where are you going? The rain has stopped. It would be great if you could just stay at home and wait for help. One by one, kind old ladies gave reminders. Shengwan said, "No. I'm starving and can't wait any longer." She looked full of energy and didn't look hungry at all. But her words managed to resonate. People in the hallway began to cry out, "I haven't eaten for 3 days. Your 3 days is nothing. I didn't eat for 4 days. I just drank the rainwater that fell from the sky. I had diarrhea for 2 days." Most people had run out of food and could only collect rainwater for survival. Rainwater is raw after all, and drinking too much would cause stomach upset. Yan foam covered his nose. No wonder the corridors smelled so bad. It was raining outside, and they were running around in the corridor. Thinking of this, Yan foam began to dry heave. His reaction made the person who had just spoken glare at him. "What do you mean, are you making fun of me?" Yan foam shook his head hurriedly. "No, I ate moldy steamed buns, and my stomach hurts." After he said that, everyone felt a little better. It is human nature that when one is suffering, one cannot bear to see others having an easier time. Only when you suffer as well can everyone feel better. Honestly, you'd better not go out. The water is so deep outside. It's very dangerous to go out. Yan Luo sighed inwardly. They didn't know that the rain would continue to fall at night. But they were right about one thing. The rescue team would come soon to evacuate the people. But Yan Luo didn't plan to join the rescue team. "Several of us can swim, and since we have nothing to do, we decided to go out and try our luck." Kai Tian mocked in the corner, "Don't mind your own business. The people on the 18th floor are all warriors. Your kindness is not appreciated." Yan Luo glanced at Kai Tian. She hadn't had any food to eat in the past few days and quarreled with her husband every day. She looked sloppy and haggard, and it was obvious that she was living a miserable life. Yan Luo had limited time, so he didn't bother with them and went downstairs quickly. All the way to the 9th floor, there was water in the corridor. When standing in the corridor, the water was knee-deep. There were no windows in the fire escape, so the three of them waded through the water to the edge of the fire escape, then put down the kayak and jumped on. Yan Luo was unwilling to use a kayak with Yan Foam, both to train him and to allow them to carry more supplies later. Shengwan got on the kayak and invited, "Where are you going? If you have no purpose, then follow me. I know an office building with many shops. You will definitely find something there." Since the other party is kind, Yan Luo will not be cold to him. "Where is the office building you are talking about?" Shengwan told me the location. Everyone knows that the water in the city center is deeper, there are more people and the distance is farther, so people won't go to the city center, but will stay near the university town. The construction site Yan Luo wanted to go to happened to be nearby, so he nodded. "Then, let's go together." It took nearly an hour to row from Huayuan Community to the office building. On the road, countless residential buildings were soaked in water. Outside the residential area was an open area of water that was turbid and dangerous. Although the rain had stopped, waves would still form when the wind blew. The kayak was like a tiny leaf, drifting with the current, and the people on the boat tried hard to control the direction. Although Shengwan is a woman, her face is not red, and she is not out of breath. Her physical fitness is even better than Yan Feng's. The two women looked at each other admiringly. Yan Feng felt that he was deeply despised. This office building has 30 floors in total. Everything on the lower 10 floors must be broken, so they plan to clean up the upper 20 floors. Yan Luo said, "I'll go up there and walk from the top down." Shengwan and Yan Feng had no objection. After Yan Luo left, he put on his diving gear while no one was around and jumped into the water from the window on the 12th floor. The construction site was just behind the office building. She dived into the water and first got a bunch of construction vehicles and steel bars. She didn't know if the construction vehicles could be used after being soaked in water, but there was plenty of space in the space anyway. "When the time comes, I'll have someone repair it. If it can't be repaired well, I'll have to use the one she bought abroad, but it's slow." Yan Luo quickly returned to the office building, threw the rope in her hand, and the claw at the other end of the rope firmly grasped the 15th floor. She grabbed the rope and climbed up. After changing her clothes, she quickly climbed up. The 30th floor is the top floor, where there is a large internet company. Yan Luo found some snacks on the employees' desks, collected a lot of coffee and a coffee machine in the tea room, and took away detergent, laundry detergent, disinfectant, and 2 large boxes of toilet paper in the bathroom. Further down, there were a few small companies that also collected a lot of snacks. There are 2 fitness rooms on the 25th floor. Yan Luo collected several large fitness equipment and also did not miss the protein powder and fat-reducing meals in the cupboard. Going further down, Yan Luo entered a selection of high-quality products, which sold almost everything. The main product was cute and fashionable, and there were all kinds of snacks, toys, and household items. Yan Luo put them into his space without even looking at them. There are several pet shops below, with a few kittens and puppies in them that should be cute, but since no one feeds them, only a snow-white Samoyed is alive. Yan Luo collected all the cat food, dog food, and cat litter in the pet store. When he saw the Samoyed that was dying of hunger but still smiling at him, he couldn't help it and collected it as well. There is a big surprise on the 21st floor. This is a live broadcast company. 7 or 8 of the dozen rooms are used for live broadcasts, and each room is filled with samples. These samples are for the purpose of publicity, and the quality is first class. Yan Luo unceremoniously took away all the income space. She thought about it and decided that she couldn't meet Yan Feng and Sheng Wan empty-handed, so she took 5 or 6 extra large big sacks in the live broadcast room, moved 8 or 9 large boxes, then picked some food and daily necessities from the space, filled the bags and boxes, and piled them in the corridor on the 20th floor. The 20th floor was a clothing store. Before she entered, she heard Sheng Wan's voice. Yan Feng, you go look at the men's clothing section, and I'll go look at the women's clothing section. Yan Luo went downstairs and met Yan Feng first. Xiao Feng, how is the harvest? Yan Feng gestured with great joy. We found a lot of food and packed it up and put it in the hallway. We'll carry it downstairs later. Okay, you go ahead and look for it. I'll go look at the women's clothing section. Before leaving, Yan Luo felt that Yan Feng's way of packing things was wrong, so she put the clothes Yan Feng found in the bag and squeezed them hard, saving half of the space. There were a lot of women's clothes. Yan Luo mainly picked out comfortable ones and soon filled a sack. The 3 of them met, and Yan Luo looked at his watch. That's about it. Let's start moving our stuff. Even if we look for more, the boat won't be able to hold it all.
Good.
There were the most things in the corridor on the 20th floor, so the 3 of them carried them down together. The 3 of them ran up and down carrying the things, and it took them half an hour to move everything. The next step was to move it onto the boat, which took another long time. Yan Feng was tired and sweating profusely. Sheng Wan considerately threw a bottle of Red Bull onto his boat. Wake up. Young man, you don't have enough energy. Yan Feng felt that he was being ridiculed, and his face immediately turned red. Yan Luo smiled and said, You are a retired Special Forces soldier and a Taekwondo champion. He can't compare with you. Sheng Wan asked, What about you? Aren't you better than me? Yan Luo smiled but didn't answer. She was different. After all, she is now a cultivator at the 3rd level of the spirit gathering realm. The 2 of them were competing in martial arts, and it would be unkind for her, a cultivator, to get involved. Yan Feng replenished his energy and started rowing back. There was nothing on the boat when they came, and every corner of the boat was filled with things when they went back. It was very difficult for Yan Feng to row, but when he saw the condition of Yan Luo and Sheng Wan, he hardened his heart, gritted his teeth, and said nothing. Halfway through the rowing, Sheng Wan felt a little exhausted, and she drove the 2 sheepdogs off the boat. Yan Feng was stunned. The 2 dogs swam better than him and followed the boat on both sides, one on the left and one on the right. Sheng Wan feels sorry. If I had known this, I wouldn't have brought them 2 out. This way I could have packed more things in. Yan Feng said, They were just watching over us down there. Sheng Wan said, There are not many people out today, so we don't need them to watch over the house. Yan Luo was very envious of other people's well-trained dogs, and he wondered if the giant panda at home would have the same ability in the future. When the 3 returned to Huayuan community, the sky became gloomy again. The gray sky was like an impenetrable barrier, covering everyone. They rode back from a distance, attracting the attention of many people in the community. Fortunately, A rescue team had just arrived and took away the homeless family living in the corridor and also distributed relief supplies to other residents, so they are relatively relieved now. But Yanluo was worried, so she asked Shengwan to guard the supplies on the ship in the corridor while she and Yan Feng moved them upstairs. Shengwan was holding an iron rod in her hand, with two big dogs squatting beside her. Yanluo knew that they were not robbing now because they were still hoping for the natural disaster to end and the law to be restored, and they were afraid of legal sanctions. But if the rain continues to fall, they will lose hope and the last bit of humanity will be wiped out. When Yanluo and the others finished moving their things and were about to leave, it started raining heavily outside again. Two small boats came quickly from a distance. There was a young couple on one small boat and two tall men on the other boat. Seeing that it was raining again, they paddled upstairs as hard as they could. When Shengwan put away the last kayak, they also reached the corridor. Yanluo saw the person coming in at a glance on the dim stairs. The young men and women were the first to enter the corridor. They should also have gone out to look for supplies. There were two large boxes on the boat. The girl got off the boat and prepared to wade through the water to carry the box to the stairs. The boy dragged the boat up the stairs. The two tall men who came in from behind got off the boat one after another. "Brother Lin, I'm afraid we have to spend the night in this shabby neighborhood." The man in front got into the water with a look of disgust on his face. It is now past 4 in the afternoon, and it is raining heavily outside. It doesn't look like the rain will stop anytime soon. As long as the rain doesn't stop, no one dares to go out. They can only stay here overnight. The man behind frowned and said, "Boss Xiaoyan, we didn't bring any food, so we're probably going to starve. If we can't find the young lady, we'll probably have to spend the night in the corridor." Hearing this, Yanluo went upstairs quietly. The person who came was none other than her adoptive parents' brother, Yan Rujin, and the other was Yan's bodyguard Lin Ting.
I don't know how he knew my address.
She went up 2 floors and suddenly heard a girl shouting from below. Shengwan immediately stopped and rushed downstairs. Yanluo thought about it and followed them back, but she did not show up and just watched in the corner. The girl was held in Yan Rujin's arms. His big hands were groping around randomly, and the boy had disappeared. Please let my boyfriend go. I will do whatever you say," she cried heartbreakingly. Yan Rujin smiled evilly. "Little sister, I can let him go, but the key is that he won't come back on his own." Lin Ting threw the boy out of the building. It was now raining heavily outside, the wind was howling, and the water was full of waves. Amid the turbulent waves, the boy's figure could no longer be seen, and the initial cry for help was no longer heard between heaven and earth. Apparently, her boyfriend had drowned. The girl opened her mouth and tried to bite Yan Rujin's wrist, but unfortunately she was like a reed swaying in the wind and couldn't bite him at all. Just when she was despairing and wanted to die, Shengwan jumped down from the stairs above and kicked Yan Rujin on the head. Yan Rujin felt pain and took 3 steps back into the water, letting go of the girl. Without waiting for him to react, Shengwan jumped into the water and grabbed his arm. With a click, Yan Rujin's wrist was dislocated. Which Yan Rujin let out a cry of pain like a dog barking. Lin Ting ran over in a hurry. He had been hiding aside waiting for Yan Rujin to do something, but he didn't expect that he didn't get the job done, and was beaten up instead. "Lin Ting, kill this witch for me," Yan Rujin instructed Lin Ting with red eyes. Shengwan was naturally not afraid of Lin Ting and knocked him to the ground in just a few moves.
Roll.
Shengwan turned around, took off his coat, and put it on the girl. "Don't be afraid, let's go first." The girl's eyes were dull, and her body was unresponsive. Shengwan had no choice but to carry her upstairs. Yanluo arrived at the 18th floor first. Yan Feng was already waiting there. For the safety of the supplies, they had placed all the supplies inside the railing door in Yanluo's corridor, so that no one could steal them when they went downstairs to move them. Yan Feng was about to speak when he saw Shengwan supporting a girl up from behind. The girl was wearing a white dress, the hem of which was soaked in water and became a little dirty. Her long black hair was draped messily behind her, and the lipstick on her mouth had smeared onto her face, making her look very disheveled. Shengwan held her soft and slender waist in his arms, as if it would break if the wind blew. An adjective suddenly flashed through Yan Feng's mind, pure white jasmine. Seeing him staring at the girl in a daze, Yan Luo twisted his arm and said, "Hurry up and help Sheng Wan move the things." Yan Feng said, "Oh," and immediately took out Sheng Wan's things from the door. Sheng Wan first helped the girl to her home, before coming out to move the supplies. Yan Luo returned to the room and told Yan Feng about the girl. "The girl just lost her boyfriend. Don't take it personally." Yan Feng curled his lips. "Sister, you think too much." "What can I think? I just think she is pretty." After saying that, he glanced at Yan Luo. "Well, she's almost catching up with my sister." Yan Luo also prepared milk powder for the newly arrived Samyed and put dog food in his bowl. This Samyed looks to be 2 months old. It's snow white fur is soft and fluffy, and its smiling mouth makes it look very well behaved. Yan Feng complained, "What a beast. He bullied a girl in broad daylight and even killed her boyfriend. He's such a beast." "Sister, do you know which owner he is? You better stay away from him from now on." Yan Luo said calmly, "I know." Yan Feng came up to him, feeling angry but also a little curious. "Who is it?" Yan Luo said, "Yan Rujin." Puff. Yan Feng let out a long breath. He asked in disbelief, "Who?" Yan Luo sat on the sofa, holding the little Samyed with disgust. Her action aroused strong dissatisfaction from little Yan Bao. Little Yan Bao twisted his ace and climbed onto the sofa with great effort and used his big head to push the Samyed out. Then he squeezed into Yan Luo's arms, turned a corner, pressed his back against Yan Luo's chest, and stared at the Samyed with his sharp eyes. Yan Luo was amused by little Yan Bao and gently stroked its head. "Well, he is not good at anything, and is the worst at being jealous." Yan Feng was stunned for a while and asked stutteringly, "Sister, is Yan Rujin that Yan Rujin?" Yan Luo nodded. He had met Yan Rujin before. After the Yan family discovered that Yan Xinar was their biological daughter, Yan Rujin went to pick up Yan Xinar in person. Therefore, Yan Feng had met Yan Rujin once. He was wearing a suit and tie at that time, but I didn't expect he looked like a decent human being. Yan Feng stopped talking for a moment and sat sullenly on the treadmill opposite. What Yan Rujin did was indeed worse than that of an animal, but he was once his sister's brother after all. How sad my sister must be feeling right now. He looked at Yan Luo worriedly. "Sister, are you very sad now?" "Why am I sad?" "Because he's your brother." Yan Luo said coldly, "It's not a kiss." In her previous life, in order to maintain their good life, the Yan family tried every means to make her please Hu Qingling every day. As a result, she lost all her face and Hu Qingling hated her even more and finally wanted to kill her. Yan Feng didn't know all this. He just thought that his sister was pretending. Feeling distressed, he quickly went to the kitchen to make something delicious for his sister. Yan Luo was meditating on the sofa and got up when he smelled the fragrance. Yan Feng's cooking skills are quite good, and the dishes he cooks are almost as good as those made by master chefs. The crayfish were taken out by Yan Luo from the space at night. They were very fresh, and after living in the space for a few days, the crayfish's meat became more delicious and even had some spiritual energy. Yan Feng sighed as he ate. "Sister, these crayfish you bought are absolutely amazing. The meat is almost as tender as fish." Yan Luo also liked it very much. He ate 7 or 8 of them in a row before his mouth was free. "Xiao Feng, I accepted you as my apprentice because I had the same idea as Li Wei." Yan Feng had a question mark on his face. What did Li Wei think? Did he want his sister to go to the mountains to become a Taoist priest? Then, sister wouldn't want him to become a Taoist priest, Yan Luo explained. Li Wei wanted me to join Qingshan's sect as his disciple so that I could practice, and I accepted you as my disciple so that you could practice. Of course, there is a difference between the two. Li Wei asked me to join Qingshan's sect so that he could recruit people to consolidate the position of Qingshan sect, and I asked you to practice so that you could protect yourself. There is one more thing Yan Luo didn't say. Accepting you as a disciple is to repay your kindness in collecting your bones. Yan Feng coughed several times because of the crayfish, and the spicy taste brought tears to his eyes. It's great to have a sister. Yan Luo waited for him to drink half a glass of water to ease the pain, then continued, You are a contemporary college student. You must believe in science, and you don't know what cultivation is. I will tell you today. The spiritual energy outside has begun to stir, and it is time for Yan Feng to embark on the path of cultivating immortals. Yan Luo stretched out his index finger, and a wisp of white flame leaped out, startling Yan Feng. The flame playfully jumped off Yan Luo's finger and jumped in front of Yan Feng. Yan Feng jumped up from the chair with a bang and almost lost his balance. Oh my god, what the Hades is this? Yan Feng's face turned pale. Yan Luo smiled, and the flame flew back into her palm and disappeared. Yan Feng looked frightened. Yan Luo smiled and said, "This is cultivation, do you see it?" Yan Feng didn't dare to speak, and was too nervous to say anything. After living for more than 20 years, he feels like a babbling baby. In the past, spiritual energy between heaven and earth was scarce, and mostly concentrated in sparsely populated mountains and rivers. Very few gifted people went there to start practicing, but the spiritual energy on Earth was so scarce that they made slow progress, and therefore could not be recognized by the world. But now it is different. The spiritual energy between heaven and Earth has revived, and a large amount of spiritual energy has poured in. All places have the conditions for cultivation, and the conditions are very good. In the future, this world will definitely be the world of cultivators, and you have to participate. Otherwise, you will only be eaten by the strong. Yan Feng seemed to understand, and he tried hard to accept the changes that Yan Luo mentioned. Yan Luo said, "Take out the ring hanging around your neck." Oh, Yan Feng subconsciously pulled it out. It was the gift his sister gave him as his apprentice gift, and he had been wearing it close to his body. Yan Luo pricked his finger, and a drop of blood fell on the ring. A flash of scarlet light flashed across the black and simple ring. Yan Feng blinked hard, but before he could figure out whether there was really a flash of light, an empty space appeared in his mind. Yan Luo explained, "This is a space magic weapon. You can control it with your mind to store things inside." Yan Feng trembled as he pointed at the plate of crayfish on the dining table. Sure enough, the crayfish disappeared out of thin air and appeared in a space the next second.
Ah!
Yan Feng jumped up in shock. "Then keep putting things in, and keep taking things out." Yan Luo watched him having fun for several minutes before saying, "This kind of space magic weapon is extremely precious. Now I'm afraid only those large sects with relatively complete inheritance have one or two in stock, so you must keep it strictly confidential. Except for me, no one else can know about it. The space of this ring is not very big, only about 100 square meters. But for Yan Feng, who has never seen the world, it is already a very precious thing." So, he began to refuse the gift, and only gave up after Yan Luo scolded him. This ring was found by Yan Luo in a secret place in his previous life. Human beings have just entered the civilization of cultivating immortals, and do not have any magic weapons or secret manuals. Fortunately, a large amount of spiritual energy has triggered the inheritance sites of some powerful beings from billions of years ago. Human beings can go in to explore and obtain many treasures and skills. In his previous life, Yan Luo went to various places to explore and hunt for treasures. It's a pity that many of the things she obtained were given to Hui Qingling, and there is not much left in the space. Otherwise, she would have been able to bring them with her when she was reborn. Take this book, The Secret of the Myriad Laws of the Universe, and read it first. Practice according to it. If you don't understand, come and ask me. The secret of all laws of the universe was a martial arts technique that she obtained in the place of inheritance in her previous life. Later, she gave it to the Hoare family. All the cultivators recruited by the Hoare family learned this martial arts technique, and eventually they turned into a considerable force in cultivation. Yan Luo's eyes turned cold. Without her in this life, she didn't know what the future of the Hoare family would be. As a child who had discovered a new world, Yan Feng was so excited that he didn't even eat his meal and ran back to his bedroom with a book in his arms. In the bedroom, he even put all his bed, bedding, and clothes into the space. Yan Luo listened to the occasional noise coming from the bedroom, shook his head with a slight smile on his face, and then skillfully picked up the crayfish. A loud thunder streaked across the night sky, tearing a hole in the pitch-black night, and causing cracks to appear again in people's hearts that had just closed their hearts. The children huddled in the arms of adults, trembling. The rain was pouring down and the residents on the 10th floor tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. When the rescue team arrived during the day, all the owners in the corridor followed the rescue team. Everyone thought that the natural disaster was over, so the owners who were not flooded prepared to live at home and rely on the rescue supplies to survive. But the rain started again. Will the water continue to flow upwards? In room 1001, Sun Xiaowei and Kai Tiantian started arguing. It's all your fault, witch. I told you to follow the rescue team, but you insisted on staying. Now, let's pack up and move to the corridor. 1001 was originally an empty house that had not been sold. It was previously occupied by the owners of the lower floors. When the rescue team came, the owners followed the rescue team and Kai Tiantian moved in complacently. What are you yelling about? Do you think you'll have a good place to live if you follow the rescue team? Shangyang City has a population of nearly 10 million. How many places can accommodate you? Sun Xiaowei stopped talking. Both of them stood in front of the window, looking at the flood outside in annoyance. The flood was still halfway up the 9th floor in the morning. The owners of the 10th floor were all very worried, including Yan Rujin. His dislocated wrist was reconnected by Lin Ting, but he was very hungry at this time. He only heard that Yan Luo lived in Building 11 of this community, but he didn't know which house exactly. Lin Ting suddenly said, Boss Yan said that the young lady has done a very good job of anti-theft. Let's look for them one by one to see which one has done anti-theft decoration. Maybe we can find it. But it's so dark now that they can't see each other while sitting face to face. They can only wait until dawn tomorrow to find a solution. Since Yan Luo saw Yan Rujin in the afternoon, she knew that they would definitely come over tomorrow. She sneered, You can come, I want to come in. No way. Yan Luo ate a bowl of spicy crayfish. Seeing that Yan Feng was still immersed in joy, she washed the dishes and went upstairs. When she went out to wade in the water during the day, she smelled of muddy water. She entered the space and took a nice bath in the bathtub she dug. Then he walked around the field twice. In the space, he planted more than 10 acres of food crops, 2 or 3 acres of vegetables and fruits, more than 10 acres of ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, and a few other medicinal materials. The remaining space was filled with supplies. The wheat, corn, and rice in the fields have already sprouted. This is the magic of this space. Things planted here grow several times faster than those grown outside, and the quality is very good, and they will be more or less contaminated with spiritual energy. Yan Luo picked a few strawberries in the orchard, without washing them, and took a bite. They tasted sour and sweet and juicy. After eating, she went back to the room to meditate, while Yan Bao lay sideways and slept beside the cushion. At first, Xiao Xue also wanted to go to bed, but Yan Bao glared at her and stopped her. Yan Luo felt that if the two of them fought, Yan Bao might not be able to beat the Samyet. But the amazing thing was that Xiao Xue was very afraid of Yan Bao and did not dare to confront him head-on. In this regard, Yan Luo felt that the two pets she picked up might have been picked up in vain. One was lazy and stupid, and the other was timid and cowardly. She might not be able to count on them to bring honor to the family. Yan Luo practiced until 12 o'clock before going to bed. It was a little past 7 in the morning, and Yan Feng's breakfast was not yet ready when there was a knock on the door. Yan Luo, come out quickly. Yan Rujin shouted outside. Kai Tiantian met him when she went out in the morning to see the heavy rain outside and told him Yan Luo's address. At this time, she was hiding on the stairs with her head sticking out, watching the fun. Yan Luo heard the knock on the door. Seeing Yan Feng looking at her worriedly, she smiled and gave him a reassuring look, then opened the door. What's wrong? Yan Rujin was overjoyed. It's really you, hurry up. Open the door quickly, your brother is starving. Yan Luo's attitude was cold. I'm sorry, there's no food at home. Yan Rujin choked and immediately jumped up. It's not your attitude. Your brother is at the door, and you don't even open the door? Who are you showing your stinky face to? No wonder Qing Ling doesn't like you. Hurry up and open the door to let me in. I have to pack up and think about how to apologize to Qingling before sending you to the Hor family. Hearing this, Yan Luo's attitude became even colder. I won't go to the Hor family. Don't have this idea anymore. What did you say? Dad told you that you must go to the Hor family. Did you know that Hu Qingling and his family moved to the manor in Qingliang Mountain? They have no worries about food and drink, and they live a prosperous life. I know, but it has nothing to do with me. Yan Rujin angrily cursed. How can it have nothing to do with you? As long as you are still the young lady of the Hor family, my parents, Xiner, and I can move in. Yan Luo's eyes were filled with sarcasm. She said with pity, Yan Rujin, you should place your hopes on yourself, not on others. Yan Rujin said in disbelief. What did you call me? What did you just say? Yan Luo, you can't be so heartless. Our Yan family has raised you for 23 years. Yan Luo sighed and said, if you hadn't raised me for 23 years, I would have been rude to you a long time ago. Even if you raise me, I will never jump into the fire pit again. Yan Luo was unmoved. I won't go to the Hor family, you go. Seeing that she was unwilling to return to the Hor family, Yan Rujin rolled his eyes and said, Sister, even if you don't go to the Hor family, at least open the door and let me in. It's raining outside. Where do you want me to go? Yan Luo said seriously, I opened the door today to tell you that I will no longer have anything to do with anyone in your Yan family. After saying this, Yan Rujin was completely stunned. His fingers were shaking with anger. What did you say? Yan Luo didn't want to pay any more attention to him and raised his hand to close the door. Kai Tian rushed out from the corridor. Yan Luo, if you don't recognize your family, at least give your brother some food. You can't be such a heartless person with no morals and no quality. Yan Luo glanced at her coldly. Kai Tian continued to talk while watching the fun. I saw you yesterday. You moved 2 boatloads of stuff. There must be some delicious food. I saw the self-heating hot pot. She chuckled twice. Yan Luo, as long as you give me 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot, I won't tell you how much supplies you moved. Otherwise, I will let everyone in the community know that you have food and drinks. Yan Luo's eyes suddenly turned cold. She didn't want to pay attention to these ants, but there were always ants that liked to bump into her. She opened the half-closed door again, took 2 steps to stand outside the door, and asked, which eye of yours saw that I had supplies? When Kai Tian saw her come out, she was delighted. She thought Yan Luo must be scared. So he said proudly, I lived on the 10th floor when you were moving the supplies, so of course I saw it clearly. There was not only the self-heating hot pot in your box, but also something else. A scream of pain echoed throughout the 18th floor. Yan Rujin and Lin Ting turned around and saw Kai Tiantian's appearance, and were so scared that they felt cold all over. Kai Tian covered her right eye with her hands. Bright red blood flowed out from between her fingers, dripping down her arm onto the ground. She curled up in the corner in agony. Yan Luo asked again without any warmth in his tone, Did you really see what I moved? Kai Tian didn't dare to say anything. She trembled and started to cry. Yan Rujin and Lin Ting stood there in shock, not even knowing when Yan Luo closed the door. Yan Luo taught Kai Tian a lesson so harshly not only because she always caused trouble for him, but also to intimidate others. With such a big commotion on the 18th floor, how could the residents downstairs not know about it? What she wants is for everyone to be afraid of her, to be in awe of her, and not to dare to take action against her. Back in the house, Yan Feng looked at Yan Luo with admiration. Others don't know how Yan Luo hurt Kai Tian, but he knows that Yan Luo used spiritual power. Her movements were so fast that he couldn't even see how she did it. Sister, you blinded her eyes. She will definitely hate you. What if she causes trouble in the future? Yan Luo said, there is no medical treatment available to treat her now, and the temperature is so high, it won't be long before her wound gets infected. She will only be busy taking care of herself, so how can she have time to take care of me? The corridors are full of bacteria and microorganisms, and injured wounds are their favorite living environment. Without antibiotics in times of war, people would die. Same now. When Yan Rujin, who was outside the door, reacted, there was only a railing door in front of her, and there was no trace of Yan Luo. He was also frightened by Yan Luo's appearance and could only think of a solution himself. Lin Ting glanced at Kai Tian on the ground, and the two understood each other's intentions at the same time. They took the opportunity to send Kai Tian home, grabbed all Sun Xiaowei's food, and temporarily lived on the 10th floor. Unfortunately, the 10th floor was flooded the next day. The two of them were unable to leave the Huayuan community, so they had to rob another house and live on the 15th floor. A few days later, the rain outside gradually subsided, and the torrential rain turned into a drizzle. Yan Luo packed up his things, and Yan Feng prepared to go out for another sweep. As soon as she went out, she met Shengwan again. Behind her was the girl Yan Rujin bullied before. The two had a kayak with them, and it was obvious that they were going out too. Let's go together.
Shengwan invites.
Yan Luo said, what a coincidence we meet again today. Shengwan smiled generously and said, this time it's really not a coincidence. I have been waiting for you behind the door the whole time. Seeing her admit it so generously, Yan Luo just smiled. Shengwan pointed at the girl behind him and introduced her. This is Bai Yu, a student at Shangyang University. Bai Yu was wearing a black tight waterproof suit today, with her long black hair tied behind her head, adding a touch of coolness to her gentle temperament. Yan Feng couldn't help but look at her twice more. When Bai Yu found out, he said awkwardly, what a coincidence. I'm also a student at Shangyang University. I just graduated last month. Bai Yu hummed and leaned back behind Shengwan nervously. Yan Feng suddenly felt that he was being abrupt, and he hurriedly explained, I don't mean anything else. I just think you're my junior, and I feel close to you. Yan Luo was not originally interested in people like Bai Yu, but now there seemed to be a hint of spiritual power in Bai Yu's body. Her spiritual power makes people feel very comfortable, and they can't help but want to get closer. The spiritual roots of ordinary people do not have any attributes, but the spiritual roots of a very small number of cultivators have attributes. For example, Yan Feng, although he has the qualifications of dual spiritual roots, his spiritual roots have lightning attributes and are very aggressive. When he grows up, he will become a very powerful cultivator. Similarly, Yan Feng also has a somewhat aggressive temperament. Yan Luo said, okay, let's go quickly to save time. Shengwan left her two sheepdogs at home to guard the house, while Yan Luo opened the electric fence on the railing door. The four of them carried the boat downstairs. This time it was not as smooth as last time. The corridor was full of people and dirty garbage. The supplies brought by the rescue team had long been eaten up, and everyone was starving. Hey, I heard your name is Yan Luo, right? Lend us your kayak. Several people gathered around and blocked the way. Yan Luo didn't even raise his eyelids. Why should I give it to you? It's funny. No one expected Yan Luo to be so difficult to talk to and to refuse so bluntly. We are all starving and skinny, but you and your brother are still shiny and plump. You must have enough food. You should give us this chance to go out and look for food. Yan Feng was so angry that he laughed. Why should I give it to you? Are you sick? You can't be so selfish. You have two boats. Why don't you give us one? That's right. Neighbors should help each other. If you are so selfish, you might not be able to get married in the future.
Yan Luo would not stop because of what they said.
She went downstairs on her own. Yan Feng and Bai Yu followed her, and Shengwan stayed behind. In this way, the four of them squeezed to the 12th floor. The flood had now flooded 2/3 of the 11th floor. They needed to throw the kayak down first and then jump up. There were 4 or 5 men blocking the entrance to the fire escape on the 12th floor, preventing Yan Luo and his companions from passing. Leave 2 boats, and we'll let you pass. Yan Luo and Yan Feng each had a small boat. Shengwan and Bai Yu had one. A total of 3 boats for the 4 of them. These people have really big appetites. Shengwan said sarcastically, even if we leave 2 boats, they can't hold so many of you. I advise you to find a way out while the rain is still light, otherwise you will starve when the rain gets heavy. The person in front of me still stood there and refused to move. Stop talking nonsense and leave the boat behind. Otherwise, we can't get out, and neither can you. Yan Luo sneered and slowly put his hand into his pocket. That's not necessarily true. As she spoke, she raised her hand and a pistol suddenly appeared. "I'll count to 3. If you don't move out of the way, I'll give you a bullet." Everyone started to panic when they saw the pistol. It was the first time they had seen a gun in real life. Yan Luo opened her red lips slightly, when the person blocking the way swallowed unconsciously. One of them wanted to run away, but the other one stopped him and said, "Don't be afraid. Her gun must be fake." Yan Luo pulled the trigger without mercy. With a bang, a small bright red flower flew out from the man's shoulder. Murder! The crowd that had been packed tightly in the corridor suddenly dispersed, and some people even lost their shoes and fell on the stairs. How could the people who were blocking the road dare to block the way anymore? They ran away crying. Yan Luo said, "This time he hit the shoulder, but it may not be the case next time." She walked to the entrance of the passage first and threw the boat down. This place was about 1 meter away from the water surface. After the boat went down, she immediately jumped down and landed steadily in the middle of the boat. Yan Feng jumped down immediately afterwards. Although he was a little scared, he had a firm belief in his heart. Well, he couldn't embarrass himself in front of 3 women. Fortunately, after he jumped down, the boat shook left and right twice and then stabilized, so he was safe. The situation with Sheng Wan was not so good. Bai Yu didn't dare to jump. Sheng Wan was afraid that the boat would be pushed away by the waves, so she jumped in first. She comforted Bai Yu for a long time before Bai Yu closed her eyes and jumped in. The 3 boats rowed quickly towards the commercial area. Occasionally, we would meet a few people on the road. Some of them were paddling small wooden boats, some were paddling small bamboo rafts, and some were even paddling a large basin. Although Sheng Wan was bringing 1 person with her, Bai Yu was not as heavy as 2 sheepdogs, and Bai Yu could also help, so Sheng Wan's speed was comparable to Yan Luo's. Yan Feng fell behind, humming a little while in his mouth, and silently telling himself to try harder and harder. The 4 of them rowed for more than half an hour and arrived at a building. Yan Luo took a big hammer and smashed the glass. Several people got in and moved the kayak in and hid it. Yan Luo said, "Yan Feng, and I will go from top to bottom." Sheng Wan agreed, without even thinking about it. Bai Yu has a weak physique, so it would be a bit difficult for her to climb to the 30th floor in one breath and then move things downstairs. Yan Luo and Yan Feng quickly climbed the stairs to the 36th floor. The 36th floor was a large auction, and the auction hall was empty. Yan Luo said to Yan Feng, "You should go to the 35th floor first." After Yan Feng went down, Yan Luo went to the backstage of the venue by himself, where there was a huge high-tech safe. This high-tech safe has passwords, fingerprints, and surveillance, but it's all useless without electricity. Yan Luo violently opened the safe, which was full of auction items. Antiques, calligraphy and paintings, gold, silver, and jewelry. Yan Luo collected all these things. The gold, silver, and jewelry may be useful in the future. After all, every woman loves beauty. It can also be used as a gift to female practitioners. Yan Feng was rummaging around downstairs looking for snacks. Both of them had their own space, so they had to avoid Sheng Wan and the others. The 2 men split into 2 groups, one looking for the east seat and the other looking for the west seat. Yan Luo soon arrived at a beauty salon, which contained many beauty instruments and skincare products, and Yan Luo bought most of them. The beauty salon has boosted the sales of surrounding skincare products. Several luxury brands, including Aubaird's, Chanel, Lauder, and Yan Luo Quan, have been sent to corners of the space. There were also some luxury bags. Although they were of little use, Yan Luo took some of the nice ones, in case they were given to others after a natural disaster. There were several floors filled with cosmetics, bags, and jewelry, so Yan Luo shopped very quickly. Starting from the 30th floor, there are restaurants and beverage shops on every floor. Yan Luo does not mind these pre-prepared dishes. As long as they are not spoiled, she will buy them all. Nowadays, restaurants like to use pre-prepared meals. Unexpectedly, this has become a bargain for people seeking supplies during natural disasters. Yan Feng didn't go to places like home furnishings, but Yan Luo's space was large, so she moved a lot of furniture into the space so that she could live comfortably after moving in the future. There are also electrical appliances, from large ones like washing machines, refrigerators and air conditioners to small ones like air fryers, induction cookers, rice cookers, and fans. Yan Luo did not miss any of them. Although others cannot generate electricity, she can. Further down there is a camping company. Yan Luo took a bunch of tents, carpets, barbecue grills, and small stools. These things will be useful when he goes out in the future. There were several new off-road vehicles on display in the middle of this floor. Yan Luo thought about it and put them all away. In addition to these things, there are more snacks and mineral water. Just like last time, the two men took several large sacks and placed them outside as trophies. Shengwan and Baiyu were also very fast. After the four of them met, they started to move things downstairs. Shengwan only had one boat, and in the end, when the things could not fit in, she placed some of them on Yan Feng's small boat. While they were packing, Yan Luo suddenly caught a glimpse of the sign next to the elevator. Gas station. She turned around and said, "You guys clean up first, I think I left something behind." Having said that, she went upstairs without waiting for the three to speak. After climbing up 3 floors, she put on diving equipment and jumped into the water. Although the water surface is turbid and yellow, it becomes clear after a distance downstream, probably because the silt has sunk to the bottom. Yan Luo swam a few hundred meters and found the gas station. What surprised her was that not only was there oil in the tanks at the gas station, but there was also a tanker truck parked next to the gas station, ready to refuel. Looking at the markings on it, it was a standard 30 cubic meter tanker truck. When Yan Luo came back, the 3 boats were already loaded with supplies and everyone was waiting for her. Shengwan is a smart person, so she naturally wouldn't ask Yan Luo what he was looking for. It's raining a bit harder outside. Let's go back quickly. It took the 4 of us more than half an hour to row here, but it took us another hour to row back, because the boat sank. When they arrived at the gate of the community, the owners in the community climbed on the windows to look in. Some were envious and some were jealous, but now it was raining heavily, so they didn't dare to come out to grab. But when we reached Building 11, someone blocked our way. Among them are Yan Rujin and Lin Ting. They blocked the entrance to the passage, and as long as they didn't leave, Yan Luo and the others couldn't get in. The water surface is nearly 1 meter away from the entrance of the passage. If they take action from above, Yan Luo and the others will not be at an advantage. Yan Luo, please share your supplies with everyone so that we can pull you up. The person who spoke was Yan Rujin. Although Yan Luo had a gun, everyone felt that there must not be many bullets in her gun, and Yan Rujin was Yan Luo's brother, so it was impossible for Yan Luo to hit her brother if he came forward. Baiyu's eyes almost burst into flames as she looked at Yan Rujin. She pinched her palms hard, while Shengwan held down her shaking shoulders. Baiyu looked at Yan Luo worriedly. She had also heard it in the corridor that day. The beast in front of her was Yan Luo's brother. She was afraid that Yan Luo would side with her brother. Yan Luo said, "We don't divide." Yan Rujin chuckled, "No difference? How did you get up here if you didn't?" As he spoke, Lin Ting took out a kitchen knife and chopped the railing with it. Yan Luo sneered, "Yan Rujin, do you think you can threaten me like this?" Yan Rujin said, "What else?" He even swung the iron rod back and forth in the air twice. As long as he was shaking, no one else could get up. Yan Luo sneered, took out a pistol and handed it to Baiyu. "Will you use it?" Baiyu, who was still immersed in grief, anger, and fear, suddenly brightened up. "Yan Luo, are you serious?" Above, Yan Rujin's face immediately darkened. "Yan Luo, what do you mean? Why are you siding with an outsider?" Yan Luo glanced at him and the group of people behind him. "Aren't you also siding with outsiders? Taking the lead in blocking the road and stealing supplies, this is not something a real brother would do. Besides, this person's character is already bad, and if he survives a natural disaster, he will be a disaster to others." "Sister Yan Luo." Baiyu looked at Yan Luo hesitantly. Yan Luo gave her a reassuring look. "I said we are no longer a family with them, so we are really no longer a family. Your boyfriend was killed by him, and he deserves to be killed for his crime. That's only right. Yan Luo, you witch. You have been eating our Yan family's salty food for 23 years. We are blind to raise you. It's better to raise a dog than to raise you." His insults became more and more unpleasant. Bai Yu held the gun with both hands and took several deep breaths to steady her trembling body. Yan Luo, just wait. I will definitely let my parents deal with you. Bai Yu pulled the trigger. Unfortunately, Lin Ting reacted quickly and pushed Yan Rujin away, while Bai Yu's attack was not accurate. The shot missed, and the bullet lodged in the wall. Even so, the pampered young master, Yan, was shocked. You stinky witch, you dare to shoot me, I will kill you. Bai Yu raised the pistol with both hands and fired another shot. You like Yan Luo, don't you? Yan Luo is yours to play with from now on. People from Building 11, kill these guys down there and all the supplies will be ours. You're all hungry, so get started. Whoever grabs, more gets it. Under his instigation, many people gathered around. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. The water drops hit everyone's bodies, making their stomachs growl after being hungry for several days. In the distance, gusts of wind began to sweep in, and the kayak under my feet floated up and down with the waves. Bai Yu's hand holding the gun was dripping with water. The gun would be unusable if it got wet. She put the gun into her sleeve and glared at Yan Rujin with anger. All the people above picked up their weapons, and Lin Ting even picked up a kitchen knife. Yan Luo asked, "Do you really want to die?" Her voice was calm, and she seemed very polite in front of the group of people holding weapons. Yan Rujin sneered, "Yan Luo, stop pretending to be mysterious. It doesn't matter whether we want to die or not.
You're going to die anyway."
Yan Luo nodded and said in a clear voice, "You wanted us to die first. If that's the case, your family should remember that it was not me, Yan Luo, who took the initiative to kill people today." The people in the fire escape were already starving, and they didn't care what Yan Luo said, and they all threw things down from above. Yan Feng and Sheng Wan fought hard, and one of them turned around and hit Bai Yu on the forehead. Blood immediately flowed along with the rain and covered his eyes. Yan Luo was no longer vague. He turned around and quickly took out something from under the waterproof cloth. Before anyone could react, they heard a series of da-da-da-da-da sounds. Submachine gun. It was a submachine gun. Yan Luo held the gun in both hands, and after a fierce burst of shooting, there was no one standing in front of the fire escape. Yan Luo then threw the gun to Sheng Wan, then grabbed the railing with both hands and jumped up with a light leap. There were a dozen people lying down at their feet, and red was scattered all over the ground. They all moved back in fear. "We were wrong. Please don't kill us." Those who were watching the excitement on the stairs were really afraid to watch anymore. They screamed and crawled back to their homes, locking the door tightly. Yan Luo ignored them. She reached out and pulled Bai Yu up, and the two of them tied the kayak. Yan Feng and Sheng Wan hurriedly threw supplies up from below. After all the supplies were thrown up, the kayak was also pulled up. Bai Yu saw Yan Rujin lying on the ground with red eyes. She walked over in 3 or 2 steps and stepped on his finger. "Oh, you witch!" Yan Rujin scolded her in pain, then turned to beg Yan Luo, Sister, I was wrong. I didn't mean it. Considering that I have loved you for so many years, can you let me go? I will never bother you again." Yan Luo looked at him coldly. "From the moment you said you would give me to Lin Ting, our family relationship has completely disappeared. Bai Yu, I hand him over to you. You can do whatever you want with him." Hearing Yan Luo say this, Bai Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She picked up a knife from the ground and closed her eyes. Yan Rujin had not given up asking for help. He shouted anxiously, "My family is rich. My family has a lot of money. As long as you don't kill me, I will definitely give you money, 5 million, 10 million. Bai Yu snorted, swung the knife, and cut off his 5 fingers. Bai Yu threw the knife into the water with disgust, then looked at Sheng Wan, looking weak and pitiful, as if all the strength had been drained from her body. "Sister Wan, please help me throw him into the water." "Thank you." Sheng Wan raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect that Bai Yu, such a weak little girl, would kill someone without even blinking an eye. She nodded readily, grabbed Yan Rujin, and threw her away. Yan Rujin saw that he was doomed to die, so he cursed fiercely. "Yan Luo, you must not die well. Our Yan family feeds you with good food and drink, but you must not die well. You witch, I curse you to be ridden by thousands of people." His words were so harsh that Yan Feng kicked him on the ace, and he fell into the water with a grunt. At this point, Bai finally burst into tears. She avenged her boyfriend in the same way. Shengwan patted her shoulder. Bai rubbed her eyes hard and wiped away the tears on her face. Yan Rujian's head gradually sank in the heavy rain, and Yan Luo turned to look at Lin Ting. Lin Ting was so frightened that he immediately knelt down. "Miss, I was wrong. It's all Mr. Xiao Yan's fault. I'm his bodyguard, and I have to listen to him." Yan Luo kicked him out before he could finish. The tremendous force made Lin Ting fly up from the ground like a ball, and then fell into the water in an arc. Shengwan and Bai stared at Yan Luo in amazement. After a long moment, Shengwan sighed. "Yan Luo, I knew you were strong, but I didn't expect you to be this strong. I really admire you." Yan Luo ignored the other people lying there. She stayed there and let Yan Feng and the others carry the supplies upstairs. It took more than 20 minutes to move everything. This time, Shengwan took out a small box from her supplies. "This is a box of canned yellow peaches. I'm giving it to you. Thank you for helping me pack the supplies." Yan Luo said, "You're welcome. Our boat can accommodate it anyway." Shengwan placed the box directly at the door of Yan Luo's house. "Give and take, then we're friends. If I don't accept it, you're looking down on me." Yan Luo knew how precious the supplies were. She glanced at the big dog squatting at the door with its tongue hanging out, and her eyes lit up. "Shengwan, can you train a dog?"
Yes.
Yan Luo was overjoyed. "I have a Samoyed at home. Can you help me train it? I don't want the canned food anymore." Shengwan knew that Yan Luo brought back a little white dog last time. She patted her chest and assured him, "Okay, Yan Luo, don't worry. I will train you into a military dog." In this way, Xiao Xue went to Shengwan's house to report and study early in the morning and was picked up by Yan Feng in the evening. Yan Bao was happy and comfortable at home during the day, and all he did was eat and sleep. Yan Luo had a headache. She originally wanted to send Yan Bao to study, but Yan Bao actually resisted by going on a hunger strike, so Yan Luo just let him do what he wanted. Yan Feng looked at the heavy rain outside, frowning in worry. "Sister, when do you think this heavy rain will stop? When will the floodwaters dry up after it stops?" Yan Luo said, "Maybe even decades." Yan Feng suddenly wilted. After the rain stopped, the global temperature entered a constant range of 30 to 40 degrees Celsius. The glaciers melted, and the sea level could not drop. Heavy rains would occur again every few years, and the ground could never dry out. Yan Feng held his cheek and suddenly turned to ask Yan Luo, "Sister, do you think Yan Bao is a male or a female? How should I know? For example, the giant panda, he was always thought to be a younger brother, but in fact he is a younger sister." Yan Feng said, "What if it goes into heat? We can't find another panda to match with." Yan Luo also frowned and looked at Yan Bao. She had indeed never thought about this question. Yan Feng said with a sly smile, "If it's a male, it'll be easy. Just give him a ball." Yan Bao, who was eating fruit, felt a cold wind blowing under his crotch. Yan Luo glared at him and said, "Don't talk nonsense. At worst, when she becomes stronger, she can go to the mountains and find a partner for Yan Bao. Life is hard. Why bother to castrate yourself?" Thanks to Yan Luo's deterrence, no matter how chaotic Building 11 was, the chaos never spread to the 18th floor. Finally, the flood reached the 13th floor, and only the 14th floor and above were habitable. After the heavy rain stopped, many people in the community went out to look for supplies. Shengwan came to invite Yan Luo, but was rejected by Yan Luo. She went out before because there was no one around and she would not rob unless she had to. Now there are people everywhere, and she has no shortage of supplies, so it would not be worth going out again. Shengwan did not bring Baiyu with her, but took a dog out with her. Yan Luo gave her a pistol and 10 bullets as a thank you for her training the dog. Yan Feng stood in front of the window to look at the situation outside. There are 20 buildings in Huayuan community, half of which are 28-story high-rise buildings, and the remaining are 18-story low-rise buildings. At this time, the dark clouds that had covered the sky for more than a month dissipated, and the sky regained a hint of light blue. The wind had died down, and there were ripples on the water, but no big waves. This kind of environment is much better than before. Sister, look at that big brother, he's really good. On the water, a man in his 30s was sitting in a simple boat made of 7 or 8 large buckets and rowing out of the community. At this age, with elderly parents and young children to take care of, we have to find a solution. As he was speaking, a heavy object fell from the building opposite, creating a huge splash of water. Someone jumped off the building again. These days, there are many people who have jumped off buildings out of despair. I heard from Sheng Wan that there are people eating people on the other floor. Yan Luo didn't say anything. In her previous life, she had witnessed a man eating his wife. Some people are even more cruel. They tie people up and cut a piece of meat from their bodies every once in a while, which they can eat for more than 10 days. The person whose flesh was cut felt such pain that it would be worse than death. While the two were chatting, there was a noise in the corridor. Yan Luo looked at the surveillance screen on the computer in the living room. I saw a person coming out of 1802. Li Wei lives in room 1802. He has not left the house since the last time we met. Is a homebody. He was still wearing a long robe with a dark blue collar and cuffs with white cloud patterns on them. He hesitated in the corridor, then looked in the direction of 1801 and waved to 1801. After waving, Li Wei went downstairs. Yan Feng touched his head in confusion. He had thought that this guy was sick before, but now that he knew that he was a serious cultivator, he suddenly felt that he was not sick anymore. Sister, what does he mean?
Goodbye, he left.
He is the eldest disciple of Qingshan Sect. He was trapped in Shangyang City due to heavy rain before. Now that the rain has stopped and the spiritual energy has revived, the Qingshan Sect must have important things waiting for him. He will definitely go back to help. Sister, is he better or are you better? Yan Luo just broke through the 4th level of the spirit gathering realm last night. A wealthy area. Walked around the room anxiously. This is a large high-rise flat with luxurious decoration. Unfortunately, the strong wind blew away the floor-to-ceiling windows on the balcony a few days ago. Fortunately, no one was in the living room at the time, otherwise people would have been blown out. The living room was a mess, with solid wooden furniture lying in disarray in every corner. The rain has stopped for a day. Why hasn't Rujin come back yet? Mrs. Yan was so anxious that she couldn't sit still. Yan Shiner comforted him softly, Mom. My brother must have been delayed by something. Don't worry, Lin Ting is still with him. Yan Bingtao frowned. We have been hungry for 3 days. Not only has Rujin not come back, but the rescue team has not come either. Mrs. Yan asked tentatively, Bingtao, why don't you go out and find something to eat? Before she could finish her words, Yan Bingtao glared at her. How can I, the head of the family, do this kind of work? Mrs. Yan shut her mouth and dared not speak. Some people from their community went out to look for supplies yesterday. Some brought back some things, while others never came back after going out. Yan Bingtao is afraid of death, so there is no way he can go out. You said, Rujin will be fine, right? Yan Bingtao remained silent, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. He looked at Yan Shiner, who was also good-looking, a typical gentle beauty. If nothing else, the rescue team is here, the rescue team is here. The community was in an uproar. That's great. I knew the government would not abandon us. When Mrs. Yan heard the shouting, she excitedly ran to the window in the corridor and saw a large ship approaching in the distance. We must send the rescue team to Huayuan community to look for Rujin later. Yan Bingtao's expression brightened. Isn't that Huo Lianxing, the servant of the Hor family? Yan Luo did not go out to look for supplies. She and Yan Feng were not idle at home either. Yan Feng has already entered the 1st level of the spirit gathering realm. After becoming a monk, Yan Feng felt that his hearing and eyesight had become much sharper, and he worked harder as a result. Yan Luo wakes up at 6 o'clock every morning to meditate and absorb spiritual energy, eats lunch at noon, and starts practicing sword in the afternoon. She was practicing sword in the space and no one knew. There are not many magical weapons in her space, only a sword and a gun, and she herself uses a treasure weapon. Above the magic tools are the treasure tools, and above the treasure tools are said to be the spiritual tools. I heard that in my previous life, several masters obtained spiritual weapons, but unfortunately Yan Luo didn't. She asked Yan Feng to choose between a sword and a spear, but unexpectedly, Yan Feng chose the spear. Yan Luo didn't have any spear skills, so he could only ask Yan Feng to ask Sheng Wan for advice. Sheng Wan is a talented person. She has trained Xiao Xue to the point where she can understand many instructions, and she can also teach Yan Feng some techniques on how to use a spear. For this reason, Yan Luo decided to invite Sheng Wan to dinner, and naturally he would bring Bai Yu along. Because of Li Wei's departure, 1802 became empty. Yan Feng prepared the ingredients and had a barbecue on the balcony of 1802. When Sheng Wan saw the fresh red meat, her saliva started to flow. Bai Yu's cheeks were also flushed. She was both greedy and shy. Yan Luo, if others knew we were having a barbecue, they would definitely rush over and skin us. The point is, it's not just about the grilled meat, it's also about all kinds of seasonings. Although they are not short of supplies for the time being, they cannot eat such delicious food. Bai Yu, do you like spicy food? Yan Feng asked Bai Yu while grilling. Bai Yu sat next to the barbecue stove. Her face was pink. I don't eat spicy food. Thank you. I'll help you. She brought the skewers of meat that Yan Feng had grilled to the table. Sheng Wan joked, I am at least half your master. Why don't you ask me? Yan Luo smiled and said, she didn't even ask me. Yan Feng immediately expressed his loyalty. Sister, I know you like spicy food. Sheng Wan had already walked over and patted Yan Feng on the shoulder. What about me? Yan Feng chuckled. A tomboy like you can definitely eat spicy food. Is there any need to ask? Sheng Wan curled her lips and said to Yan Luo in private, no wonder men like little white rabbits. Your brother is really not worldly. Yan Luo thought that Bai Yu is so weak and frail, so Yan Feng probably just had a desire to protect her. Sheng Wan was not a petty person, and she soon began to eat the meat with a satisfied look on her face. Yan Luo, do you know the situation outside now? When I went out yesterday, I saw several large boats sailing in the residential area. At first, I thought they were official rescue teams, but later I found out that they were private boats. What do you think they are doing? Are they helping the authorities with the rescue? Yan Luo was stunned for a moment, then realized that these must be the aristocratic families building up their power. He didn't expect that they would react as soon as the heavy rain stopped. It wasn't this early in the previous life. They are all businessmen. Will businessmen get up early without profit? Sheng Wan said, oh, that's right. So, what do they want to do? Yan Luo said, now that the natural disaster is over, they need manpower. Of course, they are training manpower. Yan Feng raised his eyebrows. They don't want to rebel. Do they? Heroes emerge in troubled times. Sheng Wan glared at him. What nonsense are you talking about? They are rebelling. What can they use to rebel? This is the era of hot weapons. This is not the ancient era of cold weapons fighting with bare hands, so the tactic of using large numbers of people simply won't work. Yan Luo said, the water in our Huayuan community has reached the 13th floor, and the city center has already flooded the 16th floor. With such deep water, how many hot weapons do you think can be preserved? Of course, the military still has a lot of stocks, but these stocks will eventually run out. Sheng Wan choked and asked in disbelief, they really want to rebel? Yan Luo shook her head. They were probably just trying to protect themselves at first. As for the future, she suddenly asked, since you are a soldier, why don't you go to the rescue team? Sheng Wan curled her lips. I've heard that the people rescued by the rescue team are placed in the Science and Technology Museum, which is already overcrowded. Each person is only given 2 square meters. They are not eating and drinking for free now, and they will have to follow the rescue team to find supplies. In this case, it would be uncomfortable for me to live here alone. Sheng Wan ate a piece of popsicle, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She looked intoxicated and said that she was so happy to be with Yan Luo. In this kind of weather, having enough to eat is a luxury, but Yan Luo can still have popsicles. Lotus Goddess, I will call you Lord Luo from now on. You are truly my god. Yan Luo, she always thought that soldiers were taciturn and not good at speaking. Luo Shun, tell me, if they all stick together, won't it be dangerous for us to fight alone? After all, 2 fists are no match for 4 legs. Yan Luo nodded. In the previous life, there were almost no people fighting alone. Everyone joined a force of varying sizes. Shengwan held his chin in his hand, worried. What to do? She can't let others bully her. However, she didn't want to join any faction, which was too difficult. Yan Luo noticed her fiery eyes and couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. What are you doing? Shengwan approached Yan Luo and asked mysteriously, Shen Luo, do you want to form your own power? If you do, I'll be the first to sign up. The duo Yanfeng and Baiyu, who were listening in, also immediately raised their hands and expressed their desire to follow Yan Luo. Yan Luo moved back in disdain.
Don't think about it.
I don't like living with too many people. It was as if a basin of cold water was poured on Shengwan's head, and she completely deflated. Yan Luo got along well with her, and she felt she could help them. This time, when getting along with the two of them, Yan Luo discovered that not only Baiyu had spiritual roots, but Shengwan had also evolved spiritual roots. They could fully seize this opportunity. So she asked, have you two experienced any physical changes recently? Hearing this, Shengwan immediately replied, yes, I feel that my physical fitness has improved. It must be because I often go out to find things these days and get exercise. Baiyu also said, I don't get tired as easily. Yan Luo nodded, and then told them about the cultivation. Baiyu's reaction was similar to Yan Feng's at the beginning, but Shengwan accepted it very quickly. As a former outstanding Special Forces soldier, changes in the surrounding environment can quickly attract her attention. She had already noticed the anomaly. For example, it rained all over the world at the same time. The temperature was the same all over the world. Yan Luo had inexplicable strength, and Yan Feng learned to use a spear. Shen Luo, you told us such an important thing. Do you want to help us? Yan Luo smiled helplessly. You are quite smart. Shengwan said proudly, otherwise, how could I catch your eye? Yan Luo sat upright and said, I have a cultivation method here that I can give to you, but you must keep it secret and not reveal it to any outsiders. Shengwan immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice and pressed down Baiyu's head. Don't worry, Luo Shen, we are very reliable. Yan Luo then gave them the Qian Koan Wan Fa Ju. Yan Feng winked at Shengwan and said, I'm learning this too. If you don't understand, you can ask me. I want to experience what it's like to be half a master. Shengwan glanced at him, obviously not taking him seriously. This attitude made Yan Feng very unhappy. He still liked people like Baiyu who were supportive. Baiyu, don't worry, I will teach you. What's there to teach? You're still a half-witted person yourself. Yan Luo twisted his ear and dragged him out the door. Later, Baiyu covered her mouth and smiled, which was rare. The two of them cleaned up room 1802 and packed up all the leftover meat and vegetables, which were all good things. Yan Luo began to practice wholeheartedly again. In addition to practicing, Yan Feng would go to the rooftop to practice shooting every afternoon. In addition to practicing spear skills, Yan Luo also taught him a set of spells, the water condensation technique. At night, when no one was watching, he would row his boat out on the water to practice. That day, he was tired from practicing shooting, so he put the gun next to the fence and drank a bottle of mineral water. In the distance, all you can see is the dim water and tall buildings that are barely half exposed. Occasionally, strange little boats pass by. The view was unobstructed, so Yan Feng saw a large ship from afar. He hastily put the bottle aside and took a telescope from the ring. Wow, there are quite a lot of people on the boat. What are they doing? A rescue team came once before and took away half of the people in the community, and no large ships have come since then. Yan Feng thought about what Shengwan said. Could it be that a private force was recruiting people? No, looking at the size of the boat, it could only hold about 20 people, and it was obvious that the boat was full. Yan Feng was puzzled, but he didn't think much about it. He took a break and continued practicing shooting. The boat was getting closer and closer. 5 minutes later, it entered the Huayuan community and headed straight for Building 11. Yan Feng finally stopped and thought for a while. He quickly went downstairs, closed the iron door on the roof, and quickly returned home. Yan Luo was still in the space when she heard Yan Feng shouting outside, "Sister, someone seems to be outside." Yan Luo stopped and changed his clothes. At this time, the boat had already reached the downstairs. The water level of Huayuan community is at the 13th floor, and only 5 floors of Building 11 are exposed above the water. Yan Luo was standing in front of the window and saw the woman on the deck at a glance. That was her adoptive mother, Mrs. Yan. She only knew that Yan Luo was in Building 11 but didn't know which apartment it was, so she could only shout outside, "Rujin, Rujin, Rujin, can you hear me? Yan Luo, are you here?" She repeated these 2 sentences. Yan Feng asked, "Sister, do you want to see her?" It would be very troublesome if they met, because Yan Rujin was already dead. Although Yan Luo did not kill her personally, Yan Luo had his reasons for doing so. Her lips were pale from hunger, and her eyes were cloudy. She said in a low voice, I know where Yan Luo is. I asked if you could give me something to eat. Mrs. Yan was a little reluctant. Although they went to the Hua family did not like them. They were only treated like ordinary people and were given 1 steamed bun every day. This is all the fault of that girl Yan Luo. Miss Dai said that as long as Yan Luo is captured, she can have meat to eat. Thinking of this, Mrs. Yan reluctantly gave half of the steamed bun to "Here you go, little girl, but if you lie, I'll throw you into the water." The little girl nodded immediately, then took the steamed bun and started to gobble it up. But she had only taken 2 bites when the food was snatched away by a strong man. The little girl started crying loudly. Mrs. Yan would not feel sorry for her. She only knew that she had lost half a steamed bun. "Hurry up and tell me." The little girl wiped her tears and said aggrievedly, "I have no idea." Yan Luo raised his eyebrows. This little girl was lying. Mrs. Yan's face turned green when she heard this. "You little girl, how dare you lie to me? Go and catch her for me. I don't believe she won't tell the truth if I beat her up." As expected, the 2 men went up to the deck, which was close to Building 11. The 2 men could even climb in through the window to catch people. There was a cry from inside the window, and the man who had snatched the steamed bun shouted, "Don't catch me! Don't catch me! Yan Luo is in 1801. The Yan Rujin you are looking for is dead." What? When Mrs. Yan heard the last sentence, she almost lost her balance and fell into the water. Her lips trembled as she looked at the man who was being pressed down on his shoulders. "You said Yan Rujin was dead. How did you know it was Yan Rujin?" The man was kneeling on the ground, his clothes in disarray. "Everyone knows about Building 11. Where is that female college student, and what is her name?" Mrs. Yan took a long time to stand up from the deck. She had a gloomy face and a fierce look in her eyes. The man shuddered. "I don't know her name, but she and Yan Luo are in cahoots. Throw it down." At Mrs. Yan's command, the 2 men picked him up and threw him into the water. He couldn't swim, and after shouting and struggling in the water for a while, he disappeared. The little girl was huddled in the corner. Mrs. Yan said, "Throw her down too." After throwing the man away, the 2 men picked up the girl again. One of them even pinched the girl's thigh in an obscene manner. Although the little girl was scared, she didn't cry, but just clenched her teeth tightly. She will die sooner or later, and drowning is better than being defiled. Yan Luo saw this scene in front of the window and was actually moved with pity. Just before the little girl fell into the water, a rope fell from the sky and accurately wrapped around the little girl's waist. Before everyone could react, the black rope was pulled up and rolled to Yan Luo's window along with the little girl's body. Yan Feng hurriedly reached out and pulled the little girl up. "Yan Luo." Mrs. Yan recognized Yan Luo. "You rebellious girl. Did you really collude with others to kill your brother?" Yan Luo had no intention of hiding, nor was he able to hide. There are only 5 floors of Building 11 exposed above the water, so these people would be able to find it even if they searched upwards floor by floor. Everyone in Building 11 knows her now. Yan Rujin killed someone, and it is only right that he should pay for his life. Her words made Mrs. Yan's face turn green with anger. She pointed at Yan Luo angrily. "He's your brother. Even if he kills someone, so what? Even if he kills someone, they are just low-class people. You can't hurt him. I was so blind. I raised you up, and this is how you repay me for raising you?" Yan Luo ignored her and looked at the little girl squatting on the balcony of her house and asked curiously, "Why should we open the window to ask them for food?" The little girl answered in a crisp and serious voice, "I have no ability to support myself, so I will die anyway." But I haven't eaten for several days, and I don't want to starve to death. Yan Luo was stunned. Then why didn't you tell me where I was? Because they are bad people. Sister Yan Luo is a good person. I can't betray you. Many years later, Lin Sijia told Yan Luo that she deliberately acted special in order to attract Yan Luo's attention. She was gambling on Yan Luo's kindness, and gambling that she would save herself at the last moment. Yan Luo, say something, come out quickly, your brother is dead. Shouldn't you go home and explain to your father? Mrs. Yan did not forget the purpose of today. She wanted to take Yan Luo back to the Hor family and hand him over to Dai Qianqian. As long as Yan Luo comes out, she can find out who killed her son, and she will tear that woman into pieces. Yan Luo stood in front of the window again, half of her body exposed, looking down at Mrs. Yan, sneering, "You are bent on harming my family. Am I stupid enough to follow you back?" Mrs. Yan asked coldly, "How did you grow up? Didn't we raise you? You have grown up now. You watched others kill your brother, and you were indifferent. You even refused to listen to me." Yan Luo said, "You trained me just to let me marry Hu Qingling so that you can take advantage of the Hor family?" As soon as these words came out, Mrs. Yan hurriedly and nervously glanced at the dozen or so men behind her. They were all from the Hu family, and she was afraid that they would go back and say something nonsense. "I have been in the Hu family for 3 years, and the help I have provided to the Yan family company during this period has long exceeded my child support. I won't go back with you." Mrs. Yan saw that she couldn't talk anymore, so she winked at the people behind her. "Catch her." Snap. Yan Luo closed the window. There were a total of 18 people outside. They were divided into 2 groups. One group went upstairs, and the other group fired at the window. "How come they have guns too?" Yan Foam exclaimed and subconsciously dodged to the side. A powerful dragon cannot defeat a local tyrant. The Hu family is the local tyrant in Xiangyang City. How could a family that has been able to occupy the land for hundreds of years be clean? If they want to gain long-term benefits, they must be involved in both good and bad business. Yan Luo did not seek revenge on Hu Qingling immediately after the rain because the Hu family was on Qingliang Mountain. There were 3 aristocratic families in Qingliang Mountain, and they were distributed halfway up the mountain. Qingliang Mountain was surrounded by water, and the area halfway up the mountain was heavily guarded, so she couldn't go up the mountain quietly. Bump soon there was a sound of knocking on the door outside. Yan Luo saw from the surveillance camera that a dozen people were standing in the corridor with guns in hand. She sneered and said, "I can't go to Qingliang Mountain, but if you come out, don't blame me for being rude." She flicked on the switch, and the electric grid on the railing door started up. The 2 people who were knocking on the door started shaking at the same time and were instantly electrocuted into black sparrows. At the same time, Yan Luo opened the door, and the spiritual power that had not been used for a long time quickly gathered in his palm. White spiritual energy shot out like flowers scattered from heaven. Faster than a gun, the spiritual power turned into a blade in midair and pierced into the eyebrows of the first row of bodyguards. As the people in the first row fell to the ground, the remaining 5 people at the back reacted and hurriedly pulled the trigger at Yan Luo. Yan Luopeng slammed the door shut, and all the bullets hit the door at once. There was a burst of intense gunfire in the corridor. Sparks flew in the dim corridor. Sheng Wan and Bai Yu were watching through the cat's eyes opposite each other. Bai Yu clenched her fists nervously. If Sheng Wan hadn't stopped her, she would have come out and admitted that she was the one who killed Yan Rujin. Sheng Wan persuaded, "Don't you realize that they are determined to capture Luotian regardless of whether you are there or not? Don't worry, they can't do anything to Luotian." After a round of gunfire, Yan Luo unexpectedly opened the door again, using the same move of scattering flowers. All the bodyguards outside the door were killed. Yan Luo went downstairs and hid in the fire escape on the 14th floor and looked out for a while. There were 7 bodyguards outside. In the dim light, Yan Luo took out her submachine gun again. She raised her gun and fired a few times, and the sound of people falling into the water could be heard one after another. Mrs. Yan screamed, covered her ears and held her head, and ran to the cabin to hide. By the time the gunfire outside stopped, she was so scared that she wet her pants. Yan Luo went upstairs. Mrs. Yen squatted in the cabin in shock and fear, and did not dare to show her head for a long time. The blood around the boat dyed the water surface like blooming lotus flowers. Such a loud commotion was witnessed by several buildings adjacent to Building 11, and they were all so scared that their palms were sweating. Shang-Wan thought for a moment, ran downstairs, and tied the boat to the railing with a rope. Yen Luo went upstairs, and Baiyu was waiting for her at her door. When she saw Yen Luo, her eyes turned red. "Sister Yen Luo, I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble." Yen Luo patted her shoulder. Although the social order is broken now, the rule that bad guys deserve to die remains unchanged to me. Besides, as a woman, what I hate most in my life is men who can't control their lower body. She smiled. Girls helping girls. Baiyu burst into tears. She hugged Yen Luo and said, "Thank you, Sister Yen Luo." Yen Luo was suddenly hugged by a woman and felt a little uncomfortable. She stood stiffly, waiting for Baiyu to finish crying, and then looked at her and said embarrassedly, "I made your clothes dirty from crying. I'll go wash them for you." Yen Luo waved his hand. "It's okay. I have something else to do, so I'll go back first." Although Yen Luo had been married for 3 years, she had never even touched Hui Qinglong's hand. As a married woman, she didn't even look twice at the good-looking young men. She spends all day either thinking about the Hui family or the Yen family, and she has no close friends. Faced with Baiyu's sudden feelings, she really couldn't digest it for a while. Sheng-Wan climbed up the stairs and said to Baiyu, "Let me tell you, Yen Luo is different from others." Yen Luo entered the house and saw Yan Feng and Lin Sijia waiting for her in the living room. Lin Sijia is only 12 years old this year. She is wearing a dirty dress of unknown color, and her hair is tied in a messy bun. "Why don't you sit down?" Yen Luo asked casually. Lin Sijia said timidly, "I'm afraid of dirtying Sister Yen Luo's house." Yen Luo pushed a small stool to her nonchalantly. "What are you going to do next?" "No outsiders live in my house." Although she saved her, Yen Luo had no intention of raising her. After all, she was not her child. Hearing this, Lin Sijia bit her lip. She would die if she went out. Yen Luo looked at her and sighed helplessly. "No one lives in 1802 next door. You can move in. I'll give you 1 steamed bun every day, and you can figure out the rest yourself." Lin Sijia's eyes lit up, and she quickly stood up from the stool and knelt on the ground to kowtow to Yen Luo. "Thank you, Sister Yen Luo." "Thank you." Yen Luo pried open the door of 1802 and let Lin Sijia go in by herself. When he came back, Yan Feng muttered to Yen Luo, "This little girl is so pitiful. Her mother starved to death. Some college students living upstairs felt sorry for her and often sent her some food, but it was always snatched away by her father. No wonder she wasn't that sad when her father drowned." Yen Luo didn't react much to her experience. Instead, she became interested in the college students Yan Feng mentioned. "It's really true that there are still people willing to share food with others." Yan Feng said, "Kind, isn't it?" Yen Luo shook his head slightly. He really didn't know what to say about them, kind or stupid. Yan Feng said, "There are only about a dozen households left on our floor, and half of them are college students. They have established a shift system and take turns to go out to find food every day. They're living pretty well." Yen Luo was curious. "How do you know?" Yan Feng said, "I practice shooting on the rooftop every afternoon, and I can see them coming back when it's almost dark. College students are basically around 20 years old, which is when they are strong and healthy. If they go out in a group of 7 or 8, they can be considered a small group that is not easily robbed." Yen Luo said, "You should be careful these days. If the Hui family sees that the ship has not returned, they will definitely come again." Yan Feng nodded quickly. There were neatly arranged bottles of Sprite on the refrigerator door. These were the supplies they had found outside. Yan Feng took some and put them in the refrigerator. He would drink a bottle when he was tired or hot from practicing. Yen Luo picked up a sausage and ate it while walking to the window to check on Mrs. Yen. It was getting dark and she didn't dare to spend the night on the boat, so she clumsily climbed along the deck into the corridor. Yen Luo knew her ability. She could do nothing except spending money. Even if she went upstairs, she would not be able to survive. The people upstairs witnessed her situation during the day, but due to Yen Luo's tyranny, no one dared to help her. Yan Luo sat back at the dining table. The spicy red oil made by Yan Feng was very good. The aroma filled the whole living room and attracted Yan Luo to contribute 2 Australian lobsters. Yan Feng saw that the Australian dragon's eyes turned red, so he immediately washed and steamed it. They don't like to eat raw food. He did not ask Yan Luo where he got the Australian dragon because she thought that all high-end cultivators were so powerful. Later, he found that many cultivators were as poor as he was. Yan Luo ate Australian lobster dipped in red oil and also ate 2 small octopus, a few oysters, a string of fish tofu, and 2 strings of bacon wrapped in gnocchi mushrooms. The food was gone before she was full. She thought for a moment and said to Yan Feng for the first time, "I'll wash the dishes today." She ran to the kitchen with the red oil and put it all into the space. After cleaning up the kitchen, she hurried upstairs, locked the door, and started to eat the skewers. Yan Feng downstairs sighed, "Sister is really working hard in cultivation. I should try harder too." There were small blue dragons, squid tentacles, sea urchins, sweet shrimps, and various shellfish in Yan Luo's space. She ate them secretly in the space, making her belly round. After eating and drinking, Yan Luo left the space and saw little Yan Bao sitting in the middle of the big bed in a daze. She felt that she shouldn't be too selfish. There was a small bamboo forest in the space, and the bamboos were growing well, but she didn't give any to Yan Bao to eat. Thinking of this, she took out 2 fresh bamboo shoots. When Yan Bao saw the bamboo shoots, his eyes lit up and he threw himself into Yan Luo's arms. Yan Luo sat cross-legged on the bed. Yan Bao sat on her thighs with his head resting on her belly. Yan Luo said, "Little Yan Bao, I don't know how old you are now. Can you eat bamboo shoots?" Yan Bao ignored Yan Luo's question and held Yan Luo's wrist tightly with his 2 claws.
Pull it down hard.
Little greedy ghost. Yan Luo smiled and gave it the bamboo shoots. Yan Bao caught the bamboo shoots and peeled off the shells skillfully. Yan Luo watched with a pained heart. This guy is too wasteful. After a while, Yan Luo frowned tightly. Now it was not a matter of waste or not. Her bed was full of the crumbs that Yan Bao dropped while eating. "You really don't care about anything." Yan Luo picked it up by the scruff of its neck with one hand and threw it off the bed, then changed the bed sheet. Yan Bao was not satisfied. He stared at Yan Luo and screamed. Yan Luo sighed and took out another big apple from the space. Yan Bao happily held the apple and started to eat it. Yan Luo said angrily, "Luckily I found you. If you were wandering outside or were picked up by someone else, you would never be able to eat these things." More than a month of heavy rain has changed a lot. Many high-tech products cannot be used, and people have even forgotten the time. Of course, no one would care even if they remembered. On July 15th, the Ghost Festival, the gates of Hades open. If the living can't even get enough to eat, who would care about the dead? The night was as dark as ink, so dark that the sky could not be seen. On the pitch-dark water surface, the only sound you can hear is the sound of water flowing with the wind. The surface of the water is dirty, and many people die every day. They first sink like stones, and then float up after absorbing water like a huge balloon. There were not only human corpses on the water, but also corpses of various animals. The air was filled with a foul smell of decay, which was nauseating. Crunching. In the silent night, there is a sound of constant gnawing. Those were rats as big as human heads. They surrounded the corpse and gnawed on the rotten flesh with relish, as if they were tasting something delicious. In the corridor, Mrs. Yan knocked on several doors, but no one opened them for her. She had no choice but to curl up behind the door of the fire escape, praying silently in her heart that Yan Bingtao would find out that she had not returned home and would come here to save her. A mouse about the same size as Yan Bao shrugged its nose and swam up the stairs. In the dark night, Mrs. Yan did not hear any footsteps, but she felt the pain of tearing flesh and bones in her thigh. She almost fainted from the pain and slapped that place with her hands. She felt the furry texture on her hand, and before she could think, she felt a sharp pain in her palm. Half of her palm was bitten off. Help! A huge scream echoed throughout the corridor, and not only in Building 11, but also in several surrounding buildings, it could be heard clearly. But everyone hid in their beds, and no one came out. The big rat began to gnaw at it wantonly. 1801. Yan Luo opened his eyes. Today is July 15th, the time of the year when yin energy is at its strongest and the most suitable time for monsters to practice, so she did not sleep just in case. Yan Bao next to the cushion also opened his eyes. The difference from Yan Luo was that there was excitement in his eyes, as if he had seen a bamboo forest. I forgot that you are also a monster, and you also like days like this. Yan Bao blinked his eyes, changed his usual clumsy look, and climbed onto the windowsill in 2 quick steps. With one paw on the window and the other pointing outside, he did not forget to turn around and signal to Yan Luo. Yan Luo frowned and asked uncertainly, "You want to go out?"
Yan Bao not that vi go dù xin.
Yan Luo was a little curious about what Yan Bao was going to do, but it was still a little dangerous for a human monk to go out, so Yan Luo put on a waterproof leather jacket, put pistols on his legs and waist, and took Yan Bao out. As soon as Yan Bao went out, he quickly ran towards the stairs. It was the first time that Yan Luo saw Yan Bao running, and he couldn't help but want to open his mobile phone to record it. Unfortunately, she is now at the 4th level of the Gathering Spirit realm, and her vision is good in the dark, but her cell phone doesn't work, so she gave up this idea. Yan Luo quickly chased after him. When they arrived at the place where Mrs. Yan had the accident, they saw a large rat had bitten through her stomach and was gnawing at her internal organs. She had already fainted. When Yan Bao saw the mouse, he bravely jumped up and pounced on it. No one knew where it got the strength from, but it pounced on the big rat to the ground. Before the rat could even scream, Yan Bao strangled its neck. Yan Luo opened his mouth wide in amazement at its bravery. Next, Yan Luo thought that Yan Bao would eat the big rat or dig out the inner elixir and eat it or something like that. She also thought that Yan Bao would not be able to sleep on the bed if he got dirty in the future. Who knew that Yan Bao pressed the big rat's head with one paw and closed his eyes that were already unable to see clearly. The big rat's body twitched, and then it deflated. Yan Luo was shocked. It seemed that it had absorbed the demonic power of others. Looking at Yan Bao, who looked like he hadn't eaten enough, Yan Luo was somewhat puzzled. Yan Bao is so young, but he can absorb the demonic power of humans. Is it his nature? But animals are naturally gluttonous and eat other animals. How can they absorb the demonic power directly from animals? Yan Bao is not a human being who possesses any inheritance or skills. After running to the edge of the building, Yan Bao slammed on the brakes. Then he turned back to ask Yan Luo for help. Yan Luo asked, "You want to go out? You can't swim?" Yan Luo understood and worked tirelessly to untie the boat in front of the building that could seat more than 20 people. One person and one giant panda got on the boat. Yan Luo could sense where the yin energy was heavier but would not pose any danger to them, so he controlled the boat to move there. This boat is fuel-powered and has a roof. Under the roof is a cabin with 10 seats. It is obviously a sightseeing boat on the lake. The boat was sailing steadily. Yan Luo, what a divine treatment this is. Is it possible that the national treasure is not only favored in the technological world, but also favored in the world of cultivation? Is he really the darling of heaven? Is it just because of his good looks? At this moment, Yan Luo felt unbalanced inside. She drove the boat steadily without any balance, and also had to look around vigilantly to prevent sneak attacks. She was the one who worked hard, but the benefits were all taken by the beloved. These monsters did not have inner elixir, and Yan Luo could not eat them, nor could he absorb the monster power directly, so there was no way to use them. The movement of the boat aroused the vigilance of many monsters in the water, and they all hid far away. In order to let Yan Bao eat more, Yan Luo took the initiative to find some places with strong monster aura. When the natural disaster just started, the animals just started to transform into monsters. They were no match for Yan Luo. Yan Luo swept outside all night and returned home at dawn. Yan Bao absorbed so much demonic power that he fell into a deep sleep. No matter how Yan Luo called him, he would not wake up. She even put her smelly socks on Yan Bao's nose, but Yan Bao did not react. Yan Luo thought about it and put into the space and gave it a bath with the stream water in the space. After taking a bath, this guy's hair was dripping with water. Yan Luo found a large dustpan that could filter water, put it on the dustpan, and then placed the dustpan on the treetop. Yan Bao was dripping water while sleeping. Yan Luo left the space by herself. It was already dawn, so she took a nap and then got up to practice. According to Dai Qianqian's personality, she would not give up if she didn't find the person after sending the first wave of people to look for her. However, after a month, no one came from the Hor family. Although Yan Luo felt strange, he didn't take it to heart. Yan Luo practiced for a month without going out. During this period, the official rescue team came once, but the relief supplies distributed to each family were very small. Someone had a conflict with the official, and the official scolded, "It's good enough to give you food, don't be ungrateful." This news quickly spread throughout the community, causing those who were relying on official rescue to survive to lose hope. They also gradually understood a truth. No one can eat for free. So they had to think of other ways. On the 11th floor of Building 11, a team of 22 people, led by Sheng Wan, was formed. They were all students from Shenyang University who rented houses in Huayuan community. Building 11 is the building with the highest rental rate in Huayuan community. There are more than a dozen college students living there. They also brought a few good friends from other buildings and occupied the entire Building 11. Under Sheng Wan's command, they used reinforced concrete bricks and stones to raise the entrance of the fire escape to a meter to prevent rats from climbing up. Yan Luo had been in seclusion for a month. When she came out, she heard some noise outside. She thought it was Yan Feng practicing shooting on the rooftop, so she made a cup of brown sugar and wolfberry tea and went downstairs. "Yan Feng? Why are you here?" Yan Feng was delighted when he saw her. "Sister, you finally came out. I brought you food, but you didn't come out. You must have been craving for food during this period. I'll go make you something delicious." Yan Luo told Yan Feng that she was going to be in seclusion and would not be disturbed, so Yan Feng thought that she was just eating instant noodles and bread every day. Yan Luo frowned and pointed outside. "What's going on outside?" Sheng Wan is training with a group of younger brothers. After Yan Feng finished speaking, he remembered that Yan Luo didn't know what happened outside, so he explained it to her. After Sheng Wan accepted the younger brothers, she took them to do physical training and fighting skills training every day. Sometimes Yan Feng would also join in the training. Yan Luo smiled. "I didn't expect Sheng Wan to be so powerful." Yan Feng said not only that, Sheng Wan also brainwashed them and gave them a team name, the Chaoyang Group. Puff! Yan Luo couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of brown sugar water. Yan Feng dodged quickly, and the spray didn't hit him. "Sister, you also think it's unfashionable, right?" Sheng Wan said that the gang has a name, not to mention these young people. Young people are like the rising sun. They should be diligent, upward-looking, vigorous, and fearless. Yan Luo stopped talking after that. I didn't expect that Sheng Wan had been in the army. Not only was he good at martial arts, but he was also good at talking about profound principles. Now many people in the community are jealous of the Chaoyang Group and want to join them. They train 1234 on the rooftop every day, and of course people on other floors can see them. However, Sheng Wan has set standards. Currently, they only accept people under 30 years old who have no family and have good moral character. This standard excludes most residents of Huayuan community, and only young people who rent houses meet the requirements. Seeing that Yan Bao, who always followed Yan Luo around, didn't show up today, Yan Feng couldn't help but ask curiously, "Sister, where is Yan Bao? I haven't seen him for a month." Yan Bao has been sleeping ever since he absorbed the power of monsters all night during the Ghost Festival, and he hasn't woken up yet. Seeing that its breathing was stable, Yan Luo was not overly worried. She even secretly hoped that Yan Bao could give her a surprise. "Don't worry about it, it's dormant." Yan Feng was stunned for a moment. Hibernation? Yan Luo went to the second floor and opened the window. He could see the roof of 1802 and the second floor windows of 1803 opposite. 1803 the window was open, but no one was inside. They are all training outside. On the roof of 1802, there are a dozen people doing frog jumps, and on the roof of 1803, there are a dozen people doing boxing. Lin Sijia's fair little face was covered in sweat, but she gritted her teeth and insisted on doing frog jumps at the back. When Yan Luo saw her look, a hint of approval appeared in his heart. Sheng Wan was meditating on the rooftop of 1802, absorbing spiritual energy. When she heard the sound of the window opening, she looked over here. When she saw that it was Yan Luo, she immediately stood up happily. Shen Luo, are you going out to find supplies? We'll leave at 9 o'clock, so let's go together. Yan Luo has no shortage of supplies, but if he stays at home all the time and doesn't go out, it will arouse other people's suspicion and bring unnecessary trouble.
Good.
When Sheng Wan saw that Yan Luo agreed, she immediately smiled. Yan Luo said, "Don't call me Luoshen, call me Sister Luo. I'll be waiting for you at the door at 9 o'clock. Yan Luo returned to the house and changed into a tight black waterproof leather jacket. Yan Feng made breakfast, and when they finished their meal it was almost 9 o'clock, and the corridor was already noisy. When they saw Yan Luo, the originally lively atmosphere suddenly calmed down, just like a basin of cold water was poured over a newly boiled hot water, and the gurgling water surface instantly became as smooth as a bronze mirror. When Yan Luo was killing people, some of them were watching the excitement, and some of them trembled slightly at the scene. So scary. Even if you didn't see it with your own eyes, it would sound even more sensational if you heard it from others afterwards. Yan Luo noticed the change in atmosphere. She smiled and said nothing, then went downstairs on her own. Sheng Wan used the Hor family's boat, which could seat more than 20 people. They went out to look for supplies as a group. Together with Yan Luo and Yan Feng, there were a total of 12 people. In order to carry more supplies, Sheng Wan had removed the roof of the boat and all the seats in the cabin. Everyone in the cabin was sitting on the ground or standing. Sister Luo, with you here this time, we will definitely be able to return safely. Sheng Wan was very surprised about Yan Luo's joining. Who doesn't want to have a strong person in the team? Yan Luo said, "You were safe before I was gone, weren't you?" Sheng Wan said, "No way, we always have people injured." Sister Luo, you don't know, there are strange things in the water these past 2 days that keep attacking us and our boats. Moreover, now it's not just our team, other communities have them too, and fighting over supplies is very common. Yan Luo nodded. She had experienced this in her previous life. Most of the commercial areas near Shangyang University had been ransacked, so Yan Luo and her friends could only go to a place farther away. Fortunately, they have a boat, so fewer people go to more remote places. This time their destination was a building next to a resort. Because this building is close to the resort, it has a full range of functions, including hotels, restaurants, and entertainment facilities. After the 12 people arrived, except Yan Luo and Yan Feng, the remaining 10 people were divided into 2 groups. One group went up to find supplies, and the other group stayed downstairs to look after the house. After the group looking for supplies came down, the 2 groups swapped places, and they would look after the house downstairs. This time, Yan Luo went directly to the top floor again. There is a large swimming pool on the top floor. Next to the pool are a pile of life jackets and life buoys. Yan Luoguan collected them all and prepared to share some with Sheng Wan later. The hotel in the resort is nice, with its own buffet restaurant. The daily price is more than 1,000 per person, but unfortunately, a lot of cooked food has rotted and spoiled. Yan Luo searched for a while and only found some vacuum-packed pre-prepared meals and unopened dried candied fruit biscuits, but he did find a lot of various seasonings. The hotel rooms occupied several floors. Yan Luo went into each room one by one and took away all the mineral water, instant coffee, tea bags, toilet paper, and clean bedding in each room. There were also pots and pans, kitchen utensils, soft leather sofas, and solid wood furniture in the suite, and Yan Luo collected them all. Although Yan Luo also bought these things before the disaster, who would complain about having too many supplies? Besides, they were free. There is a small convenience store on each floor of the hotel. The grilled sausages, skewers, and meat patties displayed outside the convenience store have all gone bad, but the unopened ones are fine. There are most drinks and snacks, so Yan Luo took a large sack to pack them up. Sheng Wan's team also reaped a lot of rewards. By noon, the boat was full. Yan Luo took out 10 life jackets and gave one to each person. This is safer. Everyone thanked Yan Luo. Wan added a barrel of oil to the boat's engine. I just found this. Pouring it into the engine tank can save some space. The boat started. Yan Luo looked at the endless water and suddenly remembered, was there a lake here before? Several college students nodded. They usually hang out and play on weekends. We also took a pleasure boat here. What a pity. Yan Luo suddenly became interested. She said, you guys wait here. I'll go down and see if there's a boat. Everyone stood up excitedly. Yan Feng frowned and said, some boats are also flooded. How can we use them? Yan Luo didn't say anything. She had already stood on the deck. Wan hurriedly said, Yan Feng, you stay on the boat. I will go down with your sister. Both of them are good at swimming, especially Yan Luo. After a month of seclusion, she has reached the 5th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm. Even if she can't swim, she will not drown in a short time. The underwater visibility was still good, and the two soon saw more than a dozen small boats. These boats were inflatable boats that could only seat 4 people. They could have floated up, but because they were tied with ropes, they were still in the water. Yan Luo immediately took out a dagger, cut the rope, handed it to Wan, and pointed upwards. Wan understood what Yan Luo meant, grabbed the rope and led the boat to the surface of the water. The people on the water were waiting anxiously, and soon they saw several inflatable boats gurgling out of the water. Immediately afterwards, Wan popped her head out. Quick, tie all these boats behind our boat. Wan threw the rope to Yan Feng. Yan Feng understood and strung the small boats together like candied haws, one after another behind the big ship. Wan threw away the rope and dived into the water again. She and Yan Luo ran back and forth several times and managed to get out 10 small boats that could seat 4 people and 2 lifeboats that could seat 10 people. There was a wooden pleasure boat below, which would probably be unusable after being soaked for too long, so the two gave up after taking one look at it. Back on the boat, Yan Luo said, there are still quite a few supplies upstairs. Now that we have boats again, let's fill them up. Very good. Everyone cheered and started their journey to find supplies again. By around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, all the boats were loaded with supplies and Wan arranged the return trip. 12 boats were tied behind the big ship with ropes. In order to maintain direction and prevent the small boats from capsizing, there were people on the 2 lifeboats to maintain the steering wheels, and the remaining 10 boats were maintained by 1 person each to maintain direction. In the end, there were only 5 people left on the ship, and the ship was also loaded with some supplies. On the way back, their team looked very cool, attracting many envious glances. Many people were eager to move, but hesitated when they saw there were more than a dozen people on the boat. Someone was so hungry that he swam over to grab the food desperately. Please be kind and give us some food. My granddaughter is almost starving to death. Give us some too. We haven't eaten for 5 days. Every time I passed a residential building, someone would shout this. The students under Wan were also shaken by their pity at first, but after being severely punished by Wan, they never dared to do it again. The fleet moved forward steadily. Perhaps the food on the ship was too tempting, and strange noises were heard underwater. Yan Luo stood on the deck, staring coldly at the water. After a while, the water surface really rolled over, and the small boat behind began to sway up and down and left and right. Someone was thrown onto the boat and couldn't stand up even though he was holding onto the pole. Bang, 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 countless water columns shot up into the sky and exploded in midair, making a loud noise like rain, disrupting everyone's vision. Underwater, there are half-meter-long fish, which are fatter than the koi in Daming Lake. They swim very fast. In the water curtain, some of them jumped out of the water with the momentum of leaping over the Dragon Gate. The waters where the fleet was located were like boiling water. Plop, there was a sound of someone falling into the water from behind. Sister Sheng. The student who fell into the water had no time to shout for help before he was pierced through the body by the flying mutant carp. The blood spread like mist. The others' faces turned pale instantly, and they tried hard to grab things on the boat as it was shaking. Seeing this, Yan Luo threw a gun and dozens of bullets to Wan and Yan Feng respectively. All 3 opened fire at the same time. At the same time, Yan Luo circulated his spiritual power to form an invisible barrier around the fleet. Those fish hit the shield like depth charges, and I felt dizzy for a while. On the deck, the shooters were more accurate than each other. Wave after wave of gunfire finally drove back the mutant fish. The dim water surface was already a sea of red blood, and the corpses of the fish were floating on the water. Looking around, I could not see a single living person. I wondered if they were dead or had just run away when they saw the school of fish. Yan Luo put away his gun and looked back at the students on the fleet. This was the first time they witnessed the tragic death of their companions. They all wilted like eggplants hit by frost. Yan Feng's face didn't look good either. He seldom went out often, and this was the first time he had encountered such a scene. No wonder his sister said it was dangerous outside and asked him to practice hard. If it weren't for his hard practice, his shooting skills would have been quite accurate today, and he wouldn't have been able to help even if he hurried. Sheng Wan was silent for a while, then said in a serious tone, "This is life now. Each of us is a survivor in the true sense. If we want to live long, we must have the ability to live long. Let's pack up and leave quickly." Yan Luo glanced at his dead companion on the water, bent his fingers, and a beam of real fire floated over, igniting his body. Yan Luo would rather waste his own spiritual power to cremate his companions, which made everyone feel a little warm. They looked at Yan Luo with awe. It was from this moment that their hearts became closer to Yan Luo. On the way back, everyone remained silent. The fleet encountered several waves of robbery and was repelled by Sheng Wan and Yan Feng. Yan Feng was currently at the second level of the Gathering Spirit Realm, while Sheng Wan was at the first level. Although their spiritual energy reserves were insufficient, they had the advantage of accurate marksmanship. After returning to Huayuan community, the supplies on the boat attracted a lot of attention. Unfortunately, the fleet passed them by and went straight to Building 11. The team waiting at home immediately went forward to carry the supplies. "Wow, you guys are rich now. You got so many boats. Did you rob some gang?" Xu Tianxu looked back excitedly. Looking at all these things on the ship, there is not enough space in even one apartment. However, no one spoke. If it were a normal time, they would definitely be chattering about the interesting things that happen on the road, but now everyone had a gloomy face, and the mood was extremely low. Xu Tianxu realized something was wrong, and looked at Sheng Wan. Sheng Wan then told him what happened on the way. They are all good classmates, partners, and friends. If something happens to one of them, everyone else will feel sad. Yan Luo has graduated from college for 5 years, and she is not a person who likes to make friends. She has never experienced this kind of relationship in college. Sheng Wan was the calmest. She patted Xu Tianxu on the shoulder. "Well, the dead are gone, but there is still time to come. Let's hurry up and move our things. It's already 6 o'clock, and it will be dark if we don't move now." After hearing her words, everyone forced themselves to cheer up. There were so many supplies recovered this time that it took us an hour to move them. The 14th floor is closest to the water surface. Sheng Wan arranged people to take turns on duty on this floor, in groups of 5. Boys live on the 15th floor, girls live on the 16th floor, and supplies are stored on the 17th floor. There are 4 households on each floor from the 14th to the 17th floor, so there is still plenty of space for all of them. After moving everything, everyone waited for Sheng Wan in the corridor on the 17th floor. It was already dark and I couldn't see anyone in the corridor. Sheng Wan's voice was clear and serious. "We were able to get so many supplies today, thanks to Yan Luo diving and finding 12 boats for us. In the past, when they went out to find supplies, even if they found a lot, they had no way to bring them back. When they went again the next day, the supplies had disappeared. They understand the importance of ships. Besides, with a boat, it would be convenient for them to go out and look for supplies in the future." Sheng Wan continued, "On the way back, we encountered a school of fish. Without Yan Luo's shield protection, all of us would have been attacked by the mutant fish. If Yan Luo hadn't given us guns, we wouldn't have been able to break through the fish's interception. You may not see us coming back." At this point, everyone's expressions tensed. Yan Luo was the savior of the 9 people present. In the dark night, Sheng Wan couldn't see the expressions of these people, but she still told them her purpose. I hope that from today on, you can respect Yan Luo as much as you respect me. She paused and continued, no, I respect Yan Luo more than I respect me. Her voice was strong and her attitude was serious. She knew that in her team, many people had prejudices against Yan Luo because Yan Luo had a gun and killed people. Regardless, having a gun is illegal, and a good, law-abiding citizen would not have a gun. But in the current situation, having a gun has become a life-saving weapon. The legal system has collapsed and morality has been thrown to the dogs. Who would care about a mere illegal possession of guns? She hopes that the team led by Sheng Wan will be a group of people who are consistent with her. Their voices were so loud that Yan Luo could hear them through the surveillance camera. Yan Feng looked at Yan Luo and asked curiously, sister, why don't you want to form your own team? Yan Luo was silent. She had never thought about this problem. Before the natural disaster, she only thought about her own good life because she was used to being alone. Although she was known as Mrs. Hua in her previous life, no one in the Hua family obeyed her.
She was just a mascot.
She protected Yan Feng and kept him by her side because she had seen life and death and knew that Yan Feng had deep affection for her blood. She helped Sheng Wan because she was capable and talented, and as a woman, she was self-reliant, which she admired very much. But if she wanted to form a team, it would take countless efforts and energy. She was afraid of trouble and even more afraid of betrayal. Seeing that Yan Luo didn't say anything, Yan Feng stopped talking and went to cook obediently. Downstairs, this group of college students gathered in the corridor on the 15th floor. A girl said, actually, Yan Luo is a really nice person. She just looks cold but is actually kind-hearted. After Xiao Bai died tragically, none of us cared about his body, but Yan Luo actually thought of cremating him. Xu Tianxu followed suit and expressed his attitude. Yes, Yan Luo is really nice. She didn't even want the boat she found, but gave it to us for free. It solved a lot of problems for us. The girl continued. Also, the first thing she thought of was to raise a shield for everyone. If she had been a little later, I would have died. They communicated and told stories. Overnight, Yan Luo's status changed suddenly. It is like a 1,000-foot high platform, rising from obscurity. 100 years later, a new era appeared in Yanling continent, and everything started anew. The founder of the sect, Fairy Luotian, became famous throughout the world. Everyone knew about it. These people were like stars, never leaving the bright moon. That's all later. The most important thing right now is survival. Because the Chaoyang group brought back a lot of supplies, people were lining up downstairs to sign up for the group before dawn the next day. Sheng Wan was busy reviewing them one by one. And on Qingliang Mountain, dozens of miles away, it was even busier with people coming and going. Hua Qingling was standing in the ancestral hall with his head lowered and his face pale. Sitting opposite him was the head of the Hua family, his grandfather, Hua Chuanmin. The old man had a serious expression at this time and showed annoyance when facing his most beloved grandson.
You have no way out now.
You have to marry the daughter of the Zhou family, whether you want to or not. What Hua Qingling feared most was his grandfather. He gritted his teeth and whispered, but Qianqian is already pregnant. Hua Chuanmin said in a stiff tone, the daughter of the Zhou family can also give birth to a child. At this moment, with Hua Chuanmin's temperament, if Dai Qianqian had not been pregnant, he would have no idea where he was now. Hua Qingling knew this very well. Suddenly, a master appeared in the Sun family. He can fly over eaves, walk on walls, and float on water. He is said to be a disciple of some cultivation sect. As a result, the status of the Sun family has risen. Our Hua family has always been at odds with them. If we don't unite with the Zhou family, I'm afraid we will not be a match for the Sun family in the future. You are a son of the Hua family. If you continue to be so sentimental, I'm afraid you are not suitable for the position of heir. After Yan Luo stepped into the 5th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm, he became as light as a swallow, and like a martial arts master in Jin Yang's novels, he could bear a gravity of 500 kilograms with one hand. In order to continue exercising his body, Yan Luo would put barbells on his legs before going to bed every night, 3 on each side, each weighing 20 kilograms. He went out to look for supplies during the day, and at night Yanluo took a bath as usual before going to bed. In the middle of the night, Yanluo suddenly felt a strange movement, which came from the space. Could something have happened to the space? Yanluo quickly slipped into the space. As soon as he entered the space, Yanluo was about to explode. Nearly half of the ginseng and ganoderma that she used to feed the space to upgrade were trampled, and many ginseng seedlings even lost their tips. In the wheat field, the golden ears of wheat that are about to mature rise and fall, as if blown by a strong wind. In the poultry house, the lambs, calves, chickens, and ducklings all hid in the corner, behaving themselves like little wives. Yanluo's eyes searched quickly in the space, and he saw a half-grown giant panda lying on the branch of a peach tree in the orchard with a good harvest. There were 2 pink peaches on its belly, 1 in each paw. It grabbed the peaches, nibbled on the tenderest part of the belly, and then threw away the remaining half of the peach. When Yanluo rushed over angrily, a leftover peach hit her on the head. Yanluo was stunned. The giant panda in the tree was also stunned. After the man and the bear looked at each other for a few seconds, they reacted at the same time.
Yan Bao?
With a snap, the tree trunk broke and Yan Baoping fell down from the tree. However, he did not cry out in pain. Instead, he changed his previous lazy look and ran towards the stream at a rapid speed, shaking his fat body. Yanluo was angry and didn't even have time to notice Yan Bao's body, which had suddenly grown several sizes bigger, so he followed behind. As Yan Bao ran, he trampled on a pile of lettuce leaves. Yanluo was angry and picked up a stick and threw it at him, but Yan Bao dodged it by turning his head. A few seconds later, Yan Bao jumped into the stream with a splash. Swim quickly to the middle of the stream. Yanluo chased it to the shore, pointed at it, and said, "Come out here." Yan Baokai refused to go out. He only showed his big head in the water, with his eyes rolling around. Yanluo got angry and jumped in as well. Upon seeing this, Yan Bao immediately swam upstream. Yanluo naturally refused to let it go. As the two raced each other, the fish and shrimp in the creek became the victims of the disaster and were so scared that they all hid in the shallow water near the shore. Yan Bao was unable to escape after all and was lifted to the shore by Yanluo, holding it by the scruff of the neck. The originally fluffy and soft black and white hair was wet and lay wet on the body. It hung its head, and after Yanluo let go of his hand, it shook its head violently and frequently. The water droplets on the hair hit Yanluo's face endlessly with a crackling sound. "Yanluo, kick it away. Get out of the way." While Yan Bao was shaking his hair, Yanluo used his spiritual power to dry his clothes and hair. Then, looking at Yan Bao's ugly wet appearance, which looked like he was bald, he couldn't help but laugh. While she was using her spiritual power to help Yan Bao dry his hair, she muttered, "I didn't notice it just now. How come you've gained so much weight? And you're running so fast?" Yan Bao raised his head proudly, but Yanluo slapped him again. "Look at what you've done to my space. If you dare to waste food like this again, I will roast you over the fire." Yan Bao squeaked twice to show his resistance. Except for Yanluo, any living creature that enters this space will be bound by the laws of space, obey Yanluo completely, and will never do anything that goes against Yanluo. This is more useful than a master-servant contract. So Yanluo felt relieved to put Yan Bao in the space. But when she looked at Yan Bao now, he still looked like a rebellious teenager. Could it be that he was in the rebellious stage? Just like a junior high school student, it is now several times larger than before, half the size of an adult giant panda, and its distinct black and white fur makes its appearance even more unique. It slowly turned its eyes, which were as bright as black gemstones, without any trace of the mischievous look it had just shown. It leaned on Yanluo's body and sat on the ground, almost knocking Yanluo down. Yanluo pushed it away and said, "You're already a big giant panda. You can't rely on me anymore." Yan Bao squeaked twice in grievance, turned around and nudged Yanluo's leg with his big head. Yanluo instantly couldn't do anything about it and took it out of the space. In the past, Yan Bao liked to crawl into Yan Luo's quilt to sleep, and this habit has not changed. After it came out, it crawled into the quilt, pushed hard inside, and pushed Yan Luo out. Yan Luo. Well, the quilt is too small. Luckily, she has stockpiled double quilts. She found a double summer quilt and covered the man and the bear. Yan Luo lay on her side with her hand on Yan Bao's neck, just enough to circle it. She felt in her heart that there was one advantage of Yan Bao growing up, that is, he could serve as a pillow. This pillow is soft, comfortable, natural, and pollution-free. I wonder how many adults and children will cry with envy when I tell them about it. Building 11 has been very lively recently. The Chaoyang group has grown to more than 50 people. Since they are all bachelors who believe that one person can feed the whole family, they all live in Building 11. In order to make the training ground more spacious, people also went to the roof of Building 1801 for training. Yan Luo could only practice in the space for this reason. Fortunately, the spiritual energy in the space was also abundant. When Yan Luo was practicing in the space, he discovered that Yan Bao actually liked to eat ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum. Not only does it like to eat these, it even likes to eat what humans eat. In addition to fruits and vegetables, it also eats meat, but only cooked meat, such as braised pork and stewed spare ribs. Its appetite is equivalent to that of 3 Yan Luos, which makes Yan Luo feel lucky that he has stockpiled enough food. The bear man's alone time was broken by the visitor from the Sun family. Around noon, a luxurious boat arrived at Huayuan community. There were not many people on the boat, but they were all gathered around a young man. Bai Yu thought that he was here to join the Chaoyang group, but Sheng Wan could tell at a glance that this man was extraordinary. Sure enough, the boat stopped at the foot of Building 11, and the young man who was surrounded by people stood out from the boat awning. The man was wearing a white shirt and light blue jeans, with a friendly smile on his clean baby face. He said to the person on duty, "I want to see Yan Luo, please tell me." Without him telling her, Yan Luo opened the window by himself. She knew this person, Sun Jingyang. In his previous life, he was a genius cultivator of the Sun family, and she was the mascot of the Hua family. The two were in a competitive relationship. If one side prospers, the family it represents will prosper. Therefore, in terms of cultivation, the two of them chased each other, and finally they both entered the Yaoguang realm at the same time, making Shangyang City have 2 Yaoguang realm masters. Yan Luo was stunned. She must have heard it wrong. This man who devoted himself to cultivating immortality in his previous life now came to discuss marriage with her. Yan Luo asked uncertainly, "You want to marry me?" Sun Jingyang smiled and nodded. "Yes." Yan Luo frowned and said coldly, "You think too much. I don't want to." Sun Jingyang knew Yan Luo would refuse, but he said confidently, "I have the Sun family behind me. What the Hua family can give you, my Sun family can also give you. If you and I get married, the power of the Sun family will be at your disposal." Hu Qinglang is just an average talent after all, and is not a good match for gifted cultivators like us. Yan Luo wondered how this person knew that Hu Qinglang had average talent. Their Sun family did have the financial resources for the two of them who had good talents. If it were someone else, they would definitely be very happy to hear that they could go to the Sun family and become an important figure in the Sun family. But this does not include Yan Luo. She didn't need the Sun family's financial resources, let alone exchanging her freedom for them. She is already scared. "Go away." "I said I don't want to." After saying that, she was about to close the window. Sun Jingyang thought Yan Luo still couldn't let go of Hu Qinglang, so he said anxiously, "Why? Is it because you still like Hu Qinglang? Maybe you don't know that Hu Qinglang is now in love with Zhou Suyu from the Zhou family, and they are about to get married." Hearing this, Yan Luo slowed down his movements. She whispered, "Hu Qinglang is actually going to marry Zhou Suyu?" Sun Jingyang looked at her reaction and thought, as expected, Yan Luo just couldn't let go of Hu Qinglang. He couldn't help but feel a little jealous of Hu Qinglang. He said, "Yes, everyone in Qingliang Mountain doesn't know it." Yan Luo was puzzled. When Hu Qinglang was arguing about divorcing her, his love for Dai Qianqian was as strong as gold. How could you change your heart so quickly? A month ago, Dai Qianqian sent people to arrest her. The fact that she could order people from the Hui family around meant that she had a special status in the Hui family. Wait, a month ago. Yes, it has been more than a month. With Dai Qianqian's personality, there is no way she would let her go. Unless she encounters problems of her own, I have no time to care about her. Yan Luo looked down at Sun Jingyang, and after a few seconds, she suddenly realized. Sun Jingyang's cultivation is now quite high. With him in charge of the Sun family, the Hui family and the Zhou family must be afraid, so they unite to fight against the Sun family. In the previous life, the Hui family had her, so they didn't need to join forces with the Zhou family. But in this life, the reality faced by the Hui family has changed, and they probably haven't yet attracted a cultivator with good talent. Yan Luo, if you don't believe me, you can come with me to Qingliang Mountain to take a look. Yan Luo raised his eyebrows. Going to Qingliang Mountain? Qingliang Mountain is heavily guarded, and it is not easy for outsiders to enter, but now Sun Jingyang has invited us. She said, good. Yan Feng and Sheng Wan both asked to go with them, but Yan Luo did not agree. Although she had lived in Qingliang Mountain for decades in her previous life, things are different now, and she is afraid of danger. She said to Yan Feng very honestly, if you go there, you'll probably be a drag on me. You'd better stay at home and look after the house. You can also play your role there. Yan Feng, stop talking, I want to practice all night. Since Yan Luo decided to go, he just packed his things casually, then jumped out of the window and landed steadily on Sun Jingyang's boat. Sun Jingyang's eyes lit up. She knew Yan Luo was talented, but she didn't expect that he would progress even faster than in his previous life. He must bring Yan Luo to the Sun family and not let her go to the Hui family again.
What are you looking at?
Yan Luo could not accept Sun Jingyang's fiery gaze. Sun Jingyang smiled and said, I am looking at this beautiful fairy. She has both beauty and talent. I admire her very much. Yan Luo frowned and said very seriously, fellow Dawa Sun, we cultivators should cultivate our moral character to go further. It is human nature to like beautiful things. Yan Luo frowned even more tightly now. She remembered that Sun Jingyang was not such a person in her previous life. She ignored him and went into the cabin and sat down. In addition to Yan Luo and Sun Jingyang, there were two other men on the boat who were responsible for driving the boat. There were tables and chairs on the boat, and on the tables were teapots and cups. The tea was the finest Baijian tea. Yan Luo had no intention of drinking, but Sun Jingyang took the initiative to pour her a glass and teased, don't worry, it's not poisonous. Yan Luo still didn't move, but closed his eyes. Seeing this, Sun Jingyang smiled bitterly and stopped talking. This woman has someone else in her heart and will not change her mind easily. It took nearly 3 hours for the boat to reach Qingliang Mountain. Yan Luo saw the shadow of Qingliang Mountain from afar and walked onto the deck. The Qingliang Mountain range is gentle, with the highest altitude, less than 1,000 meters. In addition to the 3 major families, there are also villas and courtyards built by some wealthy people in Shangyang City on the hillside. The villages at the foot of Qingliang Mountain have long been submerged, and now the huge mountain range is like a giant aquatic beast, lurking in the water. Qingliang Mountain is surrounded by water, and there are no buildings within a mile radius. The view from the mountain is very broad. It is a typical place that is easy to defend but difficult to attack as described by military strategists. Originally, there were checkpoints on the mountain road, and a simple wooden house was built on the side of the road. The 3 major families arranged people to take turns to guard here. There was a huge pile of firewood behind the wooden house. Yan Luo knew the use of this thing. If he encountered a strong enemy, he would light the pile of firewood to warn. The boat approached the checkpoint quickly. Someone came up immediately to check the identity document, and when they saw that it was someone from the Sun family, they let him pass immediately. Yan Luo followed Sun Jingyang to Qingliang Mountain. Although the mountain road is a flat asphalt road, due to the shortage of gasoline and vehicles, there are no cars on the road, only pedestrians. Sun Jingyang believed that Yan Luo still couldn't let go of Hui Qingling, and would definitely inquire about Hui Qingling when he came to Qingliang Mountain. In order to make Yan Luo completely give up, he pretended that he had to leave for something, and only left a bodyguard for Yan Luo. Anyway, Everyone in Qingliang Mountain knows that Hu Qingling is going to marry Zhou Siyu. Although Yan Luo didn't know Sun Jingyang's intention, this made her feel much more comfortable. She didn't like having someone to accompany her. Yan Luo was very familiar with Qingliang Mountain. She walked up along the winding mountain road and saw several small villas, which were now full of people. The owners of the villas basically all joined the three major families, and the people recruited by the three major families were placed in them. Yan Luo met many people going up and down the mountain along the way. Some of them were carrying loads on their shoulders, and some were carrying buckets. They were obviously laborers. She didn't care either. Yan Bingtao followed 3 or 4 people transporting garbage down the mountain and recognized Yan Luo at a glance. "You little witch," the voice suddenly dropped. "Lolo, is that you?" "Lolo, it's great that you're finally back. Daddy misses you so much that he can't sleep every day. Do you know how worried he is about you?" Yan Luo really didn't expect to meet Yan Bingtao. Moreover, he was in such a miserable state. His whole body was in tatters and his clothes had several holes in them. The jet black hair that he once loved to wax has become messy, with half of it mixed with white hair, and his face is covered with stubble and wrinkles. When he ran over, the wind in the air still carried an indescribable stench, like the smell of a dry toilet in the countryside 10 years ago. The Sun family bodyguard next to Yan Luo couldn't help but cover his nose, and even took a half step back. "Lolo, I'm your dad. Don't you recognize me?" In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Yan Luo and wanted to hug Yan Luo with his dirty hands. Yan Luo frowned and took a step back. Yan Bingtao was hurt by her reaction. Well, this child who was raised is just not good enough. He even dares to despise him. Yan Luo saw the hatred in his eyes and said, "Didn't you just call me a witch? Why did you change your tone now?" Even though Yan Bingtao's voice was soft and he was far away from Yan Luo still heard it with his hearing ability at that time. Yan Bingtao was stunned for a moment. He thought he could change his words quickly, and Yan Luo would not find out that he was a businessman, a shameless businessman who was best at judging the situation. He was very angry when he first met Yan Luo, but then he found that Yan Luo was dressed brightly and was full of energy. Based on this, he knew that Yan Luo must be living a good life. Since she is doing well, he is her father. "Lolo, Daddy didn't scold you. You must have heard it wrong. You have been Daddy's little princess since you were a child. How could Daddy bear to scold you?" Yan Luo deeply admired his shameless temper. She sneered. "Didn't you call and scold me a few months ago? Wasn't that you?" That call was made by Yan Bingtao when the natural disaster had just begun. The purpose was to let Yan Luo find a way to return to the Hu family so that he could bring his whole family to live with them. Yan Bingtao looked extremely distressed. "Lolo, Daddy did that for your own good. If you go back to the Hu family, your life will not be any worse than it is now." Yan Luo looked at him with a half smile. "It's for your own good, right? Well, you don't have to pretend to be a father and daughter. You and I are not father and daughter." A flash of shame and anger flashed across Yan Bingtao's face, and on the other side of the mountain road, the people who were taking out the garbage with him smiled mockingly. They joked, "Old Yan, that's enough, hurry up and leave. Are you sick again? You should face reality and stop dreaming about your old rich family." Yan Bingtao hated Yan Luo in his heart, but he had to swallow the broken teeth. As long as he was with Yan Luo, he could live a good life. "Lolo, how can you say that? Dad has raised you for more than 20 years and has long regarded you as his own daughter. You must have come to Qingliang Mountain to find Qingling this time. I told you that my daughter is definitely better than Zhou Siyu based on her abilities." Hearing him mention Hu Qingling again, Yan Luo showed an impatient look on his face. "Enough, I'm not here to look for him. Don't mention him again." Yan Bingtao said hurriedly, "Lolo, a husband and wife are bound by love for 100 days. Even if you are divorced, you have been married for 3 years. Go find him and say something nice to him." Yan Luo was already extremely annoyed. She took a step back and looked directly into Yan Bingtao's calculating eyes. "Since you met me, you never asked me how your wife and son are doing. So I'll be a good person and tell you that your wife and son are dead." After she finished speaking, she saw Yan Bingtao standing there in a daze. Yan Luo snorted coldly and walked away quickly. Yan Bingtao stood there stiff as a log, and it took him a long time to react. There wasn't even a trace of tears in his cloudy eyes. He turned around and wanted to chase Yan Luo, but Yan Luo walked too fast, and the person who was carrying the garbage with him pressed his shoulders. "Where are you going? If you don't hurry up and take the garbage down the mountain, there won't even be any soup for you to eat when you get back." He struggled several times but failed to break free. Compared with these people, he, an old man who had never done hard work, could not gain any advantage. The Sun family's bodyguards had very good professional ethics and didn't ask a single question about Yan Luo's affairs. When Yan Luo was almost halfway up the mountain on foot, he saw several women washing clothes by a stream. The water supply was cut off everywhere, and people in the residential areas could only drink dirty water outside the buildings. Only a few monks were able to condense water with their spiritual power, but the quantity was limited and only enough for their own use. This shows the advantage of the mountains. The water in the mountains is at least cleaner. Have you heard that the young master of the Hoare family is going to be engaged to the daughter of the Zhou family tomorrow? Oh no, no matter how good-looking the young master of the Hoare family is, he is still a second marriage for the daughter of the Zhou family. A woman whispered, "What's a second marriage?" I heard that a few days ago there was a pregnant woman in the Hoare family who was bossing around all day long. She has disappeared recently. This young master of the Hoare family is having a lot of fun. Yan Luo raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, it seemed that Sun Jingyang did not lie to her. When the bodyguard saw that Yan Luo truly believed this, he knew that he had completed his mission. Yan Luo deliberately slowed down his pace and listened for a while. Then he got the news that Zhou Suyu had been secretly in love with Hu Qinglang for a long time, and even heard that Dai Qianqian seemed to be locked up by the Hoare family. She now wants to see Dai Qianqian's situation. Unfortunately, the Hoare family mansion was more heavily guarded, with patrols constantly passing by the mansion. As the mascot of the Hoare family in the previous life, Yan Luo knew that the Hoare family had secretly hidden a lot of arms. The three major families have now sent people to the sects of cultivation to seek support, but only the Sun family has an authentic cultivator, Sun Jingyang, who voluntarily returned from the natural disaster. So far, no disciples from the other two sects have stopped by. There are quite a few wild cultivators who have awakened after the natural disaster, but unfortunately these people are only at the first level of the gathering spirit realm and have no inherited skills, so they cannot be compared with Sun Jingyang. Yan Luo secretly paid attention to the situation of the Hoare family and found an opportunity to kill Hu Qinglang and Dai Qianqian, the couple. After passing the Hoare family, they soon arrived at the gate of the Sun family. The bodyguard took Yan Luo in and arranged a quiet little courtyard for Yan Luo. Now is an extraordinary period, and the Sun family's garden beds, which were originally planted with precious flower species, are now filled with vegetables and fruits. Nowadays, the value of vegetables and fruits outside is more attractive than gold in peacetime. Sun Jingyang and his men brought dinner over. His original intention was to have dinner with Yan Luo, but Yan Luo was not in the mood, so he did not force him. Tomorrow, Hu Qinglang and Zhou Suyu are getting engaged. Our Sun family will go to congratulate them. Are you going? Yan Luo looked up at him and asked, "If I go, in the name of your Sun family?" Sun Jingyang said, "You can do whatever you want, but if you don't go with me, I'm afraid you won't be able to enter the Hoare family's gate." Actually, it's possible to force your way in, but Yan Luo doesn't want to force his way in, like when Zhao Min snatched the bride from Zhang Wuji's wedding to Zhou Zhirua. "Okay, I'll go with you." We had dinner early, before it got completely dark. The orange and yellow sunset spread across the western sky like a fine oil painting. People who were starving to death naturally would not appreciate the beautiful scenery outside, but there was a pregnant woman who looked delicate and frail, who was sitting outside watching the sunset. Yan Luo just came out to take a look after dinner, and unexpectedly, he saw Dai Qianqian by chance. The two of them were separated by the courtyard walls of the Hua and Sun families, as well as a 5-meter wide road in the middle. It is called a courtyard wall, but in fact it is a vertical railing as thick as a thumb, and a dog can squeeze in the middle of each railing. When Yan Luo saw Dai Qianqian also saw Yan Luo. Yan Luo was wearing a pure white lace nightgown, with her soft and flowing long hair casually draped behind her. She didn't like to wear makeup, and her pure face was like a hibiscus blooming in early summer. When Dai Qianqian saw this cool and beautiful face, her eyes suddenly burst into flames. She jumped up from the chair, forgetting that she was pregnant and couldn't move too much. Yan Luo gave her a strange smile. Dai Qianqian is now 5 months pregnant, and her belly is slightly bulging. She manages her figure well, and her figure has not changed at all even during pregnancy. She even wore light makeup. When it comes to winning over men, Dai Qianqian is truly outstanding. The Hoarding family mansion is very large, and Yan Luo only knows some of the places they often go. The small courtyard where Dai Qianqian lives is very remote. She didn't expect that the Hoarding family and the Sun family would have a border. The two looked at each other, and Dai Qianqian's expression changed from shock to disbelief to jealousy. She clutched her skirt tightly in her palms, and her lips turned pale.
She didn't dare to speak.
Hu Qingling told her to hide here and not cause trouble. She can only coax Hu Qingling now. Yan Luo was different. She was a guest of the Sun family, and there were no members of the Sun family here. She smiled and said, "I thought that after I divorced Hu Qingling, you would be able to succeed in getting promoted. I didn't expect that you would fail again." She let out a soul-stirring smile, which made Dai Qianqian's face turn green. Yan Luo retorted to her and returned to his room in a good mood. The temperature on the mountain was relatively low, and Yan Luo was not used to sleeping in someone else's house, so she locked the room and went into her own space to sleep. The one bedroom and one living room cabin in the space was made warm and comfortable by Yan Luo. Ever since Yan Bao experienced the joy of space last time, he would come in every now and then to take a look around. Yan Luo really dotes on it, and he only brought it with him this time when he went out. When Yan Luo came in, Yan Bao was sleeping on the bed. Yan Luo pushed it inside. The place where Yan Bao had lain was still warm. Yan Luo smiled. She never thought that one day she would have a giant panda to warm her bed. Yan Bao opened his sleepy eyes and saw that it was Yan Luo who came. He turned around to face Yan Luo, buried his head in her chest, and continued to sleep soundly. Yan Luo put his hand on its neck and hugged it to sleep. In the morning, Yan Luo had breakfast in the space first. Although the food provided by the Sun family was better than what everyone else ate outside, Yan Luo had a big appetite and could not feel full. Yan Luo had a bowl of beef noodles with pickled cabbage and golden soup and a black pepper grilled sausage, while Yan Bao had a roast duck and 2 fried chicken legs. As an animal, Yan Bao was quite elegant in eating. He sat on Yan Luo's chaise longue, leaning against the backrest, holding the roast duck in his 2 paws and chewing it with his big mouth. The most amazing thing is that people will spit out bones after eating roast duck. They are quite smart. After the meal, I was covered in grease. After eating, I wandered to the orchard. The vegetables and fruits in the space mature once a month on average. If they are not picked, they will continue to grow and will not rot, but they will not grow new ones either. So Yan Bao didn't feel bad about picking the fruits from Yan Luo, as it was a good opportunity for Yan Luo to grow new fruits after picking them. Yan Luo reminded it as it shook its ace left and right, "Take a shower after eating. You can't get on my bed if you're dirty." Not sure if Yan Bao understood or not. Yan Luo covered her forehead with her hands in pain. She should arrange a nanny in the space so that the space can be well managed, and she wouldn't have to worry about it herself. Yan Luo left the space. 5 minutes later, the Sun family's breakfast was delivered. They sent 2 big snow-white buns and a cup of soy milk. After they left, Yan Luo checked whether the buns and soy milk were fresh and clean before eating. To attend her ex-husband's engagement party, Yan Luo changed into a pure white dress and even wore a white hairpin with fluffy white feathers in her hair. When Sun Jingyang arrived, he was amazed by Yan Luo in front of him. I have long known that Yan Luo not only has a high talent for cultivation, but also has an amazing appearance. This plain white top makes her look like a fairy from heaven, spotless and dust-free. Sun Jingyang's throat rolled, and an idea popped up in his mind. Hu Qingling was really blind. Such a beautiful girl was thrown into the mountains. Let's go. Yan Luo spoke, interrupting Sun Jingyang, who was lost in his thoughts. Sun Jingyang smiled slightly, and the two of them walked out of the Sun family side by side. Before leaving, Yan Luo glanced across and saw that Dai Qianqian's door was tightly closed. At a time like this, the Hu family would definitely prevent her from causing trouble and sent a number of servants to watch her. Not many people came to Hu Qinglong's wedding, only Zhou Siyu's parents, brothers and sisters. When Yan Luo arrived, he saw 10 bodyguards standing at the door of the Hu family. All of them were at the first or second level of the Gathering Spirit realm and had guns on their waists. They only let people from the Zhou family through, and Sun Jingyang was stopped at the door. A bodyguard said, "No invitation, no entry." Sun Jingyang smiled and said, "Why, your young master is getting engaged. Can't our Sun family come to congratulate him? The Hu family is too stingy now. Aren't they able to afford 2 more people to have a wedding banquet? Go and tell your master what I mean and tell him my name, Sun Jingyang." The bodyguard hesitated for a while, but when he saw that Yan Luo and the others were both dressed in bright and beautiful clothes and not unkempt refugees, he ran to report. When Hu Chuanmin heard that Sun Jingyang was coming, he couldn't help but frown. He glanced at the Zhou family's patriarch, and they both nodded. It's a good opportunity to see who Sun Jingyang is. The gates soon announced that they were allowed to enter. Yan Luo was very familiar with the Hu family's old house, and she could find the guest room without a servant leading the way. If it happened before the natural disaster for the Hu family's young master to be getting engaged, he would have to book a hotel, order a high-end dress, and decorate the venue with imported flowers and red wine. The scene would have been filled with business guests and would have been bustling with activity. Now, apart from the relatives, there is no other guest. It is so miserable. Yan Luo sneered in his heart. Hu Qinglang and Dai Qianqian are really the same kind of people, good at putting on a show. In his previous life, he also said to her, "Lolo, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was deceived by that which Dai Qianqian. Don't worry, you're the only one in my heart from now on. Luo Luo, you are our Hu family's favorite granddaughter-in-law and daughter-in-law. Our Hu family will definitely be your strongest backer." But when he threw her into the mountains, his face was horrible and he said, "Yan Luo, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. You made everyone only see you. As long as you die, I will be the most powerful cultivator in the Hu family. Go to Hades, you witch." Yan Luo calmed himself down and calmed his emotions. The two of them quickly entered the living room. Hu Chuanmin sat in the middle of the living room, and Hu Shuyi and Zhou Wenjian sat below him. There were also some relatives of the two families on both sides. "Congratulations." Sun Jingyang walked into the living room very familiarly and found a place to sit down. Yan Luo was naturally not polite and followed Sun Jingyang to sit next to him. They were uninvited guests, so there was no need for them to pretend to be so affectionate. When Yan Luo passed by Hu Qinglang, everyone in the Hu family recognized her, especially Hu Qinglang. Yan Luo's outfit today caught his eye. Originally, he was willing to marry her because of her beauty that was known to all the wealthy men. However, Yan Luo had always been pretentious since they got married, and there was no joy at all as a couple. No matter how beautiful a vase is, it will become ugly after being viewed for a long time. But if you haven't seen this vase for a long time, it still has its charm. Hu Qinglang originally thought that Yan Luo came because he couldn't bear to leave him, but when he saw Yan Luo sitting with Sun Jingyang, he instantly became angry. "Yan Luo, we just got divorced, and you've already hooked up with the Sun family. You're really good at hooking up with men." Facing his ridicule, Yan Luo retorted without missing a word. "Hu Qinglang, we just got divorced, and you've already hooked up with the Zhou family. You're really good at hooking up with women." Hu Qinglang glanced at Zhou Suyu beside him and said hurriedly, "Yan Luo, what nonsense are you talking about? Suyu and I are in a free love relationship." Hu Chuanmin looked at his grandson and coughed twice, and the living room became quiet. Zhou Suyu glanced at the woman behind her, and the woman nodded at her. Yan Luo was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Yan Shiner would become Zhou Suyu's personal servant. Hu Chuanmin looked at Sun Jingyang. "I've heard that the Sun family's youngster who went out to study in the early years, has returned. It must be you. You are really a talented person. Sun Jingyang replied with a smile. I don't deserve it. Hu Qingling is also handsome and talented. So many women like to be around him. Everyone looked at him with displeasure. Hu Chuanmin smiled. Now that the times are open, it doesn't matter if you fall in love a few times and meet the wrong people a few times. As long as you can meet the right one, it's not too late. With just one sentence, he made all the other women the wrong ones. Sun Jingyang smiled lazily and stopped answering. Hu Chuanmin looked at Yan Luo again and said kindly, Yan Luo, since you and Qingling have divorced, you should not interfere with each other's marriage in the future. You came here today to congratulate Qingling, right? This shameless old man refuses to give up power, even at his age. Everyone in the Hu family revolves around him. Yan Luo snorted in his heart and said on the surface, I am here to congratulate you. I wish Mr. Hua and Miss Zhou a happy marriage. But please don't be like me. Yan Luo. Hu Qingling glared at her fiercely. You are not welcome here. Please leave now. Hu Qingling was really afraid that Yan Luo would expose Dai Qianqian. In order to prevent Dai Qianqian from causing trouble, Hu Chuanmin put her under house arrest. But based on Yan Luo's understanding of Dai Qianqian, she would not cause trouble because she knew that Hu Chuanmin was determined to unite with the Zhou family, and she would not do something that would not produce any results. She would only deeply corrode Hu Qinglong's heart, and then wait slowly until the old man died, and Hu Qingling became the one in charge of the Hu family. Sun Jingyang leaned back in his chair and said with a half-smile, I brought Miss Yan here. If you don't welcome her, you don't welcome me. The marriage between the Hua and Zhou families is not intended to destroy our Sun family, right? As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed. Hu Qingling immediately refuted. What is the relationship between Master Sun and Yan Luo? What does it have to do with you, if I drive her out? Sun Jingyang smiled and said, Of course it's related. I'm her suitor. Even though she doesn't like me, I still have to protect her. Yan Luo, if you are so shameless, could you please not drag me into this matter? When Hu Qingling heard that he was pursuing Yan Luo, he instantly became unhappy. He sneered, I heard that you are a Taoist priest. I didn't expect that Taoist priests can get married now. Well, now even Sun Jingyang is not welcome to Hu Qingling. Hu Chuanmin put away the smile on his face. Even though it was rumored that Sun Jingyang was a very powerful cultivator, it was embarrassing for the Hu family for Sun Jingyang to confront his grandson in front of so many people. Friend Sun, since you two are here to attend Qinglong's engagement party, then say something happy. If not, please leave. Sun Jingyang didn't care about Hu Chuanmin's attitude at all. He looked at Yan Luo with a smile. Lolo, whether we leave or not is up to you. His attitude of not taking Hu Chuanmin seriously at all made Hu Chuanmin's face even darker. Yan Luo looked around the room and was about to speak when Zhou Suyu, who had been sitting there gently and gracefully, called her over. Ms. Yan, I heard that Xiner is your sister. She is by my side now. Do you want to talk to her? Yan Luo had already seen Yan Shiner, and she had no desire to talk to her at all. She shook her head directly, no need. We are not sisters. Since the Hu family doesn't welcome us, we will leave now. Zhou Suyu didn't intend to let Yan Luo go. She said, I heard that you were the adopted daughter of Xiner's parents. How come you don't recognize the family that raised you when you grow up? Yan Luo stood up and looked at Yan Shiner mockingly. I heard it.
Who told you that?
Yan Shiner? On the way here just now, an old man who was picking up manure said, he was my adoptive father. Could that be the father Yan Shiner was talking about? Yan Shiner's expression changed, and she saw a look of disgust on Zhou Suyu's face. Yan Luo gave her a cold look and said, You know whether you are dead or not. Yan Shiner immediately acted as if she was about to cry. Sister, you can't just say nonsense because you hate me and her family. You are just an adopted daughter. Dad has always loved cleanliness. How sad he would be if you said that to him. Hu Qingling looked at Sun Jingyang and said sarcastically, I thought you were some sort of person, but I didn't expect you would be interested in a liar like Yan Luo. Yan Luo said, You are eager to be the father of Dai Qianqian's child. Aren't you a person of character? Hua Qinglong's face changed, and he scolded. What nonsense are you talking about? What does Dai Qianqian's child have to do with me? Seeing him like this, Yan Luo suddenly smiled, like a blooming flower. She smiled for a long time before she said from the bottom of her heart, "It really has nothing to do with you." This was the happiest time she had laughed in recent days. Hua Qinglong's expression changed several times in an instant. What did Yan Luo mean by that? Was she scolding him on purpose, exposing his mistress, or was Qianqian's child really not Hua Qinglong's? He quickly rejected this idea in his heart. Qianqian was so gentle and lovely, and she was around the Hua family every day. How could she be pregnant with someone else's child? Yan Luo must be trying to ruin his reputation. This witch, she has such a pretty face for nothing. If he had advanced medical skills, he would definitely stick this skin on Qianqian's face. Hua Chuanmin said with a cold face, "Suyu, don't bother with this kind of woman. Let them go quickly and don't delay your and Qinglong's wedding." Since the old man had spoken, Zhou Suyu had no choice but to give up. But she was still very concerned about Yan Luo's existence. Yan Xiner was even more jealous. Sun Zhengyang was now a very popular figure in Qingliang Mountain, and Yan Luo was actually hooking up with him. A servant from the Hua family came forward to ask Yan Luo and Sun Zhengyang to leave. The two of them were disgusting to begin with, and seeing this, they were indeed disgusted. The two went out side by side. Yan Xiner suddenly shouted, "Master Sun, don't be fooled by Yan Luo." Before she could finish her words, she was frightened by the cold gaze of Hua Chuanmin above her and dared not say another word. Sun Jingyang glanced at Yan Xiner with amusement, then said loudly, "Yan Luo is not unworthy of me. On the contrary, she is very good and a cultivator who is on par with me." Everyone showed an expression of disbelief. Evenly matched? Everyone in Qingliang Mountain knows that Sun Jingyang has a very high level of cultivation. How could Yan Luo have such a high level of cultivation? Hua Qingling burst out laughing. "You don't have to flatter her. We all know what she's capable of." Sun Jingyang looked at Yan Luo. "Are you usually so low-key? They look down on you so much. Why don't you show off your skills?" Yan Luo turned around and faced the people in the living room. Hua Qingling snorted disdainfully, while Yan Xiner's face was full of jealousy. She smiled slightly and poured her spiritual energy into her legs, and she soared into the air like a flying swallow. Her skirt fluttered in the air and her long hair danced like a real fairy. Everyone held their breath, and before they could even exclaim in surprise, Yan Luo had already landed on the rockery opposite. The rockery was 7 or 8 meters high. Sun Jingyang's figure then landed on the side. Unlike Yan Luo's cold and reserved expression, Sun Jingyang laughed loudly twice. "You guys are really blind. You lost such a beautiful jade." "Haha." He laughed loudly, and, regardless of the expressions of the people below, he and Yan Luo jumped down from the rockery and left the Hua family in a cool manner. The people in the living room were still in shock and couldn't recover for a long time. The jealousy and resentment in Yan Xiner and Zhou Suyu's eyes could not be hidden. Hua Qingling also had a look of disbelief on his face. He didn't believe that his ex-wife, who was good for nothing and never said a word all day, had inexplicably become such a powerful cultivator.
Pretending.
She must be pretending. Sun Jingyang didn't know what method he used. The engagement banquet ended abruptly because of the arrival of Yan Luo and others. Yan Xiner was kicked out by the Zhou family because she made Hua Chuanmin unhappy by talking nonsense at the banquet. Hua Qinglong's marriage was finally settled. But after the Zhou family left, Hua Chuanmin called Hua Qingling to the study. The old man sat on the armchair, staring at Hua Qingling coldly. After a while, he suppressed his anger and said, "Back then, you divorced Yan Luo without my consent. You said that the woman you had outside was virtuous and capable and could better assist you. But what's the situation now? Has she assisted you?" The old man was in an unstable mood. Hua Qingling did not dare to sit down and could only stand opposite him. He retorted in a low voice, "Qianqian. Qianqian is pregnant with your great-grandson. Our Hua family can continue the family line." He didn't dare say this. Hu Chuanmin slammed the table fiercely. Is it possible that Yan Luo can't get pregnant? Don't I know anything about how you treated Yan Luo during the past few years of marriage? How did she get pregnant when you didn't even sleep with Yan Luo? Getting pregnant and having a baby is a skill that women are born with. There is no need to learn it. Just because your woman is pregnant, you take her so seriously. Hu Qingling said aggrievely. Yan Luo, she doesn't understand romance at all. Snap! A teacup flew over and hit Hu Qinglong's feet, breaking into pieces. Ceramic fragments flew everywhere, and Hu Qingling subconsciously took a step back, not daring to say another word. How could I have a love-brained grandson like you? He said angrily. You have seen Yan Luo's ability today. She should have been a member of my Hu family. Because of your love-brained thinking, our Hu family has lost a talent in vain. Do you know how difficult it is to go out and win over monks now? Hu Qingling lowered his head. Since they couldn't contact the cultivation sects, they had no skills and could only figure it out on their own. He knows how difficult it is. Okay, don't worry about the Hu family's affairs for now. Just reflect on yourself. Also, go back and check for me to see whose child your little lover is carrying. Hu Qingling staggered, and Grandpa felt that Qianqian was not pregnant with his child. It must be fake. Grandpa must have been deceived by that witch Yan Luo. As he walked, he saw a bunch of white wildflowers on the roadside, and his heart was moved. That witch looked really beautiful when she was flying in the sky. It would have been even more beautiful if she begged for mercy under him. In a flash, his expression turned ugly again. She was just like that. She liked to act unattainable. Bah, stinky witch. Yan Luo didn't know what Hu Qinglong's attitude towards her was, and she didn't care at all. After leaving the Hu family's gate, Sun Jingyang said with a smile, Hu Qingling is a blind man. Let's not get angry with him. How about you take your eyes off me and look at me? Yan Luo stopped and looked at Sun Jingyang seriously. In my impression, this person was someone who loved practicing cultivation. He didn't have a Taoist partner in his previous life, let alone get married. Why did his attitude change in this life? Yan Luo suddenly remembered that at this time in his previous life, he was still in the sect and had not returned yet. He waited until his family members came up the mountain for help before returning. How come someone changed his trajectory out of nowhere? And this change was not because of her. What's wrong? Do you find me handsome? Yan Luo smiled slightly and asked directly, you want to marry me because you think I have good talent and want to bring me into the Sun family, right? Sun Jingyang was stunned. He didn't expect Yan Luo to directly state his purpose. But he was also a straightforward person. Since Yan Luo had seen through him, he stopped pretending. That's right. If you and I join forces, the Sun family will surely become stronger. And with the support of the powerful Sun family, you and I will also be able to have a better environment for cultivation. Yan Luo didn't think much about it and refused directly. I have no intention of joining any forces. I just want to be free. Sun Jingyang was still trying to persuade him, but Yan Luo changed his tone and said, but we can try another way. The words Sun Jingyang wanted to say were stuck in his throat, so he had to ask what form. Yan Luo said, I will be your Sun family's guest. If the Sun family asks me for help when they are in trouble, I will help them. If I ask the Sun family for help when I am in trouble, the Sun family will also help me.
How?
Sun Jingyang thought about Yan Luo's words for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, okay, our Sun family will cooperate with you. The two thus established a partnership. On the way back to Sun's house, they saw many displaced people. There were even people fighting on the roadside, but the two ignored them. When Yan Luo was passing by casually, he was stunned when he saw the man being pinned to the ground and beaten by several people. Aunt Chun? She hurried forward, waved her hand, and her spiritual power formed a strong wind that blew the three men several steps away. The natural disaster has lasted for so long, and people with the talent for cultivation have continued to emerge like mushrooms after a rain, and people basically know about the existence of cultivators. When the three saw Yan Luo's methods, they were immediately scared and ran away. Yan Luo did not chase them, but helped the woman on the ground up. The woman looked to be in her 40s, with messy hair, a thin build, a pale face, and bloodless lips. The three men just snatched half a steamed bun from her. "Are you okay?" Yan Luo asked softly. The woman did not answer. Half of her face was swollen, and the bulging flesh covered half of her eye, making her look somewhat hideous. Yan Luo helped her sit aside. She was covered in bruises and had difficulty moving, limping. Sun Jingyang was a little surprised. Yan Luo was not such a kind person. She had met many people who were bullied along the way, but she never stopped to help. Yan Luo not only helped, she even asked, "Do you want to live? If so, I can give you a chance." The woman raised her head suddenly and looked at Yan Luo in disbelief. "Are you serious?" Then she showed a bitter smile, which made her face covered with blue and red lines look even more hideous. "There must be conditions. What are they?" Yan Luo did not shy away from the question and said directly, "Your freedom." The woman was stunned, and Sun Jingyang was also stunned. Neither of them understood what Yan Luo meant. "How about freedom or death? Which one do you choose?" The woman's eyes struggled for a moment. Being hungry was too uncomfortable. As a woman, she not only suffered from hunger, but was also bullied. She made up her mind secretly, "Freedom. I don't want freedom anymore. I will follow you." Yan Luo was not surprised at all, because she had saved her in the previous life, and then she served her for many years, doing her best and taking care of her in every possible way. Yan Luo took Aunt Chun and returned to the Sun family with Sun Jingyang. After closing the door, Yan Luo took Aunt Chun directly into the space. Aunt Chun was shocked by the sight before her. Several hectares of fertile fields, a bountiful harvest, mountains of supplies, and clear water sources. "This is your freedom. From now on, you can only stay in this world. Without my permission, you can never go out again. Of course, you can eat the food here, but your job is to help me take care of this place." Hearing this, Aunt Chun's eyes were filled with excitement. There was food, drink, entertainment, and work to do here. It was exactly the retirement life she had imagined. Why would she still want to go out? "Don't worry, Mississippi. I will make sure this place is clean." Yan Luo nodded and took her to the field. "These crops are ripe and need to be harvested. There is a harvester over there. You can learn how to use it. The fruits are ripe and are picked and sorted. Don't worry about these herbs. I'll get them myself. There are fresh ingredients here. You can cook your own food. Of course, you can also eat ready-made food, but please don't eat my snacks. They cannot be regenerated and will be gone once you eat them." Aunt Chun wrote them down one by one. When Yan Bao came out of the warehouse, Aunt Chun was startled. Yan Luo said again, "If you see it's dirty, wash it." Yan Bao was very curious about the newcomer and walked slowly around her. Aunt Chun loved Yan Bao very much and reached out to touch its head. Unexpectedly, little Yan Bao actually snorted coldly, which scared Aunt Chun so much that she immediately retracted her hand. There was only one room and one living room in the space. Yan Luo used his mind to control the construction of a row of wooden houses beside the field. "There is a lot of work here. You can't handle it alone. Don't be too tired. I will add some more people to help you later." Aunt Chun quickly agreed. After Yan Luo finished his work, he ate in the space. Dinner was made by Aunt Chun. She was very efficient in doing housework, and Yan Luo appreciated this point about her. For dinner, they made sweet and sour pork ribs, steamed sea bass, spicy fried clams, and seafood dumpling soup. Aunt Chun's cooking skills were much better than Yan Feng's, and Yan Luo enjoyed the meal very much. After dinner, she left the space and calculated the time. After 1 o'clock in the morning, she changed into a black nightgown, quietly opened the window, and jumped out. When Yan Luo was in the air now, he could only keep looking for leverage like those martial arts masters, otherwise he would fall down. After climbing over the railing of the Sun family, Yan Luo hid in the dark for a while. After the patrol had passed, she quickly approached the wall of the Hor family and climbed in easily. Turning inside is where Dai Qianqian lives. There were 2 bodyguards outside the courtyard and 2 maids at the door inside. Although the Hor family has a generator, it can only provide electricity to some important courtyards. On a night like this, in such a remote place, there is no light at all. The two maids were standing there sleepily and didn't even notice that there was an extra person in the yard. Yan Luo was like a gust of wind and was under the window in the blink of an eye. She slowly and carefully opened the window, and with her strength, she could hear the slight breathing sounds coming from the inner bedroom. Yan Luo took out the things he had prepared from the space. A basin of dark red wriggling earthworms, a bucket of mosquitoes and flies, a bag of cockroaches, a bag of fleas, a basin of caterpillars, and a sack of snakes. These things crawled in through the window one after another. Yan Luo heard the rustling sound of animals crawling in the darkness and closed the window with satisfaction. Yan Luo hated Dai Qianqian so much that killing her would be an easy option for her. In her last life, she liked to see her frightened and panicked, so in this life, she would give it back to her, making her forever afraid and having a psychological shadow. After dealing with this, Yan Luo climbed out of the courtyard in the dark night and went to the Hu family's warehouse based on his observations during the day and his memories of his previous life. As one of the three major families in Qingliang Mountain, the Hu family has a lot of supplies in their warehouses. Yan Luo set his sights on their supplies. The Hu family's warehouse is very large. Hu Chuanmin specially set aside the largest courtyard to store supplies according to the needs of natural disasters, and this courtyard is also the most heavily guarded place in the Hu family. There is a bodyguard every 2 meters around the entire courtyard and 5 bodyguards at the door. There are more than 100 bodyguards inside and outside the courtyard. Yan Luo couldn't help but curl her lips. She really couldn't beat him with this strength. But she wasn't here to fight. She was here to see if there was any chance to get some supplies. Yan Luo flew into the air again, tapped his toes on the tree outside the yard, and quickly entered the yard like a gust of wind. The cultivation level of the 5th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm was not something that these cultivators of the 1st and 2nd levels of the Gathering Spirit Realm could sense, and they didn't even notice that anyone had entered the yard. Yan Luo approached the warehouse quietly. The door was locked, and prying the lock would make too much noise, so it would not work. Yan Luo walked around the warehouse again, sticking to the wall, and finally found a skylight that was not locked. The skylight was very small, about 50 centimeters long and short. Yan Luo gently pushed the window open and jumped in carefully. The warehouse was pitch black and nothing could be seen clearly. Yan Luo focused on the food and transferred boxes of noodles, rice, and seasonings to his own space. After taking the food, Yan Luo took gasoline and diesel and finally found 2 large boxes of gold, silver, and jewelry, which Yan Luo took away without hesitation. Of course, in order to cover up her actions, Yan Luo sprinkled gasoline all over the warehouse. After she flew out of the skylight, she turned around and threw a lit fire stick into it and quickly flew away from the scene. After she left, a fire suddenly broke out in the warehouse. The flames grew bigger and bigger, finally attracting the attention of the bodyguards outside. Amid the cries of putting out the fire, the Hu family members began to panic. Hu Chuanmin was so angry that he coughed up blood on the spot. While the Hu family members were out putting out the fire, Yan Luo ran to Hu Qinglong's residence, based on her memory. There was no one in his room at this time. Yan Luo moved his safe and filled his room with all kinds of bugs. Thinking about Hu Qinglong's bad mood tomorrow, she was very happy. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, when everyone was fast asleep, but the shouting of the Hu family still attracted the attention of many people. What's going on outside? What's the noise? Many people came out of the room and saw the sea of fire from afar. In the pitch-black night, there was only that one bright spot between heaven and earth, almost as bright as day. Even outside the distant Qingliang mountain, you can see the unusual light on the mountain. The huge flame caused the temperature around it to rise rapidly. No matter how hard the Hu family tried, the fire could not be extinguished. Hu Chuanmin gritted his teeth and had to make up his mind to abandon the warehouse and open up a fireproof isolation zone. If the fire is allowed to continue, the entire Hu family mansion will be destroyed. Yan Luo had already returned to the Sun family courtyard, changed into pajamas, and stood on the balcony to look at the situation at the Hu family. She pursed her lips, and her eyes were cold and ruthless. In the last life, you achieved glory because of me. In this life, I destroyed this glory with my own hands. The fire burned all night long, and during that night, everyone on Qingliang Mountain had their own thoughts. The news that the Hua family's warehouse was gone could not be concealed. In this natural disaster, without supplies there would be no future. How could the Hua family maintain this huge family machine? There were also pig slaughtering like screams coming from Dai Qianqian's yard next door, but unfortunately the Hua family was too busy to take care of themselves and no one had time to take care of her. They just let her scratch her skin until it was torn, and she almost went crazy. Living like a ghost, becoming the person you used to despise, isn't that a good way to take revenge? After all, the Hua family is a century-old family. Although it has suffered heavy damage this time, it can still survive and wait a little longer until it is devoured by other forces in Qingliang Mountain. Yan Luo concealed the hatred in her eyes. The next time she came to Qingliang Mountain, it would be the funeral day of the Hua family. She said goodbye to Sun Jingyang early in the morning, and Sun Jingyang said with interest, "Don't you want to go and see the Hua family's joke?" Yan Luo shook his head. Not interested. As the instigator, she is of course not interested. Okay, I'll send someone to take you back? Yan Luo refused. Just give me a small boat and don't send anyone. I'm afraid it won't be safe for them to come back. Sun Jingyang nodded. The longer the natural disaster started, the more dangerous the water would be. Well, I hope we'll see each other next time. Yan Luo took Aunt Chun out of Sun's house. After they got on the main road, they saw that there were many more people on the asphalt road. Accompanied by 2 bodyguards from the Sun family, they reached the checkpoint smoothly. The Sun family had a newly built small dock, where the bodyguard got a small boat for Yan Luo. After Yan Luo brought Aunt Chun on board, they watched the boat leave, and then left the dock. After the boat went away, Yan Luo made sure that no one could see this place, so he sent Aunt Chun back to the space. Yan Bao wanted to come out to play, and Yan Luo, thinking of its previous glory, let it out. The Sun family was generous and gave Yan Luo a boat with a rechargeable engine. Yan Luo only needed to control the direction and did not need to row. The boat had no deck, only a cabin. Yan Bao crawled to the stern, sniffed the water with his head, then turned his head away in disgust. Compared with the water in Yan Luo's space, the water outside is like a stinking ditch, and the smell is unbearable. Some things cannot be said too early. The boat passed through an area of water where there were no high-rise buildings for several miles, and a breeze was blowing on the water. There was only one boat moving slowly forward, like a dead leaf drifting in the wind. There was only the slight sound of flowing water in the air, and it was so quiet. Yan Luo couldn't help but frown. This area of water is a little too clean. There are no floating corpses on the water surface, no fish or shrimp in the water, and even the water quality is clearer than other places. Yan Bao couldn't find any trace of magical power here, and he lay on his back in the cabin board, with his head resting on Yan Luo's thigh. Yan Luo was very alert and even breathed lightly. The boat was moving in the direction it was heading, and suddenly, the bottom of the boat began to vibrate. The water surface was like boiling water, and the small boat was swaying up and down and left and right along with the water surface. Yan Luo only felt dizzy, and before he could react, he was thrown into the air along with the ship. She detached herself from the boat in midair and used her toes to steady herself at the stern. When she looked down, she saw that Yan Bao had fallen into the water. At the bottom of the water, a huge object stirred the water surface, and a powerful whirlpool instantly formed on the water surface. Yan Bao was in the center of the whirlpool. Yan Luo was anxious and wanted to jump into the water to save Yan Bao. But at this moment, the giant creature under the water revealed its figure. Yan Luo was in the air, and his eyes were filled with horror. What a big snake! No, with such a large body, it should be a python. Judging from its size, it is as thick as an adult man can hug, and it is several tens of meters long. Looking at its exposed head, it is bigger than the basin. This huge body has surrounded Yan Bao and circled him in the water for several times. The huge head emerged from the water, and the scarlet tongue stuck out and rushed straight to Yan Bao's face.
Brute.
Yan Luo shouted softly and immediately swung the sword in his hand down, with a sharp sword wind, trying to cut off the giant python's tongue. The giant python withdrew its long tongue, and Yan Bao took the opportunity to grab its flesh with one claw. Normally, Yan Bao's claws would be very soft when they grabbed Yan Luo, but today was the first time Yan Luo saw it move its claws. Its claws had hooks that were sharper than ordinary magic weapons. When it grabbed the giant python's body, it actually scraped off a layer of skin. The giant python felt pain, and its huge body tumbled in the water. The encirclement tightened, and Yan Bao was almost unable to breathe due to the stranglehold of the cold snake body. Yan Luo could no longer maintain his position in the air. The giant python seemed to have a spirit. It opened its bloody mouth towards the sky, and a suction force wrapped around Yan Luo. Yan Luo's body fell rapidly. Seeing this, Yan Luo jumped into the water decisively. The place where it entered the water was just 1 meter away from the giant python's head. The giant python has already entangled Yan Bao, and is now about to turn around and bite this human to feast on it. It can feel the pure spiritual power in Yan Luo's body, and it must taste delicious. Yan Luo naturally knew what it was thinking, and the moment it turned around, he flashed into the space. Can't beat it, or can't hide. The giant python's big head froze on the water surface for a moment, then quickly dipped into the water and searched around twice. Unfortunately, although it had some intelligence, it didn't have much. After searching for 2 rounds without finding anything, it felt the pain of being scratched by the claws, so it pointed its big head at Yan Bao again. Open your mouth to eat. Yan Luo's figure suddenly appeared again. The sword had already returned to his hand, and he stabbed the giant python. The treasure was a weapon used by cultivators in the true martial realm. It was extremely powerful and directly pierced the python's skin. The giant python felt pain and raised its huge head to the sky, wagging its tongue a few times. Its long body rolled in the water a few times, throwing Yan Bao out more than 10 meters. Yan Luo was also blown away by the rushing and crazy water flow. But she and Yan Bao were in opposite directions, so she swam quickly towards Yan Bao in the water. Unfortunately, the giant python's speed in the water was several times faster than Yan Luo's. It swept its tail across the water and pushed Yan Luo out more than 10 meters. There was a slight chill in Yan Luo's eyes. This giant python should be equivalent to the 8th level of the gathering spirit realm of a human cultivator. If she wants to take in an animal with a higher level of cultivation than her into her space, there must be skin contact. As soon as this thought came out, the sword in Yan Luo's hand shone brighter, and the surging spiritual power gathered together, forming a pure sword energy in the water, which seemed to split the water flow and slash straight towards the giant python. A red light appeared in the giant python's round eyes. It no longer cared about Yan Bao standing beside it and bit Yan Luo viciously. The scarlet blood and the pure white sword light collided with each other, and the bottom of the water began to churn violently. Yan Luo entered the space instantly. The giant python was hit by the sword and was covered with bruises, but the human figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was tossing and turning in the water angrily, its huge body rolling constantly. The clear water became turbid and nothing could be seen. Yan Bao had already hidden in the waters 100 meters away. The giant python rolled for a while and finally calmed down. Seeing that it had calmed down, Yan Luo came out of the space again and launched a sneak attack. The giant python was so angry that it swore that this was the most shameless human being it had ever seen. After several sneak attacks, Yan Luo finally got close to the giant python. As soon as he felt the cool touch, the giant python disappeared into the water. Yan Luo, subconsciously, went to look for Yan Bao. Yan Bao was a very smart guy. He found a piece of driftwood from somewhere and climbed up. He laid his fat body on the wood and held on tightly with his 4 claws. When it saw Yan Luo swimming over, it immediately raised its head with joy. Yan Luo breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it was not injured, and then took it into the space. In the space, Aunt Chun fainted from fright. The giant python swam back and forth in the stream, very satisfied with the environment there, and even forgot the beating it had just suffered. Yan Luo looked at this guy and felt extremely nauseous. I didn't look at it carefully during the fight just now, but now that I look at it carefully, I think this thing is extremely ugly. Especially the brown pattern on it. The giant python tilted its head when it saw Yan Luo. Is this the human who launched a sneak attack? The giant python was a little angry, but it was useless to be angry. The space had already forced a contract on it. From now on, it could only be Yan Luo's pet and must not go against Yan Luo's wishes. Otherwise, its soul would automatically fly away and be annihilated and never reincarnate. The contract of space is very overbearing. The voice of the giant python appeared in Yan Luo's sea of consciousness. Are you my master? Yan Luo said, that's right. From now on, you have to be obedient in everything you do, otherwise I will beat you every time I see you. Monty Python, this is too hard. My young mind simply cannot bear it. Yan Luo's face darkened. He didn't expect that such an ugly python was actually a crying monster. It's still a female. I really don't know what kind of ugly woman it will become after it transforms. Yan Luo said, since you are my pet, you must have a name, so let's call it. She hesitated for a moment and said unkindly, just call me the clown. Monty Python.
No, primer protest.
I protest firmly. Yan Luo smiled and said, then let's call her Xiaohua. Although the python was still reluctant, it did not strongly object this time. After giving it a name, Yan Luo woke up Aunt Chun. As a mortal, Aunt Chun found it hard to accept having a giant python as a neighbor in the future. Yan Luo specially gave her a bottle of quick-acting heart-saving pills, and Aunt Chun started shaking all over. Yan Bao was unhappy with the giant python no matter how he looked at it. As long as Yan Luo was not in the space, it would bully Xiaohua. After you have tamed Xiaohua, the rest of the road will be much smoother. If you meet someone who is blind, just put Xiaohua in the water. It works every time. Yan Luo returned to Huayuan community smoothly. As soon as he entered Huayuan community, Yan Luo felt that the atmosphere of the community seemed different. There are a lot fewer people. In the past, when she came back, many people would lean on the windows to look out, but this time it was very quiet. She drove the boat to the front of Building 11 and found that Sheng Wan's fleet was tied downstairs, so she tied her boat to the side as well. After going upstairs, two young men immediately surrounded them. One of them knew Yan Luo and said, it turns out that Miss Yan is back. Yan Luo nodded and went straight upstairs. The two of them looked outside and saw that Yan Luo was the only one there. They looked at each other, and the one who knew Yan Luo said admiringly, Luo Shen is really amazing. She went out alone and came back unscathed. I wish I had this ability. Yan Luo opened the door and returned home. Yan Feng was practicing in the living room. When he heard the door open, he immediately opened his eyes. Although Yan Luo had only been gone for 3 or 4 days, Yan Feng still showed that he missed her very much. He immediately jumped up, looked Yan Luo up and down and saw that she was not injured. So he said, Sister, I will go make you something delicious.
No.
Yan Luo stopped him. She now has Aunt Chun cooking 3 meals a day for her. Aunt Chun's cooking skills are even better than Yan Feng's, and she doesn't want to disappoint her stomach. But Yan Feng didn't know. He thought his sister disliked him and felt a little hurt for a moment. Yan Luo didn't notice Yan Feng's disappointment. She asked, where are the people in the community? Why is it so quiet? At this point, Yan Feng started dancing with joy again. He said with great emotion, the military took them away. Sister, you may not know this, but the military has taken over the Shangyang City government. From now on, the officials in Shangyang City have become the military. Yan Luo nodded. In some aspects, such as the current chaotic world, the military is indeed more reliable than the government. After all, many of those people are fat and greedy. They probably can't even run away in chaotic times, and all the guards they have are used to protect themselves. The military is different. No matter what their starting point is, they have the ability and power. The military has now established a security base, spreading outward from the municipal building, occupying several financial buildings and a dozen residential communities. Almost all the residents of Shangyang City have moved there. The most important thing is that they did not disdain the elderly the weak, women, and children, and took in anyone who wanted to leave. From his tone, Yan Luo could vaguely hear his admiration for the military. Yan Luo asked, "Why, do you want to join the military too?" Yan Feng quickly shook his head vigorously to show his loyalty. "That's impossible. I will definitely follow you, my sister." Yan Luo smiled and heard the training sounds coming from the rooftop outside, and asked again, "Where is the Chaoyang group? Has anyone left?" Yan Feng said, "No, the Chaoyang group has new members, all of whom are young people like us. Everyone is very smart. The military supports so many old, weak, women, and children. Young people must work when they go there. Otherwise, how can they support so many people who are unable to work?" Yan Luo nodded and smiled slightly. "I didn't expect these people to be so smart." Yan Feng echoed, "That's right. Even that little girl Lin Xijia understands it. They are in their 20s, how could they not understand it?" The smile on Yan Luo's face paused, and she raised her eyebrows. "Lin Xijia? What does this have to do with her?" Yan Feng said, "She is small and sweet-mouthed. She often chats with everyone during breaks. I even listened in on her." Yan Luo couldn't help but become interested, and she asked curiously, "What did she say?" Yan Feng thought about it and realized that the little girl had said so much that he really couldn't remember it. He thought for a while. She said that Shangyang City has such a large population, and the military only occupies a limited number of buildings. If everyone goes there, there will definitely be congestion. After all, resources are limited, and you have no privacy. She said that the military has strict discipline and young people should respect the elderly and love the young, so the result of young people going there is that they will do the most work and enjoy the least happiness. Yan Luo suddenly realized that this girl was taking advantage of the chat time to brainwash everyone. Although he is young, he has a bigger mind than others. She listened for a while and checked Yan Feng's practice, then went upstairs by herself. The warehouse full of supplies obtained from the Hoare family has not yet had time to be counted. Aunt Chun knew that Yan Luo must be hungry after the fight with Xiaohua, so she cooked a table full of dishes. She was afraid that Yan Luo would find Xiaohua disgusting and would not be able to eat, so she cooked a table full of sour, spicy, and sweet dishes. Sweet and sour spare ribs, pickled fish, boiled pork slices, hot and sour tofu soup, flavored eggplant, hot and sour noodles. Yan Luo's appetite was whetted by what he saw, and he couldn't wait to sit at the table and start eating. "Annie Chun, you can sit down and eat too. You don't have to feel restrained here with me." Aunt Chun refused repeatedly. "No, miss, I'll go wash the clothes first. They're already soaked with detergent. I'll come over to eat after I'm done." Seeing that she was unwilling, Yan Luo did not force her. After dinner, she went to see the Hui family supplies. The supplies stored in the Hui family were quite complete, with more than 50 boxes of staple foods such as rice, flour, millet, and noodles, 2 large shelves of freshly picked tomatoes, eggplants, peppers, and beans, and a study room filled with all kinds of vacuum-packed snacks. The Hui family also stored a lot of antiques and calligraphy and paintings, which were unexpectedly also in the warehouse. It was a pity that these things were useless to Yan Luo, but she didn't throw them away and just put them in a corner. There was a small box of gold bars in the safe, and there was also a large 6-layer safe containing rare jewels purchased at the Hui family auction. Even Yan Luo, who didn't like these things, would be in a good mood when he saw these dazzling jewels. Yan Luo sorted them all out and put them in order according to the categories in the space. After they were done, the supplies in the space became much richer. Finally, Yan Luo opened Hui Qinglong's safe. His safe contained some important information of the group, as well as a Heart of the Ocean necklace. This necklace was a betrothal gift to Yan Luo. After the marriage, Hui Qingling found a way to get it back, because Dai Qianqian said she liked the necklace. Hui Qingling planned to give it to Dai Qianqian when they got married. These are not the key points. The key point is that there is a dark red stone on the top layer of the safe.
No one knows what kind of stone this is.
Hui Qingling asked an expert to study it, but the expert couldn't say anything. But it cannot be melted by fire and cannot be cut by a knife. It is very hard. Hui Qingling kept it. Yan Luo knew that this thing was an attributeless spirit stone that had no attributes, but was full of spiritual energy. Spirit stones are good things. They are the best tonic for cultivators and can quickly restore the spiritual power they have lost. But the quality of spirit stones also depends on the quality. The best ones are attribute spirit stones, but attribute spirit stones have limitations and must be used by cultivators with the same attributes to exert their effects. Then there are the attributeless spirit stones, which can achieve the same effect no matter who uses them. The spirit stones that the cultivators in the previous life obtained through various means were all the most common spirit stones, which contained several properties. When absorbing them, the cultivators needed to control it themselves and only absorb the spiritual power. The attributeless spirit stone in Yan Luo's hand is already the best among the best. She went into seclusion without hesitation to absorb the spiritual energy of the spirit stone. Before her retreat, she dug a small pond beside a stream and brought water from the stream into it. After the pond was filled with water from the stream, she drove the small flower into it and then sealed the area between the stream and the pond. It's terrible. Who would want to take a bath with a giant python? Without the python, Aunt Chun can wash clothes comfortably by the stream. Yan Luo ate a ginseng before she went into seclusion. According to her estimation, 1 month of time in the space is equivalent to 1 year outside, which means that her ginseng is now 4 or 5 years old. After taking a ginseng root into his mouth, Yan Luo held the attributeless spirit stone in his hand and began to absorb the spiritual energy in it wholeheartedly. 10 days later, a group of uninvited guests came to the quiet Huayuan community. A cruise ship carrying 100 people stopped at the entrance of the community. On both sides of the big ship, there were 2 speedboats, and the people on the speedboats were armed with live ammunition. Xu Tianxiu used a telescope to see the situation outside and suddenly became nervous. Sister Sheng is not here. Are they planning to wipe us out? The Chaoyang group was divided into 2 teams. Sheng Wan took one team out to look for supplies, leaving only the second team of about 40 people at home to look after the house. Xu Tianxiu was the captain of the second team. He was standing in front of the window of 1802 at this time. Bai Yu and Lin Sijia beside him also looked unhappy. During this period, supplies became increasingly difficult to find, and large forces began to swallow up smaller ones. If they really wanted to target the Chaoyang group, they probably already knew that half of the Chaoyang group members were not at home. The big ship on the opposite side slowly sailed into the community and stopped not far from Building 11. In front of Building 6 was a patrol team from the Chaoyang group. A boy shouted to the big ship from the fire escape, "This is the Chaoyang group's place. What are you doing here?" No one showed up on the other side, but there was a big speaker tied to the bow of the boat, and a voice came from the speaker. "We are the Red Moon Gang. Listen up, everyone inside. We are here to save you. As long as you cooperate and go downstairs immediately, we, the Red Moon Gang, will not embarrass you." The loudspeaker was very loud. After the first broadcast, it started the second time. Yan Feng heard the noise in the room. The patrol team of Building 6 turned pale, swallowed their saliva, and retreated back to the corridor nervously. Sheng Wan had instructed that if they encountered an irresistible enemy, all patrol teams must pay attention to their personal safety. With such a loud noise, the large group in Building 11 must have heard it. What these people have to do is to protect themselves and not hold back the large group. Bai Yu looked downstairs nervously and asked, "What should we do?" There were at least 120 people coming from the opposite side, while they only had 40 people. There are guns on the other side, but the Chaoyang regiment has run out of bullets. Xu Tianxiu clenched his fists. "Drag it first," Bai Yu said, "but Sister Sheng Wan and the others just left not long ago, and they won't be able to come back in a short time. There's no way Sheng Wan will come back, no matter how late." The Red Moon Gang obviously understood this point as well. Lin Sijia stood on a small stool and looked out the window, and suddenly said, "We don't have a solution." Xu Tianxiu and Bai Yu looked at Lin Sijia at the same time. Lin Sijia said, "Sister Yan Luo is back. But she is in seclusion." Lin Sijia smiled and said, "She is in seclusion. But where is Yan Feng?" In the space, Yan Luo absorbed all the spiritual energy of the attributeless spirit stone, and the spiritual power around her quickly gathered and condensed as if a drizzle was falling around her. Her figure appeared vague and sometimes concrete in the milky white halo of spiritual power. Yan Bao was squatting and watching by the side, while Xiaohua raised her head in the pond and watched curiously. After an hour, the outward expanding spiritual power suddenly disappeared and all entered Yan Luo's body. Under the baptism of this pure spiritual energy, Yan Luo's cultivation level rushed to the peak of the 7th level of the spirit-gathering realm in one breath, and he was almost able to reach the 8th level of the spirit-gathering realm. Yan Luo put away the regret in his heart and slowly opened his eyes. Yan Luo, why do you look like you saw a ghost? Then, a pungent smell came to his face. Yan Luo frowned and immediately found the source of the smell. That's right, it's her. After 10 days of seclusion, not only did he not take a bath, but his body also excreted a lot of dirt. Previously, the spiritual energy surrounding it could not be smelled, but as the spiritual energy dissipated, the stench instantly filled the air. Yan Luo jumped into the bathtub without hesitation. After she finished her shower, there was not enough time for Aunt Chun to cook, so she heated up some pre-prepared meals for her. Yan Luo thought that Yan Feng would be worried since he hadn't been out for 10 days, so he decided to go out and see Yan Feng first and get some pre-prepared meals to eat with Yan Feng. Thinking of this, she left the space, wearing a comfortable light blue home dress. However, just as she left the space and before opening the door, she heard a commotion outside. Yan Luo listened carefully and even heard the roar of a machine gun. She frowned, threw the pre-prepared food aside, and quickly went downstairs. Yan Feng? Yan Feng? After calling out twice with no response, Yan Luo had already run to the balcony. What you can see is the water surface dyed red with blood. And the big boat downstairs. There were many people on the big ship. Some of them in the back row were holding pistols and indiscriminately shooting at the people upstairs. Some people in the front team threw grappling hooks into the upstairs windows, trying to climb upstairs by grabbing the rope. Some people rushed into the fire escape and fought fiercely with the members of the Chaoyang group who were guarding the entrance. They shouted and cursed as if they were at the gates of a city. Yan Luo quickly searched below and soon found Yan Feng. He was dancing with a spear and moving with ease among the crowd. Perhaps because of his great strength, he had attracted the attention of the other side. Yan Luo saw a gunman on the opposite side aiming at Yan Feng. The Chaoyang regiment at the entrance of the fire escape was defeated and casualties were rapid. Yan Feng was also hit on the shoulder by a machete. The people from the Red Moon gang were about to rush in. At this moment, on the 18th floor, a white light curtain poured down like a waterfall from the sky falling to the earth. The powerful and dazzling light made it impossible for the people in front of the fire escape to open their eyes. In a flash, those people felt their bodies flying into the air, and before they could even scream, they had already fallen into the water. Plop plop, there were wailing sounds everywhere, but only the members of the Chaoyang group were safe and sound under this light curtain. Everyone was shocked and looked up to the rooftop, only to see a woman in a light blue house dress who had stood on the rooftop at some point. The breeze blew on her body, and her long hair was messy and mysterious, like a fairy awakened from sleep. In 1802, a smile appeared on Lin Sijia's lips. Although she couldn't see the situation on the roof, she knew that such a powerful sword energy must have been created by Yan Luo. The Chaoyang group didn't know Yan Luo's strength, but Sheng Wan and the others knew that even if they joined forces, they could not defeat Yan Luo with just one hand. Yan Luo didn't wait for everyone to react. His figure floated, and in the blink of an eye he landed on the deck of the large ship opposite. The gunman on the opposite side reacted and was about to reload his bullets, but Yan Luo was faster. He pushed and pulled his hands forward, and these people lost control and were thrown into the water with a bang. The people on the ship were stunned and hid in the cabins. In the fire escape of Building 11, when everyone saw who was coming, they cheered. Elder sister. Yan Luo. It's Yan Luo. Yan Feng and Xu Tianxi were the first to recognize Yan Luo Lai. The two of them were standing at the outermost edge. Both of them were injured, but there was excitement in their eyes at this moment. Yan Luo is here. They are saved. Yan Luo rushed into the cabin alone. There were more than 30 people in the cabin. Yan Luo dealt with them all and threw them into the water in a few moves. In an instant, the surface of the water was filled with human heads, floating up and down with the current. Yan Luo returned to the deck and looked coldly at the people falling into the water around him. In times of chaos caused by natural disasters, we must not be complacent. If we let the tiger go back to the mountains today, the trouble will increase 100 times tomorrow. A scream was suddenly heard. Along with this scream, screams from the water came one after another. Those who had their heads exposed suddenly sank to the bottom of the water, as if they were grabbed by something. Yan Luo's face changed, and he flew into the air and landed in the fire escape. Go back to your house quickly, and don't gather here. We are not stupid. We can tell there must be something under the water by looking at the situation on the water surface. These days, people are already difficult enough to deal with, and there are so many mutated animals to deal with. Shu Tianxiu immediately gave the order. Everyone go back and close the doors and windows. Seeing his companions all leaving, Shu Tianxiu stayed and asked, Shen Luo, can I stay and help? Yan Luo glanced at him and told him the truth. Your spirit is commendable, but your strength is not enough. Go away. Shu Tianxiu and Yan Feng. Yan Luo is truly a straight-laced woman. Xiao Feng, you go back too, and treat the wound quickly. In such hot weather, it would be very troublesome if inflammation occurred. Although everyone returned to their rooms, they simply bandaged their wounds and nervously crawled to the window. The more than 100 people who fell into the water had disappeared at this time. The originally bright red water surface now turned a darker shade of red. Building 11 is like a bunker standing alone in a sea of blood, looking extremely dangerous and terrifying. Yan Luo tied the big boat tightly to the upper floor and naturally took the boat that was sent to him into his pocket. As soon as the boat was tied, a current quickly passed through the water, like a water line. The people upstairs exclaimed. Yan Luo frowned and climbed up the stairs to the roof. The view from the rooftop is wide, and you can clearly see the water situation around Building 11. Yan Luo waited quietly for a while. About 5 minutes later, another stream of water passed by on the water in front of the building at a very fast speed. It seems that the other party has no intention of going upstairs for the time being. But if they keep guarding near Building 11, something will go wrong sooner or later, even if they don't go upstairs, because these people have to go out. Yan Luo took out a piece of fresh meat from the space and threw it into the water. I didn't even see him. In this situation, Yan Luo couldn't take any risks herself, so she threw Xiaohua, who was sleeping in the pond, into the pond. As soon as Xiaohua left the space, the whole python was stunned in midair. Before it could react, it fell into the water with a bang. Everyone only saw a huge black shadow flash by in front of their eyes, and they couldn't see it clearly at all. Then, there were splashes of water more than 10 meters high on the water surface, making everyone's eyes flash. What the Hades? It's so scary. After Xiaohua entered the water, she immediately attracted the attention of the thing under the water, and the two sides had a very unfriendly exchange under the water. Yan Luo could hear Xiaohua's words reflected in her mind from time to time. Back off. Back off. Don't get close to me. Hurry up and leave. This is my master's territory. If you dance in front of my master, be careful or she'll take you in. Fight? How shameless. All the fish in the family are fighting together. Yan Luo was a little amused and helpless for a moment. He didn't expect Xiaohua to be such a chatterbox. He keeps talking even when he's fighting with others. But the thing below is a fish? Crucian carp, grass carp, silver carp. That's right. There is water everywhere now, which is the most suitable for fish survival. The friends in the Chaoyang group were all stunned. Downstairs, the water surface that was originally as smooth as a mirror now looked like the deep sea of the Caribbean, with endless waves hitting the walls and throwing the boats on the water up one by one. The waves even hit the windows of the 15th floor, hitting them hard, scaring the friends on the 15th and 16th floors so much that they all ran to the 18th floor. What the Hades is going on down there? It's so scary. Xiaohua's voice appeared again in Yan Luo's mind. Oh no, you are outnumbering us. Master, save me. It looks like there should be a huge school of fish below. Yan Luo said no more, flew down from the roof, and landed on the roof of the ship. The big ship was tossed up and down by the waves, but Yan Luo stood steadily with her skirt fluttering. "Master, if your little flower doesn't come, I will be bitten to death." Hearing this, Yan Luo was no longer vague. With the sword in hand, she jumped directly into the water. Although Yan Luo is at the peak of the 7th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm at this time, her Kuan-Yuan technique is extraordinary, and she can already fly with the power of objects. The time for breathing freely underwater also reached half an hour. Xiaohua has retreated to Yan Luo's side. Yan Luo's mentality also calmed down. It is indeed a fish, but this is a crocodile. 3 crocodiles. Judging from their size, each of the 2 large crocodiles is 15 meters long, and their scales glow faintly in the water. There was also a small crocodile, but it was about 4 or 5 meters long, and was protected by the 2 big crocodiles. Both sides are eyeing each other covetously. Both crocodiles had injured legs and were bleeding. Xiao was not having a good time either. A lot of scales on her body fell off, and she was very angry that the other party had ruined her appearance. Yan Luo acted decisively and attacked with a sword. Her mobility underwater was not as good as on the ground, so she had to fight quickly and decisively. Kuan-Yuan is running fast, and there are signs of breaking through the 2nd level. When the male crocodile saw Yan Luo rushing towards him, the sword energy was very terrifying. It swung its tail and blocked Yan Luo first. When the hard shell collided with the sharp sword energy, Yan Luo only felt a pain in the palm of his hand, and a fishy and sweet taste suddenly appeared in his throat. The male crocodile was hit by the sword energy and rolled over in the water for a few times. Then he suddenly turned around and pounced again. The underwater battle was fierce, and the people upstairs had turned pale with fear. The water surface was turbulent, with waves sometimes rising to more than 10 meters high. The dark red sewage hit the windows, making everyone step back in fear. Suddenly, a huge monster flew out from the water. Its winding body turned several circles in the air, and then crashed into the water with a bang. Xu Tianxiu asked uncertainly with a trembling voice, "Is that a python?" Yan Feng's face looked very ugly. He waved his hand resolutely, picked up the spear standing by the wall, opened the window, and jumped into the water. When he jumped into the water, a crocodile about 4 or 5 meters long was thrown out. Yan Feng was in mid-air, and his spear had already stabbed forward. Although it was only 4 or 5 meters in size, it was a baby crocodile after all. Yan Feng stabbed it in the body with one shot, and a piece of the scales on the little crocodile fell off, revealing the flesh and blood inside. A man and a crocodile fell into the water at the same time. Under the water, the painful howling of the baby crocodile made the 2 big crocodiles extremely angry, and they rushed towards Yan Feng like a depth charge. With this attack, Yan Feng will surely be torn into pieces and die. Yan Luo stood in front of Yan Feng without hesitation, holding the sword in both hands across his chest, and the milky white shield almost solidified. Yan Feng felt that death had come upon him, and he couldn't let his sister down. With a low whine in his throat, Yan Feng poured all his spiritual power into Yan Luo's shield. In an instant, several thin lines flashing purple light appeared on the outer edge of the milky white shield. Just like an ancient totem, mysterious and profound, Yan Luo could hear crackling sounds in the water. Before she could be surprised, the 2 huge crocodiles in front of her arrived in front of the shield and crashed into it violently. Yan Luo's whole body trembled, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She and Yan Feng were rushed 100 meters away. Subconsciously, Yan Luo pulled Yan Feng and hid in the space. Yan Feng had fainted, and Yan Luo put him in the stream to soak. The stream water is more magical than the spiritual spring water in the major cultivation sects, and will help Yan Feng heal his injuries quickly. Yan Luo also quickly took a Ganoderma lucidum to replenish the consumed spiritual energy. "Annie-chun, please take care of my brother for me." After saying that, she quickly left the space again, and Xiaohua was still outside. However, after she left the space, she saw Xiaohua wrapping the 3 crocodiles tightly with its long body. The 3 crocodiles all looked to have been badly injured, especially their scales, which had turned charcoal black, like being roasted by fire. Suddenly understood everything in his heart. The purple light was nothing else but the lightning attribute that came with Yan Feng's spiritual roots. Nothing is more offensive than lightning in water, even if he is only at the 3rd level of the spirit-gathering realm. Xiaohua rolled up the crocodile family and shook his big head towards Yan Luo. I think they were stunned for a moment. Humph, they still want to escape. That won't work. We can't let them waste our efforts. So I caught them and waited for you, my master, to deal with them. As it spoke, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in its big copper bell-like eyes. Master, how about we grill some fish? Yan Luo ignored Xiaohua's chatter and threw them into the space. All of them were thrown into Xiaohua's pond. Xiaohua was suddenly unhappy. Master, I'm injured. I'm so pitiful, and I have to share a home with others. It usually plays freely in a pond, but with the presence of a family of crocodiles, no one can get away with it. Yan Luo had no choice but to dig another pond. After entering the space, the crocodiles felt the abundant spiritual energy and absorbed it greedily. Yan Luo appeared in front of them. To be honest, she really wanted to kill them and use their skin to make weapons. The crocodile's skin is extremely hard and cannot be pierced by magical weapons, making it an excellent material for making defensive magical weapons. The male crocodile saw Yan Luo's eyes constantly looking at him, and he shook his body subconsciously and shed 2 tears. I'm sorry, Master. We didn't recognize you. From now on, please let us follow you, and we will be loyal to you like slaves. Yan Luo hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to keep them. Who can compete with this ferocious crocodile for killing people? Okay, I'll give you a chance. From today on, you will be my 3rd, 4th, and 5th pets. I'll give you a name. Dashin, Dallin, and Little Crocodile Crocodile. Little Crocodile was injured, and his tone was a little slow. Master, is the first one the giant panda over there? The crocodiles know the giant panda. When they were colleagues in the zoo, the giant panda had the best food and the highest treatment in the zoo. Who wouldn't be jealous of it? Yan Luo shook his head. No, the first one is a Samoyed and the second one is Xiaohua. Yan Bao is not her pet. She treats Yan Bao as a family member. In her heart, Yan Bao is different from other pets. What is the difference? Well, the difference is that we can sleep together. Little Crocodile thought, okay, after leaving the zoo, the pandas are still treated the best. Little Crocodile fell asleep in a short while, with Dashin and Dallin watching over him from left and right. Dashin should be a ferocious yet handsome crocodile. I wonder what kind of man he will become after transforming. The 2 crocodiles are quite affectionate. Many years later, the male crocodile did become a handsome man with overwhelming boyfriend power, but the female crocodile never worried about him cheating on her. Because who in this world can withstand this man's enthusiasm for days and nights at a time? Yan Luo carried Yan Feng horizontally out of the space and flew out from the bottom of the water. Yan Luo entered 1802, and everyone immediately stepped aside to make room for Yan Luo. Bai Yu asked worriedly, Sister Luo, is Yan Feng okay? Are you injured too? Yan Luo nodded gently, then said, everything is fine in the water. I'll take Yan Feng home now. Bai Yu said, Sister Luo, let me go with you. I should be able to help. Yan Luo looked towards Bai Yu with a scrutinizing gaze. Bai Yu immediately stretched out his hand, as if to prove himself, and let a small amount of spiritual power flow in the palm of his hand. Yan Luo's eyes lit up. She said that after Bai Yu awakened her spiritual roots, she always gave people a very comfortable feeling. Unexpectedly, the attribute attached to her spiritual roots was healing. The healing attribute is the most rare attribute, and it is also the talent that all major forces will compete for in the future. Yan Luo said, okay, come over here and show it to Yan Feng. Yan Luo held Yan Feng and took Bai Yu back to 1801. This was the first time that an outsider entered Yan Luo's house except Lin Xijia, but Bai Yu was very polite. After entering, she did not look around and went straight to treat Yan Feng. Yan Feng lay flat on the bed. Bai clasped her hands together. A white light slowly overflowed from her palms and moved over Yan Feng's body as Bai's palms moved. Yan Feng's frown relaxed. He already had external injuries, and the two crocodiles had shaken his internal organs. His spiritual energy was depleted, and his dantian was exhausted. He was unable to repair himself and could only seek treatment from outside. Bai's forehead was covered with large beads of sweat. Yan Luo frowned slightly and interrupted her. Okay, that's all for today. You can come back in the evening. When spiritual energy is exhausted, the dantian will feel painful, so Yan Luo stopped her. Eat this, and you will recover faster. Yan Luo gave her a Ganoderma lucidum. Ordinary Ganoderma lucidum naturally does not have this ability, but all the plants in her space are spiritual plants and are rare treasures in the world of cultivation. Bai Yu was stunned when she saw the Lingji. Sister Luo, this is too valuable. Yan Luo said, you help Yan Feng with his treatment. This is what you deserve. Go back and just eat it like fruit. Your quick recovery will also help with Yan Feng's treatment. When Bai Yu heard that it was for Yan Feng's treatment, she did not refuse. She did not take the Ganoderma lucidum back to eat, but ate it at Yan Luo's house before returning to 1803. After Bai Yu left, Yan Luo immediately took Yan Feng into the space again and soaked him in the stream. I also quickly took a shower. The water quality outside is really bad now, even worse than sewage. What's more, the crocodile family has eaten more than 100 people, and the water is full of bloody and foul smell. Yan Luo rubbed himself vigorously and used shower gel several times before he stopped. She doesn't care about beauty, but she even sprays perfume. She also burned the home clothes. Yan Luo frowned as she looked at the dirty Yan Feng. She should find another male nanny in the space. After all, he was her own brother, so Yan Luo stepped forward and took off his shirt and the tattered pants underneath, leaving only his boxer briefs. When the pants were pulled down, they stuck to the skin. Although Yan Luo was very careful, he still pulled off some skin. Yan Feng frowned in pain even in his sleep. Yan Luo couldn't help but show admiration. He was indeed her brother. Such perseverance was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Yan Luo ate the pre-prepared dishes that Aunt Chun had heated up. She was injured today and couldn't drink stimulating drinks like Fat House Happy Water, so she obediently drank a bowl of pork rib soup. Aunt Chun cooked some black chicken soup in the casserole, preparing to nourish Yan Luo in the evening. Yan Luo slept soundly in the space. In the afternoon, when he saw Yan Feng was about to wake up, he moved him to his own bedroom. Late in the evening, Sheng Wan came back with a team who were looking for supplies. They smelled a strong smell of blood from a distance, and their faces changed. After entering the community, I found that the water surface had changed color. The dark red blood spread to the distance with the water flow, and the color was much lighter at this time. But it can still be seen that a large-scale battle took place. Sister Sheng, there is a big ship over there. Could our people have already? Shut up. Sheng Wan scolded. Their return quickly attracted the attention of the patrol team, who shouted in surprise, Sister Sheng, please go upstairs quickly. Many people upstairs are injured. Upon hearing this, a team of people breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were not occupied. But many people were injured. Sheng Wan's fleet quickly approached Building 11, and they ran upstairs without having time to unload the supplies. This time, when they were besieged by the Red Moon Gang, 5 of the more than 40 people in the Chaoyang Regiment's second team died, and the others also suffered varying degrees of injuries. After Sheng Wan went upstairs, she saw that everyone was gathered in 1802. The room was full of people. Bai Yu is a medical student. Although she is not very familiar with medical skills, she can act as a nurse. She came to help after taking a short break in the afternoon. Hu Bingyan is a serious doctor and the busiest person in 1802 at this time. Lin Sijia moved in and out of the crowd, delivering medicine and water to everyone. When everyone saw Sheng Wan coming back with people, they immediately started chattering about the matter, and the sound of their conversation almost blew the roof of 1802 off. When Sheng Wan heard that it was Yan Luo and Yan Feng who saved everyone, she discussed with everyone and decided to give half of the supplies found today to Yan Luo as a thank you. After the discussion, all the uninjured people went downstairs to move the supplies. After moving the supplies and locking the boat, Sheng Wan and Baiyu knocked on Yan Luo's door. Yan Luo opened the door, and Baiyu said first, "I will treat Yan Feng again." "Okay. Thank you for your help." "It's not a problem. Today, it's all thanks to Sister Luo and Yan Feng." Yan Luo smiled and accepted the thanks calmly. Baiyu entered Yan Feng's room, but when she saw that Yan Feng was only wearing a small boxer top, her face turned red. Sheng Wan said, "Sister Luo, we're going to give you something. It's not much, I hope you don't mind." Yan Luo knew that this was their intention, so she didn't say anything. But when she went out and saw the corridor full of things, she was still stunned. There was not even enough space for these things in the corridor, so some of them were placed on the stairs. There are so many things, and it's obvious that it took a lot of effort to find them. The Chaoyang Group's intentions are really good. It seems that the Chaoyang Group is a group of people who know how to repay kindness and are not the selfish and greedy people who would respond to a natural disaster. Yan Luo said, "There are still a lot of supplies on the Red Moon Gang's ship. If you add up all those things, my house will be full. You should take these things back first." Sheng Wan refused immediately. "Sister Luo, please don't refuse. How could your house not have enough space? My house is the same as yours, and I know exactly how much space it can hold. Sister Luo, have you not had time to move the things on the ship? Let's move them now." The Red Moon Gang's ship was rich in supplies. It seemed that they either robbed another gang or went out to look for them on their own. After all these supplies were moved up, there were actually more than what Sheng Wan gave to Yan Luo. Yan Luo had no choice but to ask these people to help deliver the supplies into his home. However, these people could only move the supplies on the first floor, and since the first floor was full, Yan Luo had to move them to the second floor himself. By the time everything was moved, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The Chaoyang Group members said goodbye to Yan Luo one after another. Looking at these young people in their 20s, Yan Luo felt that she had become a lot younger, even though she was only 27 years old. Yan Feng woke up and was staring at Baiyu in the bedroom. When Yan Feng woke up, he found Baiyu sitting next to him. He smiled and wanted to greet her, but found himself lying down, so he tried to sit up. When they sat up, both of them blushed. Baiyu stood up quickly and said, You're awake. I'll leave first." She turned and walked out of the room, bumping into Yan Luo head-on, which scared Yan Luo. Yan Luo asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Baiyu blushed and shook her head, then said, "Sister Luo, it's getting late. I'm leaving." Looking at Baiyu's hurried back, Yan Luo was confused. After entering Yan Feng's bedroom, he found that Yan Feng was awake. Maybe he had sweated a lot during the treatment, so the small boxer top he was wearing was wet and stuck to his legs. Yan Feng was caught off guard and saw his sister, feeling embarrassed again. However, Yan Luo did not let the awkwardness last long. She quickly pulled out a piece of clothing from the closet and threw it to him. "Get up and eat when you can. I made chicken soup." Yan Feng said, "Oh." Yan Luo brought out the black chicken and ginseng soup that Aunt Chun had been cooking for several hours in the space, and the fresh and fragrant aroma immediately filled the living room. Yan Feng came out drooling. His internal and external injuries have recovered well, especially the external injuries, which have healed. Yan Luo sprayed him with alcohol to disinfect. Not only Yan Feng, Yan Luo also sprayed alcohol in the entire house for disinfection, especially the supplies brought in from outside, as Yan Luo was afraid that they might be contaminated with viruses and bacteria. Yan Feng served himself a bowl of chicken soup and took a deep sniff. The aroma was so fragrant that it whetted his appetite. He hurriedly scooped a spoonful with a small spoon and blew it. "Sister, I found that you are a much better cook than me. This chicken soup is so delicious." As he drank, he recalled the time when he used to be proud of himself for being able to cook and help his sister. Now it seems that he was the one who lowered his sister's living standards. "Sister, why don't you cook from now on?" Yan Luo laughed. She didn't have the cooking skills at all. "If I'm free, I'll cook for you. If I'm not free, you can take care of your own meals." Yan Feng smiled and nodded. It was a blessing to drink such delicious chicken soup occasionally. Yan Luo curled his lips. This was a chicken freshly killed in the space. It had a little more spiritual energy than the ones they stored outside. Of course it tasted better to him. Yan Feng drank 2 bowls of soup before asking Yan Luo, "Sister, how did you save me? Where are the python and the crocodile? Am I holding you back again?" Yan Luo lowered his head and gnawed on a chicken leg. Hearing this, he said vaguely, "The big snake and the crocodile are fine. They won't threaten us again. As for you." Yan Feng's heart was in his throat, fearing that his sister would scold him. Yan Luo smiled. "You are great." Yan Feng let out a breath. He actually heard his sister praising him. "Put some of the things in the living room into your ring space later. If there is not enough space, put them in the empty bedroom. Don't pile them in the living room." Yan Feng's ring has an area of more than 100 square meters and is only 5 meters high. He has already put a lot of things in it, and Yan Luo is afraid that he can't fit them all. "Okay, got it, sis." Both the brother and sister had experienced a big battle today and were very tired both physically and mentally, so they went to bed early. Yan Luo slept soundly and deeply, and she didn't even notice Yan Bao nudging her neck in the middle of the night. The next day, Yan Luo brought the meal made by Aunt Chun downstairs and called Yan Feng to eat. He happened to catch a glimpse of the surveillance camera on the computer in the living room. Someone asked for leave from Sheng Wan and missed the training, claiming to have a stomachache. 3 people who had stomach problems asked for leave together. Sheng Wan said, "What did you guys eat last night? Pay attention to your diet from now on." I know, oh no, the feeling is coming again. They held their stomachs and ran down the stairs in a hurry. The Chaoyong group's garbage was piled in one place. Every time they went out to look for supplies, they would put the garbage on the last ship in the fleet. When it was transported to an uninhabited, unfinished building, they would dump it there. They also defecate in one place, and now the 3 of them are chasing each other for territory. Yan Luo was afraid of affecting his appetite, so he didn't look at it again. Yan Feng had already been jogging on the treadmill for 15 minutes in the morning. When he saw Yan Luo bringing the meal, he consciously wiped his face with the towel hanging on the treadmill and came over to eat. "I cooked red dates and millet porridge in the morning. The rich millet oil was golden yellow, and there were small shrimp buns that were juicy in every bite. The 2 of them ate 4 plates of buns with pickled cucumbers in a short while. Compared with the ease and comfort of 1801, the Chaoyong group was in great chaos at this time. Starting with the first 3 people having stomachaches, more and more people began to feel stomachaches, and soon they all ran to the toilet. After observation and questioning, Sheng Wan finally discovered something was wrong. Hu Bingyan said with a grim expression, "I'm afraid this is viral gastroenteritis." As for what kind of virus it is, he has no way of knowing without any equipment. Bai Yu said, "What can we do? If viral gastroenteritis is not treated, it can cause diarrhea and even death. Although she has a talent for healing, she is only at the 2nd level of the spirit-gathering realm and can only save 1 person in a short period of time." Hu Bingyan said, "Let's go to the warehouse and look for any antiviral drugs." After saying that, he pulled Bai Yu downstairs. Sheng Wan said to the others, "From now on, everyone should take precautions and try not to come into contact with people who have diarrhea." But Sheng Wan herself knew that this order was useless. They lived together day and night, and if one of them was infected, the others would be unable to escape. "Let's go and help find medicine." A group of people came rushing down the stairs, their footsteps rumbling in the corridor. Yan Luo had to look outside again. From the words shouted by those people, Yan Luo vaguely understood what had happened. Epidemic. After a great disaster, there will be a great epidemic. This is what we call viral and bacterial infections that are highly contagious and have a very high mortality rate in today's society. "Sister, is the Chaoyong group in trouble again?" Yan Feng asked in a low voice. After the natural disaster, Sheng Wan and his team went out to look for a lot of medicines, but they had a large number of people under them, and the available medicines were limited. After distributing them to everyone, there were not many left. The key is that for those who have not been infected with the virus yet, the virus may still be lurking in the body and has not yet broken out. Once it breaks out, medication will be needed. Sheng Wan thought about it and decided to go out for a while. Yan Luo frowned slightly as she thought about how the young men from the Chaoyang group were smiling happily as they moved supplies for her last night. She brought down a 10-liter white barrel from the second floor, which was full of alcohol. Yan Feng couldn't help but smile when he saw this. See, my sister is really a very nice person. Yan Luo went out with some alcohol and happened to meet Sheng Wan, who was about to go out. She handed the bucket to Sheng Wan and said, I have some alcohol here, which should be able to help you. Sheng Wan saw her coming out and immediately took 2 steps back. Sister Luo, don't come over. We have the virus here, and we don't want to infect you. Yan Luo smiled and said, the virus is more likely to attack people with poor resistance. We monks have good physical fitness and strong resistance, so we are generally not easily infected. Sheng Wan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. I was wondering, those who have diarrhea now are ordinary people, and those with spiritual powers haven't reacted yet. So are those with spiritual powers okay? Sheng Wan was suddenly surprised. If the monks were okay, they could take care of those with diarrhea, with confidence. Yan Luo said, not necessarily. There are too many viruses, and the immune system cannot resist them. Sheng Wan's surprised little face fell in an instant. All right. Yan Luo turned his head and looked at the water world outside. If you want to find medicine, go quickly. Since this situation has occurred here, I'm afraid other places have already taken action. Upon hearing this, Sheng Wan immediately told Xu Tianxiu, I'll take people out to find medicine, and you take people to spray alcohol. Yan Luo stopped her. You and I, and call by you, and Yan Feng, the few of us are enough. Sheng Wan was stunned. Sister Luo, you want to go too? The next second she hugged Yan Luo excitedly. Sister Luo, you are so kind. I know you have us in your heart. I love you so much. Yan Luo calmly pushed her off his body. Maybe Yan Luo herself didn't notice that since when she had developed a different feeling towards the young people in the Chaoyang group. She didn't need to look for medicine anymore, but she was willing to do so for the Chaoyang group. The 4 of them drove a small to medium-sized cruise boat that could seat more than 20 people out of Huayuan community. Sheng Wan was afraid of being attacked by underwater creatures, so she was on high alert on the deck. But the journey was smooth and peaceful, and apart from the passing ships, we did not encounter any underwater attacks. She couldn't help but mutter, how strange. How come I didn't encounter any mutant fish today? She looked at Yan Luo. Could it be that they are all afraid of Sister Luo? Yan Luo did not answer. They were not afraid of Yan Luo, but the big crocodile under the boat. Accustomed to the beautiful environment in the space, none of them were willing to come out to work. Yan Luo forced them to take turns, and now the mountain is at the bottom of the boat. With the mountains around, the boat quickly arrived at the inpatient department of a hospital. In the past, no one would come to a place like the inpatient department to look for supplies, because when a natural disaster first started, people in other positions were on holiday or asked for leave to go home. Only the people in the hospital could not ask for leave and had to stay at their posts regardless of wind or rain. After the heavy rain started, these people could not return home. As time went on, the doctors and nurses began to think of ways to survive, while the patients in the hospital beds starved to death in their beds. The inpatient department was littered with corpses, so no one would want to come to such a place to look for supplies. Even if there were supplies, they were eaten up by doctors and nurses. Yan Luo parked the boat under the inpatient department. Sheng Wan planned to let Yan Feng watch the boat from below. Yan Luo said, No need to watch. Our boat won't be stolen. Sheng Wan was a little hesitant. Yan Luo said, Don't worry, someone is watching over us. Sheng Wan and Baiyu. Is anyone watching? Why did I suddenly feel a little creepy in broad daylight? The inpatient department has 38 floors. According to their previous habit, Yan Luo and Yan Feng searched from top to bottom. After all, there were many corpses here, and there was an unpleasant smell of decay in the air. Yan Luo gave each person a mint grass and asked them to pinch some leaves and stuff them into their noses. It was a little choking, but the bad smell in the air could no longer be smelled. Everyone was wearing protective clothing to look for medicine. Yan Luo checked every room. The nurse station on each floor was the place with the most medicines. Many of these medicines, such as anti-inflammatory drugs, antiviral drugs, saline solutions, and antipyretics, were packed in small glass bottles, and Yan Luo could only store them in boxes. After searching from top to bottom, Yan Luo thought about it and took out a box of salt solution from his own space. The most feared thing about diarrhea is dehydration and electrolyte imbalance. After a sweep, the four found a total of 20 boxes of medicine, and they moved all the medicine onto the boat. Sheng Wan asked Sister Luo, "Shall we go back?" Yan Luo said, "Wait a moment, I'll go underwater to see if there's any waterproof medicine. I have a rope with me, and if I find something, I will tie the medicine to the rope, and you can pull it up when you see me shake the rope." In front of the inpatient department is the outpatient building, which has 6 floors in total and is all flooded underwater. The pharmacy is on the first floor of the outpatient building. The pharmacy was very large, and Yan Luo broke open the glass door of the pharmacy in the water. The classification instructions on the medicine shelves were soaked by the flood, and the words could not be seen. Yan Luo didn't know which medicine on the shelf could be used. She simply opened the paper boxes and packed up everything that was vacuum-packed and still usable. After filling a large plastic bag, she pulled the rope, and Sheng Wan and Yan Feng quickly pulled the bag up. Seeing that there was indeed some useful medicine, Sheng Wan also dived into the water to look for it. Unfortunately, Sheng Wan's diving time was short, so she could only take turns going into the water with Yan Feng. When the last round of searching for medicine was over, Sheng Wan and Yan Luo swam upstream together. When they were almost to the bottom of the boat, Sheng Wan suddenly saw a huge tail. Sheng Wan froze in the water, then rolled her eyes and fainted. Yan Luo was speechless and glared at Dashan fiercely. Dashan wagged his tail playfully. Yan Luo dragged Sheng Wan onto the boat. Sheng Wan woke up as soon as she got on the boat and started coughing violently. Yan Luo didn't see anyone on the boat talking, and the atmosphere was a bit tense. I asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Bai Yu pointed forward. Yan Luo followed her gaze. 100 meters away, 2 large ships that could carry 100 people were seen approaching, but there were only 40 or 50 people on each ship, obviously in order to carry more supplies. "Captain Fong, the boat ahead is full of supplies. Have they searched this hospital?" The assistant looked at Yan Luo's boat opposite with a grim expression. Including the medicines fished out from the bottom of the water, the small boat was indeed full of medicine. "It's like a popular commodity in troubled times, eye-catching." Fong Yanhe pursed her lips and said nothing. The assistant gritted his teeth. "Captain Fong, how about we?" He made a gesture of wiping his neck. "Murder and robbery are common occurrences in troubled times." Fong Yanhe turned around and glared at him. "What's the difference between us and the bandits? Have you forgotten our responsibilities?" "That's right, they are soldiers, military personnel, and former soldiers." Although the assistant was afraid of Fong Yanhe, he still whispered back, "But times have changed. If we don't have enough medicine, what will happen to our brothers? And there are also those who can't carry anything. It's all because of the orders from their superiors. It's already difficult for them to survive, and now they have to carry a bunch of burdens with them." Fong Yanhe's eyes relaxed for a moment, and he sighed and explained, "Look at the medicine on their ship. More than half of it is wet, which proves that they are capable of diving to find things." The assistant raised an eyebrow. "So what?" Fong Yanhe said, "It proves that they are very strong." The assistant disagreed. "So what if he was strong? But they had more people on their side. There are about 100 of them. Should they be afraid of the 3 women and a young man on the other side?" While the other party was speaking, Yan Luo had already used his spiritual power to dry the water off himself, and Sheng Wan Yan Feng. Fong Yanhe's big ship slowly approached, only 20 meters away from Yan Luo. Fong Yanhe stood on the deck and said to Yan Luo, "We are the military from Shangyang City. Friends across the way, can we exchange some medicines with you?" It turned out to be someone from the military. Yan Luo knew that they were supporting many survivors in Shangyang City, so they needed this batch of medicine very much. "But what does this have to do with her?" Yan Luo said no change. The assistant's face suddenly turned cold. "Our team leader said that we are exchanging them to give you face. These things of yours should have been confiscated in the first place." Bai Yu and Yan Feng's hearts which had softened for a moment, suddenly became hard again. What a joke. Why should their things be confiscated? Yan Luo sneered. Public? How can there be a public now? After a pause, she continued, originally, who decided this? The assistant said, you are an ordinary citizen, so you should listen to what we officials say. Asking you to hand over something is what you should do as an ordinary citizen. Judah. Fong Yanhe scolded him. Before he could speak, Yan Luo had already smiled.
What?
You're thinking of becoming the emperor before you even conquer the country?
Haha.
We won't hand over these supplies today. Zhu De ignored Fong Yanhe's warning look and said angrily, you won't hand it over? If you don't hand it over, don't blame us for being rude. Come on, I suspect the ship over there is smuggling. Stop it for me. Half of their team actually listened to Zhu De's words and took out the pistols from their waists. Fong Yanhe immediately waved his hands. Stop it.
Stop it.
Our brothers are almost dead.
Stop it.
Yan Luo doesn't care about the other person's situation. What does the other person's life or death have to do with her? If you want to survive, you should find supplies yourself instead of stealing others. Are the lives of the Chaoyang group members not lives? Yan Luo raised his hand and patted the railing at the bow. All of a sudden, everyone felt a powerful force coming from the bottom of the water. Under this force, the bow of the huge passenger ship began to sway from side to side. Zhu De was unsteady on his feet, and his fat body almost fell off the bow of the boat into the water. The water in front of us was surging like a wild beast. A huge wave rose above the water and rushed towards the ship head-on. The ship shook again, and in the blink of an eye, everyone on board was soaked. When Fong Yanhe met Yan Luo's cold and ruthless eyes, alarm bells started ringing in his heart. Zhu De rolled his eyes and began to instigate the other soldiers on the ship. She uses witchcraft to disturb the people. For the sake of everyone's future safety, she must be killed to prevent future troubles. There was a hint of sarcasm in Fong Yanhe's eyes. Before Zhu De could finish his words, a rockery suddenly rose above the water. Everyone was stunned, and the rockery moved very quickly, suddenly opening its bloody mouth on the water surface. Screams came one after another from the big ship opposite. Yan Luo stood up from the deck calmly, looked to the opposite side with a smile, and asked, should I still turn in my stuff? At this point, only a fool would not be able to tell that this ferocious beast is Yan Luo's pet. Yan Luoyan said calmly, the three of them once ate more than 100 people in one go. They should be very grateful to you for delivering food to their doorstep. A family of 3? There are 2 more? Zhu De was so scared that he peed his pants. He yelled, let's go quickly. Bang, a bullet pierced his forehead. Yan Luo blew on the spear in his hand. This is the latest weapon developed by the Federation. It is fast, accurate, has a large ammunition capacity, and is more powerful than the guns in the hands of the opposing military. At this moment, the other side was as quiet as a chicken. A second later, Fong Yanhe said, it was Zhu De who wanted your supplies. Now Zhu De is dead. We will meet again in the future. Seeing them retreat, Yan Luo did not chase them anymore. After all, their military supports countless civilians. In this era, no force is willing to support the vulnerable groups. After the big ship left, Dashan closed his big mouth and slowly sank into the water, calm and relaxed, as if he was walking in and out of his own back garden, as if he had just woken up and yawned. Yan Luo turned around and saw that the 3 people in the cabin were staring at him eagerly. That look was like a cat seeing a mouse. Baiyu asked dryly, is this crocodile the one that came to our community before? Yan Luo nodded. Sheng Wan asked silently, I just saw a big tail under the boat. It must be its tail. Yan Luo nodded again. Yan Feng opened his mouth and said, okay, they have finished asking questions. Yan Luo knew that they must be frightened, so he comforted them. Don't be afraid. It will be my pet from now on, and it won't hurt you. Sheng Wan and Baiyu hugged Yan Luo excitedly. Shen Luo is so amazing. Even mutant crocodiles keep you as pets. Yan Feng touched his nose from behind. Well, he was one step too late and couldn't hold it. Shen Luo, how did you subdue this crocodile? You are so amazing. Lo Shen, does it really have a family of 3? Then don't you have 3 crocodiles? After returning to Huayuan community, the whole building was filled with the strong smell of alcohol. But even more overpowering was the stench of human excrement. The Chaoyang group usually goes to the toilet on the 14th floor. The 14th floor is the first floor you enter the building, and it is already stinking after half a day. That room is simply uninhabitable. Xu Tianxiu brought the remaining people who were not infected with the virus down to move the supplies. Sister Sheng, I have gathered all the people infected with the virus on the 15th floor, and I have sprinkled alcohol in every corner of the 14th to 18th floors. Sheng Wan nodded and asked, how is the person with diarrhea? Is the condition getting better? Xu Tianxiu frowned and said in a heavy tone, no, some of them have already gone to the toilet 7 times in half a day. Bingyan said they will kill themselves if they continue like this. Yan Luo said we found a box of saline solution, a lot of glucose injection solution, and syringes. Please give it to Dr. Hu to see if it can be used. When Xu Tianxiu heard that the syringe and injection solution had been found, his face lit up with joy. These things were the fastest way to replenish nutrition. Okay, I'll go right away. Thank you so much, Sister Luo, for this time. As long as we can get through this, I will definitely do anything for you in the future. Yan Luo waved his hand. Go save people first. When Yan Luo walked to the 15th floor, she heard cries of pain coming from inside. She frowned slightly. As a medical student and a monk with healing attributes, Bai Yu went directly to the isolation area on the 15th floor without even taking a rest after returning. Hu Bingyan, wearing protective clothing, began to give them intravenous strips. He saw them lying on the ground, curled up with their hands on their stomachs, their faces pale. Some even have a large yellow area on the back of their buttocks, but they no longer have the strength to get up and go to the toilet. Yan Luo frowned and said, Xiao Feng, go and help. I'll go upstairs and cook some porridge for everyone. Good. Yan Feng and Sheng Wan also went in to help. Yan Luo quickly went upstairs and entered the space. She turned on several electric cookers in a row and cooked millet porridge. Some stream water is mixed into the millet porridge. Stream water has spiritual energy that can help restore the body, but if too much is put in, they cannot absorb it, and it would be counterproductive. After the millet porridge was cooked, she went downstairs carrying 2 large stainless steel buckets. On the 15th floor, some of the people receiving intravenous drips fell asleep, while others were weak and dazed. When Lin Sijia saw Yan Luo took the porridge, she hurriedly took bowls to serve it. The porridge was very thin and had salt added to it. A girl leaning against the wall said, Thank you, Sister Luo. But I can't eat any more. Hu Bingyan said, No, you have to eat something, otherwise your body will recover more slowly. But you can't eat too much, so each person gets half a bowl of rice soup. Since the natural disaster, there has been no natural gas and tap water, and they rarely have hot meals. They can only occasionally make a fire to cook, and their spleen and stomach have been damaged. I originally thought that no one had any appetite, but after adding spiritual water to the rice soup, which had a slightly sweet taste, everyone regained their appetite after taking a sip. Yan Luo looked at the remaining bucket of millet soup and said to Lin Sijia, There is still a lot left. Let's share it among everyone. Lin Sijia nodded immediately, but she couldn't lift the bucket, so Xu Tianxiu helped her move the bucket to the 18th floor and distributed it to those who were not sick. Sister Luo, we are here to help. Please go up. Sheng Wan felt embarrassed to trouble Yan Luo. They have already received a lot of benefits from Yan Luo. Yan Luo said, It's okay, I'll go get you some hot water. The water used by the Chaoyang group was condensed by the monks using their limited spiritual power. The water condensed every day was just enough for everyone to drink, and many of them did not dare to take a bath. There is no shortage of water here for Yan Luo. Half an hour later, Yan Luo brought down 2 more buckets of hot water. Sheng Wan then distributed the hot water to everyone. In front of everyone, Yan Luo condensed a bucket of water into the bucket. Xiao Feng, clean up. When she said this, everyone blushed. They have never been so sloppy in their lives. Yan Luo said softly, Don't be embarrassed. Cleaning is to reduce secondary infection of bacteria and viruses. Shu Tianxiu grabbed the mop from Yan Feng. I'll do this kind of work. Yan Feng didn't say anything, but went outside and brought in another mop. After they finished cleaning, Yan Luo sprayed alcohol again. Because men and women were separated, Sheng Wan directed the people who were helping to take off the clothes of the person whose pants were pulled down, and then change them into clean clothes. Seeing that the situation on the 15th floor had temporarily stabilized, Shu Tianxiu took people to the 14th floor to clean the toilet and also sprayed it with alcohol for disinfection. Lin Sijia's small figure was not idle either. She kept helping everyone. By the evening, she also started to have diarrhea. Fortunately, everyone had experience and quickly gave her anti-diarrhea medicine. Oh no, Xiaowang has a fever. Sheng Wan shouted anxiously, Xiaohu, why are there still people with fever? Are they infected with another virus? Hu Bingyan ran over in a hurry, then frowned and said, take some antipyretics first and observe the situation. Everyone was looking for anti-diarrhea drugs before, and now they're looking for antipyretic drugs in the warehouse. Fortunately, when Yan Luo went to the pharmacy to get the medicine, she brought back whatever medicine it was. I think I have a fever too, another person said with a pale face. Everyone looked solemn. After a day, no one's health had improved, and instead they had a fever again. Yan Luo went upstairs and took down a few thermometers. Dr. Hu, I have this here. Seeing the mercury thermometer, Hu Bingyan was immediately surprised. That's great at this time, except for Sheng Wan, Baiyu, Shu Tianxiu, and Hu Bingyan, the other people who helped had been replaced. Sheng Wan arranged shifts for them. If they kept working, their bodies would be extremely tired and would be more susceptible to infection. Sister Luo, Xiao Feng, you two should go back and rest first. Sheng Wan said. Yan Luo shook his head. It's okay. I'll stay and see, in case there's anything else going on in the middle of the night. Sheng Wan said, you have already helped for a whole day. You even dived for half an hour this morning. Yan Luo smiled and said, don't worry, I can go without sleep for 3 days with my current strength. If Yan Luo didn't leave, Yan Feng would be even less likely to leave. Many of these people were his schoolmates, and some of them looked familiar to him. Yan Luo walked up to Lin Sijia and handed her a fever-reducing patch. Your child. If you have a fever, put it on. Lin Sijia said awkwardly, Sister Luo, please stay away from me. I stink. Yan Luo took out a lollipop from his pocket. That way it won't stink. The monks with spiritual power in the Chaoyang group kept condensing water, but more than a dozen people began to suffer from diarrhea overnight. Hu Bingyan also fell ill. He is the only doctor in the Chaoyang group and has been running around among patients. It is only a matter of time before he is infected with the virus. Baiyu immediately decided to treat him first. Lin Sijia had a high fever in the second half of the night and fell asleep in a daze with a fever-reducing patch on her body. Yan Luo condensed 2 large buckets of water, and Sheng Wan and Yan Feng used towels dipped in cold water to apply to everyone's foreheads. After working like this all night, people finally woke up one after another at dawn. Hu Bingyan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as we survive the first day, it proves that we are no longer in danger. The first wave of people who got sick all smiled. Even though they still spoke a little weakly, we are fine now, let us take care of you. The first wave of people who recovered have antibodies in their bodies and will not be infected a second time in a short period of time. Shu Tianxiu grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He snorted, don't curse us.
We don't want to get sick.
That's right, we are in good health. The atmosphere on the 15th floor was much better than yesterday. Seeing this, Yan Luo said to Sheng Wan, I'm going back first. Come find me if you need me. Sheng Wan nodded hurriedly. Okay, Sister Luo. Go back and have some rest. We are really sorry to bother you this time. From now on, our Chaoyang group will be at your disposal. Yan Luo smiled and said nothing, then turned and went upstairs. Yan Feng did not go back, he was still helping downstairs. There are some things that even if you don't say them, what you do is seen by everyone. Everyone silently watched Yan Luo's back as he left, and made a secret decision in their hearts. Yan Luo returned to the space and took a bath first. Although she said she was not tired, her body was still very honest. She almost fell asleep in the bathtub. Ever since there were other lives in the space, Yan Luo surrounded the bathing pool so that people outside could not see inside. Aunt Chun knew she was back, so she heated up some food for her and handed it in through the curtain. Then you go get me a hamburger combo from the shelf. Yan Luo packed countless cooked foods and would eat them whenever he felt hungry. Aunt Chun brought the set meal to her. Yan Luo took the food box and started eating fried chicken and French fries while taking a bath. Perhaps smelling the fragrance, Yan Bao came running over happily from a distance. It used its big head to push open the curtain and made eye contact with Yan Luo, who was only wearing a swimsuit. Yan Luo glared at it. Who let you in? Yan Bao had no interest in Yan Luo at all. It rushed to Yan Luo, grabbed a triple-decker beef burger with its big mouth, and then sat aside and started eating it with a smacking sound. You are becoming more and more lawless. While complaining, Yan Luo still shouted outside, Auntie Chun, send 3 more servings over. Aunt Chun knew how much Yan Bao ate, so she quickly brought more food over. Yan Luo came out of the water and put on a set of comfortable pajamas, then pulled Yan Bao's ear and walked out of the bathroom. A man and a bear sat on rocking chairs beside the stream, eating burgers comfortably. Crocodiles and pythons are ferocious animals that like blood. Fortunately, the crocodile family is already full and will not starve to death even if they don't eat meat for 10 days or half a month. But Xiaohua was hungry. Fortunately, there were chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, and pigs in the livestock house. When Xiaohua was hungry, she asked Aunt Chun to bring one of them over. These animals have been raised in space for a long time, and their meat has become more spiritual. Xiaohua thinks it is very delicious. Yan Luo had his meal and left the space to practice. She remembered that there was a secret place on the back mountain of Qingliang Mountain. It should be opened soon, so she had to be prepared. 10 days passed in a row, and Yan Luo practiced without moving. During this time, the members of the Chaoyang group recovered. Hu Bingyan sighed, fortunately we have enough medicine. Otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. We have all watched TV dramas. In ancient times, epidemics like this claimed countless lives. Seeing that everyone was well, Shengwan talked about how she went out to look for medicine. Luckily, Sister Luo dived to find medicine. The most important thing is that the military asked us to hand over the supplies. Fortunately, Sister Luo was there, otherwise we wouldn't be able to get the medicine back even if we found it. Why are the military people like this? It was a waste that we trusted them before. We didn't expect that they would start to learn from the bandits. Fortunately, we didn't go to the military at the beginning. How did Sister Luo manage to get the military to withdraw? Shengwan. Speaking of this issue, Shengwan suddenly became excited and wanted to show off. But when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he stopped himself from saying them because Yan Luo hadn't mentioned whether the crocodile incident could be exposed. It was like swallowing 2 flies, stuck in my throat, making it difficult to move forward or backward. When everyone saw Shengwan like this, they tactfully stopped asking any questions. Shengwan said, anyway, it's enough for everyone to know that it was Sister Luo who saved us. Let's calm down and follow Sister Luo from now on. Yes, yes, yes. Sister Luo has saved us many times. There's nothing wrong with following Sister Luo. Everyone's enthusiasm suddenly rose, and soon a group of people gathered around Yan Feng. Senior, what does Sister Luo like most? Yan Feng, does your sister like to have younger brothers? Xiao Feng, what kind of men does your sister usually like? Is someone like me okay? Yan Feng suddenly felt a little regretful that he didn't leave earlier. Seeing him surrounded by the crowd and looking embarrassed and at a loss, Shengwan smiled unkindly and then carried him out. You guys, when you're feeling well, go to the rooftop to train and don't fall behind in your studies. Everyone immediately lost their temper and went to the rooftop obediently. Yan Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He helped Shengwan and Baiyu pack their things. Seeing that Baiyu's face turned pale, Yan Feng took out a bag of brown sugar from his pocket and said, Here, this is for you. Sugar is a good thing. Shengwan curled her lips. Not mine?
Ah.
Yan Feng awkwardly took out a lollipop. This is for you. Shengwan chuckled and looked back and forth between Yan Feng and Baiyu. Baiyu was annoyed by the stare and glared at Sheng Wan fiercely, then walked away angrily. Sheng Wan patted Yan Feng's shoulder. "Young man, if you want to pursue someone, you have to be brave. If you are so timid, you will never be able to catch up with a girl in your life. Listen to me, if you want to chase a girl, you have to be shameless. Hug her first, then kiss her. At most you will get 2 slaps in the face."
Sister Sheng.
Yan Feng looked annoyed. "Who said I want to chase by you?" Sheng Wan was stunned for a moment and answered seriously, "Everyone in the Chaoyang group." Yan Feng held his forehead in anger. "I just saw that Bai Yuero was weak and pitiful and needed help from others." Sheng Wan clapped her hands. "I still like it." A few days later, the young people of Chaoyang group recovered to their pre-illness condition, and they knocked on Yan Luo's door. Yan Luo was shocked when he saw the densely packed heads in the surveillance video and thought he was being besieged by zombies. She changed into sportswear and opened the door. Outside the door, smiling faces immediately greeted us. Yan Luo suddenly felt horrified. "You guys, what's wrong?" Sheng Wan said loudly. "We invite Sister Luo to join the Chaoyang group." Yan Luo pursed his lips. "Sorry, I don't want to join any forces." Sheng Wan choked and immediately expressed her loyalty. "Sister Luo, as long as you join the Chaoyang group, you will be the leader, and we will all listen to you." Yan Luo stopped her. "That's not what I meant. I just like freedom and don't like being bound." Xu Tianxu said quickly, "Sister Luo, it's okay if you don't want to join the Chaoyang group. Then let us join you." Yan Luo. She frowned and looked at the person opposite her seriously. There was a gleam of hope in their eyes. This look was different from the previous ones. It contained hope, loyalty, eagerness, and respect, but without a trace of greed or exploitation. Yan Luo thought for a moment and said, "There are many unknowns about me. I may leave here in the future, so it is not convenient for us to be tied together." The bright eyes of the crowd gradually dimmed, and Yan Luo's heart finally softened. "But when I'm here, I can stand together with everyone." "Real? Real. Phew, that's great." Everyone cheered. Yan Luo was infected by the joyful atmosphere and smiled, which was a rare occurrence for him. Different from the warmth and harmony of Huayuan community, the whole Shangyang city is now in chaos. In the past, various forces competed to recruit people and make a name for themselves, but now, various forces compete to drive people out and swallow up each other. This inexplicable disease spread, and people were infected everywhere. The military was the first to spread the virus, and also the one that suffered the heaviest losses. They support countless vulnerable groups, especially the elderly, who have poor resistance and died within half a day of the epidemic. The military kept sending people out to look for medical supplies. However, some officers like Zhu De appeared in the majestic military and robbed supplies, which further damaged the military's reputation. The elderly, the weak, and the sick in the areas under military rule quickly began to die, with more than 10,000 people dying in 2 days. The military could only move all the dead bodies to an empty building and then set the whole building on fire. Despite this strict military management, it was unable to stop the people from snatching medicine, food, and territory from each other. The military top brass have been unable to reach a consensus. Some believe that the military should stick to the bottom line and take good care of civilians, but others believe that the times are chaotic and the military should expand its territory, obtain more supplies, and gain greater power. In a word, chaos. If this is the case with the military, one can imagine what other gangs are like. If anyone among them was infected with the disease, they would simply be thrown out without even any quarantine, let alone humanitarian cremation. In the distant Qingliang mountain, the Hu family was completely paralyzed by the epidemic. An old man who fell ill and could not get up. Facing the Sun family, who were eyeing them covetously, as well as all the hungry refugees in Qingliang mountain, the Hu family, in order to protect themselves, raised the entire family's strength as a dowry and allowed Hu Qingling to marry into the Zhou family. The Hu family was able to survive, but Hu Qinglong's personality changed drastically from then on. After Yan Bingtao learned about this, he knew that his idea of joining Hu Qingling was completely over. He hunched over and coughed for a long time, but when he turned the corner he saw Yan Shiner, who was also in a miserable state. He looked annoyed. "So, What if this daughter was his biological daughter? When the natural disaster came, she abandoned him and went to enjoy herself. As expected, it is a waste if you don't raise your own children by your side. He suppressed his anger, with a look of surprise on his face. Exire, is that you? You're still alive. That's great. When Yan Shiner saw his sloppy appearance, a flash of contempt flashed across her eyes. But when she thought of something, her expression became eager again. Dad, why are you here? Why have you become so thin? I thought you were enjoying life with Sister Luo Luo. When mentioning Yan Luo, both of them were filled with anger, disgust, and hatred. Yan Bingtao asked in surprise, You mean Luo Luo? Do you know where she is? I haven't seen her for a long time. Yan Shiner said, I heard that Sun Jingyang from the Sun family is asking for Sister Luo Luo's hand in marriage. I don't know if Sister Luo Luo agreed, but I heard that Sister Luo Luo doesn't like Sun Jingyang. Who? Yan Bingtao was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Sun Jingyang, he is the most outstanding figure in Qingliang Mountain. Everyone in Qingliang Mountain knows that Sun Jingyang is very powerful and no one can defeat him. Even the people of Qingliang Mountain hope to join the Sun family. Dad, should we go to the Sun family to have a look? Maybe Sister Luo Luo is there? Yan Shiner thought if Yan Luo didn't recognize her, he would at least recognize Yan Bingtao, her adoptive father. As long as she persuaded Yan Bingtao to go to the Sun family, she would always be able to get something to eat by following Yan Bingtao. Yan Bingtao thought so too. Sun Jingyang had to give some face to his future father-in-law and maybe even treat him with courtesy. The two men ignited their fighting spirit and headed towards the direction of the Sun family. In the end, Sun Jingyang arranged the two of them in for Yan Luo's sake. Yan Bingtao straightened his back and said in the manner of an elder, Do you like my daughter Luo Luo? Sun Jingyang didn't say anything. Yan Bingtao thought he didn't catch up with Yan Luo, so he didn't want to admit it. He said, Don't worry, Luo Luo listens to me the most. As long as I agree, Luo Luo will definitely agree. I'll talk to Luo Luo when the time comes. If it doesn't work, knock the person out and send him to Sun Jingyang's bed. Once the matter is settled, he will be the father-in-law of the Sun family. Then, he can walk around Qingliang Mountain with his head held high, and no one will dare to say anything to him. Sun Jingyang chuckled. Then I'll trouble you, uncle. After saying this, without waiting for Yan Bingtao to say anything else, he got up and left, citing busy work. Sun Jingyang said, If the relationship is good, we have saved their lives. If the relationship is not good, we will hand them over to her to deal with them so that she will not have any future troubles. In any case, we are helping her, and she should remember my kindness. It's just some food. You can ask the servants to arrange it. Just give them something to eat, and don't starve to death. The bodyguard nodded quickly, and then asked doubtfully, Master, how do you know Miss Yan will come here again? If Yan Luo didn't come, they would have kept these two idle people in vain. After experiencing the epidemic, the members of the Chaoyang group became more united and trained even harder. However, the difficulty of going out to find supplies has also increased accordingly. Yan Luo asked them to leave fewer people at home and let the main force go out. Shenghuan knew that Yan Luo had 3 crocodiles, so she didn't object. The others would be even less likely to object, as they blindly believed in Yan Luo. That day, they changed their clothes and prepared to set off on the boat downstairs. Hey, why did you take an extra piece of clothing today? I plan to dive and see if there is any food or something to change my clothes if they get wet. Oh, you've improved so fast. When you first joined the group, you couldn't swim, but now you can even dive. Everyone was talking and laughing when they heard a whistle coming from Building 6 in front. This whistle is the patrol team's warning, indicating that a stranger is approaching. Everyone looked at each other, and Shenghuan was the first to say, I'll go to the rooftop to take a look. You guys retreat back to the corridor first. Everyone immediately tied the boat they had just untied back in the corridor. Shenghuan and Xu Tianxiu climbed to the roof, and after seeing the scene in the distance, bad looks appeared on their faces at the same time. Shenghuan said, Gather everyone immediately and withdraw the patrol team. I'm going to find Sister Luo. Shu Tianxiu also knew the seriousness of the situation and shouted as he walked downstairs, "Everyone gather." There was a knock on the door of Yan Luo's house. Yan Feng opened the door and saw Sheng Wan outside, saying anxiously, "Call Sister Luo, quickly." Oh, Yan Feng didn't dare to delay and went upstairs quickly. Yan Luo was practicing. When she heard the noise outside, she quickly stood up, opened the door, and greeted people outside. She knew Sheng Wan's personality, and she wouldn't bother her unless it was urgent. "Sister Luo, it's bad, Sister Luo. There are so many boats coming outside." Hearing this, Yan Luo followed Sheng Wan to the rooftop. The patrol team at Building 6 received the notification and were rowing towards Building 11 in a small boat. Everyone in Building 11 went to the rooftop and was on standby. A few hundred meters away, more than a dozen huge ships were lined up in a row, heading towards Huayuan Community with an invincible momentum. Although the distance was still so far, the shock and oppression brought by this spectacular scene still made everyone present nervous. Yan Luo saw the ship in the middle at a glance. Although it is not the largest, it has a hard shell and an upright momentum, like a giant sword in the water, reflecting a cold light under the mutual reflection of sunlight and water surface. Shu Tianxiu swallowed his saliva and said, "Is that a military boat? Are they from the military?" Sheng Wan nodded. "The military send out so many people at once. What do they want to do?" Yan Luo did not experience this problem in his previous life. In her previous life, she practiced in the Hor family on Qingliang Mountain. These chaebols rarely dealt with the legitimate military, and everyone kept to themselves. Everyone was nervously looking at the large ships that were getting closer and closer on the water. They looked even more powerful under the ups and downs of the waves. It seemed that the splashes raised by the waves were not hitting the ships, but the hearts of everyone in the Chaoyang group. The boat finally arrived outside the community, but their boat was too large and would lose its flexibility once it entered the community, so they stopped outside. "Listen, everyone inside. Someone has reported that you have set up an illegal organization. You are usually domineering, cruel, brutal, and greedy. Now, as long as you surrender immediately, we will give you a chance to reform and be incorporated into the army to enjoy formal organization." The loudspeaker on the ship sounded loud and majestic, as if the Chaoyang group was really some unforgivable gang. On the rooftop, everyone's faces turned grim.
What?
He said we are tyrannical, cruel, and brutal? He is talking about us. That's right. We usually go out to look for supplies and never hurt anyone. Why are we so greedy? Someone suggested, Sister Sheng. Please use our loudspeaker to explain to them. Shu Tianxiu glanced at him and said, "Are you stupid? Do you think the other party wants to hear our explanation?" Sister Sheng said before that they encountered military personnel who robbed our medicine. The man was stunned for a moment and asked slowly with disbelief, "Could it be that they just want to take us away?" No one said anything, and this man jumped up in anger. "How can this be possible?" Yan Luo sighed. "If you want to accuse someone of something, you can always find a pretext for it." Everyone. Sheng Wan clenched her fists and looked at Yan Luo for help. "Sister Luo, what do you think we should do?" Yan Luo looked at everyone. "The Chaoyang group is yours, and now it depends on your own ideas. If you surrender, you will hand over your supplies, join the military, and join the so-called army.
If you don't want to, then,"
she said word by word. "Then, let's start the war." Everyone fell into thought. Sheng Wan said, "If you want to surrender, then surrender." "I won't surrender. Soldiers who surrender will be humiliated when they get there." Lin Sijia bit her lip and said, "Then I'll stay and follow Sister Sheng. I'm a little girl, and it doesn't seem good to be among a bunch of men." Baiyu said, "I must be following Sister Sheng." Shu Tianxiu said, "I am the captain of the second team of the Chaoyang regiment. There is no way I can leave." Everyone began to express their stance one after another, and finally everyone decided unanimously that they would not surrender. Yan Luo was a little surprised. Knowing the current situation, if they fought, they would definitely die. "I didn't expect that the people in the Chaoyang group would be so united." Sheng Quan looked at Yan Luo. "Sister Luo, we were joking when we wanted you to join the Chaoyang regiment. You should leave quickly. The military is here for us." There is no need for you to wade into muddy waters. Shu Tianxu followed up, you have already helped us a lot. We can't trouble you again this time. Yan Luo smiled and waved his hand indifferently. Since I said I would stand together with you, I will definitely keep my word. They had been quiet for too long, and the loudspeaker outside started a new round of surrender notices. We'll give you 3 more minutes. If you still don't respond, we'll rush in. On the command platform, Zhu Ziyuan's eyes were cold. Stop talking nonsense, rush in. The soldier who was shouting trembled and said yes. Zhu Ziyuan is a high-ranking military official. Ever since the death of his son Judah, he has become a completely different person. His moods are unpredictable and no one dares to mess with him. 4 warships came breaking through the waves from the front, back, left, and right directions. Sister Luo, how come you have so many guns? Yan Luo took things out of the box and said, 1 for each of you. Now is not the time to gossip. The military brought a total of 12 ships. Yan Luo looked and saw that there was only 1 military ship. The others were ordinary ships, but they had a large passenger capacity. There were 70 or 80 people on each ship. As a result, the number of the other side is nearly 10 times that of the Chaoyang group. Yan Luo asked Sheng Wan, what do you think of that warship? Will it have high-intensity weapons such as cannons on board? Sheng Wan said, this is an inland area. There aren't many advanced military ships here. Judging from what we see, there shouldn't be any. Yan Luo had also heard that combat warships such as gunboats and torpedo boats had high requirements and were not available in general places. She felt a little relieved. The people of the Chaoyang regiment quickly equipped themselves with submachine guns, and the boat outside also sailed downstairs. Yan Luo said strike first. After that, everyone quickly ran towards the 4 directions of the roof and started shooting at the people on the boat below. The soldiers downstairs did not expect that there were so many people shooting upstairs and the firepower was so strong. Although they were prepared for a sneak attack, in a moment, more than a dozen people on each boat were still shot and fell into the water. Keep cover. On the boat, someone in the front row raised a huge shield, and the people in the back row, under the cover of the shield, fired their guns while moving towards the deck, preparing to go upstairs. I'll go stop them down there. Sheng Wan and a group of people immediately went downstairs and hid behind the stairs in the corridor on the 14th floor. Those who reached the fire escape first had already entered the hail of bullets. Yan Luo stretched out his hand through the window on the 14th floor, and the space on his wrist extended into the water. The crocodile family and Xiaohua came out of the space and dived into the water. Arrange some people to guard the windows. The military has already started to break into the building through the windows. After Xiaohua and the others entered the water, they swam quickly to the bottom of the boat. The huge body slammed hard against the bottom of the boat. The boat was no more than 20 meters long, but Xiaohua's body was longer than the boat. With this arch, the whole boat began to shake violently. The huge cabin swayed left and right on the water and almost capsized. The people on the boat didn't notice it, and half of them fell into the water with a splash. Something's down there. As the soldiers on this ship shouted, the remaining 3 ships surrounding Building 11 also began to shake violently. On the command ship, Zhu Ziyuan said angrily, is there something in the water? Go, everyone, go in and provide support. At his command, the remaining ships all moved in and surrounded Building 11. The military personnel began to throw ropes to the roof and tried to climb the wall. There were too many of them, and the boats were parked too close. Xiaohua and the others bumped into each other on the bottom of the water, and the boats were close to each other, so they couldn't capsize, and the number of people falling into the water decreased. Yan Luo took out another box of bullets from the space and quickly distributed them to everyone. The members of the Chaoyang regiment were so excited that they forgot how many bullets they had used. All I knew was that the water and the air were filled with flying sparks and the sound of gunfire. Xiaohua swam to the stern of the boat, and a huge snake had suddenly emerged from the water. It opened its smelly, bloody mouth and swallowed the 5 people in the back row in one gulp. The crocodile did the same thing, and in the blink of an eye, a hole appeared in the military's rear line. Look, it's clear. It's a monster. The person on the command ship reported to Zhu Ziyuan with a pale face. Zhu Ziyuan also saw the huge pythons and crocodiles that surfaced from time to time, with no expression visible on their wrinkled faces. Prepare the gun carriage. Yes. On the rooftop, Yan Luo equipped everyone with sufficient ammunition, then held the sword in both hands and joined the battle. She channeled her spiritual power into the sword in her hand, and the sharp treasure suddenly burst out with a dazzling white light. The sword energy was like a long river hanging upside down, and it actually changed the trajectory of the bullets that kept moving up and down. After Yan Luo swung his sword once, he raised his sword and swung it down again, releasing pure spiritual power without any skill. Everyone on the command ship looked unhappy. Someone said, "Captain Zhu, it seems we have really encountered a tough problem this time. Why don't we retreat? Since they attacked Huayuan community, they have lost more than 100 people. In this troubled time, people are wealth, and if things continue like this, there will probably be more casualties." Zhu Ziyuan said with a cold face, "What are you afraid of? We have cannons." "I don't believe they are not afraid of cannons. His so-called cannon is actually a miniature cannon." Someone reminded me, "But the shells are kept by the military and cannot be used unless absolutely necessary. After all, it is the end of the world now, and resources like artillery shells are gone once they're used up and will not regenerate." Zhu Ziyuan turned his head and looked at him coldly. "Who is the leader?" No one spoke on the boat. After the gun carriage was set up, a shell was fired. In an instant, everyone only heard the sound of the air exploding. After a stinging sensation in the eardrums, a deafening explosion sounded on the water surface. After experiencing a brief deafness, everyone was drenched beyond recognition by the huge waves that rose dozens of meters into the sky. And the huge waves also brought down a fishy and smelly bright red. The stench in the air grew stronger. Yan Luo came to his senses and saw that Xiaohua's huge body had already fallen from the air into the water in the distance. The power of the shell had actually broken off its tail, which was at the 8th level of the gathering spirit realm. Her body was twisting in pain in the water, and her voice was transmitted to Yan Luo's sea of consciousness. "Master, I am in so much pain. Save me." Yan Luo jumped into the water without hesitation and swam towards Xiaohua. Throw her and half of her tail into the space pond. Behind him, another artillery shell whistled towards him. With Yan Luo's current strength, the shield can block bullets but not artillery shells. If there were a few more shells like this, Building 11 would no longer exist, and the people of the Chaoyang group would have no choice but to die. The shell hit the back of Dashin, who had no time to enter the water. His hill-like back was flattened in an instant, and blood gushed out. Yan Luo could only take them all back into space. Upstairs, Shengwan didn't expect that the other party actually had a cannon. Although it was a miniature cannon and not as powerful as a real cannon, its power was not something they could withstand.
This.
She closed her eyes, and it seemed that she was dead. "My family, you can't die in humiliation if you want to. Kill them all." The Chaoyang group is a group of passionate young people who have already gone bloodthirsty. On the command ship, "Captain Zhu, we are here to collect supplies. If we fire at the building, the supplies will be flooded." Yan Luo picked up a big loudspeaker and attached his spiritual power to the loudspeaker, amplifying the sound infinitely. "Please cease fire temporarily. Please cease fire temporarily. Please cease fire temporarily." The sound drowned out the crackling sound of gunfire, passed through the blood-stained water, reached everyone's ears, and reached the command ship. This sudden sound made everyone stunned, and they stopped subconsciously. Yan Luo said, "As long as you cease fire and withdraw your ships, we will hand over all our supplies to you." Everyone in the Chaoyang group turned around and looked at Yan Luo. Isn't this surrender? They worked so hard to find and store the supplies, but in the end, they have to benefit from these robbers? Their eyes were red, and they bit their lips. What should I do if I don't want to suffer this injustice even if it means death? On the command boat, Zhu Ziyuan looked at the woman on the water. She was wearing a black sportswear, and even the ups and downs of the water did not shake her at all. She said words of surrender, but her expression was calm as the wind. She should be the master cultivator on the other side. Yan Luo said again, if you don't agree, we will sink to the bottom of the water along with these supplies, and you won't get anything. The people on the command ship were tempted, mainly because they didn't want both sides to suffer losses and gain nothing. Captain Zhu, if we continue to fight, we will lose more soldiers. Besides, we don't have many shells left. Captain Zhu, without supplies, they won't be able to survive for long. Once these masters of cultivation fight for their lives, they are best at sneak attacks and taking down the enemy's head among millions of troops. Zhu Ziyuan glanced at him coldly, and he quickly covered his mouth. Zhu Ziyuan tapped the table with his fingers, mainly because Yan Luo was being too mysterious. If she really wanted to attack me, a minute later, a voice came from the command ship. Okay, hand over all your supplies, and from now on you must not be an enemy of the military, support the military's rule, and be a qualified citizen. Yan Luo sneered in his heart. Supporting you? Stop dreaming. But he said, you retreat 500 meters away, leaving only 2 cargo ships here. After a pause, she said, I have to make sure my people are safe. This time the command ship didn't have to wait too long before giving a response, and they indeed retreated. After a long time, the soldiers on the remaining 2 boats went upstairs. In order to load more cargo, they left a total of 50 people on the 2 ships, including the man who came down from the command ship and had always been against Zhu Ziyuan. He led his men upstairs and was blocked by Shengwan.
Zhu Junling.
Shengwan? Xu Yunling obviously didn't expect to meet Shengwan here. He was a little surprised, then pleasantly surprised. But the surprise only lasted for a second before it turned into guilt. Finally, he said bitterly, I didn't know you were here. Shengwan took a step forward. So now you know? Xu Yunling didn't say anything, but he didn't retreat either. So what if we know it? Can we return it and not accept their supplies? This is impossible. Shengwan sneered twice and made way. Then please ask Captain Chu to move the supplies yourself. The Chaoyang group had a lot of supplies, and they moved them back and forth several times. When they reached Yan Luo's room on the 18th floor, Shengwan blocked their way again. This room cannot be searched. There are no supplies inside. A soldier said dissatisfiedly, Why? If you say there is no, then there is no. Shengwan said, No, this is where we girls live. How can we allow you men to rummage around? As she spoke, she looked at Xu Yunling. Xu Yunling rode. No need to search. There is really nothing in this room. Let's go quickly. Xu Yunling was the last one to go downstairs. Before leaving, he looked back at Shengwan, but unfortunately Shengwan didn't even look at him. He sighed in his heart and got on the boat silently. Captain Xu, let's go. Xu Yunling took one last look at the 18th floor and then said, Walk. The young people of the Chaoyang group were all huddled in the corridor, sitting listlessly, not saying a word. In Yan Luo's eyes, they are all children. They are in their early 20s, some are even only 18 or 19 years old. They are at the age of passion and enthusiasm. How can they be willing to suffer such injustice? She said directly, Are you the ones who are angry that I handed over the supplies to the military? Everyone was silent. Shengwan spoke up. No, Sister Luo. We just feel that we have been saving up the supplies for so long, and now those rascals are getting away with it. If we had known this, we wouldn't have lived so frugally. Yan Luo smiled and said, Okay, don't panic, I'll go get the supplies for you. Uh-huh. All those who had hung their heads raised their heads at the same time, and their dull eyes lit up again. Baiyu quickly stood up and grabbed Yan Luo's arm. Sister Luo, how did you get back? You don't want to break into the military yourself, do you? Yan Luo nodded. Baiyu subconsciously grabbed Yan Luo's arm and said, No, that's too dangerous. They have artillery and so many people. We don't need supplies. We can go find them ourselves. Yan Luo patted the back of her hand and comforted her. Don't worry, I will be careful. As she said that, she gently pushed Baiyu's hand away and went downstairs. When everyone saw that Yan Luo was really going to leave, they immediately surrounded him and tried to persuade him. Unfortunately, Yan Luo was not someone who would easily change her mind, nor was she someone who would suffer losses in vain, so she climbed out of the window. Sister Luo, you must be careful. Baiyu looked back with tears in her eyes. It's all your fault. Sister Luo must have taken the risk alone because she was afraid that we would be unhappy. For a moment, everyone was silent again. They were indeed unhappy and aggrieved just now, but they really didn't think of letting Yan Luo go out to chase the supplies by himself. Yan Luo entered the water and summoned a small submarine from space. This submarine is of very good quality and makes very little noise underwater. She drove the submarine in the direction of Chu Yunling. After the submarine caught up with the military troops, it followed them from a distance. After Yan Luo set up the automatic driving, he took the opportunity to enter the space. In the pond, Xiaohua and Dashan were both seriously injured and covered in blood. Dashan's back needs time to heal slowly, but Xiaohua's tail is more troublesome, and she needs to use her internal energy to reattach the tail. Yan Luo picked a lot of ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum for them. Fortunately, there is this magical water, otherwise Xiaohua's tail might not be connected. Annie Chun, thank you for your hard work in making some cooked meals for them these days. Hey, come on. Aunt Chun was so frightened when she saw their situation that she felt cold all over. It's really not easy for the master. Master, if I get disfigured, you must be responsible for me. Xiaohua said pitifully. Yan Luo didn't think much about it, so he nodded and asked, okay, how do you take responsibility? Xiaohua quickly climbed up the pole and said, you have to help me find a long and thick python in the future. Yan Luo stayed in the space for only 5 minutes, and when he came out, the submarine was still following the big ship steadily. After the ship had been sailing for a few more minutes, a fountain suddenly appeared on the water surface in the right front. In this place where there was no village or shop nearby, the water suddenly spurted out to a height of 5 or 6 meters. Alert! Alert! The sentry called out. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. All the soldiers were on alert, staring closely at the fountain ahead. Yan Luo took the opportunity to feel the wall of the last boat, climbed up to the stern, and slashed the neck of the last soldier. It was almost night, and the light was dim, so no one noticed the life or death of the soldier at the back. During the natural disaster, people were busy trying to survive, and their skin became dark and rough. Yan Luo put on some makeup casually, and no one could recognize her. Why is that thing gone? Well, is there any need to explain this? He must have been scared away by the number of us after the water surface calmed down. Everyone relaxed. The people on the boat began to chat. Oh, the big python we saw today really scared me. It wasn't that scary when I watched Anaconda when I was a kid.
Brother, that's a movie.
This is a real python. Of course it's different. Fortunately, our leader brought the artillery vehicle, otherwise we would have died there. Someone sighed. But many brothers died today. Everyone was silent for a while, and someone laughed at himself and said, I have been a soldier for several years, but I never attacked the enemy country, but I attacked my own people. The soldier at the side quickly covered his mouth and warned him with his eyes. We are soldiers, and it is our duty to obey orders. Do not make unsociable remarks, or you will be punished by military law. The man stopped talking. Yan Luo was at the end of the crowd, with his head lowered and his hat pulled so low that only his chin could be seen. Fortunately, no one noticed her. Half an hour later, the ships finally returned to the military base. The people on the boat got off one after another. Even though it was already dark, they had to unload the goods on the ship into the warehouse first. Chu Yunling's cargo ship had already arrived in the middle of the fleet. Now the cargo ship was parked downstairs, and people from other ships went over to move the supplies. Yan Luo was not assigned this job. She was assigned to make fire and cook. It was past 9 o'clock in the evening, and the soldiers had not eaten all day, so their stomachs were growling with hunger. Yan Luo and a dozen other soldiers lit a fire. Several female soldiers brought down rice from upstairs. Their dinner was rice porridge. This kind of hot meal is considered the best food in Xiangyang City, which is suffering from natural disasters. The leading female soldier said, Everyone, the leader said that among the supplies we got today there is a box of canned yellow peaches. Everyone has worked hard today, so let's share some. When they heard there were canned yellow peaches, everyone started drooling and stared at the box eagerly. There were only 15 cans in a box of canned food, and no matter how big the bottles were, there would not be enough to share. Finally, Everyone decided that each person would take a bite, and 4 people would eat one piece. When it was Yan Luo's turn, Yan Luo looked at the golden yellow peaches with other people's crystal saliva on them. She struggled to hold back the feeling of nausea and said, "My stomach is not feeling well today, so I won't eat." "Brother, you eat it." The man smiled brightly upon hearing that, and before anyone else could react, he swallowed the yellow peach that Yan Luo had eaten. This immediately attracted jealousy from all around. Bah, how shameless. He chuckled foolishly and didn't care. The peach was in his mouth anyway. After dinner, everyone went to bed tired. "I've been on duty today, and I don't have to be on duty tonight, so I can have a good sleep." Yan Luo lay on the wooden bed, enduring the deafening snoring coming from 10 centimeters away on both sides. She stared at the ceiling with her fists clenched tightly. She endured like this until about 1 in the morning, when she quietly sat up. Everyone was so exhausted that they didn't notice Yan Luo getting up and leaving. The military supplies were stored in a separate building, not the one where they slept. Yan Luo slowly went up to the roof. Looking around from the top of the building, there are a total of 20 buildings nearby, all pitch black like giant beasts. The building without any light is where ordinary people live. Because of the epidemic some time ago, 7 or 8 of these ordinary people died, leaving only a few young and healthy survivors. In order to eat, most of them joined the army, so these buildings became empty and dead silent. The building where supplies are stored is in the central area, surrounded by several large ships with lights on, illuminating the water leading to the building. There is no way for outsiders to get close. Yan Luo smiled coldly. She didn't need to take the water route. The long sword floated under her feet, and the next second, she turned into a black eagle in the dark night and flew straight to the roof of the building. After landing on the roof, she quietly climbed into the building. The military really has a lot of supplies. The stockpile volume is more than 20 times that of the Chaoyang group. Yan Luo looked around his space. At this time, all the open space was planted with crops. Yan Luo could only pile the supplies he had previously stored into the air until it would collapse if he put more. There were also ripe wheat and corn, which Yan Luo harvested all at once and piled together. In this way, a space was vacated in the space. Aunt Chun stared at the supplies piled 6 stories high in amazement and couldn't help feeling upset. "It's over. From now on, if I want to take something, I won't be able to reach it at all." The creatures in the space didn't know what Yan Luo was going to do, but they were all waiting attentively. After a while, more than a dozen large boxes suddenly appeared on the flat land as if by magic. Aunt Chun is familiar with this kind of thing. It must be Yan Luo who is moving things here. But there's no need for such a large space, right? Before Aunt Chun could wonder for long, a dozen more large boxes were piled on top of a large box. Immediately afterwards, more bags of rice and flour were thrown in, enough to fill 4 or 5 rooms. Next came daily necessities, a lot of men's clothes, and brand new military uniforms. There were more snacks than rice, flour, grain, and oil, which left Xiaohua and the others stunned. I thought maybe Yan Luo found a large shopping mall that was not flooded. The happiest one was Yan Bao. He twisted his fat waist and ran around following the sudden drop of supplies. Every time a pile was delivered, he would open them one by one to take a look. If there are fruits or meat, it will eat them on the spot. It's a pity that the fruits and meat in it were made into dried fruits and meat, which were very unpalatable. Yan Bao curled his lips and climbed onto the rocking chair angrily. The top 7 floors of this building are all filled with supplies, and the 8th floor from the bottom is filled with munitions. Yan Luo was a little disappointed when she saw these arms. These arms were not as good as those she bought in the Federation. Maybe it was because the heavy rain came suddenly and most of the weapons were submerged in the water. But there are a lot of them. Yan Luo was just about to go in and harvest the crops, but at this moment, a voice came from the corridor. Judging from the footsteps, there are at least 20 people. "Hey, do you think this natural disaster will ever end?" "Of course there will be. It will be over when the water dries up. With water this deep, I don't know how many years it will take to dry up. By then, the bottom of the water will be a mess and humans won't be able to survive. The future is really uncertain." Okay, stop being sad here like a woman. Go through the patrol quickly. It's time for us to change shifts after this. Yan Luo frowned. This is a patrol team. She hurriedly hid in the darkness while the patrol team opened the door of every room on this floor and carefully examined the ammunition inside with flashlights. Yan Luo thought to himself that this was not good, and without putting away his weapon, he flew out of the window. A soldier from the patrol said, "Hey, did you hear any noise?" The others looked around the corridor nervously, but there was nothing there. "There's no sound. Don't scare me." The soldier touched his head and said embarrassedly, "Hey, I thought someone had messed up the monkey."
With a whoosh sound.
The captain kicked him angrily, and everyone laughed. After patrolling this floor, they went upstairs. The sounds of talking and laughing stopped abruptly after the first door was opened. Everyone looked at each other in shock, and the captain opened the doors of other rooms in panic.
Ah!
There's a thief. Oh no, oh no, level 10 alert. The building suddenly lit up with bright lights, and the large ships around it began to move. The senior military officials were awakened from their sleep, put on their clothes, and rushed to the warehouse. In the distance, Yan Luo looked back at the bright light 500 meters away. In the inky black night, the brightness seemed very far away, and the corners of Yan Luo's mouth rose slightly. "Steal my things?" Haha. She jumped into the water like a nimble fish, got into the submarine, and quickly moved away from the military's jurisdiction. In the space, Xiaohua was blowing rainbow farts like a flatterer. "Master is so great. Master is the most handsome man. Oh my god, if Master wasn't a woman, I would marry Master." "Ah, so handsome." Yan Luo glanced at her broken tail. After a day of soaking in spiritual water and repairing it, a small piece had been connected. No one knew where the blood that had dyed the pond red had gone, but the water in the pond had returned to being clean and clear. "You should take good care of your injuries and talk less." She went to see Dashan again. Dashan's back was covered in blood and flesh, and now it was covered with scars. His wounds were less serious than Xiaohua's, but his bare, flat back was a little ugly. Seeing that both of them had recovered well and were not in danger of life, Yan Luo felt relieved and went to see her latest trophy. Aunt Chun clenched her hands in embarrassment. "Miss, you put the food so high, I can't reach it." Yan Luo entered the space and found that these things were piled too high. "How about this? Cut off 1 acre of the unripe wheat over there and place the rest on the road, leaving just enough space for walking, and that should be enough space." Aunt Chun had experienced hunger before, so she didn't want to waste food. She asked, "Isn't it a waste to grow that acre of wheat?" Yan Luo said, "The livestock will eat whatever they want. When Xiaohua and the others have bigger appetites, we should encourage them to have more pups and not be reluctant to feed them." Aunt Chun thought so and said nothing more. Yan Luo harvested the wheat with his mind and moved the supplies from the high places over. Originally, they planned to leave a half-meter wide path, but after Yan Luo saw Yan Bao running around everywhere, he changed the width of the path to 1 meter. If it's too narrow, Yan Bao won't be able to get through and will definitely get into trouble. She will be bumped all over the place and will have to clean up the mess again. Yan Bao was very happy to see Yan Luo, so he ran to Yan Luo's legs and rubbed them hard. Yan Luo was in a good mood, so he squatted down, hugged its big head with both hands, and rubbed it in a mess. The hair on Yan Bao's head suddenly stood up. The little crocodile floated in the pond, its head above the water, and its eyes glowing red with jealousy. It remembered what the trainer said at the zoo: if you use your beauty to please others, you won't last long. Well, the giant panda just eats and sleeps in the space all day long and can't help the owner. The owner will abandon it sooner or later. Delon rubbed the little crocodile's head with his big head. This child is inferior because of his ugliness. Yan Luo came in a hurry. Aunt Chun didn't cook for her, so Yan Luo found a bowl of spicy hot pot on the shelf in the warehouse. Yan Bao climbed on the bowl and smelled it, then left without any interest. Yan Luo ate some spicy hot pot, but was not full, so he ate a plate of fried skewers and drank a large glass of iced lemon water. He left the space only after he was satisfied. The submarine was driving automatically all the time, and its speed was several times faster than that of large military ships. Before dawn, it returned to Huayuan community. Wuching Mountain is located between the clouds and waters of Jiangnan. The mountains are shrouded in clouds and mist all year round, with a veil covering the top. The trees are lush, the birds are singing, and the flowers are fragrant. This place was once developed into a tourist attraction, but after the natural disaster, there was no one left in the scenic area. But on the top of the mountain, there is a temple, and the people in the temple call themselves monks of the Qingshan school. After the natural disaster, they were the only ones left guarding the mountain. The reason was that the old abbot said that the spiritual energy here was rich, and it was most suitable for cultivators to practice. A few days after the natural disaster, monks from the Qingshan sect went down the mountain one after another, saying they were recruiting talented people. Later, wild beasts often appeared in the mountains. Those beasts were big and ferocious, and people could not resist them at all. The most ridiculous thing is that some cats are as big as humans and actually eat their owners. So now, all the talented and the untalented have gathered on the mountain, seeking the protection of the Qingshan sect. The leader of the Qingshan sect, Zhang Yunzi, felt pity for the living beings and did not drive them away. However, there was no free lunch in the world, and they needed to sell their labor to do laundry, cooking, and cleaning for the Qingshan sect. It's really a changing world. No one would have thought that a popular check-in spot in a tourist attraction would actually become their place of residence. Zhang Yunzi sat upright on a cushion. In front of him was a golden round plate with a spoon floating in the air on it. At this time, the spoon was trembling slightly. Yan Luo summoned a large ship from space some distance away from Huayuan community and placed all the supplies of the Chaoyang group on the ship. She drove the boat herself towards Huayuan community. Because of her sudden departure and the words she said when she left, none of the members of the Chaoyang group slept. They squatted by the windows, watching eagerly, hoping that Yan Luo would return safely. As the first ray of morning sunlight shone on the water, the sparkling waves pushed a large ship into everyone's sight. All of a sudden, everyone stood up and looked at the big ship nervously. On the big ship, Yan Luo did not keep everyone waiting for long. She went up to the deck and waved to the people from the Chaoyang group. "It's Sister Luo! It's Sister Luo!" Xu Tianxiu shouted excitedly. Everyone rushed to the fire escape on the 14th floor. "Great! Sister Luo is back safely." Bai Yu and Lin Sijia hugged each other, tears in their eyes. Sheng Wan placed her hands on her chest excitedly and was speechless for a moment. Yan Luo drove the boat to the front of the building and saw everyone's happy expressions, so he said, "I found the supplies." "What?" The happy crowd was stunned for a moment. Xu Tianxiu thought of what Yan Luo said before he left, and asked stutteringly, "Supplies? What supplies? Our supplies?" Yan Luo understood the meaning of his incoherent words, and she said with a smile, "Yes, your supplies. Come up and take a look." No one moved, and no one went up. Seeing this, Yan Luo approached Xu Tianxiu with amusement, grabbed his shoulders, and lifted him onto the deck like a chicken. "You take the lead, go in and take a look, then come back and explain it to everyone." Xu Tianxiu staggered into the cabin. The others were waiting outside anxiously, and they were all sweating so much so early in the morning. 3 minutes later, Xu Tianxiu ran out in surprise. As he ran, he shouted excitedly, Really, Luo Shin really did it."
Ah!
The crowd cried out in surprise, one wave after another. The great joy after the great sorrow made some girls feel dizzy, and some even couldn't stand. They climbed over the isolation wall in front of the fire escape, jumped onto the deck, and rushed up to lift Yan Luo high up. They were dancing and laughing below, and Yan Luo, who was being tossed up in the air, also had a hint of happiness on his face. Yan Feng was watching from above, and he started laughing as he watched. He was proud. This was his biological sister. She was so amazing. When he was a child, he told the people who bullied him that his sister was a great hero. One day, she would come to protect him on a colorful cloud. It's a pity that those people can't see it. Yan Luo was put down after being thrown for a while. Sheng Wan and Bai Yu hugged her on the left and right. Bai Yu's eyes were red from crying again. Yan Luo pinched her face. Okay, why are you crying? I'm not dead. After saying this, Bai Yu pushed her shoulder hard again, turned around angrily, and refused to pay any more attention to Yan Luo. Yan Luo was suddenly at a loss. Sheng Wan said with a smile, Shen Luo, I said I'd call you Shen Luo, but you disagreed. Now, everyone calls you that. Yes, it's Luo Shen. Sister Sheng is right. But Luo Shen, you can't take risks next time. If the supplies are lost, we can make a comeback, but if something happens to you. Shut up, you crow mouth. Sheng Wan roared, and the man dared not speak anymore. But the feeling of worry was still conveyed, leaving Yan Luo at a loss as to how to respond. In his past and present life, Yan Luo had never had this feeling before. Being surrounded, trusted, and cared for by a group of people, it was as if all of a sudden, she was no longer alone. She actually had her own family? Yan Luo's bright eyes suddenly opened. Yes, this should be the feeling of home. In an instant, she made a decision. I have something to tell you all. Her expression was so serious and earnest that it quieted down everyone who was immersed in excitement. I'm ready to take you with me.
Go.
Where to? Everyone looked at Yan Luo in confusion. Sheng Wan and Lin Sijia's eyes lit up. Yan Luo said, I want to embark on the path of cultivating immortals. I originally planned to do it alone, but now I am ready to take you with me. You willing? The path to becoming an immortal? Since the natural disaster, many people have suddenly awakened strange talents, and many animals have begun to become violent and demonic. They know that the world has changed. The path to immortality that Yan Luo talked about should be her current abilities. He can even fly over eaves and walls, just like a martial arts master, cool and heroic. We are all young people. Who hasn't dressed up as a fairy by wrapping themselves in a bedsheet or dressed up as a hero by carving a wooden sword when they were young? Sheng Wan was the first to express her opinion. I am willing. I will follow Luo Shen wherever she goes. I am Luo Jie's #1 fan. Bai Yu wiped the tears from her face and said, I will never leave Sister Luo. Lin Sijia and Shu Tianxu said, It is our blessing to be able to follow Sister Luo. Everyone gradually expressed their desire to follow Yan Luo. Seeing this, Yan Luo said, Then hurry up and pack your things. We'll leave now. So soon? I stole the military supplies and was afraid they would come looking for them later. When everyone heard this, they immediately went upstairs to pack their luggage. Yan Luo also went to 1801 himself and put all the supplies at home into the space, along with Xiaoxue, who had been training with Sheng Wan. The military didn't know who stole the supplies, and they wouldn't suspect the Chaoyang group. When such a large amount of supplies disappeared out of thin air, they would definitely suspect the sects of cultivation first. Yan Luo scared the Chaoyang group members like this because she wanted to take them to Qingliang Mountain. After packing up, it was already noon. The people in the Chaoyang group had not slept all night and had been busy running around for the whole morning. They also had not eaten for a day and a night. So, as the boat swayed on the water, they all began to doze off. Yan Luo didn't call them. She and Yan Feng were chatting on the deck. Yan Feng said, Sister, I didn't expect you to bring so many people with you. Yan Luo also nodded. Yes, she didn't expect that either. Why are you here chatting with me instead of going to bed? Yan Feng said, Sister, I'm already at the 3rd level of the Gathering Spirit Realm, so it's no problem for me to not sleep for a night. As for you, you have been busy all night, so you should go to bed. Yan Luo patted his shoulder. It turned out that he cared about her. I met Yan Xianer in Qingliang Mountain last time. She always likes to make things difficult for me. I hope that if you meet her, you can use your brain and be rational. Sister, don't worry. I'm an adult now. I will make the right decision and won't embarrass you. Yan Feng said seriously. But, sister, it's not convenient for us to go to Qingliang Mountain with so many supplies, right? What will happen to the supplies when people leave the ship? And carrying so many supplies would be too conspicuous. Yan Luo naturally thought of this. What do you think of the people from the Chaoyang group? I think they're great. Yan Luo looked into the distance for a long time, then she said slowly, Since I have decided to take them with me, I will tell them some things. Everyone was sleeping, and the boat was moving steadily and slowly. After more than an hour, some people started to wake up. The first thing Baiyu did after waking up was to come to Yan Luo. "Sister Luo, let me take a look at your body." She was a cultivator with healing attributes, so Yan Luo did not refuse. After Baiyu used her spiritual power to check her, she withdrew her hand with confidence. "Sister Luo, your meridians are really good, strong, and powerful." Yan Luo said if you practice well, you will also have meridians like this. "I heard you haven't eaten for a day and a night. You must be hungry. Yan Feng has cooked for you." While they were sleeping, Yan Feng made a fire on the deck and cooked a large pot of rice porridge. The rice porridge was filled with red dates, wolfberries, and lean meat, which made it smell delicious. Otherwise, they would not have woken up so quickly. Many underwater creatures smelled the scent and swam over, but unfortunately Delan was lurking at the bottom of the water. Anyone who dared to approach would be killed without leaving a trace. Baiyu immediately went to look for dishes and chopsticks in the box in the cabin, but saw Shu Tianxiu had already carried out a box of bowls. He smiled and said, "I am the most active eater. No one needs to remind me, hee." The sound of their voices woke everyone up, and they lined up to get their meals. Baiyu served Yan Luo a bowl of rice porridge. Yan Luo wasn't actually hungry, but she still followed the crowd and ate a bowl. Lin Sijia took a bite and said happily, "It smells so good and tastes so good. I can't believe I can eat such a rich meal of rice." Everyone laughed. In the event of a natural disaster, a bowl of hot rice with seasoning is the best food. Yan Luo waited for everyone to finish their meal, then called them together. Shu Tianxiu shouted at the top of his voice, "Everyone hurry up, Sister Luo has something to say." Now they all respected Yan Luo very much and sat in a row waiting for Yan Luo to give a speech. Yan Luo said, "I said before that I want to lead everyone to practice together, so now let me talk about this issue." "Ahaha, that's great." Everyone looked at each other happily and held each other's hands excitedly. Yan Luo said, "I have a technique here. This technique is considered top-notch among the current sects of cultivation. I plan to let those of you who are talented practice this technique."
Huh, really?
Those who had awakened their spiritual roots opened their eyes wide. Although they didn't know what martial arts were, they had watched TV and knew the importance of the master's secret techniques. The Book of the Plum Blossom caused the bloody storm in the smiling, proud wanderer. However, this technique of mine cannot be taught to others casually. If you want to practice it, you must become Yan Feng's disciple. Yan Feng, aha? Yan Feng was confused when his name was suddenly mentioned. Whose disciple should I be? Sister Yan Feng was a little embarrassed. He himself is still a novice and has not yet completed his apprenticeship. Yan Luo glanced at him and continued, "Yan Feng also practices this technique. Moreover, Yan Feng is my apprentice. You can be his disciples and ask him if you have any questions. You can also ask me when I'm not busy." Lin Sijia jumped up happily. "There's such a good thing. The master comes to my house to accept me as a disciple. I will be the first one to agree. When I can fly, I will fly for fun every day." Others also hurriedly said, "Of course we agree, Sister Luo." Yan Luo said, "There are many sects of cultivation in this world. They were hidden in the city before, but now the spiritual energy has revived, and they have all come back to life. We will follow their example and set up a sect, with Yan Feng as the head and you as disciples. This disciple does not mean that you are Yan Feng's apprentice, but that you are members of the sect. This is a unified name for sect members." Sheng Wan asked curiously, "Yan Feng is the head, then where is Sister Luo?" Yan Luo smiled and said, "I don't like managing those messy things, so I'll just stay out of it." Yan Feng. He felt like he was betrayed by his sister. He said, "Sister, you can be the head yourself and let others help you handle things." Yan Luo shook his head firmly. As long as the title of the leader remains, how can one escape the fate of working? She knew Yan Feng was a little confused, so she comforted him. "Don't worry, I will arrange some manpower for you." Sheng Wan, Baiyu, and Shu Tianxiu have always been the leaders of the Chaoyang group. Now that they have established a sect, they will become the elders of the sect, responsible for assisting Yan Feng and jointly promoting the prosperity and progress of the sect. The three people who were named immediately expressed their opinions to Yan Luo. Sister Luo, we will definitely complete the task. Lin Sijia said naively, Sister Luo, since there are elders, why don't you be the supreme elder, okay? The grand elder? Everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, this sect was founded by Yan Luo, and Yan Luo's contribution cannot be erased. She should have her own special identity. The supreme elder is very good. He is both honorable and does not have to work. Yan Luo nodded and agreed to this identity. Sheng Wan asked expectantly, does our sect have a name? Yan Luo said, the name Chaoyang Group can continue to be used. Sheng Wan said embarrassedly, isn't this name a bit funny? Although she was the one who chose this name, it was just a small force after all, not worthy of a big sect. Yan Luo asked everyone, do you have any opinions? If you do, please raise them. Xu Tianxu rushed to raise his hand. I think the Wuji sect is good, and the Fengyan sect is also great. They sound mighty and domineering, and no one dares to mess with them. Sheng Wan pouted in disdain. Isn't it a bit tacky? Xu Tianxu raised his eyebrows. Then what should you say? The two argued and ultimately couldn't decide on a name. Yan Luo said, forget it, let's call it Chaoyang Group first. You can call it Captain Yan Feng. Since Yan Luo had spoken, everyone stopped arguing. Sheng Wan winked at Yan Feng. Hello, Captain Yan. Please take care of me in the future. There were uniform voices of approval coming from behind. Hello, Captain Yan. Yan Feng felt a little embarrassed and flustered. He stood still and tapped the soles of his shoes hard with his toes. After a long time, he took a deep breath and accepted his new identity. Hello everyone, if you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask me. The martial arts method that Yan Luo was talking about was the Qian Kuan Wan Fa Ju. This martial arts technique is of the highest quality. In the previous life, the Hor family stood out by relying on this martial arts technique and established their foothold in the turbulent times. In this life, Yan Luo handed it over to his own forces. From then on, she had her own people, and she could build up and expand her own power, which would serve as a strong backing for herself in the future. Yan Feng lowered his head and asked Sheng Wan in a low voice, I took your position as leader. Do you feel bad? Sheng Wan looked up at him with disdain. Do you think I'm that kind of person? You're more capable than me, so I'll certainly accept you as the team leader. The boat soon arrived near Qingliang Mountain. Everyone excitedly leaned on the windows, ran to the deck, and said something to the green mountain shadows. They hadn't been on dry land for months. Yan Luo turned around and said to everyone, there are many treasures in the world of cultivation. When you have the ability in the future, you will naturally be able to see them. I will now give you a general introduction. She sat on the railing at the bow and began to give everyone a lecture. For example, the weapons of monks from low to high are magic weapons, treasure weapons, and spiritual weapons. Magical weapons are used by monks in the gathering spirit realm, treasure weapons are used by monks in the true martial realm and the Yaguang realm, and spiritual weapons, because of their spiritual connection, have long lost the means of forging and are rare treasures. Once a spiritual weapon is obtained, it will accompany the cultivator in his growth, like a companion. It is a growth-type weapon. Monks also have elixirs, some of which can increase their cultivation, some can prolong their life, and some can strengthen their body. There are many more magical treasures, such as defensive clothes and armor, offensive jewelry, and shoes that allow you to run very fast when you put them on. She spoke slowly, and countless fantasies appeared in everyone's minds, and their eyes were filled with hope. Yan Luo saw that the foreshadowing was almost complete, so he introduced the main text. The monks also have a very convenient treasure called storage space. As the name suggests, it can be used to store things. Some storage spaces are small and can only accommodate a van, while some storage spaces are large and can accommodate a building. The carrier of the space is also different. Most of them are a small bag like a sachet. Sheng Wan couldn't help but say longingly after hearing this, I wish I had a storage space so I could carry a lot of stuff with me. The others nodded as well. They also wanted a storage space. Yan Luo continued, most of the treasures used by the cultivators nowadays are passed down from their ancestors. Because refining treasures requires a large amount of spiritual energy, The concentration of spiritual energy before the natural disaster was not enough to support it, but it is now possible. Bai Yu's eyes lit up, and she stared at Yan Luo with a sharp gaze. Sister Luo, do you know how to refine it? Yan Luo nodded, then shook his head. I don't have the materials to refine it, but if I did, I could refine it. Hearing this, everyone sighed with regret. Yan Luo smiled and said, however, there is another way for you to get the treasure faster. Really? Bai Yu stepped forward. What can we do? Secret realm. Go find it in the secret realm.
What is the secret realm?
The secret realm is a place of inheritance left behind by powerful cultivators in ancient times. It contains treasures that they have used for their entire lives. Seeing everyone's eager expressions, Yan Luo poured a basin of cold water on them without mercy, but no one has entered these secret realms for tens of millions of years, and they are very dangerous. If you go in to look for treasure, you may get rich, or you may find nothing left. Everyone's excited expressions froze in an instant. Sister Luo is so cruel. She gave everyone hope, and then snuffed it out. At this time, the boat was less than 100 meters away from the foot of Qingliang Mountain. Yan Luo entered the cabin. I have a storage space like this that can hold these supplies. I will pack the supplies first to prevent anyone on the mountain from coveting them. Okay. Thank you for troubling Sister Luo. We are worried about what to do with these supplies. With the previous preparation, everyone was more receptive when they saw Yan Luo wave his hand, and the supplies in the cabin disappeared out of thin air. The boat anchored at the checkpoint at the foot of the mountain and was stopped by 2 bodyguards.
Who are you?
What are you doing in Qingliang Mountain? When the bodyguards saw how big the ship was and how many people were on board, he immediately sent people to notify the Zhou and Sun families. It's obvious that this is a small force. Maybe they came to take refuge in Qingliang Mountain. The Zhou family and the Sun family are currently competing for its men, and neither side wants to miss out. Yan Luo said, I'm here to look for Sun Jingyang. Send someone to look for Sun Jingyang. The Sun family's bodyguard said, Miss, tell me your name. My last name is Yan. The bodyguard went to the mountain to deliver the letter, and the people from the Chaoyang group waited on the boat. With so many people coming at once, they cannot enter the mountain without the consent of the Sun and Zhou families. 10 minutes later, a group of people came down the mountain in a hurry. I heard that a not insignificant force has arrived. The leader came out of the checkpoint and saw Yan Luo. Hello, I am Zhou Chu, the captain of the Zhou family's guards. Are you here to seek refuge in Qingliang Mountain? Yan Luo could say anything. The people from the Sun family had already blocked Yan Luo's way. They are here to look for Master Sunday. You Zhou family should stop being sentimental. Zhou Chu snorted coldly. Sun Malian, the lady hasn't said anything yet. Why are you so nervous? Sun Mo laughed twice and stepped aside. Miss Yan, this is someone from the Zhou family. Please wait a moment. Our young Master Sun will be here soon. Zhou Chu raised his eyebrows slightly. Young Master Sun come here? Which young Master Sun? To win over someone, does the young master need to do it himself? Miss Yan, our Zhou family is eager to recruit talents and is currently recruiting talents. If you are interested in coming to Qingliang Mountain, you can consider us. Yan Luo refused directly. No need. I am familiar with Sun Jingyang, but not with your Zhou family. Hearing this, Sun Mo winked at Zhou Chu. You little brat, you still want to steal people. Zhou Chu glared at Sun Malian, snorted coldly at Yan Luo, and then led the team away. Sun Malian said, Ms. Yan, you don't have to pay attention to him. He is a psychopath. Yan Luo carefully looked at the guards at the checkpoint, but did not see the Hu family. She asked, I heard that there was a Hu family in Qingliang Mountain. Was the Hu family wiped out? Sun Malian laughed unkindly. Destroy the whole family?
How dare you say that?
Sun Malian smiled awkwardly and explained, there is a Hu family, but the Hu family has now merged into the Zhou family. To the outside world, there is only one Zhou family. Besides, what merger? Captain Sun always likes to save face for others. It's obviously marrying into the wife's family. Miss Yan, you don't even know that a grown man actually married into the Zhou family with his entire family as a dowry. Haha, isn't it funny? The other bodyguards of the Sun family all laughed. Yan Luo opened his mouth. Could it be Hu Qingling married into the Zhou family? Yeah, I thought he was so strong-willed. TSK. When Yan Luo heard the news, he was stunned. She thought that without supplies, the Hu family's power would be slowly eroded by the Zhou and Sun families. Unexpectedly, Hu Qingling was quite courageous and married into the Zhou family directly. This will at least ensure the safety of the Hu family. That is. It's shameful, so shameful. Now everyone in Qingliang Mountain is laughing at Hu Qingling. Between the water and the sky, a black was slowly approaching. Yan Luo looked into the distance. Who will come? When the secret realm of Qingliang Mountain was opened in her previous life, she enjoyed the convenience of being the host in the Hu family because they had no way of predicting in advance where the secret realm would appear. But some sects of cultivation also rushed over. Obviously, they had the ability to predict in advance. Yan Luo, you are here. Sun Jingyang saw the woman standing on the shore from a distance. She stood facing the water, with an air of keep away from strangers. Fortunately, he is not that stranger. Why did you bring so many people? He reached Yan Luo in just a few steps. After seeing Yan Luo's cultivation level, he was shocked. The last time they met, she was still at the 5th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm, but now she is at the 7th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm. She is indeed one of the most talented cultivators. Yan Luo said, they are all my companions. I brought them to Qingliang Mountain to learn. She is Yan Luo? Sun Maoyan touched his mouth. Oh my god. Isn't she the legendary ex-wife of Hu Qingling? He just laughed at Hu Qingling in front of her. This is so embarrassing. Sun Jingyang looked at the people on the boat and estimated that there were less than 100 of them, 70 of whom had awakened their spiritual roots. This ratio made for an excellent team. Among the people recruited by his Sun family, the awakening rate is only 50%. The most important thing is that they are all young and easy to train. Yan Luo's friends are my friends. I'll arrange for them to stay. Yan Luo said, then I'll trouble you. There are many of us, so you'd better arrange for us to be in a more remote place. Sun Jingyang laughed and said, I would have thought of it even if you didn't say it. The black dot in the distance was getting closer and closer, and I could already see its structure and the human figure on it. When they got closer, Yan Luo and Sun Jingyang were both stunned. This person is a well-known person in the world of immortal cultivation. In his previous life, he was almost the best master in the world. Sun Jingyang asked, you know him? Yan Luo nodded. He was my neighbor for a few days a few months ago. Sun Jingyang sighed. That's really a coincidence. Yan Luo looked at Sun Jingyang, and it seemed that he also knew Li Wei. You know him, too? Sun Jingyang paused and said, I've heard of it. The people from the Qingshan sect also reached the shore soon. Zhou Chu, who had just left, ran back and also persuaded Li Wei to join the Zhou family. Li smiled and refused. We are from Qingshan sect. We are here to gain experience, not to join other factions. Zhou Chu was a little disappointed. Qingshan sect, I heard it is a very powerful sect of cultivation. It would be great if they were willing to stay in the Zhou family. Li Wei saw Yan Luo from a distance, and he walked towards Yan Luo with a smile. Miss Yan, we meet again. Zhou Chu saw that people from the Qingshan sect also went to the Sun family's camp. In just one day, more than 100 people from the Sun family had come. His eyes darkened, and he sent someone back to the Zhou family to report. Who is this? Li Wei looked at Sun Jingyang with a questioning look. Sun Jingyang said, Unwanted Palace, Sun Jingyang. So, you are a disciple of Unwanted Palace. I have heard of you for a long time. Outsiders don't know much about these sects of cultivation, but they know a little about each other. Qingshan sect and Unwanted Palace were both among the top 5 sects before the natural disaster. Sun Jingyang looked at Yan Luo, then at Li Wei, and joked, you two friends came to Qingliang Mountain at the same time. Did you discuss this? Li slightly raised his eyebrows. Unwanted Palace is not in Qingliang Mountain, right? Sun Jingyang said, you don't know, my home is here. That's perfect. You're the one who's treating us. Sun Jingyang burst out laughing. Okay, since I'm the host, I'll arrange a place for you all to stay. Yan Luo brought a lot of people with her, so Sun Jingyang arranged a large yard for her halfway up the mountain. There was a 3-story villa in the yard. There was no owner inside, and there was dust everywhere. The yard was put to good use and planted with vegetables. The people in the Chaoyang group were well-mannered. Although they drooled at the sight of the vegetables, no one picked them secretly. Li Wei brought more than 30 fellow junior brothers and sisters with him. They were small in number and were assigned to another courtyard, which was more than a mile away from Yan Luo. Yan Luo did not ask Sun Jingyang to provide 3 meals a day. If it was just her, it would be fine, but there were nearly 100 people in them, and the Sun family's supplies were not blown by the wind, so they would definitely not be willing. Everyone, pack up. The girls will live on the 3rd floor, and the boys will live on the 1st and 2nd floors. There were no more than 10 girls in the Chaoyang group, and with Yan Luo, they could live comfortably. It feels so good. I'm actually standing on the ground again. A boy jumped on the ground excitedly, then fell to the ground with a thud and rolled twice. I was scolded by my companions. No future, but soon his companions also rolled on the ground, and they started fighting and playing together, all covered in dirt. Shengwan said, "Don't step on other people's vegetables." Not only were the dishes mouth-watering, but there was also a sturdy peach tree behind the building. At this time, the tree was hung with bright red peaches, which made everyone's drool flow again. It was so miserable. They hadn't eaten any vegetables or fruits for several months. Even the bees flying around would fly onto the peaches, as if they were showing off to these young people. Yan Luo saw the situation below from the 3rd floor and said to Sheng Wan and Yan Feng, "You guys come and help. We'll have a barbecue in the yard tonight." Yan Luo took out the barbecue food in advance and put it in a box. Sheng Wan and Yan Feng each carried a large box downstairs. Shu Tianchu's eyes lit up when he saw the bright red lamb leg. "Captain, Sister Sheng, what is this?" Sheng Wan said, "You are blind. You can't see it yourself." Of course he saw it, but he just didn't believe it. Such fresh lamb leg. It must be delicious. Sheng Wan raised the corner of her mouth and said with disdain, "Stop being dazed and help quickly." Sister Luo said she will take us to have barbecue tonight. That's what Sister Luo said. That's great. If Sister Luo said we can have barbecue, then we can definitely have barbecue. No wonder there is such a fresh lamb leg. It turns out it was given by Sister Luo. Those who were rolling on the ground or staring at peaches under the trees all came over to help. Several girls cut the meat and marinated it with sauce, while the boys made a fire nearby. Others were piling bricks on the gravel path in the backyard, and soon everyone was sitting on the bricks. After the meat is marinated, it needs to be skewered. By the time I'm done with all this busy work, it's almost dark. Fortunately, there was a fire burning in the middle, so although the view was dim, it also gave a touch of warmth. "Sister Luo, we were just planning to go up to find you. These shrimps are ready to eat. There is only one big prawn on the thin skewer. The roasted skin is red and crispy. No seasoning is needed, and it has the delicious flavor of the prawn. The ingredients used for today's barbecue are not from the Chaoyang group supplies." Yan Luo used his own things to treat the guests. Yan Luo sat on the middle brick, and Baiyu carefully spread a layer of clothes on her. The others gathered around, and no matter what was being grilled, someone would always hand it to Yan Luo first. The skewers of meat were sprinkled with cumin powder and chili powder, and the pungent and strong aroma wafted 100 meters away in the night. Fortunately, the yard that Sun Jingyang arranged for them was remote enough so that no one else could smell it. "You haven't eaten meat for months. I'd be willing to die after eating this." A boy's mouth was full of oil, and he was bubbling with happiness. Shu Tianchu patted his head, knocking the beef cubes out of his mouth. "No future." The boy squatted down hurriedly, picked up the piece of beef, and stuffed it back into his mouth without wiping it. It's shameful to waste food, and it's even more shameful to waste such delicious meat. Yan Luo ate a skewer of lamb slowly and leisurely. Seeing that everyone was eating in a hurry and as fast as wild animals, she couldn't help but smile. "I have something good here." "Uh-huh." Everyone raised their heads and looked at Yan Luo with sharp eyes. His eyes were so eager that they seemed to melt Yan Luo. Yan Luo waved his hand, and a small basket appeared next to the campfire. The basket was full of fresh lettuce leaves, green and covered with crystal dewdrops. These leaves didn't look pretty before the natural disaster, but now they look plump, tender, cute, and juicy, which is really tempting. Since we've invited you to a barbecue, let's have some fun and treat you to some vegetables. Everyone rushed over and surrounded it, turning the small basket upside down. There were 2 bunches of chives lying under the lettuce leaves, which were also snatched away by everyone. With the addition of vegetables, no matter how much meat you eat, it doesn't feel greasy. Everyone even started singing around the campfire while eating. Bai you can dance, and she even performed a dance in the moonlight, which dazzled the male compatriots present. The barbecue was almost over, and the 2 fat and tender lamb legs on the campfire were finally cooked. They were sizzling with oil and clamoring for others to eat them. Shu Tianxiu took a knife, cut off a piece of roasted lamb that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and handed it to Yan Luo. Yan Luo took the plate and ate slowly until she heard footsteps approaching, then she put the plate down. I thought it was Sun Zhengyang, but it turned out to be Li Wei. I came at the right time. Can you give me a piece? He still liked to wear a long robe as before, but today there was no pattern embroidered on the robe. The apricot-colored fabric made him look like a stream of clear spring in the mountains, restrained and not ostentatious. Yan Luo patted the dust off his hands and wiped off the oil stains with a tissue.
Sure.
Yan Feng personally cut a piece of meat for him. When Li Wei saw Yan Feng, a trace of surprise flashed across his brows. I didn't realize you had talent at first. I didn't expect that in just a few months you have already reached the 3rd level of the Gathering Spirit Realm. Yan Feng curled his lips. This guy always came to see his sister when they were in Huayuan community. Now that he came to Qingliang Mountain, he came to see his sister again. This guy definitely has bad intentions. Master, he bit the title fiercely. You have a good eye. Li Wei, he shouldn't be praising him. Li Wei didn't care anyway. He had already eaten the meat in his hand. It tastes really good. He used his slender fingers to pinch the piece of juicy mutton with his bare hands, put it into his mouth, and chewed it slowly. He looked like a modest gentleman, pleasing to the eye, and several girls stared at him in amazement. Yan Luo raised his eyebrows. You shouldn't be short of this piece of meat, right? Witching Mountain is also rich in grass and water. They usually go hunting in the mountains and have more meat than they can eat. Li Wei said, but there is a lack of such delicious meat. Yan Feng snorted and sneered. You didn't come here just because of the smell, did you? Li Wei said very sincerely without hiding anything. Little brother is really smart. Yan Feng snorted coldly. Supplies are so scarce now, but this guy runs to other people's houses to eat and feels so righteous. He is really shameless. After Li Wei ate the meat, he took out a 5-liter bucket of water from his storage space. Thank you for the hospitality. This is the spring water from Witching Mountain. It is quite spiritual. I will use it to thank you. Yan Feng raised his eyebrows. He had drunk this water before, and it tasted sweet and delicious. He picked up the bucket without hesitation. Thank you. Li Wei had nothing else to do. He glanced at Yan Luo, who didn't seem to want to chat with him. He stood there silently for 2 seconds and could only turn around. Then I'm leaving. Yan Luo waved his hand. Goodbye, I won't see you off. Yan Feng happily opened the bucket and gave everyone some spring water. This water tastes delicious. Everyone should try it.
Who is that person?
Why is he so idle as to ask us for meat? This is really delicious, just like a drink. Everyone's depressed mood after having a piece of meat eaten was successfully soothed by the sweet spring water. Yan Luo knew that Li Wei came for the secret realm, and Li Wei should have guessed the purpose of Yan Luo's visit. In the secret realm, they may be friends or enemies. He came here tonight and asked for a piece of meat just to show his goodwill. In the secret realm, as long as there is no conflict of interest between the 2 parties, they can travel together. After finishing her meal, Yan Luo went upstairs and returned to her room. This time she parked the boat outside and did not leave the pet to guard it. The Sun family's pier is the safest in Qingliang Mountain. The secret realm is dangerous, So it is better to keep your pet with you. She brought Xiaoxue back home, but she hasn't had a good interaction with her yet. After Xiaoxue entered the space, she was also contracted by the space, and her voice also appeared in Yan Luo's Sea of Consciousness. Owner. You are a man. Yan Luo looked at the snow-white dog in front of him, which was as soft as cotton candy. It was so cute and loved to act coquettishly, but it was actually a male dog. And the ugly python coiled in the pond was actually a female. Although you are my first pet, as the eldest brother, your cultivation is not as good as Xiaohua and Dashan, so you should ask them for advice more often in the space. Receive. Yan Luo raised his eyebrows. Looking at this style, it really feels a bit like a military dog. Yan Bao ran over, pushed Xiaoxue aside with his big head, then stood up and hugged Yan Luo's slender waist with his paws. Yan Luo rubbed its fur. That's not right. Xiaoxue is a dog, but she can communicate with me. Why can't you? Are you worse than a dog? Yan Luo was puzzled. The animals raised in the space waiting to be eaten could not communicate, had no cultivation, no spiritual intelligence, and were not recognized by the space. Yan Luo got up early and took Yan Feng and Sheng Wan to visit Sun Jingyang at the Sun family. Before the natural disaster, Sun Jingyang was just an unpopular younger generation in the Sun family. After the disaster, his popularity in the Sun family increased. Although he usually doesn't take care of family affairs, as long as he speaks, the family will accept his advice. This time, Yan Luo planned to bring people with spiritual roots into the secret realm. The remaining 20 or 30 people could only be left to the Sun family to take care of, so a visit to Sun Jingyang was inevitable. But she didn't expect to see Yan Bingtao and his daughter at the Sun family. Sister, Dad, look, it's my sister. Yan Xiner had sharp eyes and immediately saw Yan Luo and Yan Feng beside her. She is not familiar with Yan Luo, but she is familiar with Yan Feng. Yan Feng is a very timid person and listens to her the most. Yan Feng is dressed neatly and looks radiant, so he must be living a good life. So she ran 2 steps quickly and patted Yan Feng's shoulder hard. You finally came to see me. You seem to be living a good life, but I, your sister, am suffering outside. Do you feel guilty about this? But since you came to pick me up, I forgive you. But you have to give me some meat to eat. Look how skinny I have become. She kept complaining to Yan Feng, but didn't notice the anger in Yan Feng's eyes. They thought they would be able to eat delicious food and drink delicious drinks if they lived in Sun's house, but they only had 3 steamed buns to eat every day. Although they were not hungry, they were annoyed. It is definitely impossible for the Sun family to only eat steamed buns every day. Yan Bingtao discovered this fact and realized that the Sun family did not value him. Yan Luo must have said something in front of Sun Jingyang. Yan Bingtao's eyes changed constantly, especially when he saw Yan Luo's clothes and condition. His hatred for Yan Luo was enough to ignite a fire. She lived so well, but she didn't bring him with her. Lolo, you're finally here. Daddy misses you. Xia, your sister must be tired. Go and get her some water. Yan Xiner pouted and reluctantly went into the house. When she came out, she brought 2 glasses of water, one for Yan Luo and one for Yan Feng. Xiao Feng, drink some water. The cups had not been cleaned for a long time and were covered with dirt. Yan Feng pushed both cups away calmly. No need. We're not thirsty. His disdain hurt the 2 people's hearts. Yan Xiner looked annoyed. What do you mean? How dare you disdain my things? You are so unfilial. What did your parents say when they were alive? I am the eldest sister, and the eldest sister is like a mother. They ask you to take good care of me. You think I'm living a shabby life now, right? Then you take care of me. Pick me up, buy me clean clothes, buy me delicious food. Yan Xiner was used to ordering Yan Feng around, and even now she still ordered Yan Feng around in a domineering manner. Yan Luo frowned. Xiao Feng, does she often bully you at home? Sheng Wan interrupted. Of course, you see she is very skilled. Yan Xiner said confidently, am I bullying her? I'm his sister. It's only natural for him to take care of me. Looking at her like this, Yan Feng couldn't help but close his eyes. In the past, at home, he always listened to Yan Xiner, left all the delicious food and drinks for her, and did all the work himself. He felt that he was a boy and this was what he should do. But since he recognized Yan Luo, he found out that he was wrong. Even between siblings, it's not always possible for one person to make sacrifices. Yan Feng pursed his lips and said seriously, "Yan Shiner, my sister is Yan Luo. I already have a biological sister. Please be self-reliant in the future."
What did you say?
Yan Shiner looked at Yan Feng in disbelief. The next second, she rushed up angrily and kicked Yan Feng. With the first kick, Yan Feng was afraid of kicking Shen Luan behind him, so he didn't dodge and was kicked in the calf. I was also slapped on the arm a few times. Shen Luan angrily grabbed Yan Shiner's arm and pulled her back, causing her to stagger. "Are you sick, crazy witch? You want to be a parasite, but people don't allow you to be a parasite, so you act like a mad dog biting people randomly?" Yan Shiner turned around in embarrassment and started to scratch Shen Luan with her claws and teeth bared, cursing as she scratched. "Who do you think you are to meddle in our family affairs?" This time, without waiting for Shen Luan to make a move, Yan Feng stood in front of her and pushed Yan Shiner away. Yan Shiner stared at Yan Feng in disbelief. "You actually pushed me? You traitor. You actually sided with an outsider. I should have strangled you to death when you were a child." Seeing that Yan Shiner couldn't handle Yan Feng, Yan Bingtao quickly spoke up to stop the fight. "Shiner, your brother is still young. Don't bother with the child. He will understand who is closer to him after thinking about it." Yan Feng said, "Don't bother. I know who is closer now. Bodyguard, we are here to see Master Sunday. Please lead the way." How could the path leading to Sun Jingyang's courtyard pass through such a remote and old place? However, the bodyguard took them through here. It must have been Sun Jingyang's intention. The bodyguard had already figured out Yan Luo's attitude, so he said, "Miss Yan, please." "Hey Luo, don't go." Luo, wherever are you going? Daddy will go with you." Yan Bingtao was afraid that Yan Luo would lose this life-saving straw again, so he followed immediately. Yan Luo said coldly to the bodyguard, "Why, Master Sun wants to see him too?" The bodyguard understood what Yan Luo meant. He winked at the bodyguard on the side of the road, and that man dragged Yan Bingtao. Yan Bingtao struggled hard but couldn't get free. He watched Yan Luo and the other two disappear around the corner. Sun Jingyang had already made tea and was waiting for Yan Luo. When Yan Luo saw him, the first thing he asked was, "Why are Yan Bingtao and Yan Shiner here with you?" Sun Jingyang smiled. "They said they were your relatives, and I thought since we are friends, I would help take care of them for you." Yan Luo sneered, "Then you took care of me in the wrong way. I won't remember this favor from you." Sun Jingyang nodded and waved the folding fan in his hand. "Then I'll lose money," he waved to the bodyguards, "get them out." The Sun family's bodyguards acted swiftly and decisively. Yan Bingtao and Yan Shiner were chased out before they could even react. Yan Bingtao was still shouting, "I'm Yan Luo's father. Let me go. I want to see Yan Luo." The bodyguard snorted coldly, picked the man up and threw him out of the wall, not even bothering to go through the door. With this throw, several of Yan Bingtao's old bones were broken. In this natural disaster, without medical resources, he would surely die. Yan Shiner also fell pretty hard, but she was young after all, and she just sprained her ankle. Exa, please save Daddy. His bones seem to be broken by you old man, who wants to care about a burden like you. Go find your Lolo." Yan Shiner got up from the ground and limped away. Sun Jingyang asked Yan Luo, "Do you have a grudge against them?" He remembered that in his previous life, Yan Luo took good care of the Yan family and even found a good husband for Yan Shiner. "No hatred, I just don't like you." Yan Luo's answer stunned Sun Jingyang for a moment. He didn't think Yan Luo was that kind of person. "Then I have to be careful. Don't let me get irritated with you one day. Where's the person I asked you to help keep an eye on?" Before Yan Luo left last time, he asked Sun Jingyang to keep an eye on Dai Qianqian's every move. Sun Jingyang said, "That woman, TSK, that woman is in a more miserable situation. Do you want to go and take a look?" "I strictly followed your request and did not help." "Okay, let's go check it out." Yan Luo was very interested in Dai Qianqian's miserable condition. Sun Jingyang took Yan Luo and the other two out of the Sun family and walked towards remote areas. The places became poorer and more chaotic as they walked, and the land under their feet emitted a foul smell. This is the slums of Qingliang Mountain. Yan Luo had never been to such a dirty place in his previous life. They arrived at a small shabby house, and Sun Jingyang took them to hide behind the window. Yan Luo looked into the window and saw a moldy wooden bed in the corner, with a woman in tattered clothes curled up on it. Her skin was bitten by the bugs Yan Luo had placed there and scratched by herself. It was now full of pits and looked very ugly. As for the face, there was not a single wound on it, but it was terribly thin. It originally had an oval face, but now it looked like a mule. Yan Luo looked around for a while, and then he heard a man's voice coming from outside the dilapidated house. Soon 4 or 5 men opened the curtain and came in. Dai Qianqian shivered instinctively when she heard the voice and asked weakly, "Is there anything to eat?" A man laughed and said maliciously, "Yes, of course there is. There is plenty to eat." As he said that, he suddenly pounced on Dai Qianqian, took out something from his pants, and stuffed it into Dai Qianqian's mouth. He held the back of her head with both hands. "Don't worry, there are plenty of brothers to feed you." Yan Luo and the other 3 left the scene cursing. Counting the days, Dai Qianqian has been pregnant for 6 or 7 months, but just now she looked skinny and had a flat belly, and didn't look like she was pregnant. Sun Jingyang said, "The day after the Hor family caught fire, she ran to Hu Qinglang and cried. Hu Qinglang was very annoyed, and Hu Chuanmin even threw her out." Yan Luo sneered, "Hu Qinglang didn't protect her?" Sun Jingyang smiled. "He can't even take care of himself, yet he still wants to keep a lover. Your ex-husband is so cold-hearted." Later, she was targeted by those hooligans while she was pregnant and was locked up here, and her child was lost. Without her child, Dai Qianqian lost all her support. Yan Luo only felt a sense of relief passing through his heart. This which finally got her comeuppance. "Get her out and give her to me," Yan Luo said. She herself was too lazy to go to such a dirty place. Sun Jingyang raised his eyebrows. "Why, are you soft-hearted?" "No, it's just that I won't feel at ease until she dies." Sun Jingyang gave the bodyguard a look, and the bodyguard took a few people to the shabby house. Sun Jingyang waved his fan and said frivolously, "You didn't come here just for her, did you? It's so sad. I thought you came to see me specially." Brush Yanfeng fixed his eyes on Sun Jingyang. Well, Li Wei is not enough, and now there's Sun Jingyang. My sister is in too dangerous a situation. Sun Jingyang was startled and said quickly, "I'm just kidding, don't be nervous." Yan Luo said, "I'm here to trouble you to help me take care of my men. Just make sure they are safe, don't worry about anything else." Sun Jingyang held the fan in his hand. His eyes were very shrewd. How heartless. "You asked me to help you for nothing." Yan Luo took out a box of medicine from the space. "This is the reward." Nowadays, medicine is the most precious thing besides food. Food can be grown by ourselves, but medicine is a consumable. Sun Jingyang happily accepted the medicine box. "Hey, you're still so polite to me." Having said that, he put away the things very quickly, fearing that Yan Luo would go back on his word. Yan Feng was very impressed. "I was wondering why you didn't join our Sun family. It turns out that you can lead your own team." Leading your own team does have its advantages, but it also has its difficulties. Leading your own team, the people you train will be the most loyal. But leading a team on your own is like starting your own business. You have to do everything on your own, which is very tiring and difficult. Yan Luo said, "Then you don't have to worry about it." As they were talking, the Sun family's bodyguards had already brought Dai Qianqian over. Dai Qianqian was delighted to see these people dressed so neatly and thought that someone from the Hor family had come to pick her up. But when she saw Yan Luo standing under the tree, her smile froze and her whole body collapsed. Yan Luo was wearing a clean and beautiful dress, with her long hair casually draped. She stood under the tree with a smile, looking like she was living a peaceful and tranquil life. And I myself was ragged, haggard, and in a miserable state. She bit her lip hard and blood flowed into her throat. Yan Luo was very satisfied with her condition and reaction. "We meet again. What's going on? The Hor family went bankrupt?" "Oh, that's not right. How could the Hor family go bankrupt? Could it be that Hu Qingling doesn't want you anymore?" Dai Qianqian looked angry and turned around to walk back. The two bodyguards behind her pushed her, and then pushed her back. Where are you going? You're meeting an acquaintance. Don't leave in a hurry. Yan Luo said with a smile. Dai Qianqian said viciously, Yan Luo, don't let a villain succeed. Things will change. You may not live better than me in the future. Haha, you don't need to worry about the future. After all, I still have a future, and you. Dai Qianqian's face turned pale. You want to kill me? Yan Luo didn't say anything. Dai Qianqian hurriedly said to Sun Jingyang, this woman is so vicious, and you are willing to help her. Aren't you monks supposed to enforce justice and punish evil and promote good? Sun Jingyang, who was suddenly called out, shrugged his shoulders.
Who told you that?
What do your women's affairs have to do with me? Yan Luo looked at Sun Jingyang. Ask your bodyguard to take her to my courtyard.
Okay.
The two bodyguards covered Dai Qianqian with a sack from top to bottom and carried her away. Yan Luo said goodbye to Sun Jingyang and took Yan Feng and Sheng Wan home. After the sack was delivered to the courtyard, Yan Luo threw it into the space. She said, Dai Qianqian, do you know how I died in my last life? You know, I was torn apart and swallowed by a monster. Dai Qianqian broke free from the sack and saw a paradise before her eyes. However, before she could take a closer look, her hair stood on end at Yan Luo's words. Last life? You should have had a taste of this, too. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge python broke out of the water, raised its big head, and stopped half a meter above Dai Qianqian's head, staring at her. Dai Qianqian screamed and fainted from fright. Yan Luo naturally didn't want to let her die easily, so she poured a basin of cold water on her to wake Dai Qianqian up. Yan Luo, I beg you, please let me go. I will never compete with you for Hui Qingling again. I will never dare to bully you again. Yan Luo sneered. In her previous life, she also said this to this couple. Let's get divorced right now. I will never stop you and Dai Qianqian again. Please don't throw me into the mountains. But not only did the two men ignore her, they also hugged and kissed passionately in front of her, declaring their victory. Yan Luo closed his eyes. People always have to pay the price for what they do. The next second, a huge snake had covered over and swallowed Dai Qianqian alive. After Xiaohua finished eating Dai Qianqian, she started to cry out, Master, where did you find this dirty thing? It's so disgusting and tastes terrible. Yan Luo glanced at it and said, You used to live in sewage, picking up garbage to eat and never complained that it tasted bad. Since following her, his mouth has become more and more picky. As a giant python, it now only likes to eat cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks that are contaminated with spiritual energy in the space, and does not like to eat people outside. Xiaohua burped. Being a snake cannot be. Without pursuit, Yan Luo ignored it, went back to the cabin, changed his clothes, put on a hat and a mask, and went out. When Aunt Chun saw Xiaohua swallow a living person, she ran to the middle of the wheat field with trembling legs and squatted with her head in her hands. This place of the young lady is good in every way, except that the neighbors who live here are too scary. Seeing that Aunt Chun was scared, Xiaohua wagged its tail proudly and then plunged into the water with a splash. The warm spiritual water soaked its entire body, making it feel warm and comfortable. After Yan Luo left the courtyard, he walked all the way to the back of the Sun family's house. Yan Bingtao and Yan Xiner were thrown out here. After all, Yan Bingtao raised her, so she couldn't kill him herself, otherwise she would develop a demon in her heart, and cultivators fear demons the most. But Yan Bingtao must have hated her to death now, and she couldn't let him have another chance to gain power. When Yan Luo arrived here, Yan Xiner had already left, but Yan Bingtao had broken several bones and was still crying for help. In a natural disaster where medical resources are scarce and precious, no one will save a half-dead old man. He won't survive this night. Yan Luo took a look and left. She was going to find Yan Xiner. Yan Xiner is a person with low IQ. She is lazy, greedy, and unwilling to endure hardships. The possibility of her joining the Sun family or Yan Feng has been cut off. She must find another way out. Yan Luo went all the way to Zhou's house, and sure enough, he saw Yan Xiner at the door of Zhou's house. She was waiting anxiously beside the gate. I guess someone had gone in to report something, and she was waiting for the result. Sure enough, a bodyguard came out of the door and said, "The young lady said, I don't know you, and I won't see you." Yan Shiner took 2 steps forward, grabbed the bodyguard's hand, and said anxiously, "How could she not recognize me? I took care of her." Yes, just say that I am Yan Luo's sister, and I know about Yan Luo's affairs. Men have no resistance to women who come to their doorstep, especially Yan Shiner, who is quite pretty. The bodyguard touched the back of her hand with his backhand. Yan Shiner said again, "The lady cares a lot about Yan Luo. She must want to know about Yan Luo's situation. Please go and tell her again, please." The bodyguard hesitated for a moment. He had also heard that Yan Luo was Hu Qinglong's ex-wife. Now Miss Zhou and Hu Qingling were in love, and he didn't know whether she wanted to get to know Yan Luo again. Yan Shiner took another half step forward, placed her hands on the bodyguard's arms, and leaned forward slightly, their chests almost touching.
Please.
The bodyguard's breath was hot, and he pinched her waist hard. "Wait for me." Yan Luo watched the whole scene with interest. After the bodyguards went in, she appeared from behind the tree. Before the other guards at the door could react, she knocked Yan Shiner unconscious and carried her away. Yan Luo was very fast, and the bodyguards at the door looked at each other in surprise. Someone just moved her away. Yan Luo found a deserted place and threw Yan Shiner into the space. The last time she came to Qingliang Mountain, she did not take Yan Shiner with her because she knew that she would come to Qingliang Mountain again. She wanted to let Yan Shiner experience the hardships of the troubled times and repay her for taking care of her in the previous life. The reason why we take her away now is that after coming out of the secret realm, she probably won't come to Qingliang Mountain again. Yan Luo used the characteristics of space to sign a master captive contract with Yan Shiner. From then on, Yan Shiner became her captive, handing over both her soul and body to her for management. The master captive contract in space is very overbearing. It is directly imprinted on the other party's soul, and there is no possibility of violation. If the master wants the captive to die, the captive must die. The master says one thing, the captive cannot say two. The master captive contract is the most unequal contract in the world and is more restrictive than the master servant contract. After Yan Shiner woke up, she saw Yan Luo in front of her and said respectfully, "Master, please change my name." Yan Luo said, "You are my first captive, so let's call you Captive One." Yan Shiner nodded. "Thank you for the name, Master." Yan Luo raised her eyebrows. It was her first time playing with the master captive contract. She didn't expect it to be so powerful and could change people's attitudes. "Here, you have to listen to Aunt Chun, Yan Bao, Xiao Hua, and the others." Nui looked towards the place Yan Luo pointed, and when he saw Xiao Hua and Dashin, his body instinctively shrank. "Okay, go to the field and pull weeds to feed the cows." Yan Luo had long wanted to add some people to work in the space. He would not feel guilty about depriving someone like Yan Shiner, who had a grudge against him, of her personality. As for Aunt Chun, she trusted her, but even though they didn't sign the contract, with the blessing of the space, Aunt Chun would not betray her. At the door of Zhou's house, the bodyguard came out and didn't see Yan Shiner again. He was disappointed. After hearing that Yan Shiner was kidnapped, he hurried back to report to Zhou Suyu.
Zhou Suyu frowned.
Could it be that Yan Luo is here? Hu Qingling just came back from outside. He put his arm around Zhou Suyu's shoulders and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Zhou Suyu pouted her lips and said quietly, "I heard Yan Luo came to Qingliang Mountain." Hearing Yan Luo's name, Hu Qingling felt angry. He said unhappily, "Why are you mentioning her for no reason?" Zhou Suyu was dissatisfied with Hu Qingling's attitude and glared at him. Hu Qingling hurriedly said ingratiatingly, "If you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten who she was." Zhou Suyu snorted and pushed him away. "Where have you been? You've been out for so long. Did you go to meet your ex-wife in private?" Hu Qingling quickly hugged her and swore, "No, I heard that there were beautiful wild chrysanthemums blooming on the mountain, so I went to pick some for you." After saying this, he really walked outside and brought in a bunch of purple chrysanthemums. "I wanted to give you a surprise." Seeing the flowers, Zhou Suyu's temper subsided. She took the flowers shyly and said, "It's dangerous on the mountain. Don't go there next time. No matter how dangerous it is, it's not as important as making you laugh." In one word, Zhou Suyu was deeply intoxicated by it and completely forgot about Yan Luo's matter. But Hu Qingling remembered it clearly. After Zhou Suyu fell asleep, Hu Qingling walked into the yard and saw Hu Lianqing, the Hu family servant, on duty outside. Ever since the Hu family was merged, there were very few of Hu Qinglong's own people who could stay by his side. He was surrounded by Zhou Suyu's people, who stared at him like a pet. "That witch Yan Luo is here?" "Yes, I went to the Sun family." Hu Qingling sneered. "Do you really think you can rest easy just by being with the Sun family? As a man, Sun Jingyang will abandon her sooner or later." Qingliang Mountain became lively. The members of the Chaoyang group who went out to play came back and gestured excitedly in the yard. "I met a monk today, a monk who can perform magic. It's amazing. TSK, Wang Yuning, we can all cultivate immortality, so what's so magical about monks knowing magic?" Wang Yuning rubbed his head. "You're right, but the visual impact is a bit too strong." Zhao Ziheng was puzzled. "This is strange. Why do so many people come to Qingliang Mountain? Could it be that there are some treasures in Qingliang Mountain?" Wang Yuning said, "Anyway, it's not for rookies like us to have treasures, but Sister Luo will definitely get a share." "That's right. Don't you see who Sister Luo is?" "Who is Sister Luo?" Sister Luo is my sister, haha." Everyone in the yard laughed. Yan Luo was practicing upstairs and had not gone out until that night. Suddenly, wind blew in the silent night sky. At first, it was a gentle breeze that brought a bit of coolness to the hot weather. The members of the Chaoyang group, who were sleeping with the windows open, were blown up by the wind. "Do you want to close the window? Although it's cool, be sure not to catch a cold."
Close it.
Yan Luo's voice came down from the stairs. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough to be heard in every room. Everyone was wondering, it was just a breeze. Why did Sister Luo come down personally to remind them to close the windows? Who knew Yan Luo's next sentence would be, "Disciples with spiritual roots, pack up. We are ready to set off. Everyone else, stay here and don't run around. If there's anything, we'll come back and solve it." Going out so late at night. Everyone rubbed their eyes quickly to cheer themselves up. They didn't have much to pack, as their things were all at Yan Luo's place. Yan Luo left enough supplies for the remaining disciples. These people have no spiritual roots, so it would be a waste of time for them to go to the secret realm. They can't help and will face danger. Yan Luo doesn't want them to die in vain. 70 people followed Yan Luo and headed towards the back mountain of Qingliang Mountain. To get to the back mountain, you have to climb over the top of the mountain or row a boat around it on the water. However, Qingliang Mountain covers a vast area, and rowing around it is not as fast as climbing over the mountain. So, Yan Luo chose to cross the mountain. The mountain is covered with lush trees and wild grass, with no signs of human development. In the dark night, it is like a giant beast with its mouth open, waiting for people to feed it. But this dark and terrifying situation did not last long, and a large area of light appeared behind him. Some were holding flashlights, and some were holding torches. A group of lights approached rapidly, like tiny bits of starlight in the dark sky. Someone called Yan Luo's name. Yan Luo recognized Sun Jingyang's voice and stopped. Li Wei also came with Sun Jingyang. Li Wei only brought about 20 people, all wearing blue robes, led by Li Wei, and all of them looked energetic. Although they are few in number, they are the most skilled among these people. In addition to bringing more than 100 people from the Sun family, Sun Jingyang was also accompanied by his fellow disciples who came from Unwanted Palace, making a total of 200 people. "Miss Yan, are you going up the mountain? Let's keep each other company." Yan Luo nodded. There are many wild animals on this mountain. With so many people traveling together, the wild animals have to consider their own abilities and dare not act recklessly. So, more than 300 people began to climb the mountain in a mighty manner. Not to mention ferocious beasts, I didn't even encounter any ordinary rabbits or pheasants. Zhou Ting arrived late, and when they went up the mountain, they could only see the light moving slowly above. It must be someone from the Sun family who went up. There were 2 men and 1 woman following beside him. Their cultivation was not low, and they all looked to be at the 8th level of the gathering spirit realm. He's just dressed strangely, not an ordinary person. One was bald and wearing a monk's robe, one was wearing a black cloak and his face couldn't be seen clearly, and the other one was absolutely stunning. This is a woman. Her skin is whiter than snow, and as white as jade. She was wearing a white dress, which fluttered in the breeze. She is like a lotus blooming on the top of a snow-capped mountain. Although she walks in the world, she is out of tune with this noisy world. In the darkness, under the light and shadow, her beauty takes everyone's breath away. Zhou Ting's eyes were burning with anger, and Zhou Xiu pinched her palms so hard that she couldn't breathe. The monk said, "Fairy Shiling, Brother Huarong, we need to speed up our pace." The man in the black cloak is Huarong, a member of the Nanwa tribe. He said, "Are those people from Qingshan Sect and Unwanted Palace in front?" The monk said, "It seems so. Let's go." The monk came from Tianma Temple, named Changlu, and Tianma Temple was one of the best Buddhist temples in the Central Plains. Changlu himself was quite intelligent and had outstanding knowledge of Buddhism, so everyone was quite friendly towards him. There were more than 200 people from the 3 forces, including Tianma Temple, Nanwa Clan, and Jinglian Sect where the beautiful woman was from. Together with the Sun family's own people, they had 400 people in total. These 400 people illuminated the surroundings. When Yan Luo and his friends climbed to the top of the mountain, they saw the dark flames and lights below. They came pretty quickly. Sun Zhengyang muttered. Yan Luo asked, "Which forces are coming?" Sun Zhengyang talked about the 3 sects and who their leaders were. After saying that, he grumbled in dissatisfaction. The Zhou family shamelessly guarded at the foot of the mountain and persuaded these 3 forces to go to the Zhou family. Li Wei doesn't care, he said. They are all strong people, but they may not make it to the end. The disciples of the Jinglian sect are all female, all of them have pretty faces, and it is not convenient for them to act together with a group of men. The people of the Nanwa tribe have different living habits from ordinary people and are not easy to get along with. Only in Tianma Temple, there is a group of kind-hearted monks who seem to be the easiest to get along with among those people. Sun Zhengyang looked at Yan Luo and Li Wei and said, "Let's cooperate. Regardless of the friendship between us, we each have our own companions behind us. So after entering the secret realm, we cooperate, and the things we get are distributed according to the amount of effort we put in. If there are precious and rare things behind, then we will," Yan Luo said calmly. "It all depends on your ability." "Okay, I have no objection." The 3 reached a consensus. After climbing over the top of the mountain, the journey down the mountain became much faster, and they arrived at the secret realm before dawn. Halfway up the back mountain, at the junction of mountains and water, a big gate suddenly appeared. The gate is jet black in color, heavy and mysterious, with relief carvings of 2 stone cheilans on it. The gate is embedded in the mountain wall. At first glance, it seems that as long as you enter the gate, you will enter the belly of the mountain. Because the hillside is slanted, the gate is also slanted. If people want to get in, they have to jump in from the side. When was this door built? Why haven't we seen it before? Someone from the Sun family asked curiously. It's open, it's open. The door is open. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Because not only did the door open, but a powerful light burst out from inside the door. The light formed a huge and thick beam of light that shot up into the sky, dazzling. Everyone's vision was obstructed for a moment, and some even felt dizzy for a few seconds. Sun Zhengyang looked at Yan Luo and Li Wei. "The 3 of us advanced?" Yan Luo nodded. The 3 people occupied 3 positions and jumped into the light column at the same time. Seeing this, others followed suit. Everyone thought that there was rock below, and it was a cave in the mountain. However, after jumping in, they felt dizzy and fell to the ground, and there was a green grass under their buttocks. Looking around, there are lush water plants, shining sunshine, singing birds, and fragrant flowers. It feels like a paradise. Wow, this place is so beautiful. Where is this? It's definitely not in Qingliang Mountain. It's amazing. I didn't expect there was such a hidden secret inside. Yan Luo stood up. Under his feet was fertile soil and ankle-high weeds. Small yellow, white, red, and purple wildflowers are dotted among the weeds, like the scenery of a grassland before a natural disaster. Looking ahead in the distance, there are 2 palaces, one on the left and one on the right. Yan Luo said, "Let's go quickly and don't waste time." They had just seen people from other forces. That's what I meant. More than 300 people brushed off the dirt on their bodies and headed towards the palace in front with their backpacks on their backs. The palace looks far away, but it is actually farther away on foot. It feels like a case of running to a dead horse. After walking for more than 10 minutes, a buzzing sound suddenly appeared in the air. Yan Luo and the other 2 stopped at the same time. The people behind reacted slower, and by the time they reacted, they had already seen dark clouds on the horizon. What is that then? Someone pointed to the sky on the left in shock. A large black cloud, like a passing dark cloud, flew towards this side with great momentum. Raise the shield and defend.
Li Wei Shota.
The people from Qingshan Sect and Unwanted Palace were very skilled and raised a shield in the air in the blink of an eye. Although the Chaoyang group was a second slower, they still blocked one side. Above everyone's head, a translucent shield was like a huge eggshell, covering everyone tightly underneath. As the shield rose, the black clouds in the distance were already overhead, and everyone could only then see clearly what it was. What a big bee. That's not a bee. That's a wasp in the sky. Flapping their wings and glaring at you eagerly, there are palm-sized hornets. A sting from an ordinary hornet would cause pain for a long time, but a sting from such a big hornet. Everyone gasped and couldn't even imagine it. Yan Luo said, "We must fight quickly and decisively." Li Wei glanced at Yan Luo and Sun Jingyang and said, "I have a plan, but I'd like to trouble Miss Yan and fellow Daoist Sun to ensure our safety." They both nodded at the same time. "Don't worry." Li Weishi knew what kind of people they were, so he called out to his people, "Qingshan Sect disciples, listen up. Activate the Li Hua formation." Yes. 20 or so Qingshan Sect disciples turned around and retreated together, surrounding Li Wei. Li Wei was the first to make a hand gesture, and the others quickly followed. After they retreated to the middle, Yan Luo and Sun Jingyang brought their men to fill the empty space, and the air shield remained unbreakable. The hornets outside the shield were stimulated by the large amount of fresh blood inside and kept hitting the shield. The buzzing sound made everyone's ears dizzy. A fireball finally appeared above Li Wei's head. As soon as it appeared, it quickly expanded and flew out of the shield. As soon as the fireball left the shield, it exploded like a newborn flower bud. If there is one thing that insects fear the most, it is fire. Especially the Li Hua formation of the Qingshan Sect, which is drawn by the cultivator's innate true fire, and its power is many times greater than that of ordinary flames. In an instant, crackling sounds of burning and explosions were heard in the sky, as well as a burnt smell. The shield is still held up to prevent the corpses of these hornets or the ones that escaped the net from falling into the crowd. At the entrance to the secret realm, people from the Zhou family jumped in. Although they were 1 or 2 kilometers away, they could still see the flames here. Chong Lu said, "They are really fast." Zhou Suyu gloated, "They are pretty good in the front, helping us clear all the obstacles." It was unclear what expression Hoarding had under his cloak, but he snorted coldly, "They are in the front, not just clearing the obstacles, they also get all the benefits." Zhou Suyu was disdainful. "What's the benefit? To see the strangeness of those mutant species?" Hearing this, Shi Ling and Chong Lu both frowned. Hoarding stopped talking. Zhou Suyu saw Shi Ling frowning and couldn't help but said angrily, "What I said is not right. Why are you frowning?" Although her voice was very soft, the cultivators had good hearing, so Shi Ling and the other cultivators with high cultivation levels all heard it. Shi Ling felt puzzled. It seemed that Zhou Suyu had been hostile to her since the moment she saw her. However, they had never met each other and did not know each other. She suppressed her displeasure and said nothing. In front, the hornets above were burned to death, and Yan Luo and others put away their shields. The bodies of the hornets fell to the ground like rain. Li Wei said, "How about we divide these bodies equally among the 3 of us?" Yan Luo had no objection, and Sun Jingyang spread his hands indifferently. They all saw the new people coming in from a distance, so they quickly cleaned up the battlefield. The stings of these hornets can be used to make hidden weapons, their bodies can be used as medicine, and most importantly, some of them have grown inner elixirs, which monks can use to improve their cultivation. This is the benefit that Monk Chonglu talked about. This part of the Chaoyang group was naturally taken in by Yan Luo. Compared with Unwanted Palace and Qingshan Sect, Chaoyang group is relatively shabby. Only Yan Luo and Yan Feng have storage space. There were more than 20 people from the Qingshan Sect, and almost every one of them had a storage bag, which showed that those who came were the best of the Qingshan Sect. There are nearly 20 people in Unwanted Palace who have storage space. Therefore, as long as they don't know how big Yan Luo's space is, they will not have the idea of seizing Yan Luo's space. After they distributed all the hornet corpses, people from the Zhou family also rushed here. Zhou Suyu saw Yan Luo standing in front of the crowd at a glance, and her eyes were filled with jealousy. After not seeing each other for a few months, Yan Luo looked even more beautiful, especially her skin. Her skin became more and more hydrated and tender, as if she was growing backwards. The most important thing is, what right does Yan Luo have to stand in front? As the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, she is not qualified to stand in front. She pinched Hu Qinglong's arm and said angrily, "Your ex-wife is there. Do you want to go over and reminisce about the past?" After asking, there was no reply from above her head. Zhou Suyu looked up angrily, only to see Hu Qingling staring at Yan Luo in a daze. Zhou Suyu was about to explode with rage. She didn't care if there was anyone around or not, and pinched Hu Qingling hard. 2 crescent-shaped nail marks quickly appeared on Hu Qinglong's arm. Hu Qingling let out a low cry. He suppressed his anger and looked at Zhou Suyu. "What's wrong, Jade? What's wrong?" Zhou Suyu stared, pointing at the opposite side. "What's wrong? Your ex-wife looked dumbfounded, and you asked me what's wrong. Do you regret it?" Their movements attracted the attention of others. Hu Qingling felt very embarrassed. He held Zhou Suyu's hand and tried to comfort her. "I didn't look at her. Suyu, believe me. How could I regret it? Of course I love you the most, otherwise, let's leave now, and not come to this secret place, okay?" Zhou Ting couldn't bear to watch it in public, so he urged, "Okay, sister. My brother-in-law lives in our house every day. How dare he look at other women? Don't be suspicious." Although Zhou Ting was trying to persuade them to make peace, Hu Qingling was still annoyed. He had to point out that he lived in Zhou's house. Was he afraid that people didn't know? The people from Tianma Temple, Nanwu Clan, and Jinglian Sect would not pay attention to their trivial matters. They had already stepped forward to answer Yan Luo and the others. "I have heard of the Qingshan Sect and Unwanted Palace for a long time, and today I finally met them in person." Chong Lu greeted warmly. Li Wei nodded slightly, and Sun Jingyang smiled and said, "This is also the first time we have met the monks from Tianma Temple and this fellow Taoist from the Wu clan. As for this fairy, she must be a disciple of the pure Lotus Sect. She looks extraordinary and untainted by worldly matters." Faced with his enthusiastic praise, Shi Ling just nodded, very coldly. Sun Jingyang didn't feel embarrassed. Since all the disciples of the Jinglian Sect were women, they paid more attention to protecting themselves and especially didn't like chatting with strange men. Behind the crowd, Zhou Suyu heard Sun Jingyang praising Shi Ling. Her eyes turned red with jealousy, and she was furious. Huarong turned to Yan Luo and asked, "Which sect does this friend belong to?" Yan Luo said, "From the Chaoyang group." "Chaoyang group?" They looked at each other, all very confused. I have never heard of such a force. Judging from Yan Luo's cultivation and demeanor, he doesn't seem like a small sect or a casual cultivator. Yan Luo smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. I founded the Chaoyang group myself." Ah, Chong Lu exclaimed in surprise, "Dayu, are you serious? You are really amazing." Although Zhou Suyu was behind, she was unhappy when she heard others praising Yan Luo. She couldn't bear to see Yan Luo do well in any way. "Humph. Why are you pretending?" Her voice was quite loud this time. Not only Yan Luo heard it, but most people present heard it. The people from the Chaoyang group immediately looked over angrily. Zhou Suyu was stared at by so many people that she subconsciously hid behind Hu Qingling. But the others who didn't know the truth looked at Yan Luo. Oh, this woman is really pretty, and her appearance is comparable to that of Fairy Shieling. Fairy Shieling is noble and untainted by the mundane world, and some men like Yan Luo can't help but be tempted. Anyway, she is a person who relies on her beauty to get to the top. Can't she be given some benefits? Yan Feng noticed the looks of these men and stood in front of Yan Luo with an unpleasant expression. He scolded Zhou Suyu, "You are a rich lady after all. How can you be so vicious? My sister founded the sect with her own strength. Do you think everyone is like you?" Zhou Suyu said sarcastically, "Relying on your own strength? Haha, who would believe a woman if she told others that? Ask the people present. Does anyone believe it? Most people just wanted to watch the fun. They really didn't believe that a woman could establish a sect in the face of a natural disaster. In troubled times, it is not easy for women to survive. Moreover, most women who survived did so by relying on men for support." Yan Feng said, "You don't have this ability yourself, so you take it for granted that others don't have it either? I was wondering why I heard a frog croaking so early in the morning. It turns out someone is just sitting in a well and looking at the sky view." Those watching the fun in the crowd couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhou Suyu's face suddenly fell. "Who are you calling a toad? You are just as shameless as your sister." Yan Feng said coldly, "You curse people all the time and ruin their reputation. You are shameless." Zhou Suyu angrily grabbed Hu Qinglong's hand. "Qingling," he scolded me. "Kill him for me." Hu Qingling felt extremely embarrassed. In today's scene, everyone is here to hunt for treasure, except Zhou Suyu, who has been looking for trouble since entering the secret realm. It would be fine if others laughed at her, but they also laughed at him. But now everyone was looking at him, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. "Sheng Wan is a talkative person," she said. "No wonder Miss Zhou suspected that our sister Luo relied on men. It turns out that she has been through it herself and has experience seeing that others were interested." Sheng Wan smiled and said, "Isn't your husband Hu Qingling like this? He married into the Zhou family with his entire family as a dowry, seeking the protection of your Zhou family. It turns out Hu Qingling married into the Zhou family. No wonder Zhou family is led by Zhou Ting, and Hu Qingling can only stand behind. I thought this guy had a pretty face, and he really is a pretty face." The disdain in the men's eyes made Hu Qingling furious, and he wanted to tear Sheng Wan to pieces. In today's world, men and women are still different. It's normal for women to rely on men, but it's normal for men to rely on women. But Zhou Suyu didn't realize her husband's anger. She said to herself, "How are you the same as our Zhou family? Our Zhou family is an old family. Qingling can live well in our Zhou family. You are just gangsters and hooligans." Hu Qinglong's face became even uglier. Zhou Suyu's words were equivalent to acknowledging Sheng Wan's words and completely confirmed his marriage into the wife's family. In front of 7 or 8 forces and 700 or 800 people at the scene, he said that he had married into the family. Hu Qingling clenched his fists tightly. Yan Luo couldn't help but feel a touch of sympathy in his heart. Haha, based on what she said today, if Hu Qingling had the chance, he would definitely kill Zhou Suyu. It's a pity that Zhou Suyu still looked complacent. What a fool. She suddenly wanted Hu Qingling to live a little longer so that she could see Zhou Suyu's mood when she was destroyed by Hu Qingling. Just when everyone was still laughing at the joke, Fairy Shieling suddenly stood up. She still had no expression on her face, but her tone towards Sun Jingyang was very gentle. "Fellow Taoist, we from the Pure Lotus sect would like to go with you. Are you willing?" Sun Jingyang was stunned, and so were the others. Huarong asked unhappily, "Fairy Shieling, we agreed to travel together. Why did you change your mind as soon as you entered the secret realm?" "I don't like to go with nosy people." After these words were spoken, everyone in Tianma Temple and the Nanhua tribe turned their eyes to Zhou Suyu. Along the way, she was the only nosy person. Fairy Shieling must be annoyed with her. But she is the daughter of the Zhou family after all, so others should not go too far with her. For a moment, Tianma Temple and the Nanhua clan were silent. Sun Jingyang burst into laughter and said hastily, "Fairy Shieling has come at the right time. With the addition of the Pure Lotus Sect, our team will be even stronger. Li Wei also said, "Welcome to the Pure Lotus Sect." Tianma Temple and the Nanhua clan were a little annoyed with Zhou Suyu, but Zhou Suyu was completely unaware of it. She even sneered, "They really are birds of a feather." It's true that women of the same ilk tend to date women of the same ilk. Fairy Shiling's fingers rubbed the scabbard slightly. Chong Lu smiled awkwardly. "Okay, everyone, stop chatting. Let's hurry up and get on with our journey." The people from Unwanted Palace and Qingshan Sect had just cleaned up the battlefield. They arrived late, and although they didn't know what others had gained, judging from the area of the fighting, they must have gained a lot. Their Tianma Temple is still empty-handed. Yan Luo didn't want to bother with a woman like Zhou Suyu at this time, and she also wanted to go deeper into the secret realm. She obtained the secret of all laws of the universe from this secret realm in her previous life. In this life, their Chaoyang group is practicing Qian Kuan Wan Fa Ju, and she doesn't want this technique to fall into the hands of others again. Once it falls into the hands of others, it is equivalent to opening up your rear to others and giving them a handle. "Yan Luo, Li Wei, are we leaving too?" Sun Jingyang asked. Yan Luo and Li Wei naturally had no other opinions. The two forces tacitly agreed that one would go left and the other would go right, leaving more than 1 meter of space in the middle. On Yan Luo's side, Yan Luo and Xiling walked in the middle of the first row, with Sun Jingyang and Li Wei on both sides. After observing this ranking, Chong Lu knew that Yan Luo was not the kind of vase that Zhou Suyu said. He knew Li Wei and Sun Jingyang's personalities. If Yan Luo was just a pretty face, she would not be treated this way in the team. He secretly took note of Yan Luo. They walked for more than an hour and reached the border of the grassland. The two palaces were already clearly visible. Before everyone could cheer, the person in front suddenly stopped. Right in front of them, there suddenly appeared a ravine that was more than 30 meters wide. The ravine was so long that it seemed endless. If everyone wanted to get to the palace opposite, they could only cross the ravine. Several leaders walked to the edge of the gully and looked down. Below was a blazing red flame with an extremely high temperature. The flame was hundreds of meters above the ground. Despite this, everyone would still sweat from the heat as soon as they got close to the edge of the ravine. Sun Jingyang said, "Li Wei and I can fly, so it's not a problem to get there, but what about you?" It is well known that those at the 8th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm can fly with flying objects, and Yan Luo is at the 7th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm, so they do not think that Yan Luo can also fly with flying objects. Yan Luo was not in a hurry to show off his ability. She just said, "I have a steel plate here. As long as the two of you bring the steel plate over and build a bridge over the ravine, we can cross the bridge." Sun Jingyang slapped his thigh and said happily, "That's great. Let's do it."
Zhou Suyu let her lips in disdain.
"You really know how to please men." Yan Luo heard this, turned around and said with a smile, "Our Chaoyang group's things are not worthy for the Zhou family to use. You can figure out how to get there by yourselves." "Zhou family?" Chong Lu asked with a smile. "What about us?" Yan Luo said as a matter of course, "Aren't you from the Zhou family?" The implication is that Yan Luo doesn't care about Tianma Temple and the Nanhua clan. Chong Lu looked embarrassed. The Southern Witch tribe was even angrier, but their emotions couldn't be seen because they were wearing cloaks. Zhou Suyu said, "Who do you think cares about your things?" Yan Luo smiled softly. "It's just right that you don't care." Sun Jingyang and Li Wei flew up on their swords, and one of them lifted one end of the steel plate and placed it steadily over the ravine. The steel plate is 1 meter wide, just enough for two people to walk side by side. The Chaoyang group began to cross the bridge one after another. When Yan Luo walked up, he felt a wave of heat coming from under him, and he was sweating all over after the walk. As the monks practice for a long time, the impact of the external temperature on them will be reduced, but the heat waves under their feet are still so hot, which shows the danger below. After they started to cross the bridge, Hoarding asked Zhou Suyu, "Dao Yu, since you don't want Yan Luo's things, do you already have a plan in mind and know how to cross it?" Zhou Suyu was stunned, then said, "Please, you are the Cultivation Sect. We in the Zhou family invite you to work, not to play." A hint of anger burned in Hoarding's heart. "Now, let's quickly find a solution." Hoarding snorted in his heart, thinking of a solution. It's easy to say. However, Hu Qingling noticed that Yan Luo had created the steel plate out of thin air. Yan Luo actually has a storage space. Sure enough, this woman has 2 hearts for him, otherwise she wouldn't have kept such an important thing from him. It took Chaoyang Group a few minutes to cross the bridge. Li Wei and Sun Jingyang took back the steel plate and returned it to Yan Luo. When Sun Jingyang left, he said hello to the other side. Goodbye, fellow Taoists. We will be leaving first. Under the cloak, Hoarding's face was livid. As a senior monk, Chang Lu naturally does not show his emotions on his face. So Zhou Siyu didn't think there was anything wrong with her. After Yan Luo and the others passed the ravine, they felt the heat in their bodies suddenly dissipate, and they felt refreshed. The palace ahead was less than a mile away. They quickened their pace and hurried towards the palace. Sun Jingyang said, "There are 2 palaces. Should we split up or gather together and go to one?" Li Wei said, "Look at the building area of these palaces. Each palace is no smaller than an imperial city. Even if we go to a palace, we have to split up once we get inside." Sun Jingyang thought about it. "Yes, let's go to a palace. Left or right?" This time Yan Luo spoke, "Let's go to the left." In ancient times, people respected the left. There might be good things on the left. Sun Jingyang said, "That makes sense. Let's go to the left then." Everyone set their goal and soon arrived outside the palace gate on the left. The palace is towering, reaching into the sky, showing endless power and majesty. The walls are thick and solid, built with huge stones, as if they can withstand all the wind and rain in the world and the erosion of time. Everyone was looking quietly in front of the palace. No one knew when this palace was built, nor what kind of historical vicissitudes and changes it had witnessed. Anyway, when it came before everyone's eyes, the only word left was spectacular. "Let's go in." Although the palace has a stone statue of a guardian unicorn, it does not have a gate. A coiled dragon stone pillar reaches all the way to the top of the dome, with a large gate in the middle that is more than 10 meters wide, large enough for many people to enter together. After all, this place is mysterious. Although there are no doors and the palace gives people a solemn impression, everyone is still prepared for defense. Sure enough, as soon as Sun Jingyang stepped onto the steps, the stone chelants on both sides suddenly opened their mouths, and countless arrows shot out from their mouths. Sun Jingyang reacted extremely quickly and put up a shield in front of him. Others also defended themselves, and the overwhelming rain of arrows was blocked inside the steps. After a few breaths, the steps were covered with arrows. In the crowd, 3 people in the front row were shot. They quickly took hemostatic medicine and sprayed disinfectant. After this wave of arrow rain stopped, everyone entered the hall safely. The main hall is very spacious, about the size of a football field. What comes into view is a bronze mirror, which is simple and has intricate patterns carved around it. Sun Jingyang looked at it in front of the bronze mirror and said curiously, "This mirror is really strange. As a bronze mirror, it can't even reflect anything." When everyone looked over, they saw that Sun Jingyang was standing in front of the mirror, but there was nothing in the mirror. Li Wei walked over and took a look. When he looked, a magical scene happened. A figure suddenly appeared in the mirror. What was even more strange was that as soon as the figure appeared, Li Wei quickly left the mirror, and the figure in the mirror also disappeared. Li Wei's speed was so fast that people could only see a white figure, and then nothing else. Sun Jingyang frowned and said, "Dao Li Wei is clearly wearing blue clothes, so how come a white figure appears in the reflection?" Li Wei pursed her lips tightly and said lightly, "Maybe the mirror is broken." Sun Jingyang nodded. "That makes sense. After all, who knows how many years it has been here?" Fairy Shiling also looked in the mirror, but when she came over, an old woman appeared in the mirror. This time, everyone could see clearly that in the mirror there was a middle-aged nun wearing a white robe and holding a whisk. Sun Jingyang asked curiously, "Who is this?" Fairy Shiling said, "Master." Yan Feng was following Yan Luo, and after Yan Luo moved aside, he was closest to the mirror, so he also took the opportunity to take a picture. But in his mirror, Yan Luo's figure appeared. Yan Luo, don't look at me. I can't see myself in the mirror from this angle. Now everyone became even more curious and began to rush to stand in front of the mirror. After more than a dozen people summarized, they came to the conclusion that the person appearing in the mirror was the person looking in the mirror cared about the most, or the person they liked the most. Sun Jingyang appears to be cheerful and smooth, getting along well with everyone, but in fact, he doesn't care about anyone. He coughed awkwardly twice, then directed the blame to Dongfang. Daoist friendly way, you hid so quickly. Did you see who the person in the mirror was, but were too embarrassed to tell us? Li Wei closed his eyes and said nothing. Sun Jingyang understood the situation and then led the conversation to Yan Luo. Yan Luo, take a photo too. Everyone has taken one. Don't be so stingy. Yan Luo didn't care. She was now fully focused on cultivation. Her heart was as calm as water, and she didn't care about or like anyone. If there was anyone she cared about, it would only be Yan Feng. So she stood calmly in front of the bronze mirror. A figure slowly appeared in the ancient and dim mirror. Li Wei opened his eyes and stared at the mirror like the other onlookers. The figure did not move, and after a few breaths, it was still just a figure. Human shadow. It's just a blurry human outline that looks like a mosaic. Reclining in the chair, looking lazy. What's going on? Sun Jingyang asked doubtfully. Li Wei said, it should be someone that Daoist Yan Luo cares about or likes. There is, but she herself doesn't know who it is. Everyone, what's going on? Not to mention others, even Yan Luo herself was confused. She exhaled and said, this mirror is indeed broken. Yan Feng touched his head and said happily, this must be me. Of course, my sister cares about me the most. It's just that my sister has always been introverted and doesn't like to be high profile, so this mirror helps my sister hide it. Just kidding, this figure is obviously a man. Besides meeting him, my sister meets the people from the Chaoyang group every day. There is definitely no man in the Chaoyang group who is so capable. It must be him. Yan Luo thought about it and nodded, saying in agreement. What Yan Feng said makes sense. Since Yan Luo said so, everyone stopped making random guesses. Sun Jingyang said, let's move this mirror away, in case it may be needed in the future. Their purpose of coming here is to look for treasure, and this mirror can be considered a treasure. Unfortunately, no matter how hard everyone tried, they could not move the mirror. It seemed as if it had merged with the ground and was very solid. Yan Luo said, forget it, let's go to the back and take a look. The others felt a little regretful, but they didn't dwell on it too much and started walking around the mirror. Before leaving, Shengwan took advantage of the Chaoyang group's inattention and deliberately stopped in front of the mirror, and a figure suddenly appeared in the mirror. Shengwan was stunned for a moment, then immediately left with a red face. She thought no one saw it, but Yan Luo saw it. Yan Luo had long noticed that Shengwan was interested in this mirror, but he had never dared to move forward to try it. After seeing the person in the mirror, Yan Luo was stunned at first, and then she understood why she didn't dare. Yan Luo smiled and pretended not to see it. Behind the bronze mirror, around the vast hall, there are shelves filled to the brim. The shelf is 10 meters high. Each shelf has 10 grids, and each grid is filled with items. Everyone's eyes lit up. Are these all treasures? Someone couldn't help but touch the shelf. As he touched it, the things on the shelf quickly weathered and turned into a pile of dust. Li Wei said, it's been too long. Some things are broken. Sun Jingyang said with hope, let's all look through it. Maybe there will be something good. There are quite a lot of these shelves. After searching for a long time, only more than 10 were left intact. Everyone felt very regretful. Because they are packaged in fine jade boxes, their quality is preserved. Sun Jingyang said, I don't know what it's for. Are we going to divide it equally among the 4 of us at random? Fairy Shiling said, you have 4 people, and we from the Pure Lotus Sect only need 3. There is a corner door on each side of the hall. Sun Jingyang suggested, we will go in 2 waves and gather in this hall at the end. Yan Luo and the other 2 nodded. They had the same idea. When the 4 forces come together, there is safety, but the rewards they gain are also small. They have to ensure that there are few casualties, but also that there is enough treasure to share. Sun Jingyang said with a smile. It's not tiring to work with a man and a woman. Yan Luo and I will go together. How about the two of you go together? Li Wei expressed a different opinion this time. You have more than 100 people, Yan Luo has more than 70 people, and Daoist fellow Shi Ling, and I only have more than 20 people each. Judging from the number of people, it is better for us to go with Daoist fellow Yan Luo and you to go with Daoist fellow Shi Ling. This way the number of people will be more evenly distributed. What he said makes sense. Unwanted Palace and the Sun family are both led by Sun Jingyang, and they are like one force. They have a lot of people, and with the addition of the Chaoyang group, there are definitely not enough things to go around, which is especially unfair to the Sun family, Unwanted Palace, and the Chaoyang group. Sun Jingyang smiled and said, Thank you, Brother Li Wei, for thinking of us. He looked at Shi Ling and asked, Then let's go. Jing Lianzong followed Sun Jingyang to the corner gate on the right, while Yan Luo and Li Wei went to the corner gate on the left. There was no door at the corner gate. After everyone went in, they found that there was a long passage inside. The passage was so dark that one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. Yan Luo took out a large flashlight to illuminate everyone. Careful. Yan Luo subconsciously pulled Li Wei beside him. Before Li Wei realized what was happening, he heard screams from behind. He turned around and saw that several disciples on the right side of the passage were cut by an invisible object, with a piece of flesh cut off from their shoulders. What? Li Wei looked unhappy. He didn't even notice. The crowd didn't dare to move and stayed in the middle of the aisle, not daring to stand to the side. What is this? Someone pointed at the wall of the passage. Suddenly, a red light appeared on the wall. The light was so thin, thinner than a hair. Li Wei threw a stone over, and when the stone touched the red light, it was instantly cut in half. We were hurt by it.
Go. Li Wei Shota.
This red light is so strange that they don't know where it comes from. It is very likely a mechanism. Everyone quickly ran to the opposite side. The red light on the wall suddenly became brighter and rushed towards the shields on everyone. Yan Luo was at the front and heard the screams coming from behind. Although she was anxious, she could only speed up and try to get out as soon as possible. Fortunately, the passage was not too long. Light appeared in front of us, and everyone rushed out quickly. Yan Luo and Li Wei quickly turned around to count their respective personnel. The people of Qingshan Sect are all elites, and their cultivation is above the 5th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm. Their losses were relatively small, and only a few disciples suffered minor injuries. But the Chaoyang group was in more trouble. Their cultivation was only at the 2nd level of the Gathering Spirit Realm. Although their physical fitness far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators due to Sheng Wan's training, there were still a few people who did not rush out and remained in the passage. In addition to the 5 people who died, there were 10 people who were injured. They were being supported by other disciples, and their faces were pale. Bai Yu and Hu Bingyan hurriedly bandaged them and treated them. Yan Luo frowned and looked around. This was a room with an area of more than 100 square meters and a height of more than 10 meters. There were 6 pillars in the room, and a jade box was placed in each pillar. Judging from the number, there are more than 30 jade boxes. Yan Luo and Li Wei looked at each other and walked towards the pillar at the same time. They opened the first pillar and found 6 boxes inside. The two opened all 6 boxes and found small white jade bottles the size of a palm inside. There was a red seal on the small jade bottle, and on the seal was written, Yongling Pill. Everyone looked delighted, and a disciple of the Qingshan school said, Is this the legendary spiritual nourishing pill? After eating it, it can quickly replenish the consumed spiritual energy. If you eat it daily, it can also increase your cultivation. Li Wei glanced at him and said sternly, Li Rua, you can't have such thoughts. Pills can only be taken occasionally. If you take them every day, the pill poison will accumulate in your body. If this continues for a long time, your cultivation will not improve at all. Li Rua chuckled, I understand, big brother. I was just kidding. Li Wei divided the pill into 2 parts and gave half to Yan Luo. After everyone entered the secret realm, their spiritual power was more or less consumed. Yan Luo gave each person 2 pills in case of emergency. The second pillar contained hemostatic powder, detoxifying pills, anthelmintic powder, and other medicines. Yan Luo took the hemostatic powder and gave it to the injured disciple. This hemostatic powder is very useful. It stops bleeding instantly once it is sprinkled on it, and even the pain is much less. Hu Bingyan's eyes lit up. This medicine is so useful. It would be great if we could make it ourselves. The Qingshan Sect disciple explained. In ancient times, when the Cultivation civilization was at its peak, almost every faction could refine these elixirs, but the Yanling continent has been without spiritual energy for tens of millions of years, and these traditions have long been cut off. Even our Qingshan sect can only refine a few elixirs now. Moreover, even if you know how to make it, the medicinal materials are hard to find, so these things are very precious. The medicinal materials used to refine pills are all spiritual medicines with spiritual energy. Now that the spiritual energy has just revived, those medicinal materials also need time to evolve. All right, Hu Bingyan felt very sorry. Yan Luo and Li Wei have already opened the third pillar. There was only a huge box in the third pillar, and the two men moved the box out. A pile of palm-sized gray purses were neatly stacked in the box. Everyone suddenly became excited, especially the people from the Chaoyang group. These are storage bags, Yan Feng said, feeling a little nervous. Are they not broken? Yan Luo and Li Wei each picked an experiment. Yan Luo smiled and said, "It's not broken. Not only is it not broken, there's quite a bit of space inside." Very good. This made the Chaoyang group members very excited. Except for Yan Feng, no one among them had storage space. There were a total of 150 storage bags in the box, which were divided equally between the two sides. Yan Luo happily gave one to each member of the Chaoyang group. There were few people on Li Wei's side, so he collected the remaining storage bags and returned to the sect to hand them over. But everyone present still got one, because the storage bag space here was larger than their own. With these things, everyone is more looking forward to the next three pillars. The fourth pillar contains books, including one on alchemy, one on formation, one on weapon forging, and another on a comprehensive guide to cultivating immortals. He was as calm as Li Wei, but at this moment there was a hint of heat in his eyes. Just now they were discussing that the inheritance was broken, and now the inheritance is here. It's like someone sent me a pillow when I was sleepy. Yan Luo said, "This thing is valuable, let someone copy it by hand. I have paper and pen here." It is impossible for both parties to divide these things equally. If one is not careful, the two sides may start fighting for them. Yan Feng copied the book at a very fast speed. Li Wei tore a book into two, and a group of people from the Chaoyang group began to copy the book. Li Ruo was watching from the side, marveling at the wonder. "Why do you write so fast?" Yan Feng said, "Didn't you practice calligraphy during the college entrance exam?" "Why do you want to practice calligraphy?" "Writing an essay," Li Ruo said, "Oh," then slapped his head and said, "Sorry, I forgot. I didn't take the college entrance examination. These people have been practicing in the mountains since they were young. It is good enough for them to be able to read and write. Since they do not want to take exams for fame, they naturally did not take the college entrance examination." While they were copying books and chatting, Yan Luo and Li Wei began to look at the last two pillars. In one of the pillars there are 6 long swords and 6 pieces of defensive armor, all of which are magical weapons. The sword and armor were of the same style and quality, just like the uniforms distributed to disciples by a certain sect. The two of them took half each without hesitation. The stuff on the last pillar almost made the people from Chaoyang group and Qingshan sect want to keep it for themselves. Those were white spirit stones, each the size of a thumb, and there were 1,000 of them in the box. Although the things mentioned above are also very valuable, the spirit stones are different. Seeing these spirit stones is like seeing a box of gold. Money and valuable objects have different visual impacts. Everyone's breathing became a little rapid. Li Wei said, "It's still the same old rule. Half for each of us. After we divide the spirit stones, we will rest here tonight." Good. They had been climbing the mountain since midnight, and now it was almost evening. No one had eaten or rested yet, so they all needed to get ready. It just so happened that Yan Feng and his friends had not yet finished copying their books, and several disciples from the Qingshan school were fanning them with fans and correcting their mistakes. Yan Luo was free, so he simply called Li Wei. "Can you make a fire?" Li Wei raised his eyebrows, and a smile appeared on his pretty face. "I can still do this kind of work." "Then you light the fire, and I'll cook." "Okay." Li Wei quickly built a fire in the open space in the middle. Yan Luo was lazy and didn't think about making anything delicious for so many people, so she just built a big pot, added water, and put the dumplings in it when the water was hot. Li Wei said to the disciples of Qingshan Sect, "Bring your dishes over here." Li Ruo placed the bowl on the ground and said excitedly, "I thought we could only eat dry food, but I didn't expect to have hot meals." Sheng Wan also placed Kao Yangchuan's bowls and chopsticks on the ground. After the dumplings were cooked, Yan Luo served them bowl by bowl. She was afraid that everyone would only eat the dry dumplings, so she put some dumpling soup in the bowls and added vinda, rice vinegar, and sesame oil to the soup. Those who could eat spicy food could add chili oil themselves. Although they are dumplings, they are also made in a way that is somewhat similar to wontons, and everyone feels great eating them. 3 large pots of dumplings were cooked, and finally Yan Luo made some millet soup, which was for the injured to drink. We were all young people. Although we were injured, we had a good attitude. Seeing others eating delicious dumplings while we could only drink rice soup, we all complained bitterly. After everyone had finished their meal, Yan Luo and Li Wei started eating. The two of them sat on a stool in the corner. Yan Luo liked spicy food, and the dumpling soup in the bowl was covered with a layer of red oil. Li Wei saw this and took out a bottle of mountain spring water from his storage space, half-opened it, and eating spicy food can make you get a sore throat. This can help you get rid of the heat. Yan Luo readily took the bottle of water, opened it, and drank a few gulps. She had just been cooking by the fire and was sweating all over, so she was indeed thirsty. Li Wei slowly drank the dumpling soup in the bowl. "Did you make these dumplings?" The dumplings floating in the water looked like crystal-clear gold ingots. Yan Luo said, "I was at home with nothing to do during the rainy period, so I asked Yan Feng to help me make some." "Why, it doesn't look good." Li smiled. "It looks good and tastes good too." Neither of them was good at chatting, so after a few words they just buried their heads in eating. After the meal, Li Wei called a disciple from the Qingshan school to wash the dishes, and Yan Luo also found a disciple to help. It was already completely dark. Yan Feng and his colleagues copied under the firelight and finally finished copying everything. Their palms were sweaty and sticky from being tired. Li Wei said, "Thank you all for your help. Have a good rest tonight. We will leave early tomorrow morning." The secret realm is dangerous in itself, and it is even more dangerous in the dark at night. So it is safest to stay in this place temporarily. Everyone leaned against the wall, spread some thick clothes or bedding on the ground, and went to sleep. Yan Luo took out a tent from the space. After closing the tent, she spread a comfortable blanket on the ground. Even if she spent the night outside, she would not have to suffer. Li Wei was on duty in the first half of the night, and Yan Luo was on duty in the second half. There were no accidents that night. Everyone slept well and felt energetic in the morning. After eating dry food, everyone lined up and entered the next channel. With yesterday's experience, everyone kept their spiritual power in their palms this time, ready to defend at any time. But after walking for 5 minutes, light appeared ahead, and there was no danger. What's going on? Everyone was a little confused. The team leaders Yan Luo and Li Wei had already left the passage. The moment they came out, they heard the barking of dogs from inside. Yan Luo raised his eyes and saw 3 huge cages placed opposite the entrance. In each cage was a vicious dog as big as an adult Arabian horse. They were dark green all over, and there was a green light in Wu Sen's eyes, like ghosts from Hades. At this time, they had stood up and were roaring and threatening the people coming out of the passage. Behind them is a whole wall of cupboards with at least 50 compartments. Yan Luo and Li Wei looked at each other. The fact that there was a vicious dog guarding here proved that the things in the cupboard were better than those in the front. What a big dog. The people who came out later couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling when they saw the 3 vicious dogs. Yan Luo said, "Either kill them and take what's behind them, or quickly pass by them and enter the next passage. What do you think?
Everyone is ready to fight.
Now that we're here, kill it. As he said this, the dog in the cage began to bang against the cage violently. The railing, which was as thick as a wrist, made a clanging sound when hit by the vicious dog. The middle cage even shifted. Yan Luo and Li Wei attacked the middle cage at the same time. The Qingshan faction attacked the vicious dog on the right, and the Chaoyang group attacked the left side. Yan Luo gave the magical sword he got from the previous room to Shengwan, Bai Yu, and Xu Tianqiu to enhance the team's combat effectiveness. Countless sword energies and gun winds smashed towards the cage opposite. Awoo! The vicious dog opened its mouth and blew out a cloud of green smoke. The smoke was so smelly and choking that it made everyone's eyes tear up. The strong stench drove everyone back. Yan Luo and Li Wei were less affected. Yan Luo made a sword flower, turned the tip of the sword, and stabbed towards the middle of the railing. Although the vicious dog was in a cage, the cage was big enough, and it could move very flexibly. Even so, under the attack from Yan Luo and Li Wei, a sword wound appeared on the vicious dog's leg. Vicious dog roared to the sky and slammed its head against the cage. The cage finally couldn't withstand the force and broke in the middle. The huge vicious dog howled and rushed towards Yan Luo in front of it. Yan Luo quickly retreated, and his toes left a shallow mark on the ground. The long sword was held across the chest to block. The fangs of the vicious dog bit the white sword energy. The sword energy was extremely sharp, but at this moment it could not hurt its teeth at all. Li Wei chased after it and stabbed the vicious dog's ace with his sword. The vicious dog reacted quickly, turned around, and spewed smoke from its head to block the sword energy. Its tail swept over, and Yan Luo could only fly away to avoid it. The tail swept across a nearby disciple, throwing him out more than 10 meters, and he hit the wall, causing his internal organs to burst. This vicious dog has reached the Jinwu realm and is much more powerful than the other two big dogs. The members of the Chaoyang group pinned down a large dog. Although their skills were low, they had the advantage of numbers, and a rotation battle could trap the dog firmly. The disciples of Qingshan Sect have high cultivation levels, so it is not difficult for them to trap a big dog. Both sides fought quickly, but the vicious dogs on Yan Luo's side would rush into their camp from time to time, knocking people and horses to the ground. Yan Luo, I'll hold it back for a while, you go, and deal with those two dogs first. Li Weiren was in midair and shouted at Yan Luo. Yan Luo nodded immediately. The people of Qingshan Sect had surrounded the big dog. Yan Luo stabbed it from the air with a sword, and the tip of the sword pierced its head. Dark green blood suddenly spurted out. Yan Luo said, "Go and help Li Wei." After saying that, she rushed into the Chaoyang group. The big dog rushed over like lightning. Yan Feng caught up from behind and grabbed its tail. The big dog was so fast that it pulled Yan Feng down and dragged him around. Fortunately, the big dog's speed slowed down and its reaction was delayed for 1 second. Yan Luo chopped off half of its head with a sword, let out a miserable howl. Its shouting attracted the attention of the Jinwu realm vicious dog. When the vicious dog saw its companion being injured, it howled angrily to the sky and lashed out with its thigh-thick tail, sending Li Wei flying. Li Wei spun 3 times in the air before he released the force. Despite this, he was still knocked against the wall, fell to the ground with a thud, and spurted out a mouthful of blood. The vicious dog left the people from Qingshan Sect and rushed towards Yan Luo. The people of Qingshan Sect naturally couldn't let it get away, so they stepped forward to stop it, using all kinds of moves on the vicious dog, causing holes in its oily green fur. Yan Luo thought to himself that something was wrong and quickly retreated, but there was a wall behind him. Yan Luo's eyes flashed, and he rushed into the passage. The passage was very narrow for the vicious dog, and it could not exert its full strength and advantages in the passage, but Yan Luo was fast enough and quickly rushed out and returned to the place where he had camped last night. Behind him, a roaring sound came from the passage. Yan Luo didn't care about anything and took out 5 or 6 grenades from the space and threw them all over. At the other end of the passage, everyone saw the vicious dog chasing Yan Luo. They wanted to rush to support, but the big dog with its head chopped off was just as crazy, blocking the entrance of the passage and trying not to let everyone pass. Just at this moment, a deafening explosion was heard in the hall, followed by a shaking of the earth, and everyone thought there was an earthquake. Li Wei's face changed. No matter what the big dog did, he crawled under its belly and disappeared in the passage in the blink of an eye. Oh no, it's my sister. Yan Feng rushed towards the big dog blocking the road, regardless of anything. At the other end, Li Wei rushed out and found that the vicious dog had fallen in a pool of blood, and blood was dripping from Yan Luo's shoulders and wrists. Are you okay? Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief and asked. Yan Luo said, it's just a superficial wound. It's nothing serious. As she spoke, she sprinkled hemostatic powder on the wound and bandaged it with cotton cloth. I have some painkillers here. Li Wei took out a box of Western medicine from the space, and Yan Luo waved his hand. It's just a minor injury, no need. Li Wei raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had seen such a brave woman.
Yan Luo asked, what about them?
There's only one dog left. There are so many of them, so it's not a problem. Yan Luo nodded, and the two of them entered the passage again. It was dark, and Yan Luo asked Li Wei, I remember you were injured too. Don't you want to take medicine? In the darkness, Li Wei smiled slightly. The internal injury is not serious, and you don't need to take medicine. You can take care of it yourself. When they came out of the passage, they saw a Qingshan Sect disciple inserting a sword into the stomach of a big dog, crushing it to death. Yan Feng saw Yan Luo coming back safely and asked in surprise, Sister, are you okay? Yan Luo came forward and said with a curled lip, I'm fine, but you? Click. Yan Luo reconnected Yan Feng's dislocated arm. Sister, can you tell me in advance? Yan Fengshaha's complaints. Not only was his arm dislocated, he also had several wounds all over his body, and his tendons and veins were also impacted. Yan Luo looked at Sheng Wan and asked, How are our people? Have you counted them? Sheng Wan's eyes darkened, and he said, 7 of them died, and more than half of them were seriously injured and unable to move for the time being. Although the Qingshan sect also suffered some injuries, no one died. Yan Luo said, Gather them together for treatment first. Those who were able to move moved the seriously injured disciples to a corner. Hu Bingyan's little finger was bitten by a big dog. The flesh fell off, leaving only the bones exposed. He endured the pain and bandaged the skin for other disciples. Yan Luo was not idle either, helping everyone. After everyone's wounds were treated, Yan Luo and Li Wei looked at the bodies of the 3 vicious dogs. The 2 on the scene each have the cultivation base of the 9th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm and have inner elixirs. Each of them took one. The other big dog in the Jinwu realm was blown into several pieces by the grenade thrown by Yan Luo, but fortunately its inner elixir was not damaged. Li Wei said, You killed this vicious dog. You want the inner elixir, and I want the body.
How about that?
The inner elixir is the most precious part of a monster, and it is the essence of its demonic power. Yan Luo did not refuse, as several pets in her space were coveting this thing. After dividing the body of the vicious dog and cleaning up, everyone turned their attention to the cabinets on the wall. Yan Luo walked over and grabbed one of the cabinets, trying to pull it out to see what was inside, but she tried for a long time but couldn't pull it open. What's the situation? You try it? Li Wei also stepped forward and pulled it. It's definitely not for show. Yan Luo frowned and said, Maybe he is recognizing his master. In the previous life, there was a treasure in this secret realm that recognized its owner. In other words, it is not people who choose treasures, but treasures that choose people. From the moment she entered the secret realm, Yan Luo discovered a problem. The place she came in from in this life was different from that in her previous life. It was possible that the person who came in could randomly fall to any place in the secret realm. Then this secret realm is quite advanced. Yan Luo turned around and said to the people present, Let's line up and try one by one to see if anyone can open this cabinet. If they can't, we'll try the next cabinet. The crowd had no choice but to follow this method. Yan Luo couldn't open this one, so he walked back until he reached the 5th cabinet. Yan Luo stood in front of it, and it opened by itself. Everyone, You really can't recognize your master? Yan Luo opened the cabinet and saw a red wooden box inside. Just as she was about to open the box, Li Wei put his hand on it to stop her. He said, "Since the treasure can identify people, let's keep it secret." The people behind felt a little sorry, but when they thought about it carefully, they realized that if they had picked up a treasure, they would not want others to know about it. If Li Wei made such a request, then everyone's treasures would not be known. Good. Yan Luo put the wooden box into the space. After she had this wooden box, she could no longer open any of the cabinets behind her. Yan Luo said, "It seems that each person can only own one thing at most. This is good. Most of us can get some." With the example of Yan Luo, the person who started the experiment later was indeed chosen by the cabinet, and there could only be one. Yan Feng was not in a hurry. After all, treasures recognize people, and what belongs to him is his. He sat on the ground calmly, closed his eyes, and rested while waiting in line. Unexpectedly, the top cabinet fell down with a snap, and it fell at an angle, right in front of Yan Feng. Yan Feng suddenly opened his eyes. "Everyone, no way, look at other people's treasures, how proactive they are. Can you learn from them?" The remaining cabinets seemed to understand everyone's voices and flew around, dazzling everyone. After a long time, everyone's sight finally quieted down. "Wow, I have one too. So excited, I hope there's a sword inside." Those who had boxes in front of them were dancing with joy, while those who had no boxes showed a hint of disappointment on their faces. Li Wei said, "It doesn't matter, there will be opportunities later." There was nothing in front of Li Wei. Everyone felt a little better when they saw that Li Wei didn't get the treasure. Everyone couldn't wait to open their boxes. Yan Luo also wanted to see what Yan Feng got, but suddenly she felt dizzy. She couldn't stand and fell to the ground. Li Wei and Yan Feng hurried forward, one on each side, and asked Sister, "What's wrong with you? Are you okay?" Yan Luo felt very dizzy. She covered her forehead for a long time and said weakly, "I'm fine. I need to rest for a while. Xiao Feng, help me put up the tent." Yan Feng immediately set up the tent, while Li Wei used his spiritual power to heat a cup of warm water and handed it to Yan Luo. "Have some water." Yan Luo took it and drank it in big gulps. After drinking the water, he felt a little stronger and seemed to be less dizzy. "Thanks, sister. The tent is ready, come in." Yan Feng stepped forward to support Yan Luo, helped her into the tent, and then zipped it up.
No one thought much about it.
After all, Yan Luo was a girl, and it was understandable that she felt embarrassed in front of so many people and slept in the tent. What they didn't know was that as soon as Yan Luo entered the tent, his figure completely disappeared. She entered the space. Miss, you are here." Master, I'm scared to death." People and animals alike were so frightened that they ran towards her in a panic. She stood there, motionless, watching the changes in the space in shock. At the end of the 100 acres of fertile land, another 100 acres of fertile land appeared. What was even more amazing was that at the end of the fertile land, a mountain was uprooted. The trees on the mountain are lush and green, and an ancient atmosphere fills the air. In addition to the changes in space, what also surprised Yan Luo was the Kuan technique. On the table in the wooden house, the 3rd and 4th levels of Kuan were prominently placed. In her previous life, Yan Luo's cultivation reached the Yaoguang realm but stagnated because she only had the 2nd level of the technique, and the rest of the technique was incomplete, so she was unable to practice and had difficulty in advancing. Very good. Yan Luo put away the skills in surprise, and then kept turning in the space. The reason why the space changed must be because of an inducement. That inducement. Yan Luo opened the wooden box he had just obtained, and it was indeed empty inside. However, the strong medicinal fragrance told Yan Luo that there must have been a 1,000-year-old elixir in this wooden box. She muttered, "What a greedy person. This hobby is really difficult. Where can she find the 1,000-year-old elixir?" Yan Luo simply threw the wooden box aside. After all, it is better to have motivation than to have no goal. Thinking of this, Yan Luo happily ran to eat a big bowl of spicy maokai and showed off a spicy duck leg. After dinner, the pets lined up outside. Xiaohua said pitifully, "Master, your place is too big." Can you make my pond bigger? I'm still growing, and can't sleep while Puff Yan Luo spat out the iced lemonade he had just drunk. You're already so big, and you're still growing? Dashin said, Master, little crocodile has grown up and wants to sleep in a separate bed from his parents. Can you dig a pond for him? Yan Luo. Crocodiles also insist on separate beds? Xiaoxue said, Master, don't worry, I don't ask for it. Yan Luo patted the Samied's head with satisfaction. You are really sensible. The giant python and the crocodile's big heads tilted at the same time and glared at Xiaoxue, and Xiaoxue's dog neck shrank. Aunt Chun smiled and said, Miss, now that the place is bigger, can you plan these supplies? Many of the piles were too high, and Aunt Chun had to climb a ladder to take them out, which was very troublesome. Yan Luo said, Okay, I'll remember it all. Seeing that no one outside the space came to look for her, she started to pack up from the space. The cleaning lasted until late at night. Although Aunt Chun and Nui helped, Yan Luo was still very tired. She even ignored Yan Bao when he came to her for a kiss and a hug. I fell asleep in the tent in the second half of the night and slept until noon, when I was awakened by Yan Feng's worried voice. Sister, how are you? Are you still feeling unwell? Yan Luo shook his head.
I'm fine.
Maybe I'm too tired these days. I'll be fine after a good sleep. In fact, it was the drastic change in space that caused her, as the master of the space, to be unable to adapt for a while, which led to dizziness. The Qingshan sect left behind 5 disciples, and the Chaoyang group left behind more than half. The last group to set off were the Chaoyang group, which consisted of only 20 people. Hu Bingyan stayed behind to take care of the wounded, while Baiyu followed and was responsible for the subsequent injured people. There was still a passage here. Yan Luo and more than 30 other people lined up and went in cautiously. Fortunately, there was no danger in the passage, so they walked out quickly. What comes into view is a forest of towering trees. There are so many trees and the life is so lush that even if you stand less than 5 meters in front of the forest, you cannot see clearly what is inside. There was only a thick darkness and a sense of vicissitudes of life. Even though I haven't gone in yet, just looking at it from the outside, I can already feel a bit eerie. Baiyu was a little scared, and Sheng Wan patted the back of her hand. Yan Luo and Li Wei looked at each other. Let's go? Walk. They formed an oval and entered the dense forest together. As soon as we entered the forest, we were hit by the cold and damp air. Even on such a hot day, the temperature was 10 degrees lower than outside. There was no sense of ground under my feet, which showed how deep the fallen leaves had piled up. Who left this place behind? It's a place where people live. Maybe this was a garden back then, and it's become like this because so much time has passed. Yan Feng was beside Yan Luo, and Yan Luo asked, What's in that box of yours? When Yan Feng heard Yan Luo's question, he showed off proudly. It's a silver spear. That spear is really good. Li Wei said it's a treasure. Yan Luo was stunned. A treasure? You got the treasure so quickly? Yan Feng said, the treasures that have been recognized in that room are all good. There are quite a few treasures that have been opened. Yan Luo understood. It seemed that the route they took was not bad. No wonder she got the 1,000-year-old ginseng. It turned out that the level of the entire room was extraordinary. Yan Luo and Sheng Wan were separated by Yan Feng, so she had no way of chatting with Sheng Wan in a low voice and did not ask her. But Yan Feng said it himself. Sister Sheng is also amazing. She was recognized as the master by a black whip. Wow. Even the whip thinks Sister Sheng is mighty and domineering. He always thought that Sheng Wan was a tigress and a strong woman, so it was considered of him to choose her for such a domineering weapon. Li Wei said Baiyu's stuff is the most rare. She opened a treasure-level defense suit. Among the things used by monks, defensive magic weapons are the most difficult to refine and also the most precious. After all, they can save lives when danger comes. Yan Luo nodded. It suits her very well. Baiyu has healing properties, which makes her attack weaker, but in team battles, the opponent can easily kill her first. So she needs to be better defended than others. It seems that treasures recognize people, which is more purposeful than people choosing treasures. Yan Luo smiled bitterly. Even the treasures in the secret realm knew that she was looking for medicinal herbs. Ah, senior brother, help me. On the right side, a disciple of the Qingshan sect cried out in pain, but before he could finish, the sound stopped abruptly. Everyone looked hurriedly and saw a huge black shadow disappearing quickly, while a clear bloodstain appeared on the ground. Everyone was so scared that they immediately gathered together, huddled together, and raised their weapons. Did anyone see what it was? I didn't see it. Yan Luo frowned. She didn't see it either. The other party was too fast. She only saw a pointed tail.
Snake.
Li Wei said in a deep voice. It was a very big snake. It ate Xiao Jiao after eating it. Everyone was so scared that they trembled all over. People are naturally afraid of snakes. Don't move, it will appear again. Yan Luo kept a giant python in her space, and she knew their appetite. How can it be full after eating only one person? It will definitely continue to come out to look for food. After hearing what Yan Luo said, everyone's hands began to tremble. Just at this moment, a huge shadow suddenly jumped down from the sky, and then the head of a Chaoyang group disciple in the team was pulled up. As a result, everyone saw the appearance of the big snake. What was even more horrifying was that the man's head and neck were completely submerged in the snake's mouth. Yan Luo and Li Wei attacked at the same time. Two sword lights, one white and one blue, pierced the snake's vital point. The meat that the big snake had in its mouth was beaten out, and the disciple's body was covered in mucus, and his head was covered in blood. Even after spitting it out, he was still dead. But the snake was very angry, and it coiled its huge body down from the treetop, allowing everyone to see its full appearance. This is a black snake that is slightly bigger than Xiaohua. When its tail swept over, sand and rocks flew everywhere, and more than a dozen towering trees were broken in half. Some people were unable to dodge, and were hit by the falling tree trunks. The big snake pounced on it with joy. Yan Luo caught up with the big snake's head in mid-air and chopped it off. Li Wei's figure quickly passed by and rescued the disciple under the tree trunk. The big snake got angry, turned its upper body back, raised its head, and was about to bite Yan Luo. Its head, standing upright under the protection of its body, was actually 7 or 8 meters high, but Yan Luo was agile and had already jumped from one tree trunk to another. The big snake was unwilling to give up and chased closely behind. As its huge body bumped left and right, countless large trees fell down. After chasing for a while, the big snake stuck out its tongue with its huge head, then turned back to eat the disciples below. When Yan Luo saw it go down, he chased after it with his sword in hand. Unexpectedly, just as she went down, the snake's head that had already sunk suddenly turned back, and its bloody mouth rushed towards the descending Yan Luo. In a flash, a branch suddenly flew over from below. Yan Luo used the tip of his sword to gain leverage from the branch, and then he spun 360 degrees and quickly bounced back. "You beast, you have a brain." The big snake showed unwillingness in his eyes and really gave up Yan Luo to chase after the disciples below. They originally wanted to fight in a group and besiege, but the giant snake's body was long and winding, and after a while of whipping, it scattered the human team into pieces. Everyone couldn't get together at all, and were defeated one by the big snake, and could only be eaten. Li Wei raised his eyes and glanced at Yan Luo, who nodded. Li Wei rushed down, and the blue sword light turned into lightning, piercing straight into the tail of the big snake. He himself was like a boulder, holding the hilt of the sword tightly. Nailed the big snake to the ground. The snake felt pain, and the body above the tail began to twist and struggle violently. But he could no longer reach the disciples who were far away. Yan Luo turned into a meteor, swooped down from the sky, and pierced the giant snake's vital points. But the snake was too strong. Even after being stabbed in the vital spot, it still twisted. Yan Luo refused to let go, and even rotated the hilt, stirring the flesh and blood. The snake swung her back and forth in pain. Her body was thrown against the tree trunk, breaking it. The big snake finally died without any danger. Yan Luo suffered internal injuries this time, so she secretly ate half a ginseng. The big snake was lying on the ground, no longer as plump as it was in life, and its skin had begun to loosen. Shengwan stepped forward and said, "Sister Luo, 2 more of our disciples have died. They can't go on like this. They don't have enough capabilities. It will definitely be more dangerous later. More people will die." Yan Luo eased her internal injuries and swallowed the blood in her throat. She said, "Let them all retreat and meet up with Hu Bingyan and the others."
Good.
Sheng Wan and Yan Feng stayed, and Baiyu also wanted to stay, but Yan Luo forcefully asked her to go back. Watching the movements of the Chaoyang group, Li Wei also communicated with his fellow disciples. Including Li Wei, 5 people were left in the end. The 8 men meditated and recovered on the spot for 3 hours before standing up to divide up the giant snake's assets. Yan Luo said, "The inner elixir belongs to you, the snake skin belongs to me, and we divide the snake meat equally."
How about that?
Li Wei had no objection. He said, "I have already asked for the inner elixir. The snake meat is yours too." Yan Luo waved his hand. "No, just split it equally." Yan Luo kept the snake skin and planned to make some defensive magic weapons in the future. There were many people in the Chaoyang group, and the snake skin was big enough. "Okay, I'll listen to you." As soon as Yan Luo threw the snake meat into the space, it was shared and eaten by Xiaohua and the others. This snake is almost at the Xinwu realm, and there is a lot of demonic power in its body. Xiaohua and the others shared it and all benefited from it, but it needs to be digested slowly. The 8 people packed up their things and continued on their journey. This time, they did not encounter any danger until night, so they rested on the branches for the night. The next morning, they were awakened by noise in the distance. "Is it Sun Jingyang and the others?" Li Wei asked. After asking, Sheng Wan and the others also heard the sound. Yan Luo sighed. "Oh, there's trouble again." As soon as he finished speaking, the distant voice appeared in sight. The figures of Sun Jingyang and Shi Ling were like egrets startled in the early morning, tumbling in the woods. Behind them, there were a dozen monks. As they ran, they threw spells behind them. Behind them, a group of black insects the size of a child's head were chasing them, flapping their wings and buzzing. "Is that a cicada?" Yan Luo suddenly felt unwell. Are the cicadas now so big after mutation? The key is that this is a forest. There should be a lot of cicadas in the forest. Sun Jingyang was concentrating on the flying cicadas when suddenly a fireball flew over his head. He was startled and was about to hide, but then he found that the fireball flew straight over his head. Fortunately, it wasn't Sun Jingyang who was hitting him. When he looked up, he saw Yan Luo and the others on the branches. Oh, that fireball was their support. "Please throw the fireball higher." It hit his hair and made his black hair wavy. With the addition of Yan Luo and 8 others, the situation turned around instantly, and they quickly wiped out those cicadas. Sun Jingyang smiled and said, "Lucky to meet you. But why are there only a few of you left?" Li Wei said, "The casualties were quite severe. Let them wait outside." Sun Jingyang's face was serious. "It's almost the same here. Where there is gain, there is loss. That is the way of nature, and survival of the fittest is only natural." Yan Luo urged, "Let's chat later. Pick up these cicadas. They can be used as medicine." "Oh, immediately." Yan Luo and Li Wei joined the battle late and only got 1/3, while Sun Jingyang and Shi Ling got 2/3. "Now that we have come together, we will naturally go together." The forest was quite large, and after encountering another wave of attacks, they left the forest and came to a wide river. Sun Jingyang walked to the river, scooped up a handful of water, and then with a look of joy on his face, he greeted enthusiastically, "Taoists, come quickly. This is spiritual water. Quickly bottle it." Yan Luo also scooped up a handful of water, put it to her lips, and took a sip. It was indeed spiritual, but it was far inferior to the one in her space. The quality is like the stream water in her space, mixed with ordinary water. However, she did not show any disgust, but followed the crowd and said, "Xiao Feng, Sheng Wan, quickly find the containers we brought and pack more for return." They even got out pots and pans to collect water. A disciple of Unwanted Palace was even more ruthless. He directly took apart the self-heating hot pot and bucket of instant noodles and filled them with water. Yan Feng was not willing to be outdone and filled a plastic bag with water. Everyone is very busy. Yan Luo was pretending to be busy, so she was the only one who noticed the changes in the middle of the river. Ripples suddenly appeared on the 100-meter wide river surface and expanded rapidly. Yan Luo's pupils shrank and he shouted, "Retreat." After saying that, she grabbed Yan Feng with one hand and Sheng Wan with the other and quickly retreated. Although the others didn't know what was happening, they subconsciously stepped back. But they retreated a little late. A huge curtain of water suddenly rose on the surface of the river and swept towards the shore. They were hit by the water curtain and flew backwards and hit the ground. Although Li Wei, Sun Jingyang, and Shi Ling did not fall to the ground, they staggered several steps. What the Hades? Everyone looked toward the river and saw rippling water. The blue sky and white clouds were reflected on the water surface. It was peaceful and there was nothing unusual. If everyone hadn't been soaked, it would be hard to believe that they had just been attacked. This is a bit weird. Sun Jingyang tentatively moved closer to the river. The river was calm the whole time until he touched the water in the river, when a column of water spurted out from the water again. Like a sharp sword, although Sun Jingyang was prepared and ran very fast, he was still drenched from beginning to end. Yan Luo pondered for a moment and said slowly, "It may not want to hurt us, but simply does not want us to enter its territory. In other words, we cannot touch its water." Sun Jingyang raised his eyebrows. "Is this its water?"
Why?
"This river is here. Who can't drink it?" Puff, another stream of water spurted up, accurately soaking him to the bone. The others around him were not splashed at all. "Everyone." Yan Luo smiled unkindly. "Haven't you read the book? Usually, treasures are occupied by powerful beings. Obviously, the thing in the river has occupied the river and regarded it as its own." Sun Jingyang, "Bah, it's too shameless." Puff. Sun Jingyang took another cold shower. "Ah, I'm so annoyed." Sun Jingyang was so angry that he kept scratching his head. "It's so hateful. This thing is so hateful, and it's in the water, and they can't do anything about it. If you want to tame it, you have to go into the water." But once they got into the water, they were unfamiliar with the water, and the opponent was very powerful. That's like delivering it to someone's doorstep to entertain them. Yan Luo felt that if he could avoid fighting, he should do so. The other party did not look like a ferocious beast, so it would be best to subdue the monster with reason. She approached the river tentatively and said as gently as possible, "Friend, we have no other intentions. We just want to cross the river. We don't want to take your water anymore. Can you let us cross the river? Anyway, they have just filled up almost everything that can hold liquids, and even if they were asked to fill up, there would be no more." The water surface was quiet for a moment, but at least Yan Luo didn't get sprayed. Yan Luo continued, "We promise not to take water anymore, just let us pass. You see, if we just pass through, we won't bother you here, but if you don't let us through, we'll starve to death and thirst to death, and we'll still bother you." A ripple appeared on the calm river surface, and a sound came from underwater. "You can go there, but you can't dirty my water." After these words were spoken, everyone, including Yan Luo, froze in shock. This is a child's voice. The focus is not on children, but he could actually speak. The monsters in the Jinwu realm were already difficult to deal with because they had intelligence, could use their brains, and could use magic. What level was this monster that could speak? Everyone saw tension in each other's eyes. Yan Luo pondered over the other person's words and asked, "You don't want us to touch your water? Of course, you humans are very dirty." Everyone. How could there be such an annoying monster that deserves a beating but can't be beaten? Yan Luo asked again, "Then can we row over there?" The other party responded after a while, "No, just come to the river, and I'll take you there." "How to send?" Yan Luo waved at Sun Jingyang and the others. "Come over here." Sun Jingyang was scared by the scolding and hesitated. Everyone else hesitated too. How could a monster help them cross the river? Could it be like the old turtle in Tongtian River in Journey to the West? Although everyone was hesitant, they still went to the river honestly. There was no choice, they had to cross the river. It's better than a fight, which would result in casualties. After they stood up, a tornado arose on the water surface, rolling up a huge column of water. The speed of the water column was so fast that everyone had no time to run, and it rolled them up in the blink of an eye. The water column flew from one bank to the other, and then suddenly turned into ordinary water. The people in the water column fell to the ground with a splash like newly caught fish in a net. They were actually thrown here. Yan Luo used his spiritual power to dry his hair and clothes while secretly guessing the guy's cultivation level. Seeing how easy it is, I'm afraid he's no longer at the Jinwu realm. In her previous life, she had never seen a monster above the Jinwu realm in this secret realm. If there was, it would be troublesome. Fortunately, the one in front of me is not a ferocious beast. Yan Luo said towards the river. Thank you. After saying that, no one dared to stay here any longer and ran away in a hurry. After running far away, everyone felt as if they had survived a disaster. Sun Jingyang asked, "Look at that thing in the river. Is it in the Jinwu realm?" Li Wei shook his head and said seriously, "It should be beyond the Jinwu realm. The Jinwu realm does not have this strength yet." Hearing this, Sun Jingyang raised his eyebrows. "How do you know what the strength of the true martial realm is? Have you ever seen it?"
Li Wei nodded. Yes.
Sun Jingyang looked at Yan Luo, and Yan Luo smiled bitterly and said, "We have encountered a Jinwu realm vicious dog." Even Xiling, who is usually aloof, looked over. "Then, how did you escape?" "Of course, I'm not hoping anything happens to you. I'm just purely curious." Yan Luo smiled and said, "I have some grenades ready." Everyone, okay, he still has grenades on him. Yan Luo is really not an ordinary person. Away from the river is a dilapidated, ruined palace. With a previous experience, everyone did not dare to be careless, and they entered the palace cautiously. This palace has collapsed for a long time and is lifeless, but the smell of decay is very pungent. Perhaps it is because the environment here is poor, so there is not a single life in such a huge palace. Although everyone walked very lightly, dust still flew in their faces wherever they passed. Yan Luo said, "Noah, is there anything in this overturned cabinet?" "Okay." Two people lifted up the cabinet, and there was an alchemy furnace inside. Xiling looked around the alchemy furnace and said regretfully, "It's broken. I can't use it even if I take it back." Yan Luo sighed. "Okay." Everyone did not give up. They searched the ruins twice and finally found a stack of talisman papers, which was the simplest fire talisman. For a sect like Li Wei's, the fire talisman is not of any use for the time being, but they can make comparative studies after they return and draw more advanced fire talismans, or even other talisman papers. After searching the palace, they arrived at the back door of the palace. Before they even went out, they saw a silver color. When I reached the door, the entire silver color came into view. "It's Lu Yin." Yan Luo and Sun Jingyang's eyes were burning at the same time. Liquid silver is an excellent material for forging weapons. It is said that if all liquid silver is used, soft and tough weapons can be forged. Unfortunately, liquid silver was rare in the previous life. Some people added a little liquid silver into the weapons to increase the toughness of the weapons. There is actually a pool full of flowing silver here. The silver pool is right next to the palace entrance. If you want to go out, you have to go over the pool. However, liquid silver is poisonous. No physical contact. Yan Luo threw a piece of cloth into the pool, and the thin cloth instantly sank to the bottom and disappeared. Li Wei said, "This liquid is weird. We'd better step on the pillars above and don't fall in." There is a pointed pillar every half-meter in the pool. It is more like a stick than a pillar. Each one is only as thick as a thumb. With such a small leverage point, you will fall if you are not careful. Xiling said, "We will fly over there on our swords, you guys go slower." Li Wei said, "We can provide support in midair. If anyone is unsteady, they can give them a hand." This was a good idea, and everyone agreed. These sticks test one's balance and lightness, but fortunately everyone is an expert at it. This liquid has a suction effect, and my reaction is much slower. A disciple of Unwanted Palace shared his experience with those who followed. Sun Jingyang followed behind him on his sword. Even he found flying the sword much more difficult than usual. Whoosh, 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 dozens of silver needles as thin as hair suddenly shot out from the silver liquid. The disciple on the stick had no time to dodge and was hit by the silver needles, losing his balance. Sun Jingyang was so busy dodging the silver needles that he failed to catch the disciple. The 150-pound man fell into the flowing silver with one touch. Without a single splash, his body turned into a wisp of green smoke as he entered the water. The silver needles in here cannot be endless, Yan Luo said as he looked at the pool of flowing silver in front of him. Li Wei immediately understood what she meant. Do you want to wait until they are all fired before coming over? A female disciple of the Pure Lotus Sect said, How is this possible? It will only fire when there is a target. Who do you want to be the target? Anyway, we in the Pure Lotus Sect are not that stupid. Xian. Shi Ling glared at her. No one else said anything. Only their Jinglian sect refused. How would other forces view them? Women in troubled times are always seen as delicate and not taken seriously. If they are afraid of death here, how can they cooperate with everyone later? Xian snorted coldly and stopped talking. Yan Luo said, I don't mean to let everyone go up there to be targets. Don't we have anything else that can be put up there to replace people? Yes. Everyone reacted. Passing through the air will not cause the silver needles to be launched. They must fall on the stick. They just need to put the object on the stick to cause contact. That's it. Sun Jingyang, Li Wei, and Shi Ling went to the opposite side and cut down several tree trunks and put them on the sticks. Tap, talk, talk, there was an immediate reaction in the silver pool. Countless silver needles instantly pierced the tree trunk into a hollow sieve. The tree trunk broke into pieces in the blink of an eye and fell into the pool. Phew. If this stabbed someone, everyone would be scared. After 5 attempts, no more silver needles shot out from the pool. Yan Luo was the first to get on the stick and walked over steadily. The people behind followed Yan Luo's steps, and after everyone passed by, they began to discuss how to divide the liquid silver. Although Li Wei and Shi Ling didn't know the use of this thing, Yan Luo and Sun Jingyang knew that if they wanted the flowing silver, they had to give a reasonable reason. Sun Jingyang said, This thing can devour the human body in an instant. It might be of great use. I want to take some back to study it. Yan Luo glanced at Sun Jingyang. Does he know this thing too? Ever since she met Sun Jingyang in this life, she always felt that Sun Jingyang knew a lot of things. Does Unwanted Palace have a profound heritage? But why didn't Qingshan sect have it? Yan Luo was puzzled and said calmly, Then I want some too. Li Wei and Shi Ling looked at each other and said, We want one too. Although liquid silver is as soft as water, it is corrosive, especially to living flesh and blood. So they can't just take it with their hands. Yan Luo had a large stainless steel spoon, and she used it to scoop up the water and pour it directly into the space. She dug a small pool in the space to hold the flowing silver to prevent it from destroying other things. What are you pretending to be? Across the pool, at the palace gate, Chong Lu's big bald head was shining. The hands of the people digging for the silver paused. Why are you here? Chong Lu smiled and said, We entered the secret realm together. What's so strange about us coming here, fellow Taoist Jingyang? You haven't told me what you dug up yet. Sun Jingyang spread his hands and said, I don't know. I just thought they looked strange and wanted to bring some back to show to my seniors. Upon hearing this, Chong Lu revealed a meaningful smile. Not a good thing, they will dig it? It seems that they are not telling the truth. Since this thing is hidden, it must be a good thing. Chong Lu said with a smile, In this case, I will also make some for Master to see. As he said this, he was about to squat down. Xian said, Monk, we figured out how to get this thing. Why do you take it? Hoarding and Zhou Ting also appeared. Hoarding said coldly, The thing is lying here. It has no owner. Of course, whoever sees it should get a share. Xian sneered, You didn't come when this thing was spraying silver needles just now. Now we have cleared all the silver needles. Are you here to steal the fruit? Chong Lu said with a smile. Dao Yu, we were not here just now. If we were here, we would definitely help you. But now, look, we are here. This clearly shows that they want to get a piece of the pie. Yan Luo secretly looked at Chong Lu. This man looked righteous and kind, but he didn't expect that he could do such a thing as stealing. However, One of their teammates just died, so this pool of liquid silver could not be divided among them. Shiyun was so angry that she laughed. She said, "Are today's monks so shameless? Is this how Buddhism is meant to save others and oneself?" Zhou Ting glanced at Chonglu and quickly started to scold. "You are such a petty woman. No wonder the saints said that only villains and women are hard to raise. This thing is placed here, and anyone who sees it should share some." Sun Jingyang glanced at him with amusement. "Why, after not seeing you for a few days, Master Zhou has started to act like a dog for others?" After he finished speaking, Zhou Ting's gaze stabbed at him like a knife, and the look in his eyes seemed to wish he could eat Sun Jingyang alive. But when he saw Yan Luo next to him, he snorted with disdain. For sharp sword lights shot out like lightning. Chong Lu's eyes became stern, and a golden shield blocked Zhou Ting. With a snap, the shield shattered, and the sword light knocked Zhou Ting out. He fell into the crowd and spurted out blood. These 4 attacks came from Yan Feng, Sheng Wan, Li Wei, and Sun Jingyang respectively. Chong Lu alone naturally cannot stop so many people. Yan Feng said angrily, "Be more polite when speaking to my sister next time. If you dare to scold my sister again, don't blame me for beating the dog without considering the owner." Zhou Ting, behind the Zhou family team, Zhou Suyu pinched Hua Qinglong's arm fiercely, leaving a crescent-shaped red mark on his arm. She gritted her teeth and said, "Your ex-wife is really good at pleasing men. So many men are surrounding her. I don't know what's so good about her." Hua Qingling felt pain, but he could only endure it. Is Yan Luo good at pleasing men? But she never tried to please him. It seems that he was too good to her in the past, so she felt that he didn't need to please her. Yan Luo didn't notice the 2 people behind her. As she spoke, she glanced in Zhou Ting's direction intentionally or unintentionally. Hoarding said, "Even though you have many experts, we have more people." Yan Luo smiled. "The gate can only accommodate 5 people abreast. We are guarding this place, and you can't even get out. So what if there are more people?" Hoarding said, "How can you know if you don't try it?" Yan Luo, Li Wei, Sun Jingyang, and Xiling raised their hands at the same time and put up a shield, which blocked the palace gate. As soon as the shield rose, Yan Feng and others began to quickly scoop out the liquid silver in the pool. At the palace gate, Chong Lu, Hoarding, and several others attacked the shield at the same time. Rays of light hit the shield, causing ripples to appear on the shield. But it's not broken at all. It was not until Yan Feng and his companions collected all the silver that Yan Luo and the other 3 let go. Hoarding's face looked grim, and even Chong Lu, who was always smiling, stopped smiling. "My fellow Taoists, the secret realm is so big. Why don't we all unite? Why do we have to make such a fuss? Maybe we can help each other in the future. Haven't you heard that we should leave some time for the future?" Sun Jingyang chuckled, who started it. "You snatched my opportunity and asked me to give it up obediently. Do you think I'm a fool?" As he said this, he glanced at his teammates. "Even if I am a fool, Li Wei and Xiling are not either." He was dragging others into the water, and together with the Qingshan Sect and the Jinglian Sect, they would fight against the Tianma Temple. Yan Luo touched his nose. The Chaoyang group was still too weak and not worthy of being pulled together to attract hatred. Chong Lu looked at Sun Jingyang until Zhou Ting's voice came from behind him. "Fellow Taoist Chong Lu, I'm injured. Please give me a pill." The Zhou family had no storage space, and they didn't find any storage bags here, so the things they found could only be stored in Chong Lu's hands. Chong Lu took out a healing pill from his storage bag with an expressionless face, and Zhou Ting quickly said thank you. Yan Luo and the others received the liquid silver, so they stopped arguing with them and continued walking forward. Chong Lu and Hoarding did not delay any longer. They came out of the empty pit and walked forward. When they got here, they were on the way. Yan Luo and her group consisted of only 20 or so people. Each of them had a storage bag and weapons, and they went into battle lightly. There were more people on Chong Lu's side, more than 100 people, 80 of whom were from the Zhou family. They all carried heavy bags on their shoulders, and in order to keep up with the speed of Tianma Temple and the Nanwu clan, they were exhausted and sweating. Zhou Su followed in the middle of the team and said tiredly, "Qingling, Please carry me on your back. I can't walk anymore. She felt aggrieved, and her eyes were filled with tears. As a young lady, she had never suffered such hardship before. Hu Qingling was depressed. He had never eaten it either. He patiently comforted her. Suyu, can you let the bodyguard carry you? I'm tired too.
Zhou Suyu pouted in dissatisfaction.
But if I let the bodyguard carry me, I will have close contact with him. Won't you be angry? Hu Qingling was very annoyed. It was already such a late hour, and they were still talking about all these unnecessary etiquette. He said, No, as long as you are comfortable, it's fine. Besides, they're just bodyguards. A disciple of the Southern Wu clan in front urged, Hurry up, or you'll be left behind. Hurry up. Hu Qingling quickly called a bodyguard and carried Zhou Suyu onto his back. When she first entered the secret realm, Zhou Suyu thought that Tianma Temple and Nanhua clan relied on their Zhou family. Unexpectedly, she found out she was wrong in less than a day. Tianma Temple and Nanhua clan did not look down on them at all. Afterwards, she became much more obedient and no longer dared to throw tantrums at either side. She could only act in a domineering manner within the Zhou family. What she regretted most now was why she had come to this shabby secret place. It's all Yan Luo's fault. If Yan Luo hadn't been there, she wouldn't have been so worried about Hu Qingling and insisted on following Hu Qingling into the secret realm. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, especially when she saw Yan Luo, Li Wei, and Sun Jingyang chatting and laughing in the front row. Fox spirit. They walked very quickly until dark, when they finally saw the difference. In the sight ahead, there was no longer endless land, but a vast ocean. This should be a huge lake with no end in sight. Under the night sky, the entire lake was inky black, and the waves crashed over it like a beast that was ready to devour everything. It made everyone's scalp tingle. In such an environment, it is not suitable to rush no matter how urgent it is. Yan Luo and the other three discussed and decided to set up camp 50 meters away from the lake, rest for a night, and make plans during the day. Fellow Daoist Chenglu, fellow Daoist Huarong, how about we stay here overnight as well? Zhou Ting asked respectfully. He is really scared. Chenglu smiled and patted his shoulder. Of course. Zhou Ting hurriedly thanked him and returned to the Zhou family's camp. He cursed in his heart, this monk, who always smiles and pretends to be harmless, but in fact he is full of bad intentions. Someone in the Zhou family camp set up a big pot to boil water, while others sat on the ground and ate dry food. Sun Jingyang took a look at the situation over there. His eyes rolled, and suddenly he came up with an idea. He asked quietly, Yan Luo, do you have any hot pot base? Yan Luo raised his eyebrows. What do you want hot pot base for? You don't want to have hot pot, do you? Sun Jingyang blinked. Yan Luo glanced at the opposite side, and suddenly glared at Sun Jingyang. Aren't you afraid of making them jealous? Li Wei heard the conversation between the two and smiled. It's already unpleasant anyway, so what's the harm in eating something? When the young ladies from the Jinglian sect heard about hot pot, they looked at Yan Luo with bright eyes. Seeing more than 20 pairs of eyes on him, Yan Luo was silent for a moment. Why did he feel like they wanted to eat him? You guys boil the water, I'll add the base sauce. 2 pots. 1 for bone soup and 1 for spicy food. Okay. Everyone was so greedy that they were still missing the taste of dumplings from a few days ago. Both pots are very large and each one can be used to cook big pot dishes at weddings and funerals in the countryside. Yan Luo put 5 packets of base ingredients in each pot. As the water boiled, the rich flavor immediately spread out. Before the meat was even served, the person on the other side was already drooling with envy. Under the highlights, Yan Luo and Sheng Wan were opening the bags and putting the meat on plates. Sun Jingyang took the lead and surrounded Yan Luo and Sheng Wan, staring at them eagerly. It's on, the butter pot is boiling. With an excited shout, Sun Jingyang swiftly picked up a plate of mutton rolls and a plate of bamboo shoots and poured them into the pot. Anyone eat pig's trotters? Yan Luo asked. Yes. Yan Luo took 20 pig's trotters, cooked 15 in the beef oil pot and 5 in the bone soup pot. Everyone was busy pouring things into the pot. Xian said, I have some mushrooms picked from the mountain. Put them in to enhance the flavor. Li Ruo joked, it won't be poisonous. Although there were no fresh vegetables, we had collected a lot of wild vegetables in the secret realm in the past 2 days. Some of the wild vegetables tasted good and were cooked in the bone soup pot by Shieling. The boiling water instantly calmed down after adding the meat and vegetables. But soon, the mixed aroma of meat and vegetables wafted out along with the bubbling hot soup. Listening to the sound of the bone soup bubbling and smelling the rich aroma, even the elegant monk Li Wei couldn't help but stand up and add a plate of crispy tripe to the pot. At that time, the people on the opposite side were already dying of hunger. They covered their rumbling stomachs, and the dry food in their hands was cold and hard, and they could hardly swallow it. They stared at the 2 large pots opposite them, drooling, their eyes glowing red, cursing, and thinking helplessly, if I could have a meal like this, it would be worth dying now. From the natural disaster to now, they haven't had a proper meal for half a year, not to mention such a delicious hot pot. Young ladies and young masters like Zhou Yusu can eat normal meals, but in this secret place, they are also greedy because of the atmosphere around them. Zhou Suyu asked Chong Lu and Huorong carefully, my 2 friends, do we have anything delicious here? Zhou Suyu knew that the Zhou family only brought dry food that was easy to carry when they went out, so she could only pin her hopes on Chong Lu and Huorong. Huorong has always looked down on Zhou Suyu, so he said sinisterly, Ms. Zhou, the hot pot and ingredients across the street were all provided by Yan Luo. Yan Luo prepared everything so well before going out. Why don't you learn from him? Haha, you are really not as good at managing the household as Yan Luo. What Zhou Suyu hates most is people saying that she is not as good as Yan Luo. Her flattering smile instantly collapsed, and then she said disdainfully, how can a woman like Yan Luo, who hangs out with men all day and wields swords and knives, be compared with a rich lady like me? Huorong's disdain was revealed in his tone. In that case, Miss Zhou, just eat your meal honestly and don't think about anything else. Zhou Suyu cursed the 2 men in her heart. But he didn't dare say anything and was about to leave angrily. At this moment, Chong Lu said, I have an idea. Maybe everyone here can have hot pot. Hearing this, everyone looked up excitedly. Chong Lu smiled kindly. Mr. Hua is Miss Yan Luo's ex-husband. Why don't we ask for some money? Miss Yan Luo will remember the bond between husband and wife. Maybe we can all benefit from it. After these words were spoken, everyone stared at Hu Qinglang excitedly. Yes, how could I forget such an important person? Didn't everyone say that Yan Luo loved Hu Qinglang so much that she was dying? That's when Hu Qinglang and Zhou Suyu's faces changed.
No.
Zhou Suyu refused outright. Are you kidding? Hu Qinglang and that little witch Yan Luo can't even meet, let alone talk. She said, Master, you monks don't eat meat, so we won't eat this hot pot. Chong Lu smiled and said, we don't eat meat, but we can have hot pot, right? Besides, we in Tianma Temple don't eat meat, so does everyone else not eat meat? A disciple of the Southern Witch clan said meaningfully, you 2 have not done anything for us since you came to the secret realm. It just so happens that now is the chance. Hu Qinglang, Zhou Suyu, and Zhou Ting have been relying on the care of Zhou family bodyguards since they entered the secret realm. When they encountered some dangerous monsters, the Zhou family bodyguards were not as good as those from Tianma Temple and the Nanwu clan, so it was very reasonable for people to say that they had not done anything. In a team, if you have no value and offend other valuable people, you will be abandoned. Both Agnes Chow and Fok Qinglong understand. Zhou Ting said, brother-in-law, just go and take a look across the street. Elder brother. Zhou Suyu was so angry that she stepped forward to block Hu Qinglang. He is my husband. How can I please another woman? Hu Qinglong's eyes were dim. When did he start to please others? He actually needed to please women again, and again just to survive. He clenched his fists tightly. It was as if a god had fallen into the mortal world, covered in dirt but unable to struggle, in pain and suffocating. Suyu, stop messing around. Zhou Ting glared at Zhou Suyu fiercely, then pulled her behind him and whispered viciously in her ear, if I can't serve these people well, I can't protect him. What's more important, life or face? Are you stupid? Zhou Ting loved his younger sister very much, so he spoiled her to the point of lawlessness. He seldom yelled at her, so Zhou Suyu was scared and bit her lip and stopped talking. With a hint of bitterness on his face, Hu Qingling walked slowly towards Yan Luo like a rag doll. The hot pot here is already boiling, and fresh slices of meat occasionally float out of the water like carp and then sink to the bottom of the pot. It's delicious. If I don't die of starvation today, I won't be called Li Ruo. Haha, look at how useless you are. I'm different. I can still have another bowl even if I'm full. The laughter and joy made the Zhou family's eyes bleed. If I had known this, I would have gone to the Sun family. Why should I follow the incompetent Zhou family and suffer? Yan Luo saw the figure coming over, raised his eyebrows slightly and asked with a smile, "Isn't this Mr. Hu? How come you have time to come to our place?" When Yan Feng saw Hu Qingling coming, he immediately put down his bowl and stood beside Yan Luo. He stood there majestically, his upper and lower lips trembling constantly. Hu Qingling saw the mockery in Yan Luo's eyes and felt pain all over his body, but he still took a deep breath and said, "Yan Luo, can you give us some food?" Sun Jingyang was really afraid that Yan Luo's old feelings would rekindle. After all, Yan Luo had gone through fire and water for the Hu family in his previous life. So he quickly stood up and said, "Don't be shameless. Your little wife is over there. Why don't you go and hug your little wife, and your children? Why do you come to our Yan Luo?" He placed extra emphasis on the words little wife. Hu Qingling frowned and Yan Luo glanced at him with amusement. "Is she the kind of crazy fan?" Li Ruo said, "Fellow Taoist Jingyang, don't worry about it. This guy is not as good-looking as my senior brother, and he is a scumbag. With such a good control group like my senior brother, Yan Luo can't fall in love with him even if he likes my senior brother ahem." Li Wei was choked and started coughing violently, his face turning red. Hu Qingling had known for a long time that Li Wei and Sun Jingyang had always been by Yan Luo's side, and he also knew that Yan Luo was trying to please them, but he could only get angry now. If it was before the natural disaster, it would just be a matter of a word. I would close the Qingshan Sect and Unwanted Palace, and all the problems would be solved. Yan Luo, can you give our Zhou family, the Tianma Temple, and the Nanwu clan some food? Hu Qingling repeated. This time he didn't even say it was for him, but for the people from those three forces. Yan Luo smiled, raised her fair arms, tucked the loose hair behind her ears, and said lightly no. Under the light, Yan Luo's skin looked even whiter, like a newborn baby's, and as if it could be blown away. Her cold face made her look like a fairy who was not tainted by the mundane world. Her every move made Hu Qingling breathe faster. If I had known Yan Luo Mei was so beautiful, she seemed even more beautiful after leaving him. He said in a hoarse voice, "Yan Luo, please consider our relationship as husband and wife, and the fact that I have helped your Yan family before. Feel sorry." Yan Luo refused directly. "You don't have any face that can be used with me." Hu Qingling suddenly felt embarrassed. Yan Luo said that he had no face in front of her. He turned and was about to leave, but when he saw Chong Lu's smirking face not far away, he hesitated again. Once you start to hate someone like Chong Lu, it's like he's a poisonous snake that you can't get rid of. He suppressed his annoyance and said with a hint of pleading, "Yan Luo, just think of it as helping me. I will remember your favor this time." Yan Luo sneered in his heart. Remember the favor? I'm afraid that in order to erase his embarrassing moment, he would kill her first. Yan Luo picked up a can of iced cola, put it to his lips and slowly drank a sip, then handed it over and asked leisurely, "Want a drink?" Hu Qinglong's throat rolled, and he pursed his lips. Yan Luo smiled, took the Coke back and put it on the table. "You can eat if you want unless..." Hu Qingling perked up. Yan Luo changed his cold demeanor and said in a gentle voice, "Unless you marry me." Everyone. Yan Feng grabbed Yan Luo's wrist and said anxiously, "Sister, you are crazy." Li Wei held the oil dish with his fingers, raised his head slightly, looked at the girl standing under the light, then smiled and continued eating. Yan Luo pulled his hand out without caring about Yan Feng's mood. Sun Jingyang thought to himself, "See, this woman is good in every way except that she is obsessed with love." Alas, what a pity, she is going to follow in her footsteps. Hua Qinglong's heart was already agitated. She really still likes me. Hua Qingling was about to take a step, but was brought back to reality by Zhou Suyu's voice the next second. Zhou Suyu rushed over like a shrew, pointing at Yan Luo and cursing. Bah, you lowly creature, you are crazy for stealing someone else's husband. Yan Luo spread his hands, looked at Hua Qingling, then looked at the person opposite him, and said helplessly, I'm sorry you want to eat my food. This is my only request, and you can't satisfy it. Then there is nothing I can do. Having said that, she calmly sat back and went back to eat her hot pot. The closer they got, the stronger the aroma became. However, Zhou Suyu was so focused on Yan Luo that she didn't smell the hot pot at all. She pulled Hua Qingling back, walking and cursing, this witch. I knew she was a witch. Shameless. When Hua Qingling heard her swearing, he felt extremely annoyed and subconsciously wanted to shake off her hand. Yan Luo's gentle expression and soft voice have always surrounded his ears. Unless you marry me. She is still waiting for him to come back and marry her. She really does. She loves him so much. Hua Qingling was thinking about it and was pulled back to the Zhou family team by Zhou Suyu. Seeing that Hua Qingling was distracted, she said sternly, Hua Qingling, your father, mother, and your family all live in our Zhou family. Don't have any ideas, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Hua Qingling frowned, and a murderous intent flashed through his mind. Suyu, what are you thinking? I ignored Yan Luo, and I hurried back with you. If I didn't have you in my heart, I wouldn't have come back with you. The Zhou family's bodyguards didn't get to eat the meat, and they had some complaints about Zhou Suyu, but they didn't dare to say anything. The people from Tianma Temple and Nanwu clan don't care about this. Especially the people of the Nanwu tribe, who speak viciously. A man who is good-looking but doesn't make good use of his strengths and has no other abilities has no future. He has no future. Hua Qingling looked unhappy. Zhou Suyu snorted, Qingling has food and drink in our Zhou family. What future do you want? The people of the southern witch tribe burst out laughing. Ha, there's food and drink, ha. What's the difference between that and raising a dog? A dog can also guard the house. Hua Qinglong's face turned pale in an instant. Zhou Suyu wanted to say something, but Zhou Ting glared at her. She looked at the men in black cloaks, who had eaten raw earthworms a few days ago. He tore the earthworm into pieces and stuffed it into his mouth. Even now, the foul fishy smell still made Zhou Suyu feel scared. She was filled with fear for them. Hua Qingling was furious, his eyes fixed on the people who were drinking and singing under the lights not far away. Yan Luo, surrounded by everyone in the crowd, didn't look like a vase that had no ability and could only sit in the back row. He was wrong. He shouldn't have divorced Yan Luo for Dai Qianqian. Especially that Dai Qianqian, she was actually pregnant with his father's child. Hua Qingling gritted his teeth. If he found that witch, he would kill her with his own hands. And the most important thing now is to make Yan Luo change his mind. As long as Yan Luo falls in love with him again, then her family will be able to rise and no longer have to rely on the Zhou family. Sister, is what you told Hua Qingling true? Yan Feng asked worriedly. Yan Luo smiled and said, Of course it's fake. That's great, sister. Why do you say that? Of course it's to sow discord between him and Zhou Suyu. That Zhou Suyu disgusted her all day long, so of course he was killing her with a borrowed knife. Xian took out another 6-pack of Sprite from her storage bag and said, It's not enough, there's more. Oh, by the way, does anyone have milk? My senior sister doesn't like these drinks. Everyone looked at Xiling in disbelief. Eating hot pot and drinking milk? Xiling's face turned slightly red, and he glared at Xi Yun angrily. Yan Luo handed her a pack of milk. I have some here. Sun Zhengyang and Li Wei also gave her some milk. When stocking up, supermarkets have the most milk. As long as it is in a bag, bottle, or can and it won't go bad after being soaked in water, you can dive down and fish it out and drink it. So, everyone has a lot of drinks stocked up on them. There was a lot of meat, but non-essential items like hot pot base and dipping sauce. But without the base and dipping sauce, hot pot would have no taste. So everyone raised their glasses. Thank you, Yan Luo, for giving us a sumptuous dinner. Yan Luo was in a good mood and drank a can of Coke. After eating and drinking, the young people began to clean the house and wash the pots and dishes. Everyone worked while chatting. The atmosphere was lively, and the people sitting opposite them were so jealous that they couldn't sleep. It was daybreak, and in order to hurry on their way, everyone ate some dry food. They walked to the lake, and a magical scene happened. I saw many strange things appearing out of nowhere above the originally empty lake. The most amazing thing is that these things just exist in mid-air, as if they're floating there. In the middle of a very distant lake, there was a pavilion suspended in the air. As the lake was quite far away, they could not see exactly how many floors it had. Yan Luo's breathing trembled slightly. It was in this building that she obtained the Qiankuan Faju on the top floor. Yan Luo pointed at something in the sky and said, "These things lead to the attic in the center of the lake. Since they exist, they are not just for show. I'm afraid it's not that easy for us to get there." Li Wei nodded in agreement. They planned to observe what was happening at the Zhou family's side. Huang took out a small kayak from his storage bag and asked a Zhou family bodyguard to go up and test it first. As a result, the boat sank before the bodyguard even got on board. Yan Luo said, "You can't take the boat. It should be, we need to go up there." Of course, she knew she needed to go up there, but she couldn't say it in advance. The Zhou family is a good example. "I'll go first, you guys be careful." After saying that, she leaped up and landed on a big drum nearest to the lake and landed steadily. Then jumped to the nearest suspended object. Sun Jingyang and Li Wei followed closely behind, and the other disciples also jumped up. On the opposite side, Chong Lu and Huarong reacted and immediately got on the floating object without saying a word. Hua Qingling patted the back of Zhou Siyu's hand and said, "Siyu, it's dangerous up there. Can you wait here for me to come back?" Although Zhou Siyu is at the second level of the gathering spirit realm, she is extremely lazy, has not exercised, does not know any moves, and is timid. She will only be a hindrance if she goes up. Zhou Siyu sneered. "Why, you're leaving me behind so you can rekindle your old relationship with your ex-wife?" Hua Qingling sighed and had no choice but to take her with him. When they set off, Yan Luo was already 100 meters away. Because she was the owner of Qiankuan Faju, she did not hide her strength this time. He used his light body skills to the extreme, and his toes lightly touched the upright sharp knife without leaving any mark on the sole of his shoe. There is a magic circle above the lake. Flying with swords is prohibited, and everyone can only use light body kung fu. Yan Luo's body movements made Li Wei and Shiling's eyes light up. What a fast speed! On the opposite side, Chong Lu and Huarong looked at each other. They thought that the only powerful opponents were Li Wei, Sun Jingyang, and Xiling, but they didn't expect that there was a hidden Yan Luo. "No, we can't let them get ashore first." Huarong's palm condensed into a rocket, which he threw out with a whoosh, heading straight for Yan Luo's back. In mid-air, Yan Luo sensed the sudden high temperature behind him, and he dodged it with a sudden movement. Yan Luo had no intention of fighting back. She didn't want to waste time, so she just kept running forward. After a failed attack, Chong Lu and Huarong gave up and focused all their energy on parkour. At the back of the team, several bodyguards took turns carrying Zhou Siyu. One of the bodyguards lost his balance and fell down. Another bodyguard hurriedly grabbed Zhou Siyu's wrist, and Zhou Siyu was hanging under a piece of wood. Below him, a dark shadow jumped out of the water, opened its mouth wide, and swallowed the bodyguard who fell into the water.
Ah!
Zhou Siyu saw the scene and screamed in fear. "Quick, pull me up." After eating the bodyguard, the black shadow swam under Zhou Siyu. After jumping twice and failing to reach her, it raised its head from the water and looked at her eagerly. Zhou Siyu looked down and saw a black fish with a pointed head that was twice as big as an adult. It had its mouth wide open, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs.
Ah!
She kept screaming, "Hurry up. Are you all just eating free rice?" The bodyguard was also frightened by the man eating fish below. At that moment, he had the idea of not saving Zhou Siyu. If he saved her, he would have to carry her on his back, and carrying her on his back would put him in danger. "Hurry up and save the lady," Zhou Ting shouted on the suspended object in front. The bodyguard quickly pulled Zhou Suyu up. Zhou Suyu cried and said, "I won't leave. Qingling, let's go back." At the front of the crowd was Yan Luo, with Li Wei following closely behind. Yan Luo's figure was like a nimble fox in the woods, jumping up and down in the air, fast and steady. As a woman, she left behind several so-called disciples from major sections. She walked away as if she was just running on flat ground. Everyone present knew that she was not just a vase. Hui Qingling lowered his eyes.
He didn't want a wife like this.
Why should he want a weak and helpless young lady like Zhou Suyu, who only knew how to cry and act like a scoundrel every day? Maybe being the eldest daughter was better in the past, but times have changed. "Qingling, Hui Qingling, take me back quickly. Why are you daydreaming?" Hui Qingling concealed his disdain and soothed him. "Suyu, once we come here, we can't go back. If we go back, Big Brother will have to allocate some people to take care of us, which will not be conducive to Big Brother and his team to collect supplies." Zhou Ting also said, "Yes, sister, don't be afraid. You have bodyguards with you. They will protect you." Zhou Suyu really regretted it. Why did she come to this shabby place? Now her brother doesn't love her, and her husband doesn't love her. She cried and said, "Just wait. I will go back and complain to my parents that you abused me." Zhou Ting didn't care, as the head of the Zhou family wouldn't do anything to him. However, Hui Qinglong's eyes turned cold. All right, stop making trouble, sister. You guys, take good care of the lady." There was another sound of someone falling into the water, and the smell of human flesh attracted all the piranhas in the lake. They swam around excitedly below, occasionally jumping out of the water to see if they could reach one or two people. Zhou Suyu's legs were shaking with fear. Yan Luoka didn't care about the piranhas below. She just focused on sprinting forward. The closer you get to the attic, the farther the distance between the suspended objects becomes, until eventually the suspended objects begin to move. Yan Luo was not panicked at all, and soon she was the first to reach the shore. After getting ashore, she didn't stop and went straight into the pavilion. When he came here for the second time, Yan Luo already knew almost everything inside. There are formations on each floor. If you want to enter the next floor, you have to pass them one by one. The top floor is the 6th floor, where Yan Luo is going. Someone in the Zhou family team was shocked. What a fast speed. Someone has already come ashore. You know why you don't hurry up? Are you waiting to be scolded? When Hui Qingling saw Yan Luo was the first to come ashore, his eyes were filled with heat. The bodyguard felt a sharp pain in his shoulder and couldn't help cursing in his heart. What a lousy young lady. Just throw her down to feed the fishes. When Chong Lu and Huarong saw Yan Luo enter the pavilion, Li Wei and Sun Jingyang also went ashore, and even Xiling flew up. Their faces turned ugly, and they each used their best skills. Chong Lu threw the Buddhist beads into the air in front of him. He used the beads to gain leverage and quickly got ashore. The Buddhist beads then returned to his sleeve. After entering the building, he was quickly surrounded by fog. When he turned around to call Huarong, he found that there was no one around him, only thick fog that stretched to the horizon, and the visibility was less than 3 meters. At this time, Yan Luo had already skillfully passed the first level and reached a secret room. Bonus room. The first person to reach the secret room will choose a prize in the first class room and can choose 3 items. There are 3 reward rooms in total, and Yan Luo went to the first class room. There are 6 treasures displayed on the cabinet in the room, each of which is a magical tool. Yan Luo took a look and quickly picked out 3 items, a piece of armor, a breastplate, and a dagger. After choosing, she went upstairs. From the first floor upwards, the difficulty of each level gradually increases, and the rewards for those who pass the level become richer and richer. On the second floor, Yan Luo got 3 bottles of pills. The elixirs they obtained in the secret realm were all first-grade elixirs, while the elixirs here were second-grade, and their quality was raised to a higher level. On the 3rd floor, in the reward room, there are various prescriptions, along with a single dose of medicinal materials. Yan Luo took the prescription for cleansing the essence and marrow without hesitation and put the necessary herbs into the space. If these herbs could still regenerate, he hoped that a lot of them could be grown in the space. The reward room on the 4th floor is filled with magical swords of uniform design. As the first place winner, Yan Luo is rewarded with 50 swords. Yan Luo was very satisfied with this reward. With these long swords, their Chaoyang group would no longer be short of weapons. With weapons, the combat effectiveness of the entire team would be improved, and their safety would also be guaranteed. On the 5th floor, there are 6 treasures in the first-class reward room on the 5th floor. Yan Luo's breathing became hot. This is a treasure. In the previous life, the most common items for monks were magical weapons, and some monks could collect materials and refine magical weapons by themselves. But it's different with treasure weapons. They need to be refined by high-level cultivators. Treasure weapons already have a hint of intelligence, and they cooperate more tacitly with their owners, and their power is also greater. Yan Luo is currently using a precious long sword, and it is the only one she has. Yan Luo went back and forth, and finally chose a piece of armor for Yan Feng, a sword for Xu Tianxiu, and a sword for Baiyu. It's not that she doesn't want to choose for herself, it's just that she really doesn't like this thing. Unlike Yan Luo, who passed the levels alone, the others suffered a lot in the levels. Zhou Suyu didn't expect to be separated from Hu Qingling as soon as she entered the pavilion. Not only Hu Qingling, but also the bodyguards disappeared. She was alone in the fog, calling out Hu Qingling and Zhou Ting's names, but unfortunately no one responded. She was running around like a headless chicken. Just at this moment, a disciple of the Nanhua tribe came out of the fog. He was injured and covered his shoulder. When he turned the corner, he saw Zhou Suyu. Zhou Suyu also saw him, and she hurriedly asked, "Have you seen my brother and husband?" The disciples of the Southern Witch clan looked around and made sure that there was no one here, and a surge of evil fire rose up in their hearts. There are many women in Yan Luo's team, but unfortunately, they are all very strong. There is only one woman in Zhou's team, and she's an annoying one. But he curled the corners of his mouth, thinking that this annoying guy was really not bad. He approached slowly, with a sinister smile on his face. "Your brother didn't see it, but I saw your husband." The other person was wearing a cloak. Zhou Suyu did not notice his expression, and asked in surprise, "Really? Where is he?" "It's right here." Zhou Suyu was stunned, and then she saw the black shadow in front of her pounce on her like a bat, pressing her shoulders tightly. "Little beauty, I am your husband." "Oh no, I will only be your husband for half a day." Zhou Suyu was terrified. She struggled hard to run away, shouting, "I'm the daughter of the Zhou family. How dare you? I'll let my brother and my father kill you." The man sneered disdainfully. "The Zhou family is nothing but fools doing hard labor for us. We've done the hard labor. Why don't we do something else?" Ha 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 ha. Zhou Suyu was still struggling, and the man turned her over and pressed her against the tree. He pulled his skirt down and lifted his cloak with his big hands, and the weapon of crime immediately popped out. No matter how much Zhou Suyu called, no one came. Maybe no one really heard it, or maybe someone heard it but didn't want to get into trouble. 3 minutes later, the man tied his cloak again and disappeared in a hurry. Zhou Suyu was thrown to the ground like a rag doll. She didn't even see the man's face clearly. Her heart was filled with hatred. On the 6th floor, after Yan Luo broke the formation, what appeared before his eyes was not the reward room, but a green mechanical bird. This little bird was created using puppetry from ancient times. It looks very lifelike, and the most important thing is that as soon as it opens its mouth, it starts speaking human language. "Human, are you surprised to see me?" Yan Luo opened his mouth. "Why is it you? Isn't there a reward?" The bird spoke mechanically. "My master asked me to wait here. I have a question for you. If you answer it correctly, you will get a reward." Yan Luo was confused. When she came to the 6th floor in her previous life, she had never seen this little bird and went straight into the reward room. Why is this life different? Could it be that it increases the difficulty for the reborn? What if I give the wrong answer? "No reward." Yan Luo. "Okay, then you ask." The mechanical bird said, "Are you practicing the Qian Koan Wan Fa Ju?" Yan Luo suppressed his doubts and said no. The mechanical bird continued, "Then do you have the Qian Koan Wan Fa Ju in your hand?" Yan Luo. She looked up and down carefully at the bird opposite her. No matter how lifelike it was just a robot bird. Probably no brains. Yan Luo directly expressed his doubts. "Isn't the Qiankuan Wan Fa Ju your technique? Why are you asking me? Congratulations, you got it right, Yan Luo." She pursed her lips tightly and stared at the bird with 1,000 doubts. The bird said nothing, but followed the instructions step by step. The rewards for the correct answer are a flowing fairy skirt and a mountain guarding secret treasure. Flowing fairy skirt? The secret treasure of the mountain? It sounds so high-end, but she didn't have these two things in her previous life. "Don't you have the skills?" The mechanical bird asked back mechanically like a robot. Its words made Yan Luo instantly alert. Did it really know that the technique was in her hands, or did it deliberately say that to trick her? "Don't panic," the mechanical bird said emotionlessly as if reciting a book. "The master said that only you have the skills. No one else has them. Since the inheritance has been given to you, it will not be given to others." Yan Luo breathed a sigh of relief, and the bird continued. "The inheritance of Fuguang Palace is now handed over to you." Fuguang Palace? After the mechanical bird finished speaking, there was a puff sound from inside, and its body exploded from the inside, turning into pieces all over the ground. Yan Luo thought it was a trap, and subconsciously took a step back. After a while, the fragments were still fragments. Yan Luo frowned, and went forward to check. This little bird is really broken. In this way, no one would know that she had the Qian Kuan Wan Fa Ju. Yan Luo paused and suddenly remembered the key point. "Where are my flowing fairy skirt and the mountain guarding secret treasure? You haven't left your things behind yet? Are you dead?" She stared at the empty room in silence. Fortunately, at this moment, a secret compartment popped out in the room. Yan Luo stepped forward to open the secret compartment and saw a white gauze skirt lying inside. She took the skirt out and was immediately attracted by its beauty. This is a long skirt with a slanted collar. The white gauze is thin but not transparent. It is impossible to tell what material it is made of, but it is invulnerable to swords and guns. There is a glittering light on the long skirt, and it will be even more beautiful under the sunlight. This is the flowing light fairy skirt, right? Yan Luo was delighted, as she was worried about not having a suitable defensive weapon. She intended to put the skirt on to see if it fit her, but the skirt just wouldn't fit on. It flew all over the room and wouldn't fit on her. Yan Luo said angrily, "No matter how good a thing is, it's useless if you can't use it." The fairy skirt swayed in the air due to Yan Luo's anger.
Can you still understand?
"Do you understand?" Yan Luo suddenly opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, "You are a spiritual weapon?" The fairy skirt stopped swaying and fell quietly into the grid, returning to its original appearance. Yan Luo was excited. This is a spiritual weapon. A spiritual weapon is spiritual, and it needs to be sincerely recognized by the master before it can be used. Moreover, if the cultivation is too low, it cannot withstand the power of the spiritual weapon itself, so it cannot be used. In her previous life, no one in the entire Yenling continent had ever heard of anyone owning a spiritual weapon. But now, she has won. Yan Luo rubbed his hands excitedly, put the fairy skirt into the space like a thief, and carefully placed it on the table in the cabin. The flowing fairy skirt is a spiritual weapon, but what about the secret treasure that guards the mountain? Yan Luo searched the room again and again with great anticipation, but there was nothing in the entire room, and he couldn't find a second thing at all. She complained, "This guy is lying. There is no such thing as a mountain guarding secret treasure. Forget it, if I don't have it, then I don't have it." Getting a flowing fairy dress is a pleasant surprise. Yan Luo left the room contentedly. Outside the room was the reward room. As soon as Yan Luo came out, the room disappeared, as if everything that happened just now was an illusion. In the reward room, Yan Luo can still get the 3 first-place rewards. It's just that Qian Koan Wan Fa Ju is no longer in it. She took a book called The Creations of Nature, a book called Alchemy, and a book called Yin Yang and 8 Trigrams. With these skills, The Chaoyong group can forge their own weapons, refine their elixirs, and set up their own battle formations. After touring the entire pavilion, Yanluo thought about it and did not rush out, but entered the space. If she goes out now, everyone will know that she is the first one to break the formation. After entering the space, Yan Bao trotted over from a distance and threw himself into Yanluo's arms. Yanluo didn't stand firmly and fell backwards. Yan Bao climbed on top of her, rubbing his big head against her. Yanluo grabbed its ears with both hands and rubbed them back and forth. "Xiao Yan Bao, have you gotten into trouble?" Yan Bao nudged Yanluo's neck with his head, then leaned to the side, fell to the ground, turned over and leaned his back tightly against Yanluo. Yanluo was stunned for a moment, and it took him a long time to react. "You want me to hold you in my arms while you sleep?" Yanluo felt a little bit amused and helpless for a moment. She seldom appeared in the space these days, and this guy even started to act like a spoiled child. "It looks like it must be a female." Yanluo just lay on the grass and hugged it for a while, soothing its young heart. After Yan Bao had stayed in his arms for long enough, he climbed up and ran up the mountain with Yanluo. Ever since a mountain appeared in the space, Yanluo has never had time to go up and take a look. When I followed Yan Bao up the mountain, I found that there was a bamboo forest on the mountain. Yan Bao had eaten a lot of fresh bamboo shoots in the past few days. Apart from the bamboo forest, most of the area is dense woods. There are some wild fruits and vegetables on the mountain, but unfortunately, there are delicious fruits grown in the space, and Yanluo and Yan Bao don't like these wild fruits. Yanluo walked around the mountain and found that it was very pristine, just like a primeval forest, with no signs of human movement. There are many wild medicinal herbs on the mountain. It's strange. Why are there only herbs of young years and no herbs of old years? Logically speaking, there should be many thousand-year-old medicinal herbs on this mountain since there are no traces of human beings. She glanced at Yan Bao and suddenly realized, could it be that it was picked and eaten by space? Yanluo felt that she must have discovered the truth. Sure enough, she even saw the holes where plants had grown but had been dug out with their roots. Foodies. They're all foodies. After the space evolved, the environment became unstable, causing Yanluo to feel dizzy. However, after the space was replenished with a large amount of spiritual medicines, the environment stabilized and Yanluo no longer felt uncomfortable. She caught a pheasant on the mountain and threw it to Aunt Chun. "Make chicken soup tonight." "Okay." Nui mechanically took the chicken and plucked it. Aunt Chun went to the vegetable garden to pick fresh vegetables. The little flower twisted its body and popped its head out. "Master, can I go for a walk in the mountains?" Yanluo said, "You can go, but please don't endanger the animals on my mountain." Xiaohua laughed and said, "I'm not a glutton." Yanluo rolled his eyes at her with disdain. "You are not as good as a glutton." Xiaohua. She climbed up the mountain in a winding manner as if she was having fun, raising a cloud of dust on the ground. The air was filled with the sound of friction. For dinner, Aunt Chun made ginseng pheasant soup, braised spare ribs, fried cod strips, cumin beef cubes, stir-fried yam, and spicy stir-fried potato shreds. Aunt Chun didn't sit at the table. She and Xiaoxue ate at the wooden table outside the door. Nui has to wait until everyone has finished eating and cleaned up before he can eat. Only Yanluo and Yan Bao sat at the table to eat. Yan Bao had his own seat. Yanluo put a little bit of each dish in front of him, and he picked them up with his paws and ate them. After eating for a while, he got bored and stuck his big head into the food bowl. After shaking his head for a while, the bowl was empty. Yanluo gave it a bath before allowing it to go to bed. Yan Bao was so happy to see Yanluo sleeping here tonight that he ran around the room and finally got into the bed to warm the bed for Yanluo. Yanluo stayed in the space for 2 days and finally saw someone coming up to the 6th floor. On the 6th floor, one had to collect a bottle of dew on the moving wooden stakes. Li Wei was the first to come up. It took him 5 hours to collect enough dew, and then he went to the reward room. After Li Wei entered the reward room, he found that he was the second place. He lowered his eyes, as if wondering who would be the first. After a moment, he left the pavilion. Then Sun Jingyang, Shi Ling, and Chong Lu arrived at the 6th floor at the same time. They fought while scrambling for the dew beads. Finally, Sun Xingyang and Shi Ling joined forces to force Chong Lu back, and the two entered the reward room together. Yan Luo waited in the space. Only when almost everyone had left did she come out and prepare to leave the pavilion. Just at this moment, some people came up to the lobby on the 6th floor, including Zhou Siyu. Zhou Siyu saw Yan Luo at a glance. When she saw Yan Luo was about to leave, she knew that she had passed the 6th level. She suddenly became jealous.
Why?
Why can she pass by herself? Seeing that Yan Luo was alone, she took a few quick steps to block Yan Luo's way. Hey, what treasure did you get upstairs? Hand it over. Yan Luo looked at her with a half-smile. Did I hear you right, miss? You want me to hand over the things?
Zhou Suyu frowned.
Why, you don't want to hand it in. Behind Zhou Suyu were 10 bodyguards from the Zhou family, a disciple from the Tianma Temple, and 2 disciples from the Nanhua tribe. They also didn't expect Zhou Suyu to suddenly go and rob Yan Luo. They can't beat Yan Luo at all. Yan Luo glanced at the people behind her and then joked, Did you ask them if you wanted to rob me? Zhou Suyu said as a matter of course, I am the master, and they are the servants. They listen to whatever I say. Oh, Yan Luo asked them in a long voice. So what do you think, Miss Zhou's servants? The disciples of Tianma Temple and Nanwu clan immediately retreated and went inside to collect dewdrops. Before leaving, he clasped his fists with Yan Luo and said, We are not from the Zhou family. When Zhou Suyu saw the 3 men leave, she couldn't help cursing in her heart. Yan Luo looked Zhou Suyu up and down and asked curiously, Ms. Zhou, you're a lady after all. Why do you make yourself so slovenly? Your husband will be disgusted when he sees you. When Zhou Suyu was told that she looked sloppy, she tugged at her skirt in panic. This Yan Luo, I wonder if she can see anything. Seeing that she was distracted, Yan Luo turned around and went downstairs. Zhou Suyu's voice came from behind. As long as you give me what you got, I will let my husband say a few words to you and tell him not to hate you any more. A smile of disdain appeared on the corner of Yan Luo's mouth. This Zhou Suyu is too well protected. He must be a fool. She went downstairs. Those who had gone downstairs before were meditating and resting downstairs to replenish their spiritual and physical strength. Yan Feng and Sheng Wan were both inside. When they saw Yan Luo, they couldn't help but show surprised expressions. Wasn't Yan Luo the first one to enter the building? Why is he coming out now? I think Yan Luo is just good at running fast. He doesn't have any other abilities. That's true. Once you enter the building and pass the checkpoints, you need real skills. What's the point of running fast if you can't pass the checkpoints? Seeing the contempt in their eyes, Yan Luo ignored them. She had come out late on purpose. Being famous is not important. Being inconspicuous is the most important thing. Sister, how are you? Are you not hurt in the building? Yan Feng and Sheng Wan ran up and asked. Yan Luo shook his head and pulled the 2 of them to an empty corner. What about you 2? Is everything okay? Yan Feng shook his head and said, I met Sister Sheng on the 3rd floor, and we left together. As a partnership, the 2 of them are quite capable. Yan Feng said with a smile, Sister, I have reached the 4th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm in the building, and Sister Sheng has also reached the 3rd level.
Good.
Yan Luo patted both of them on the shoulders. They said it was easy, but in fact, the 2 of them must have encountered difficulties in breaking through in the building. Under pressure, they forced a breakthrough. But since they didn't say anything, Yan Luo didn't ask. The 3 of them walked up to Li Wei and Sun Jingyang, and Yan Luo said, We, the Chaoyang group, will leave on our own later. Please take care of yourselves. Li Wei raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Yan Luo to ask to leave. He said, with more people, we can help each other. There are only 3 of you. I'm afraid you might be in danger. Yan Luo smiled and said, Thank you for your concern, Brother Li Wei, but we have other things to do, so we won't bother you anymore. Seeing that she was determined to leave, Sun Jingyang did not stop her, but only reminded her to be careful. So, Yan Luo and the other 2 jumped onto the floating object in the air and left in jumps. Sun Jingyang looked at Yan Luo's back and suddenly asked Li Wei, Daoyu Li Wei, you were the only one outside when I came out. Are you really the first place? Li Weiminchen rubbed his fingers in his sleeves for a few times without answering. In the building, Hu Qingling ran into Zhou Suyu. Zhou Suyu immediately cried like a child and threw herself into Hu Qinglong's arms, asking him why he came so late. Hu Qingling was also very annoyed, but he didn't say anything and just patted Zhou Suyu on the back. Zhou Suyu didn't notice his abnormality, wiped the tears from her face and said, "Let's go downstairs together."
Good.
The two men brought a total of more than a dozen bodyguards. When they passed the 4th floor, a group of wild dogs suddenly chased them. The dozen bodyguards stayed behind, and Hu Qingling pulled Zhou Suyu and ran downstairs. Zhou Suyu ran for a while and then fell to the ground. "Qingling, I can't run anymore. Please carry me on your back." Hu Qingling gritted his teeth. It's a chaotic time now. Everyone is running away, but she still feels tired. "Suyu, hold on a little longer. It's very dangerous here. We should not stay." Zhou Suyu suddenly became angry. "I know it's dangerous here. I didn't say to stop. I asked you to carry me on your back, so if you carry me and run, it won't waste time." Hu Qingling was already angry. "Suyu, I'm tired too, and I'm injured. What's wrong with a grown man like you getting hurt? Have you forgotten the promise you made to my father when you married me that you would never make me suffer no matter how much hardship you endure? Suyu, but if I carry you on my back, neither of us can run." Zhou Suyu looked annoyed and cursed. "Have you changed your mind again after seeing Yan Luo? You used to be so nice to me, but now you won't even satisfy my request. You must have changed your mind," she said angrily. "Hu Qingling, if you dare to change your mind towards me, I will kill everyone in your family." Hu Qinglong's hair stood on end. He looked at the woman intently. She was slovenly and proud, and deep in her eyes, there was even contempt for herself. After Yan Luo and the other two left, Yan Luo went to a cave according to his memory. I don't know if it was Yan Luo's illusion, but on their way out of the lake, the fish monsters in the water did not come out to attack. Yan Feng couldn't help but mutter, "They won't sleep, will they?" Sheng Wan rolled her eyes at him. "Wouldn't it be better if you didn't come out? Do you still want them to bite you?" Yan Feng chuckled twice and stopped talking. "We left the lake peacefully but ran into a group of people head-on." Yan Luo looked up and was slightly stunned. "I didn't expect to see an acquaintance again. Is it you?" The leader on the opposite side spoke first. "Why are you here? Is there anything else in the lake?" Yan Luo answered honestly. "People from Tianma Temple, Nanwu Clan, Qingshan Sect, Yuanhe Palace, and the Zhou family of Qingliang Mountain were all inside. When we left, they had already come out of the attic." Hearing that there were so many forces, Fang Yanhe showed regret. "It seems that the treasures inside have also been taken away by them." "That's right, the people who came were from the Shangyang city military. More than 100 people came, led by Fang Yanhe." Yan Luo didn't expect that after she took away the military supplies, the military, which had been severely damaged, would recover so quickly. "They all look armed and in good spirits. He is indeed a well-trained soldier," Yan Luo said. "If there is nothing else, we will leave first." As they spoke, the three of them passed by the military. When they passed each other, Chu Yunling looked at Sheng Wan as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Sheng Wan also saw him, but didn't even glance at him. Chu Yunling hesitated for a moment, then turned around and chased after her. "Sheng Wan, how are you doing recently?" Yan Luo glanced at the two of them. She had an impression of Chu Yunling. He was the one who took the lead when they came to plunder supplies from Huayuan community. "I'm fine," Sheng Wan said. "As long as I'm not with you, I'm happy both physically and mentally." Chu Yunling smiled bitterly and explained, "Zhu Ziyuan has been stripped of his qualifications. Now the military in Shangyang City is under the control of Captain Fang. Captain Fang is different from those people." Chu Yunling still wanted to persuade Sheng Wan to return to the military. Yan Feng saw it, so he stepped forward and asked Sister Sheng, "Do you know each other?" Sheng Wan said expressionlessly, "We were comrades in arms." She looked at Chu Yunling and said seriously, "Since I'm leaving, I won't go back. I wish you all the best." After saying that, she took Yan Luo and Yan Feng and left. Chu Yunling had no choice but to return to Fang Yanhe. Fang Yanhe joked, "Is this the girl you fell in love with in the special forces?" Fsk Chu Yunling touched his nose and said awkwardly, "Don't make fun of me. Can't you see that no one cares about me?" Alas, she was excellent in all the assessments in the team, but unfortunately she was snatched away by someone else when she was evaluated for military rank, and she left in a rage. Fong Yunhe was silent. There were indeed many people with connections in the army. They had average abilities, but they were promoted smoothly. But is this a situation that only happens in the military? Fong Yunhe turned around and took a look at the situation in the center of the lake, then looked at Yan Luo and the others who had already gone far away. At that moment, he said decisively, "We're not going to the center of the lake." Yan Luo walked very fast. She knew that the military personnel would definitely not go to the island again. She was afraid that these people would catch up with her, so she walked non-stop, making Yan Feng and Sheng Wan very tired. After walking for 2 hours, they entered a small valley. There was a formation at the entrance of the valley, and Yan Luo broke it skillfully. Yan Feng said, "You're so awesome, sis." Yan Luo had broken this formation in his previous life, and later he studied the formation for a period of time, so he naturally became proficient in it. They entered the valley. The valley was filled with green grass, singing birds and fragrant flowers. A stream flowed through it, and the fresh and fragrant grass smell made the three of them take a deep breath. I went upstream along the stream, stepping on the grass under my feet, and my shoes were stained with dew. Yan Feng scooped up a handful of water from the stream and said happily, "Come and taste it. It tastes better than the spring water that Li Wei gave us." Sheng Wan became interested and hurried forward to take a sip. "It's really sweet." Alas, our things have already filled up with water at the river. If we had known, we should have left some out. Yan Luo smiled and said, "No hurry, let's go treasure hunting first, and then we can get some water after we come back." "All right. Anyway, the stream can't run away here." Walking upstream to the foot of the mountain, a dark gate suddenly appeared. Yan Luo walked forward and pushed the door, which slowly opened with a heavy rumbling sound. A desolate atmosphere emanated from inside. Immediately afterwards, a barrage of arrows rushed towards the door like meteors. Yan Luo clasped his hands in front of his chest, and a white shield protected all three of them. The arrow fluttered for a minute before it stopped. Yan Luo said, "Let's go. Be careful inside." Yan Feng held a silver spear in his hand, and Sheng Wan also held a whip in his hand. After entering the door, there are stairs leading to the underground. After someone came in, the candles on both sides of the stairs suddenly lit up by themselves strangely. Yan Feng felt that this place was very eerie, and he clenched the gun tightly. Whoosh! A yellow light flashed past quickly. Yan Feng was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He blocked it with the silver spear in his hand, and the light hit the opposite wall. "That flame can still fly." As soon as he finished speaking, flames from both sides shot out like bullets. In an instant, the small staircase was covered with yellow flowers, and the flames, whipped by weapons, rained down stars of fire. The three of them put up shields around themselves, but the flames were so hot that even with the shields, they were still roasted and sweating all over. Yan Luo led the two of them down the stairs quickly. After walking up more than 100 steps, they finally got out of the passage. The flames suddenly stopped, and it became dark all around again. Yan Luo took out an exploration flashlight from the space and gave one to Yan Feng and Sheng Wan respectively. Everyone tied the flashlight on their heads. Yan Feng burst out laughing. "We look like tomb robbers, so this can't really be an ancient tomb, right? In the TV series, there are zombies in the ancient tombs." Sheng Wan touched the corner of her shirt, which had been burned by the flames and had scalded her flesh, leaving it pink. She endured the pain and followed Yan Luo closely. When she heard Yan Feng muttering, she said, "Stop talking nonsense. There is still a passage underground, but it is much more spacious than the stairs. 3 people can walk side by side. The roof is 5 meters high, and the walls around are engraved with ancient patterns." Sheng Wan walked and said, "The things carved on the wall look familiar." Hearing this, Yan Luo also looked over. When she saw this, she was surprised. This is a sword technique derived from the Qianquan Wanfa Ju. When she came here in her previous life, she was injured all over her body, so she didn't pay attention to the things on the wall. She actually missed such a good thing. You two should remember this quickly and don't miss it. Yan Feng and Sheng Wan were both smart. After studying for a while, they memorized every word on the wall. The derived sword technique is a companion move to the martial arts. It cannot be practiced without the martial arts. Even if it is practiced, it will not be able to exert much power, so Yan Luo did not erase the traces on the wall. They continued to walk inside. Stop. Yan Luo's figure suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Sheng Wan made a hushing gesture. Although her cultivation level was one level lower than Yan Feng's, she had been a special forces soldier for several years and had never fallen behind in training, which made her several times more alert than Yan Feng. Were the sounds of heavy footsteps approaching. Step by step. It sounded slow, but in the blink of an eye, a tall robot appeared before their eyes. No wonder this room is so high. If it weren't so high, it wouldn't be able to accommodate such a tall robot. This is a puppet. What is a puppet? Puppetry is a secret technique of the ancient cultivation world. It is made of a variety of materials, and the puppets finally may have very powerful abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, the puppet in front chopped over with a big knife. The three of them retreated together, and the big swords hit the ground. The puppet missed the first attack and immediately attacked with a second attack. The speed was fast and the force was strong, forcing the three people to retreat again and again. Under the continuous attacks of the puppets, the three were separated. Yan Luo flew into the air, tapped the wall with his toes, and flew towards the puppet, slashing the puppet's neck with his sword. Dong the puppet actually reacted, swung its right arm backwards, and collided with Yan Luo's sword. A dazzling spark burst out from the darkness. Yan Luo quickly retreated and attacked again. In front, Yan Feng swung his silver spear, and the tip of the spear was filled with purple lightning. The silver spear and the purple electricity were waving like breaking through the wind. The intense electric current caused the puppet's body to tremble. Sheng Wan took the opportunity to swing the whip and entangled the puppet's arm. She stepped aside and circled around a pillar twice. She kicked the pillar with one foot, leaned her body, and pulled back hard. The puppet's huge body stopped. But the next second, it struggled, bent its legs, and tried to break free. Yan Luo and Yan Feng, one in front and one behind, stabbed the puppet's neck at the same time. Spears and swords flew out alternately, but the expected damage to the puppet did not occur. Its head rolled on the ground, but its body was still extremely flexible. It raised its arms and pulled hard, and the pillars in the hall fell to the ground. At the same time, the passage began to shake and huge rocks above kept falling. Sheng Wan was dragged forward 5 or 6 meters by the pillar, and her elbow rubbed the ground, leaving a trail of blood. Yan Luo and Yan Feng were knocked away by the puppet's waving arms. Yan Feng hit a falling rock with a bang, then bounced back and fell to the ground. Yan Luo drew out her sword a second before being hit and placed it against the puppet's sword. After being knocked away, she touched the wall with her toes and quickly flew back. The puppet's weakness is not in its neck. In the palm of my hand. She dodged the falling rocks like a cunning fish and appeared behind the puppet. I can't stab it from the front, but the back of my hand will work. She stabbed the puppet's shoulder with a sword, and the puppet tilted its body to avoid the attack. However, a sword appeared silently in Yan Luo's other hand, and as soon as the sword appeared, it pierced the back of the puppet's other hand. Pierced through its palm. The puppet's huge body trembled violently twice. Yan Luo thought it was going to attack again, so he quickly flew back. The two swords were crossed and held horizontally in front of the body. However, the puppet shook twice and then fell to the ground with a bang. At this time, the room had already shown signs of collapse. Yan Luo had no time to think about anything else. After throwing the puppet into the space, he grabbed Yan Feng with his left hand and Sheng Wan with his right hand and rushed out like the wind. Behind him, the huge rocks on the roof fell faster, and the passage collapsed with a loud bang, splashing dust all over the ground. Yan Luo was still frightened. If they were a second late, they would have been smashed into fresh mincemeat. Are you two okay? Yan Luo asked the two of them. Sheng Wan said, My injury is external and can be cured with some medicine. But Yan Feng, he should have suffered internal injuries. Yan Feng said firmly, "It's okay. It just shook my meridians." No damage. As he spoke, he felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Yan Luo." Yan Feng smiled embarrassedly. Sheng Wan said, "You should stop talking and take the pill first." Yan Luo gave Yan Feng a healing pill, applied medicine on Sheng Wan's arm, and then gave each of them a cup of Lingxi water from the space. Yan Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes and said, "Sister, your water is better than the stream water outside just now." As soon as he drank the glass of water, a warm current flowed through his body, nourishing his meridians and reducing the pain in his body. It's amazing that water can heal wounds. "Sister, are you the first in that pavilion?" Although Yan Luo came out late, others thought that Yan Luo was late in passing the test, but Yan Feng and Sheng Wan did not think so. Yan Luo smiled and admitted yes. She has good things in her hands. If she wants to have a reasonable way to let these good things see the light of day, that is to push them into the secret realm rewards. Only in this way will others not doubt. Even though Yan Feng is a relative, she still cannot tell him about her god-level space for the time being. "Wow, I told you my sister's the best. How could she come out so late?" "Sister, you are the first place. You must have got a lot of good things, right?" Yan Feng regretted it as soon as he asked the question. He seemed to have crossed the line. Yan Luo didn't take it seriously. She said, "I got a few treasures, dozens of magic weapons, a lot of elixirs, and some skills." Yan Feng and Sheng Wan's eyes lit up. "You deserve to be the first place, with so many rewards." Yan Luo originally intended to give these things to the disciples of the Chaoyang group, so she did not hide them from the two of them. "All right, you two should heal your wounds quickly and continue on your journey." Yan Feng and Sheng Wan stopped talking, sat cross-legged, and healed their wounds obediently. Yan Luo placed 4 spirit stones next to each of them to help them recover quickly. The passage they came in through collapsed. Yan Luo checked it out and found that the good thing was that with this collapse, people outside couldn't get in. At this time, on the other side of the passage, Chu Yunling looked at the collapsed boulder in front of him, blocking the passage tightly. He asked, "Did they really go into this cave?" The soldier nodded. "I saw it with my own eyes." Fang Yan has said, "There's no way we can get through a rockfall of this magnitude. Let's go." Yan Feng and Sheng Wan rested for a night, and when they woke up, Yan Luo had already prepared breakfast for them. Each person gets 2 large hot dough sticks, served with tofu pudding sprinkled with chopped green onions and coriander, and a golden beef patty. Sheng Wan was surprised and said, "Sister Luo, how did you know we were about to wake up?" "This breakfast is just in time." She drank from the bowl and praised it as she drank. "It tastes exactly the same as what I drink at the breakfast shop." Yan Luo smiled and said, "This is what I bought at the breakfast shop." Sheng Wan and Yan Feng were both hungry. After wolfing down the food, they cleared the bowls clean. Yan Luo didn't wash the dishes and threw them into the space. "I took all the dishes to wash. The way here is blocked. I hope we won't be trapped to death in this ancient tomb." Yan Feng couldn't help but worry when he saw the tightly blocked passage. The oxygen in the ancient tomb is also limited. They will be suffocated to death. Yan Luo raised his eyebrows. "Who told you this was an ancient tomb?" Yan Feng said, "Look at the structure. What else could it be other than an ancient tomb?" Yan Luo was speechless. Yan Feng was still mumbling, "During these tens of millions of years, there must be a very powerful zombie in there." Sheng Wan slapped him on the arm. "What nonsense are you talking about? Is there anyone who would curse himself like that?" Yan Feng closed his mouth in dismay. Both women glared at him. The teacher said that if you want to survive among women, you have to be obedient. Yan Luo walked in first, and Yan Feng and the others hurriedly followed. As they went further in, the environment became drier. Fortunately, nothing went wrong, and they successfully reached the finish line.
Wow.
Seeing the vast hall in front of them, Yan Feng and Sheng Wan both froze in place, mouths wide open, unable to believe that this was a real place. This hall is 20 meters high and 200 meters in diameter. The hall is surrounded by sunken pits, and on the top there are 10 luminous pearls as big as heads, which illuminate the darkness as if it were daytime and make the things in the pits even more attractive. Especially the place where Yan Luo and the other two were facing. The white spirit stones were reflected by the light of the night pearl, and each one was as dazzling as a star. Yan Feng couldn't help but drool. Yan Luo guessed that if this secret realm was once a sect called Fuguang Palace, then this place should be the warehouse of their sect. There are at least tens of thousands of spirit stones in front of us. After being reborn as a human, Yan Luo still had shortness of breath when he saw so many treasures. In the previous life, the Hui family made their fortune with these things. It's just that when she came here in her previous life, she was surrounded by dozens of Hui family bodyguards, but now, she is only surrounded by Yan Feng and Sheng Wan. Let's split up. Sheng Wan grabbed Yan Luo and said, I'm afraid our storage bags can't hold so many things. Yan Luo said, it's been a long time, and many of the things in here may have been damaged. We just need to pick up the intact ones. After hearing this, Sheng Wan felt relieved, but after a while, she started to feel upset again. What if it was broken? That would be such a pity. Alas, people are strange. If they have too much, they're afraid that they can't carry it all, and if it is broken, they feel sad about the waste. Yan Luo's space has more than doubled in area, and there is even an extra mountain, so it is easy to store all these things. She went up first and collected all the spirit stones. Yan Feng put a pile of gun barrels into the storage bag. Sheng Wan flipped through the pages and said in surprise, there are so many storage bags here. Sister Luo, we are not in someone else's warehouse, are we? Yan Luo said, it's possible. Yan Feng said happily, fortunately we didn't go with them. Otherwise we would have to share so many things. Yan Luo smiled slightly. She did it on purpose. But I can't say that. Sheng Wan turned into a money grubber and said with a smile, God bless us to make a fortune, ah. There are a few storage rings here. Come and see. Yan Feng ran over hurriedly and sure enough, there were 10 storage rings under the storage bag. Yan Feng looked at the space in these rings. Each one was 50 acres in size and 5 meters high, which was many times larger than the storage capacity of the ring hanging around his neck. He also became excited. Great, no need to worry about not having enough space for the things here.
Huh?
There are 2 more bracelets. Sheng Wan picked up the bracelet and looked inside. Wow, it was as big as 100 acres of land. She was so surprised that she was speechless. Yan Luo smiled and said, okay, don't be so useless. These 2 bracelets, one for each of you. Sheng Wan put her arm around Yan Luo's shoulders. Really? But Sister Luo, don't you need it? Yan Luo said, I said I'll give it to you, so when have I ever lied to you? Sheng Wan rushed forward and was about to give Yan Luo a big kiss, but Yan Luo saw through her intention and pushed her on the forehead with his finger, pushing her away. But Sheng Wan was still dancing with excitement. She looked at the bracelet on her hand and said, What bend? Yan Feng asked doubtfully. Sheng Wan said disdainfully, Go away, kids. Don't interrupt when adults are talking. Yan Feng groaned and said, I've graduated from college. I'm not a child anymore. Both of them put the bracelets on their wrists. If this storage bracelet was converted into a weapon, it would already be considered a treasure level and very rare. After collecting these, everyone continued to shop for free. The several pits on the left side contained grain, but over time, the grain had turned into stone. Yan Luo continued to look and found some seeds nearby. These seeds were packed in a wooden box with an array and were not damaged. Although she didn't know what the seeds were, she still collected them and asked Aunt Chun to plant them in the space. Yan Feng found hundreds of magical weapons and armor, as well as several hundred heart-protecting mirrors, which were more than enough for the Chaoyang group to use up. Soon Yan Luo found the alchemy furnace. There were more than a dozen alchemy furnaces of similar quality, but one was of very good quality, and she planned to use it to make her own elixirs. There are also large pots and furnaces for forging tools, as well as hammering utensils. With these things, Yan Luo can tailor-make magic tools for himself. On the walls on both sides of the entrance are various raw materials, some for making magical instruments and treasures, some for refining elixirs, as well as 2 boxes of empty talisman paper and a dozen talisman pens. There is a book called Talisman Record under the Talisman Pen, which records the types, functions, and drawing methods of talisman paper. Sister Luo, what do you think this is? Shengwan handed a black, oval-shaped palm-sized object to Yan Luo. Yan Luo said, "This is a formation plate. It has its own formation method. You can activate it by inputting spiritual power. It is more convenient than setting up the formation on site. Put it away, it may be useful in the future." There are not many people in the world of cultivation who know how to set up formations. These people record the formations they know into formation plates and give them to people who don't know how to set up formations in order to make a profit. Shengwan was setting up the formation plate, and she saw a small box in the corner. She opened the box and said curiously, "Why are there jewelry here? What else is the use of jewelry besides dressing up? How could such useless things be placed in the warehouse of a big sect?" Yan Luo took a look and said, "These are all magic weapons." Magic weapon? Yan Luo took out a pair of light blue earrings. For example, it contains 3 water-based spell attacks from the 5th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm. Shengwan was surprised. Magic tools can be used like this. Yan Luo nodded. This kind of magic weapon is generally more popular with female monks, and some male monks buy it as a gift to their girlfriends. Shengwan sighed and said, "Sure enough, women's love of beauty can be used to make money in any era." They quickly walked around the warehouse and collected all the undamaged items. There was a narrow ventilation hole between the warehouse and the outside world. Yan Luo lifted up the grid template blocking the ventilation hole, revealing a passage 1 meter high and half a meter wide. The way-in was blocked, so they could only go out from here. But the road here is farther and more winding, and it took most of the day to get out of the mountain. The exit was right at the entrance of the valley. Yan Feng and Shengwan were thinking about the stream in the valley, so the 3 of them returned to the valley. They had a good harvest in the warehouse, which was just right for storing stream water. Shengwan pretended for a while, then suddenly said, "Xiao Feng, please stay far away for a while." Yan Feng was puzzled. What's wrong? Shengwan's expression was a little unnatural, but she quickly returned to normal. "I'm going to take a shower. Are you sure you want to watch here?" Yan Feng. He left with a red face and an angry neck. Shengwan asked Yan Luo, "Sister Luo, do you want to take a shower?" "I won't wash it, you wash it." Since the natural disaster, the community has been without water and electricity, and only clean wild water comes from the mountains. Normally, everyone washes with the little water gathered by the monks. There was too little water, so everyone used it sparingly. Even Shengwan could not take a bath for half a month. Although the outside world has become a water world, the water is dirty. Girls will get gynecological diseases if they touch it. Shengwan said, "Then, you guys store water upstream, and I'll wash downstream." After saying that, she ran 100 meters away and built a simple frame with clothes and sticks. She was inside the frame, slowly took off her clothes, and entered the stream. The water in the stream is very gentle and will not cause irritation. Yan Luo looked at Yan Feng and said, "Xiao Feng, you should take a bath too." Yan Feng's face was still red. Hearing this, he said very awkwardly, "It's not good to take a shower with Sister Sheng." Yan Luo glared at him. "Can't you build a rack and wash it yourself?" Well, Yan Feng suddenly felt dirty. The brother and sister were talking while storing water. Yan Feng didn't even dare to look downstream, but at this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from downstream.
"Ah!
Sister Luo, help me." Yan Luo and Yan Feng's faces changed, and they ran downstream. Yan Luo was quick and rushed directly into the shelf, where he saw Shengwan by the water. The clear stream water was above her knees. Her short hair stuck to her cheeks, and water kept dripping down. Her eyes were filled with aggrieved fear, and as soon as she saw Yan Luo, she threw herself into her arms. When Yan Feng came over, he saw the scene. He was so scared that he quickly looked away, not daring to look inside the shelf again. Yan Luo patted her back gently and asked, "What's wrong?" She didn't sense any danger here. Shengwan said pitifully, "I was swimming in the water just now, and there was a slippery thing. It touched me. Is there something in the water?"
Put on your clothes first."
Oh, Shengwan quickly put on her clothes, and Yan Luo put down her airs. As soon as the shelf was removed, Sheng Wan saw Yan Feng standing outside, his face as red as a sweet potato. He lowered his head, tiptoed, and almost crawled into the ground. Sheng Wan's nervous mood disappeared instantly, and she couldn't help but teasing. It was me who was touched, not you. Why are you blushing, Yan Feng? What are you laughing at? You are so proud of being touched. Sheng Wan said, I just find your childish look funny. Yan Luo squatted by the water. The stream was so clear that he could see the bottom. There was nothing in it except swaying water plants and the occasional small fish passing by. She frowned and asked, Are you sure it wasn't the little fish that touched you? Sheng Wan said hurriedly, Impossible. That guy should be very big. Yan Luo thought about it and decided. We store water, and then we leave. No one should go into the water. They quickly filled the containers with water, and after that, the three of them turned around and prepared to leave. Don't go. Suddenly, there was a sound in the water. Play with me for a while. Sheng Wan and Yan Feng's hair stood on end. What the Hades? The invisible enemy is the most terrifying. Yan Luo frowned, and after a moment, she said, Your voice sounds familiar. I remember that you are the senior who helped us cross the river. The sound of the stream became cheerful. You have a really good brain. I wish you could eat it. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Feng instantly stood beside Yan Luo, pointing his silver spear at the water, as if facing a powerful enemy. Sheng Wan was also pulling the whip nervously. It seemed that this thing was touching her in the water just now. It was a close call. Yan Luo said calmly, With your strength, if you wanted to kill us, you would have already done it, and we would not be able to fight back. But you didn't do anything. Did you take a fancy to something about us? Sheng Wan's heart tightened. It just touched her. Could it be that it fell in love with her? Woohoo! She didn't want to be the wife of a tribe leader, let alone the wife of a water tribe leader. The creatures in the water clicked their tongues twice. Your brain works pretty fast. I didn't kill you, because I really liked one of you. Sheng Wan. She's about to cry. Just at this moment, the water in the stream suddenly overflowed like boiling water, and in the middle of the stream, a bright red back slowly rose. The back was covered with scales, and under the sunlight, all the scales reflected colorful light. After the back emerged from the water, an oval head appeared. Yan Luo was surprised. It was actually a carp. A red carp. It looked not too big in the stream, no more than 2 meters long, but it was fat in the belly and its fins looked short and small, a bit out of proportion. Sheng Wan and Yan Feng were even more surprised. How could a carp cultivate to such a level? The red carp was very satisfied with everyone's expressions. It shook its head and floated on the water, with its whole body 1 meter above the water. Who was your previous master? Yan Luo asked directly. The red carp stared at Yan Luo with its bright, round eyes. My former master was a super handsome man. When she said this, she looked at Yan Luo with some disdain. I only like handsome men, not women. I don't know why my master is crazy and wants to hand me over to you. Yan Luo asked in surprise. Does your master know me? Red Carp shook his head. I don't know him, but he can tell fortunes. Yan Luo. So, the previous owner gave his pet to her based on the fortune-telling? Why does she feel that its previous owner is a bit unreliable? Yan Luo said, What if I don't want you? The fat body of the red carp froze in midair, and its shaking tail froze. After a long while, it spoke word by word. What did you say? You don't want me? It went crazy. You know my abilities, you know my cultivation level. I was just trapped here before I could take off. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see me now. Yan Luo said, What I want is a pet that is loyal to me. Since you look down on me, there is no need for you to follow me. A force melon is not sweet. The red carp regretted its decision now. If it had known Yan Luo was so difficult to get along with, it would not have given her a show of power. However, if it does not become her pet, it will have to leave this secret place, and if it cannot leave here, it will have to live a lonely life again. This time it may not be for 10,000 years. It may die of old age here, or like before, enter a dormant state to preserve its life. But it wants to go out. The red carp smiled dryly with its round mouth. It's sweet, sweet. No matter what kind of melon it is, as long as you twist it off, it will be sweet. You can eat any melon, haha. Yan Luo looked at its sudden change in attitude with a half smile. Red Carp couldn't figure out Yan Luo's intention, so he just forced himself on her. It waved its fins, and a small red mark like a scale flew towards Yan Luo. The speed was too fast, Yan Luo couldn't dodge it. The mark penetrated into Yan Luo's head and entered his sea of consciousness. Yan Feng and Sheng Wan were startled, thinking that the red carp was attacking them by surprise, and asked hurriedly, "Sister, are you okay?" Yan Luo was surprised when he saw the mark in his sea of consciousness. The red carp in front of me turned out to be a spirit beast. Spirit beasts were created by heaven and earth, and their cultivation was stronger than that of demon beasts. Moreover, spirit beasts were gentle in nature, unlike demon beasts, and could become good partners with humans. The most important thing is that it is natural for spiritual beasts to become immortals, but demon beasts will never be able to become immortals throughout their entire lives and can only become demon gods. Immortals and demons cannot coexist since ancient times.
Fine.
Yan Luo comforted Yan Feng and Sheng Wan. This is the contract. After it signs the contract with me, it will become my spirit beast. Oh, that's good. Yan Luo looked at the red carp opposite. I didn't expect that an ordinary carp like you could be a spiritual beast. Are spiritual beasts so cheap now? Red carp. What if it is going to cry because of anger? The new owner doesn't love it at all. Yan Luo felt its emotional fluctuations and was surprised to find that you are actually a female. So what did you do when you touched Sheng Wan in the water just now? Oh, it's a female. Sheng Wan breathed a sigh of relief. The red carp blinked its eyes. I haven't seen a human for many years. I thought it was fun, so I decided to tease her. Sheng Wan, don't stop her. She wants to go up and hit someone. Yan Luo asked, how old are you? The red carp said, when the catastrophe came, I was still a little girl. In order to survive, I forced myself into a dormant period. During the dormant period, my body, age, and cultivation level remained unchanged. So now, I am equivalent to 7 or 8 years old like you humans. All three of them were incredible at the same time. There is also the concept of dormancy. If this technology were available now, it would be snapped up by the big guys. Yan Luo looked at the little girl who was about 7 or 8 years old and said, I have a space where I can keep living things. Since you want to follow me out, go into the space first. Okay. Yan Luo threw the red carp into the space. As soon as the red carp entered, the whole fish shuddered, turned 360 degrees in the air, and jumped into the water with a whoosh. Due to its high level of cultivation, Xiaohua and the crocodile were all trembling and hiding underwater, not daring to move. Xiaoxue also hid behind the tree, staring at the water with her big eyes. The red carp didn't expect the environment here to be so good, and it jumped happily in the stream. Yan Luo said, luckily you are small. If you were bigger, you would sink to the bottom. Red carp rode. What? I can become bigger or smaller. My current body is tailor-made for Xiaoxi. Yan Luo asked his doubts. Is your former master the master of Fuguang Palace?
Yes.
Then let me ask, what is the secret treasure of your Fuguang Palace? She still took the words of the mechanical bird to heart. You said you would give it, but then you didn't. How shameless. The red carp said, where is the Sect's secret treasure? There is a Sect's formation, but it has been destroyed. Yan Luo's face darkened. Truly, lied the red carp, asked curiously, what lie? Yan Luo said, you said you would give me the flowing light fairy dress and the Sect's secret treasure, but now I only have the flowing light fairy dress and the Sect's secret treasure is gone. Isn't that a lie? The red carp was stunned for a moment, and its fat body turned twice in the water, then said happily, the Sect's secret treasure is mine, Yan Luo raised his eyebrows. Like a red carp showing off, my previous master did want to train me to be the guardian beast of Fuguang Palace, but unfortunately, just when the plan had just begun, a catastrophe struck the world, and a great guardian beast was stillborn. Yan Luo. The mountain guarding's secret treasure turned out to be this guy. All her expectations were dashed in an instant, and she felt terrible. The red carp sensed Yan Luo's mood and immediately defended himself. Master, what do you mean? My future is very bright. Besides, I'm already in the Yaguang realm, which is a level higher than you. It's okay for me to help you fight. This fat carp has actually reached the Yaguang realm. Yan Luo's mood became better. She was now curious about the disaster the red carp was talking about, so she asked, "What disaster are you talking about? Your ancient cultivation civilization was so advanced, could there be a disaster?" Red carp roared. It was the demon race that started a war with humans. The war lasted for 100 years, and countless masters died in the battle. However, the spiritual power and demon power were rampant, and the world could not bear it and completely collapsed. Their sects became broken spaces, wandering in the universe, and it was unknown when they would see the light of day again. "Sister Luo, is there any problem with the carp?" Shengwan asked somewhat worriedly. She always felt that this fat carp had an erratic temper and was difficult to control. Yan Luo said, "No problem, the contract is a spiritual contract. Once signed, it cannot be violated unless both parties voluntarily terminate it. That is to say, not only can it not hurt me, but it can also not go against my will." Shengwan said excitedly. "That's good." She finally understood why Yan Luo had a crocodile and a giant python to help him. They must have signed a contract. She will also keep a few contract pets in the future. It would be even better if her 2 sheepdogs could evolve. Shengwan was thinking randomly when Yan Feng interrupted her thoughts. "Let's go."
Oh well.
Just as they were about to leave, they suddenly found that they had lost control of their bodies and were slowly floating into the air. And this secret place is like outer space where there is suddenly no gravity. What's going on? Yan Feng and Shengwan were both shocked. Yan Luo said the secret realm is probably going to be closed. "It's here."
Clear the area.
"Clear the area? Drive them all out?" Seeing her body taking off faster and faster, Yan Luo tried to hold them back, but failed. She could only shout, "We will gather at our little villa. Please be careful." As soon as they finished speaking, they flew out in 3 directions as if they were on a rocket. Yan Luo was puzzled. In his previous life, this secret realm was open for 2 months. Why was it only open for less than half a month in this life? The red carp's voice explained in his sea of consciousness, "The previous owner placed the eye of the formation on me. Once the eye is gone, the secret realm will be over, right?" Yan Luo almost sighed. "You should have told me earlier." "If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have to pretend like that." But it was too late to say anything now, as people from all over the secret realm were thrown up. It felt like it was raining humans in the sky behind Qingliang Mountain, with screams coming one after another. There is a dense forest behind the mountain. Once people fall into it, they can't see anything. There is no way to contact teammates at all. Yan Luo didn't stop after landing and hurried up the mountain. Along the way, many people were wailing under the trees, and some were hanging on the branches, wet their pants out of fear. Yan Luo quickened his pace and finally met some members of the Chaoyang group on the top of the mountain. "Sister Luo." "It's Sister Luo." They greeted excitedly. Yan Luo walked over and found that they had lost a lot of weight. She couldn't help but frowned. "Didn't I leave some food for you?" They said awkwardly. "We were attacked by wild beasts and a lot of our food was stolen." Yan Luo took out a box of steamed cakes and a box of milk from the space. "Eat something first." "Thank you, Sister Luo." When everyone saw the food, they all started to gobble it up. The view from the top of the mountain was good, and Yan Luo caught a glimpse of several teams. When she saw Hui Qingling leading the team, she was stunned. Why didn't he go with the Zhou family? Li Wei was the first to come over. He asked with a smile, "How is the harvest?" Yan Luo said, "Not bad." He nodded. "Since we've met, let's go down the mountain together." There were a lot of people coming down the mountain, but everyone was thrown out randomly, so they couldn't find their teammates. But when more people came, the demonized animals on the mountain dared not approach. However, the larger team will still rob the smaller team. Yan Luo and his group were many in number, so no one came to rob them, but they did encounter someone who was being robbed. "I really didn't find anything, please let me go." A man knelt behind a tree and begged for mercy. A group of people came up and beat him up, leaving him with a black eye and swollen face. They stripped him of his clothes and found 2 spirit stones in the inner treasury. Humph, you still say there's nothing. They rolled up the spirit stone and left, leaving the man crying there. Yan Luo didn't feel anything, but the people from the Chaoyang group were a little scared. They were waiting in the hall for Yan Luo and the others to come back. Several groups of people had come in between. Fortunately, they had a lot of people, otherwise they would have been robbed. Before dark, Yan Luo returned to the small villa provided by Sun Jingyang. Daoist fellow Li Wei, we are here. Do you want to go back or come in and rest for a while? Yan Luo asked politely. Li Wei hesitated for a moment and said, my fellow apprentice brothers are injured. Let's go back and heal them first.
Okay.
As soon as Yan Luo entered the door, the 20 or so people who were waiting at home surrounded him. Sister Luo, you're back, great. Sister Luo, are you okay? We were so worried at home. Sister Luo, I'll go heat up some food for you. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Yan Luo smiled slightly. We are fine. You don't have to worry. We can just eat some dry food. She looked around the yard and asked, Yan Feng, and the others haven't come back yet? The family members were puzzled. Isn't the team leader with you guys, Sister Luo? It seems they haven't come back yet. Yan Luo said, we were separated when we came out. I'll go wait outside the door. Having said that, she walked out the door again. Master, they are back. At Zhou's house, the bodyguard guarding the door quickly informed Zhou Zhenghua. Zhou Zhenghua is the head of the Zhou family and the father of Zhou Suyu and Zhou Ting. He is only in his 50s, but still in good health. Hearing the news that the children had returned, he ran out in a hurry. But when he arrived at the front hall, he only saw Hu Qinglang and dozens of bodyguards standing outside. Zhou Zhenghua frowned. Where's Xiaoyu and Tinger? Why are you alone? Hu Qinglang stood at the door of the living room, expressionless and cold. They are all dead.
What?
Zhou Zhenghua lost his balance and fell backwards. Fortunately, there was a bodyguard following him who caught him. Zhou Zhenghua held his heart and took a long time to calm down before asking angrily, how did they die? Why are you alive? Hu Qinglang walked in from the door, not hurriedly, rubbing the index finger of his right hand with his left hand, and asked, if they die, I will die too? Isn't what my father-in-law said too unfair? Seeing his calm expression, Zhou Zhenghua had nothing to understand. He thought that this man might have already changed his mind and could not be relied upon. He closed his eyes and asked with great difficulty, you killed him? A hint of sneer appeared at the corner of Hu Qinglang's mouth. Zhou Zhenghua had 2 children, each one dumber than the other, but he himself was cunning all his life. Even now, his reaction was faster than others. Father-in-law, you are joking. One of them is my wife, and the other is my brother-in-law. I can't protect them enough, so how could I kill them? If you don't believe me, you can ask these bodyguards. These bodyguards are already Hu Qinglang's men. Master, are you okay? She couldn't help but pounce on him, grabbed Hu Qinglang's collar and scratched his face. You ungrateful man, when her family was in trouble, it was Suyu who helped you. Is this how you repay us now? Hu Qinglang pushed the man away impatiently and ordered, send the master and his wife back to the courtyard. They are in a bad mood after losing their beloved son and daughter. Don't let anyone disturb them in the future. Zhou Zhenghua's eyes went dark and he fainted. The huge Zhou family will belong to him, Hu Qinglang, from now on. Hee. The first thing he did was to have everyone count everything in the Zhou family's warehouse, replace them with his closest servants, and then release the Hu family's family members. It was already midnight when Yan Feng and Sheng Wan returned. The 2 men brought 5 or 6 disciples from the Chaoyang group. One of them was injured and had blood on his stomach. Everyone rushed over and carried the person upstairs. Baiyu, get medical help quickly, Yan Luo said. She took out the hemostatic medicine from the space and sprinkled it on his wound. Baiyu used her healing power to soothe his wounds over and over again. Yan Luo frowned and asked, what's going on? Sheng Wan said, they were robbed by people from Tianma Temple. Fortunately, Yan Feng and I arrived in time, otherwise they might have. At this point, Yan Feng said angrily, isn't it said that monks are compassionate? Those bald guys stole things, and even wanted to kill people. Yan Luo's expression gradually turned cold. She said, Tianma Temple is trying to kill people to silence them. Everyone understood instantly. Something was robbed in Tianma Temple, and they were afraid of Yan Luo's revenge, so they killed people to silence them so that Yan Luo would not know who stole the things. Bah, how shameless. Everyone was very angry. Yan Luo taught earnestly, this may be commonplace in the future world of immortal cultivation. Be prepared. Don't be a saint in troubled times. I understand, Sister Luo. We don't actively harm others, but we also don't actively help others put ourselves in danger. Yan Luo nodded with satisfaction. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was here tonight and couldn't sleep, Yan Luo said, I have something to tell you. What's up? Yan Luo took out the book The Secret of All Laws of Qianquan. This secret book is from the Fuguang Palace. Our Chaoyang group has never had a name. I thought that since I have taken someone else's secret book, I have accepted their inheritance. Therefore, from now on, our Chaoyang group will be officially renamed as Fuguang Temple. She looked at the people below and asked softly, Do you have any objections? No problem, Sister Luo. Our faction was founded by you, so of course you have the right to name it, that's right. When our Fuguang Palace flourishes in the future, when anyone asks us, we will say that our founder is Yan Luo, ha 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 ha. So impressive. Yan Luo smiled knowingly, and from then on, 10,000 years later, there was Fuguang Palace again on the Yanling continent. In the space, red carp were happily jumping around in the stream. Since Zui Yi couldn't sleep either, Yan Luo started to distribute things to everyone. All the disciples who have awakened their spiritual roots are given a storage bag, a magical sword, a spiritual stone, and some dry food. Some of the disciples who stayed at home awakened later, and Yan Luo also distributed supplies to them. In the end, only 11 people were left who had not yet awakened. Yan Luo gave them a pistol and 20 bullets. They were full of envy for those who were able to awaken their spiritual roots, and at the same time they were even more grateful to Yan Luo for not abandoning them. By the early morning, the injured disciple woke up and Baiyu said that he was out of danger. Everyone's worries were gone, and they all felt sleepy and went to sleep. Maybe everyone was exhausted in the secret realm. Except for Yan Luo and his people, other forces returned to Qingliang Mountain, and there was no movement for 2 days. Not even a door was opened. However, many refugees poured into the foot of Qingliang Mountain. Since the natural disaster, there have been refugees everywhere. Qingliang Mountain, as the only exposed area in Shangyang City, has been flooded with refugees. But these 2 days were different. The refugees came in large groups, with terrified faces. The bodyguards guarding at the foot of the mountain reported this situation. Sun Jingyang's expression changed slightly. At this time in his previous life, monsters invaded? He stood up from his chair in an instant. If this was the case, he quickly thought of a solution. The secret realm was closed early in this life. There are still many forces and the military on Qingliang Mountain. If they all stay to help the Zhou family, Hu Qingling will say, those who are capable will stay, give them food, and train them to be our own people. As for how painful it is to live in such a chaotic world without any ability, death will put an end to all things. He was wearing a white suit, a black bow tie, and his hair was combed into a shiny black color today. He is going to see Yan Luo. Yan Luo was instructing the disciples of Fuguang Palace in their practice. When she heard footsteps, she looked up lazily. Hu Qingling stood outside the courtyard and waved to Yan Luo gracefully. He smiled and called softly, Lolo. Yan Luo, it's really annoying to be at the door so early in the morning. Yan Feng stood between the two of them and asked bluntly, Isn't this the son-in-law of the Zhou family? What are you doing here? Did Miss Zhou ask you to come here to do the work? He spoke in a sarcastic tone. Hu Qinglong's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth secretly. He said, My ex-wife unfortunately passed away in the secret realm. Now the Zhou family has no choice but to let me take charge. I came here to see Luo and see if she was injured in the secret realm. Yan Luo raised his eyebrows. Zhou Suyu died? Was it such a coincidence that she died? The Zhou family had already fallen into Hu Qinglong's hands. The death of Zhou Suyu and Zhou Ting. Her eyes turned cold. This Hu Qingling was indeed cruel and cold-blooded. Yan Feng was also surprised for a moment, but he understood what Hu Qingling meant in an instant. Hey, are you a liberated serf coming here to sing a song? Don't be a toad wanting to eat swan meat. You, a man whose wife just died, don't observe the 3-year mourning period, but come to my sister's door to provoke and show off. Go, 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 or I'll beat you up. Yan Feng's curse was not very nice, which made the reserved Mr. He frown and even have murderous intentions. But when he saw the corner of Yan Luo's clothes, he still suppressed his anger and said, Lolo, you know, I'm not here to show off. I just come to see you. Yan Luo's cold voice came from behind Yan Feng, the person sleeping next to the pillow. Mr. Hu said to kill him. You are such a cruel person, I don't need you to watch. Go away. Hu Qingling hurriedly asked, Didn't you say that I should marry you? Hearing this, Yan Luo smiled slightly and stood up from the chair behind her. Her white skirt fluttered gently in the breeze, and she floated to Yan Feng's side like a pure white jasmine flower. She opened her red lips slightly and said with a contemptuous tone, I'm just teasing you.
Hee hee.
In an instant, a surge of anger rose from the bottom of his heart to the top of his head. Hu Qingling could no longer maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. He frowned and questioned Yan Luo. Did you do this on purpose? I don't know what you're talking about. You deliberately made me hate Zhou Suyu. Yan Luo spread his hands and said with a smile, What does it have to do with me that you hate her? Hu Qingling, you are still the same. Yan Luo didn't expect Hu Qingling to be so shameless. She said bluntly, I know exactly who Mr. Hua is. You don't have to pretend to be affectionate here. No one will believe it. After saying that, she turned around, clenched her fists, and went upstairs. A hint of anger flashed across Hu Qinglong's eyes. This woman, I have already humbled myself to beg her, but she still pretends to be noble. There really hasn't been any change. A woman like this would be boring even if you bring her home. He felt a surge of anger in his heart. You are so noble. Haha, one day, I will make you unable to stop. I will let you sit under my waist, and then I will yell at you. Haha. Yan Feng was startled by the sudden change in his expression. He couldn't help but mutter, this guy must be crazy. Used to look like a well-educated gentleman, but now he looks like a pervert? He muttered, but out of the corner of his eye he saw Sun Jingyang not far away. The guy was fanning himself with a folding fan and looked like he was watching the fun. Yan Feng curled his lips weakly. Friend Sun, why don't you come in now? Hu Qingling turned around and saw Sun Jingyang looking at him with a smile. Thinking of this man following Yan Luo all day, he couldn't help but get annoyed. Sun Jingyang, you're looking for my ex-wife again. He emphasized the word ex-wife again, trying to let Sun Jingyang know that Yan Luo had been a wife and was no longer clean. Sun Jingyang smiled, as if he didn't understand. I'm here for a serious matter. So, you didn't have any business here before? Sun Jingyang, am I that kind of person? I always have something important to do. Although he wanted to do nothing serious, Yan Luo would not agree. A lot of refugees have come down from the mountain. I don't know what happened in Lingquan City in the northwest, and many monsters have appeared. These monsters are coming to our Shangyang City in a mighty way. The most densely populated area in Shangyang City is Qingliang Mountain. Mr. Hua, am I talking about serious matters? Hu Qingling raised his eyebrows. He didn't ask anyone why the refugees came, so naturally he didn't know these things. But if what Sun Jingyang said was true, and a large number of monsters came to Qingliang Mountain, the consequences would be disastrous. He still knows the difference between life and death. Then what are you doing here at Yan Luo? Of course I'll ask Yan Luo for help. Hu Qingling sneered. She won't help you. After saying that, he left. Sun Jingyang looked at his back and waved his fan. Hu Qingling is not stupid. He will naturally ask someone when he returns. Under the current circumstances, he can only unite with him to resist foreign enemies. Fellow Daoist Sun, what monster are you talking about? Yan Feng asked curiously. Sun Jingyang said, Where's your sister? I'll talk to your sister. You can sit in on the class. Yan Luo said in the living room. I'm here, come in. Yan Luo also had an impression of the monsters that Sun Jingyang mentioned. They were a group of very terrifying creatures, even scarier than demon beasts. Monsters are animals after all, and can be killed. After killing them, you can also take their inner elixir. But these monsters are different. They are mutated monsters. They have no thoughts and only know how to eat humans and monsters. Although they have no thoughts, they are not easy to kill and are very difficult to deal with. In the previous life, these monsters rushed into the mountains, ate many people, and left Qingliang Mountain in ruins.
I heard what you said.
Brother Sun, do you want me to stay and help? Sun Jingyang was not embarrassed to be exposed. He said, Huayuan community is also in Shangyang City. If these monsters are not eliminated, Huayuan community will not be able to remain unscathed, right? Yan Luo didn't say anything. She certainly knew the principle of the lips and the teeth are interdependent. Besides, those monsters came from the northwest and would pass by Huayuan community on the way. If they went back, they would be like sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. Fellow Dawa-san, there are quite a few cultivators on the mountain now. Why don't you go and win them over? Also, build a barrier at the entrance to the mountain. Sun Jingyang immediately said, Okay, I'll go right away. Hu Qingling was very efficient, and he quickly found out about the monster. When the people from Tianma Temple and Nanhua tribe heard that a monster was attacking, they immediately packed up their bedding and left Qingliang Mountain. Hu Qingling said, Wouldn't you two Taoist friends stay and help? Chong Lu said embarrassedly, There is something going on in the temple. I really can't stay for long. Me too. We're far away, and the return trip will take a long time, so we need to leave early. Hu Qingling sneered in his heart. These two people came to Qingliang Mountain to enjoy the benefits, and then ran away. They are so shameless and their behavior is ugly. But he couldn't do anything about them. Since Tianma Temple and Nanhua clan refused to help, Hu Qingling immediately thought of a good helper. He appeared at the military base with Sun Jingyang. As luck would have it, there were many military personnel, and the only place on Qingliang Mountain that could accommodate so many people was the Hu family's old house, so they lived there. As soon as Fang Yanhe heard about the monster, he immediately agreed. The military wants to be stationed in Shangyang City. At least Shangyang City must be safe. These monsters can be caught in one fell swoop while they gather in Qingliang Mountain. After they had discussed it, they began to deploy their defenses at the foot of the mountain. The disciples of Qingshan School and Jinglian Sect did not leave either, waiting to help in the end. Yan Luo and Yan Feng studied swordsmanship in the cave together. Xiao Feng, I have a set of treasure defense suits here for you. This is a set of men's armor, silver-white in color, which matches Yan Feng's silver spear very well. When Yan Feng put it on, he actually felt a bit like Erlang Shin. He said, I took a look at this sword technique. Although I use a gun, the essence of it remains the same. I can also refer to it for reference. Yan Luo nodded. It would be nice if you could create your own moves. Yan Feng lowered his excited head. He even created it himself. I think too highly of him. Where is Sheng Wan? Go find her to study swordsmanship and teach the disciples. Oh, sister, don't you want to learn? Yan Luo shook his head. I'm not practicing this technique. She entered the space. The red carp is doing very well in the space. Although he arrived the latest, he has successfully recruited Xiaohua and other monsters under his command. Only Yan Bao was so focused on eating that he paid no attention to the threats or inducements from the red carp. Yan Luo looked at the fat Christian carp and asked, Do you have a name? If not, I'll give you one. The red carp looked up and asked hopefully, What will you name me? Yan Luo said, Since you are so fat, just call me Ah Fei. Red carp. The new owner is so uneducated. I am a beautiful girl, but she calls me Ah Fei. The red carp said hurriedly, No need, I have a name. My previous owner said that my whole body was red, like a flawless blood jade, with only a patch of white on my fins, so he named me by you. Yan Luo touched his nose and said, Okay, there is indeed a gap between Bai Yu and Ah Fei. Then you can continue to call me Bai Yu. Although you have a high level of cultivation, you can't bully Xiao Yan Bao. Yan Luo has been practicing in seclusion for a few days and is about to break through to the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm. Someone from the Sun family came to invite her. Miss Yan, my young master wants you to go and see the defenses at the foot of the mountain. Yan Luo stood up and did not forget to call Yan Feng and Sheng Wan. There are many more refugees on Qingliang Mountain, and they are reclaiming wasteland on the mountain. Heavy rains had previously destroyed many houses and buildings on the mountain, so they dug up mud and chopped wood to rebuild the houses. There were people everywhere. It was a mess, and even the Sun family and the Zhou family, oh no, it was the Hua family, couldn't handle it. There were many people in Yanluo, so the refugees didn't dare to go forward, but there were many fights and robberies on the roadside. Yan Feng was walking when he suddenly stopped and stared at the people who were fighting in the alley. Sister, look at that little kid. Does he look like Baiyu? Yanluo and Sheng Wan looked over at the same time. Sure enough, among the 7 or 8 teenagers fighting, there was a boy who looked to be about 13 or 14 years old, and his eyebrows were 7 points similar to Baiyu. Yanluo asked, Baiyu has a younger brother? Sheng Wan nodded. She does have family, but there's water everywhere and it's dangerous everywhere, so she can't go home. Then let's go over and ask. Yanluo led his men over, and the teenagers who were fighting stopped and looked at Yanluo vigilantly. Yanluo pointed at the boy who looked like Baiyu. Do you know Baiyu? The young man was stunned, and the vigilance in his eyes became even stronger. From his reaction, Yanluo knew that he must know Baiyu. Sheng Wan said, I'll go find Baiyu. These young men were fighting just now, but now they are united, huddled together, and hostile to Yanluo. Yanluo is funny. I'm not a bad person. Don't look at me like that, just keep fighting. The boys didn't speak. The atmosphere remained tense until Baiyu arrived. Baiyu saw the boy at a glance, and she shouted in surprise, Qingze. The boy, who was full of vigilance just now, had tears in his eyes when he heard Baiyu's voice. Sister, the two hugged each other tightly, and Bai Qingze kept crying. Baiyu kept touching his head. Where are Mom and Dad? Bai Qingze froze for a moment, and after a long while he said sadly, My parents are dead. Baiyu was stunned. Yes, in times of natural disaster and chaos, how could a 50-year-old couple survive? Bai Qingze didn't dare to say that his mother had cut out her own flesh in order to keep him alive, and hid it from his father and him, and let them eat it. It was not until later, when his mother lost too much blood, that they discovered the truth, but it was too late. My father was beaten to death by 2 strong men when he was looking for a bag of compressed biscuits. Qingze, don't be afraid. I have my sister here. Baiyu held him in her arms. Sister will take care of you in the future. After that, she hurriedly introduced Bai Qingze. This is Yanluo, the Grand Elder of Fuguang Palace. This is Yan Feng, the head of Fuguang Palace, and this is Elder Sheng Wan. They are all my benefactors. She turned around and looked at Yanluo embarrassedly. Sister Luo, can I stay in this sect with my brother? I will do more work. Bai Qingze didn't expect that these people were actually his sister's leaders. Thinking of his hostility just now, he hurriedly apologized. Yanluo waved his hand. As long as he doesn't grow crooked, our Fuguang Palace will also recruit disciples. Hearing this, the brother and sister were delighted. Baiyu quickly expressed her opinion. Don't worry, Sister Luo. My brother has been obedient and sensible since he was young. I will educate him well.
Yanluo nodded.
Take him back and give him something to eat. Thank you, Sister Luo. After Bai Qingze was taken away, the remaining 6 teenagers looked at Yanluo with anticipation. Yanluo didn't keep them and left directly. The Fuguang Palace had just been established, and they still needed to find a hilltop to climb. Taking these children on the road would only cause trouble. Besides, these kids were fighting just now, and their moral character is unknown. When I walked down the mountain, I saw many people busy at work from afar. They built a 5-meter-high stone wall at the entrance to the mountain, and there were still a lot of stones inside the wall. Sun Jingyang asked with a smile. I sent the message at the same time, and Daoist fellow Li Wei and Daoist fellow Xiling have both arrived. Why are you so slow? Yanluo said, I ran into an acquaintance. Chu Yunling saw Sheng Wan from a distance and walked over to say hello. Sheng Wan said directly, It's okay to chat, but if you try to persuade me to return to the military, that's impossible. I'm already a disciple of Fuguang Palace. Chu Yunling was stunned. Fuguang Palace? Sheng Wan pointed at Yan Feng and said, This is us. Palace Master Yan Feng. My goodness, he almost didn't react. I thought he was calling me princess. Chu Yunling didn't react for a while, and it took him a while to realize that this was probably the same as the leaders of other sections. Hello, my name is Chu Yunling, and I'm the deputy commander of the Shangyang City Military. Chu Yunling stretched out his hand to shake hands with Yan Feng. After Yan Feng shook hands, Sheng Wan teased, "You're not bad. You got promoted with your new boss, what's going on? You've become the second in command in Yang City?" A shy smile appeared on Chu Yunling's tanned face. Now Shangyang City has no official, and the military has taken over the official power, so it is not wrong to say that he is the second in command of Shangyang City. Sheng Wan said, "Okay, you're always like this, blushing when someone praises you. You're an official now, so be more mature." Yan Feng watched from the side and waited until the two of them finished their pleasant chat before he asked, "You two know each other well?" Sheng Wan nodded. "Yes, comrade." Yan Feng thought about how the people in the army seemed to value their comrades very much, and he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, like a child who has fallen out of favor. Sun Jingyang invited Yan Luo and others to fly up to the stone wall. Inside the wall, people were busy coming and going, moving stones, mixing mud, and building a wartime command hut. Outside the wall, the turbid water surface is endless. All kinds of garbage are floating on the water, and a foul smell comes from time to time. I sent people to investigate. Those monsters are likely mutated monsters caused by the nuclear leak in Linquan City. The country has a secret nuclear weapons research base in Linquan City. Since the natural disaster, those people have fled to avoid the disaster, but the nuclear materials under the water have leaked out. Whether it is humans or animals, under this kind of nuclear pollution, they will either die or mutate. Yan Feng asked worriedly, "Then, will the polluted water drift to our place?" Yan Luo said, "The whole world is interconnected, let alone such a small country. In the future, we must not touch any water outside. The water sources in the mountains are not necessarily clean. The only water we can be assured of is the water condensed by the monks with their spiritual power." There was a look of sorrow on everyone's face, especially Yan Feng and Sheng Wan. Li Wei smiled slightly. "Okay, don't worry about it in advance. Yan Luo, don't you come over and say hello when you see your elders?" Mrs. Hu came over with a nanny and a bodyguard to stop Yan Luo. Yan Luo had already seen her, but she had nothing to talk about with her. She didn't want to have anything to do with the Hu family anymore. Mrs. Hu used to be plump and dressed like a rich lady. Maybe Hu Qinglang was not treated well when he married into the Zhou family, so she lost a lot of weight and had a hint of meanness between her eyebrows. Yan Luo said, "Elders? Are there any elders of mine here? You are just the ex-mother-in-law, not the current one. Since we are divorced, we are two families. I don't need to go over and say hello to you." Mrs. Hu didn't expect Yan Luo to be so disrespectful. When Yan Luo was in the Hu family, he was very respectful to her. She heard that Yan Luo got a lot of treasures in the secret realm, but she still didn't believe it. How could a woman like her have the ability to fight for treasures? After seeing this today, she finally understood. There are so many bad guys outside, but she just wears shorts so that others can see her long white legs. How rude and uneducated. Even if you and Qinglang are divorced, didn't you call me mom before? Besides, if you two get back together in the future, I'm still your elder. Yan Luo smiled and said, "The past is the past, madam. We will not get back together. Don't worry, I will never greet you in this life." Everyone around who heard the conversation pricked up their ears to gossip. Mrs. Hu immediately felt very embarrassed. She snorted, "You are the one who rushed to marry our Qinglang. Why, are you trying to marry someone more powerful now?" As she spoke, she also looked at Sun Jingyang and Li Wei. Both of them looked embarrassed. Yan Luo said, "Back then, you, Hu Qinglang, also rushed to marry into the Zhou family. How come now you, Hu Qinglang, have also climbed up to another high branch?" Puff Sun Jingyang laughed unkindly. "Qinglang is a man, so what if he has married several wives? But you, I don't know if people will think you're a fickle person." Yan Luo was not angry at her insults, but sneered, "Oh, yes, the men present here are indeed better than Hu Qinglang. To him, they are really high branches."
Haha.
I just don't know where Hui Qingling will find a higher branch in the future. You witch. Madame Hu raised her hand to hit Yan Luo. If it were in the past, Yan Luo would have just stood there and let her beat him. But now it was different. Yan Luo grabbed her wrist. Mrs. Hua, please face the reality. I am no longer the Yan Luo who once allowed you to bully me. After saying that, she suddenly shook her hand away. Mrs. Hua staggered back 2 steps with a resentful look in her eyes. Yan Luo ignored her and left with Li Wei and the others. On the way, Li Wei looked at him with a complicated expression. He asked in a low voice, "Have you ever been bullied before?" Yan Luo did not deny it. She said half-jokingly, "I didn't expect that natural disaster would help me." With her current strength, the Hu family can no longer touch her. Li Wei said slowly, "If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me." Yan Luo raised his eyebrows. "Dao Yu Li Wei, do you think of me as a friend?" Li Wei nodded unnaturally and hummed. They ate and chatted together, and Yan Luo and the other 2 returned to the villa very late. Bai Chungza was practicing with Bai Yu. When Bai Yu saw Yan Luo, she said in surprise, "Chungza actually has the same spiritual roots as me, but his talent is even better than mine." Yan Luo took out the stone for testing spiritual roots that he got in the secret realm. Bai Chungza tested it, and the result came out soon. He actually has a single spiritual root talent, which also comes with healing. Yan Luo couldn't help but feel jealous of him. A single spiritual root is already the strongest talent. She also has a single spiritual root, but it also comes with healing. Bai Yu was curious and took a test. She only has 3 spiritual roots, with healing. Bai Yu was a little frustrated, and Bai Chungza immediately said, "Sister, what's mine is yours. When I have a higher level of cultivation, I will protect you." Yan Luo felt a little relieved when he saw that the child was pretty good. When everyone saw that Yan Luo had a spirit stone test, they lined up to get tested. Yan Feng simply sat in front of the table and acted as an invigilator. The next day, Yan Luo took all the disciples of Fuguang Palace to the foot of the mountain. From today on, they will take turns to stand guard at the foot of the mountain. Hui Qingling heard about Mrs. Hui yesterday. Mrs. Hui scolded Yan Luo in front of him, but now that he sees that Yan Luo has such a powerful force, he still has some thoughts about Yan Luo. As long as you get Yan Luo, you can get the people behind her, and you can also get her treasures. He walked up to you and said, "I heard my mother came to see you yesterday."
I'm sorry.
If she said anything unpleasant, I apologize to you on her behalf. Based on Yan Luo's understanding of Hui Qingling, the reason why he was showing kindness to her now was too obvious. She is no longer the love-brained girl she was in her previous life. There is still hatred between them. No need. As long as you stay away from me, I will be satisfied. Lolo, my mother is my mother. She can't represent me. I really want to win you back. I really don't want to be redeemed by you. Lolo, I know you said that out of anger.
Give me another chance.
I swear, I will treat you well. Li Wei suddenly appeared in the middle, holding a blueprint. Yan Luo, how about we arrange the shifts like this? Hui Qingling looked at him coldly. Li Wei exclaimed, "I'm sorry. Did I disturb you?" Yan Luo was amused by his poor acting skills.
No, you came just in time.
Seeing this, Hui Qingling could only leave angrily. Li Wei was about to say something to Yan Luo, but suddenly heard someone on the sentry tower shouting, "There's a vision ahead." Everyone's face changed, and they looked into the distance at the same time. In the distance is the azure sky and the misty water, and there is no discernible difference between the water and the sky. But Yan Luo and others jumped onto the stone wall and took out their telescopes. In the telescope, the straight water surface where the water and the sky meet began to fluctuate greatly. The fluctuations are sometimes large and sometimes small, and if you don't look carefully, you can't detect the changes at all. This change can prove one thing: there's something underwater. Sun Jingyang hurriedly said, "Quick, everyone, get in place, defend." Yan Luo jumped back into the Fuguang Palace team and told everyone, "You all, please pay attention to safety." She glanced at Yan Feng, who was ready for battle. She swallowed back the words she wanted to tell him.